Chapter 1. Rebirth 3 years later. Rujiu has perished. She met her demise on a tempestuous night at the hands of the very emperor who professed his love for her. The demon Empress Mu, whose virtues are lacking and who has disrupted the palace, is hereby granted a cup of poisoned wine and 3 feet of white silk. Rujiu, express your gratitude. The once handsome and charismatic man, clad in a resplendent yellow robe, stood with the enchanting consort in his arms, resembling a pair of perfectly matched lovers before. Rujiu chuckled softly, bowing her head to the ground. The sinner thanks the sovereign for his great kindness. In the past, when Xiechun was an uncherished prince, she had stood by his side. She eliminated those who obstructed his ambitions and vanquished those he feared. Rujiu was a sharp blade, carving out a realm for Xiechun's grand endeavors. Eventually, he attained his wish and became the sovereign of all. Yet, as the saying goes, when the rabbit dies, the hound is cooked when the birds are gone, the bough is hidden. The Mu clan, with its towering achievements, incited the jealousy of the Emperor Xiechun, who stripped her of her command and seized her forces. Now, he was unwilling to even spare her a path to survival. The Empress, who has spent her life in battle, now dies for me. One could say she dies with purpose. Xiechun sneered, wrapping his arm around the charming consort and strode away. To die with purpose? What a notion! The poisoned wine coursed down her throat. Rujiu felt her abdomen twist in agony, a pain unbearable. Xiechun, can you truly hold onto this throne? 3 years later, when Rujiu awakened, her entire body felt as if it had been dismantled. Attempting to move her arm, she realized that her right wrist was dislocated, rendering it utterly useless. Without hesitation, she used her left hand to push forcefully, resetting the dislocated joint. After sitting still for a moment to gather herself, Rujiu finally had the strength to survey her surroundings. She found herself leaning against a grand peach tree in the midst of spring, with petals cascading all around her. The petal landed on her face, cool to the touch, as if she were in a different realm. The sound of bells resonated, mingling with the scent of incense. Where am I? The passers-by cast peculiar glances at Rujiu. Struggling to rise, the fragrant breeze lifted her hair, and she gazed around, momentarily dazed. In the distance, she heard the sound of sacred chants, whispering compassion as if in prayer. Is this Hanshan Temple? Rujiu squinted, the scenery around her both familiar and foreign, yet that peach tree was one she recognized well. She had visited Hanshan Temple many times. Amusingly, her initial reason for going there was solely to pray for a child. A soft laugh escaped her lips, but she soon felt a twinge of pain at the corner of her mouth. What on earth has transpired? Rujiu scanned her surroundings. She recalled that when she had died, Hanshan Temple did not appear in this state. Spotting a small pond, she leaned forward and caught sight of her reflection in the water. Her eyes widened, and she stood frozen in place, lost in contemplation for a long while. In the reflection, she appeared with a delicate, pale face marred by numerous wounds of varying sizes, yet her dark eyes shone with a remarkable brightness. Her small, frail frame suggested she was merely 14 or 15 years old. This body was not hers. What had transpired? Rujiu rose with urgency, grasping the wrist of a female incense burner. Startled, the woman did not pull away. What year is it in Qinghe? Rujiu inquired, her voice trembling with an unacknowledged quiver. What do you mean Qinghe? It is already the 3rd year of Changmu. Qinghe was the era name from 3 years ago. The woman, upon finishing her response, perceived that the slender girl before her seemed somewhat unhinged and swiftly released her grip, hurrying away. Rujiu stood in stunned silence for a long while. The 3rd year of Changmu? Yet the era she lived in was clearly the 5th year of Qinghe. Had she been reborn 3 years later? Boom! A loud clap of thunder rumbled, and before Rujiu could gather her thoughts, a torrential downpour descended, akin to the wrath of the heavens, deafening in its intensity. It's raining. It's raining. Quick, let's seek shelter in the temple. Wait for me. I'm coming too. In a moment, a multitude of incense burners hurried toward the temple to escape the rain. Rujiu, seemingly oblivious, stood motionless in the downpour, and in no time, her ragged clothing was thoroughly soaked. Child, what are you doing standing here? Quickly, come take shelter. An elderly man, unable to bear the sight, pulled Mu Rujiu under the eaves. As she obediently entered the temple, she noticed that the furnishings had changed significantly. Indeed, 3 years had truly passed. Fate had played a cruel trick, allowing her to be reborn 3 years later. Well, the current emperor, Mu Rujiu, furrowed her brows. Old man, who is the reigning emperor now? She asked, her bewildered eyes gazing at him like an innocent child. The elderly man, perplexed, responded, Child, do you truly not know who the current emperor is? Feeling somewhat awkward, Mu Rujiu fidgeted with her hands, appearing pitiful. I come from a distant border village, often ravaged by bandits. I have fled here and am not well acquainted with matters of the capital. Upon hearing the lamentable tale of such a small child, the old man felt a surge of compassion. The current emperor is Emperor Siechun of filial governance. If anyone asks you in the future, do not answer incorrectly, it could cost you your head. He earnestly cautioned. Mu Rujiu nodded seriously. Yes, I will remember. Thank you, old man. A cold glint flickered in Mu Rujiu's eyes, filled with boundless hatred and chill. Siechun, oh Siechun, since the heavens have granted me this chance at rebirth, I shall not spare you. Rustle as the rain poured down, Mu Rujiu heard an unusual sound. With her keen hearing, she followed the noise and glimpsed a fleeting figure. Narrowing her eyes, Mu Rujiu began to contemplate her next move. Make way. The Imperial Guards are apprehending someone. Everyone behave. A contingent of Imperial Guards burst into the temple, shattering its tranquility. The Imperial Guard, they're the personal protectors of Siechun, and it would not be an exaggeration to call them his most trusted confidants. Now, Siechun has actually dispatched his inner circle to capture someone. It appears that the individual he seeks holds considerable significance. The Imperial Guards swiftly surrounded the entire temple, oblivious to the small, delicate figure of a girl who quietly slipped away. Chapter 2. Who was rescued? Mu Rujiu detected the faint scent of blood. The odor was subtle, suggesting that the individual had meticulously donned a sachet, thereby diminishing the scent further. A common person would undoubtedly be oblivious to it. Following the trail of blood, Mu Rujiu swiftly tracked it to a dilapidated house. As she pushed open the door, a chilling intent to kill enveloped her. It was the kind of lethal intent that left no room for survival. Had Mu Rujiu not reacted swiftly, coupled with her opponent's sluggish movements due to injury, she would have certainly met her demise at the threshold. Mu Rujiu deftly evaded the lethal strike and immediately aimed a kick at the man's abdomen. After being blocked, she swiftly redirected her energy, striking at him with her hand. Ultimately, she pinned him against the wall. Don't move. I am not here to kill you, she declared coldly. The man wore a mask, concealing his true identity from her. However, upon encountering his frostbitten gaze, Mu Rujiu felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. She reached out, intending to unmask him, but in a moment of distraction, he seized the opportunity and swiftly overpowered her, pinning her against the wall in a swift exchange of positions. A more potent scent of blood rushed towards her. Mu Rujiu understood that his injuries had worsened. Pressing her lips together, she spoke calmly. I have already stated that I am not here to kill you. With your current condition, if you expend your strength to eliminate me, you will undeniably fall prey to the Imperial Guard outside. A soft chuckle echoed from above her. And what do you think, little one, I should do? The voice was both familiar and alien, eluding her memory in that moment. Release me, and I will divert your pursuers. Humph, little one, how old are you? Have you weaned yet? The man, despite his predicament, found amusement in mocking her. The grip restraining her wrist was formidable. Even after years of martial training, Mu Rujiu found herself unable to budge an inch. I am serious. You cannot escape alive anyway. If you wish to test my sincerity, know this, even if I were to betray you. You could seize the opportunity to end my life and take me as your companion in death. Mu Rujiu's reasoning was lucid. She needed to gain this man's trust. Although his identity remained a mystery, he was undoubtedly extraordinary, especially if he had warranted the intervention of the Imperial Guard to protect himself. A premonition stirred within her. This was a pivotal step in her endeavor to topple Siechun. Time passed, and eventually, Mu Rujiu felt a slight loosening of the grip on her wrist. Little one, remember your own words, for if you forget, your uncle may demand repayment with your life. Uncle. Mu Rujiu bit down on her silver teeth. How dare he take advantage of her? Aware of her precarious situation, she inhaled deeply and restrained her irritation. Very well. With the pressure on her wrist dissipating, Mu Rujiu wasted no time in attempting to seize the man's mask. He grasped her wrist firmly, his fingers cold as ice. Give me your disguise. Otherwise, how can I lead them away? She insisted coldly. Upon hearing the words, the man did not remove the mask from his face. Instead, he merely cast the expensive cloak over the frail figure of Rujiu. This was sufficient. His voice remained unutterably cold. Rujiu bit her lip, listening to the footsteps growing ever nearer. You there? Go search over there. You lot, head that way. You. Follow me. Yes. Time was of the essence. Donning the cloak, Rujiu glanced back at the man seated on the ground before she opened the dilapidated door. Wait for me here. Do not leave. The masked man chuckled softly, seemingly unperturbed by his current predicament. Very well, he replied succinctly. Without further hesitation, Rujiu flung the door open and dashed outside. Over there. General, I see him. Quick, pursue. What are you all waiting for? Hurry and chase. The footsteps of the Imperial Guard faded into the distance until they were no longer audible. The man rose, preparing to depart. Would he wait for a stranger to return? He would not engage in such foolishness. The wounds on his body hindered his movement, yet they did not diminish his grace. Just as he reached for the door, a clear, melodious voice rang out from above. Hey, a true man should not go back on his word. The man turned to gaze at the rooftop. Discovering the girl crouching there, looking at him with indignation, Rujiu nimbly leaped down and approached him. I diverted the soldiers for you. And you actually planned to abandon me? Rujiu was somewhat irked. How could you? The man attempted to articulate something, but the effects of the medicine in his abdomen surged, causing him to lurch forward. Rujiu was caught off guard, and he collapsed into her arms. Rujiu inhaled deeply, detecting the scent of broken bones, a signature method of Xiachen. Momentarily setting aside her previous thoughts, she sighed softly and hoisted the man away. His tall stature made her appear quite diminutive and frail in comparison. Trembling and unsteadily, she struggled to carry him away from the scene. When the man next regained consciousness, he found himself in a meditation room. Upon seeing him awake, Rujiu immediately rose from her chair. You are awake? As she spoke, she poured a cup of tea from the table and offered it to him. The man did not take it, understanding his unspoken message. Rujiu sipped from the cup and said solemnly, It's not poisoned. Only then did the man accept the cup. It seemed he possessed a strong sense of caution. Earning this man's trust would undoubtedly prove a challenging endeavor. Rujiu suppressed her thoughts, her gaze fixed intently upon him. The man remained oblivious, calmly finishing the tea before handing the cup back to her without ceremony. Rujiu rolled her eyes and placed the cup on the table. Why did you save me? The man's tone bore no hint of gratitude, instead laden with a palpable sense of suspicion. The wound on his abdomen had been tended to, even the residual toxins meticulously cleansed. Rujiu tilted her head and winked at him, saying, You intended to kill me, and I had no choice but to save you for my own survival. Her candor was striking. Why did you go to that room? The man was incredulous that such a coincidence could occur. Rujiu maintained an expression of feigned innocence. What do you mean by going to that room? That was my place to begin with. The man frowned. Your place? Rujiu nodded. Yes, after I arrived in Kyoto, I couldn't find my uncle, so I had to stay here. Your uncle? Yes, my uncle's surname is Bai, and his name is Bai Junxian. A flicker of astonishment crossed Qi Junxian's eyes. The name Bai Junxian was one he had used 4 years ago while recuperating in a small village called Wangxiang. Aside from the family that took him in, no one else knew that name. Why would she know it? What is your name? Qi Junxian asked coldly. Chapter 3. The royal uncle Rujiu maintained her composure, her heart steady. Mujiu, she responded. Qi Junxian furrowed his brow. What is your father's name? The girl found the man before her rather peculiar, but answered truthfully. Mu Qiancheng. Qi Junxian chuckled softly, pausing before replying. Rujiu felt a sense of uncertainty creeping in. Earlier, she had taken the opportunity to unmask him while he was unconscious. Her suspicions were confirmed. He was indeed her lifelong adversary from a previous existence, Qi Junxian. 3 years had transformed his once gentle features into a hard visage, yet those eyes, chilling to the core, were etched into her memory forever. Qi Junxian was exceedingly cunning and treacherous, possessing not only his own private army and military insignia but also executing his plans with remarkable finesse. Despite her numerous attempts to find a pretext to eliminate him, he had always managed to evade her traps skillfully. Once, Rujiu viewed him merely as an obstacle to Xie Chen's ascension, but in hindsight, sparing his life was perhaps not a grave mistake. In her quest to undermine Qi Junxian, she had investigated various facets of his life, including the incident 4 years prior when he was injured in battle and rescued by a family. At the time, she considered this trivial, yet it had now proven invaluable. She needed a compelling reason to remain close to him, and what could be more suitable than the tragic loss of her parents, prompting her to seek refuge with relatives in the capital? To conceal his identity, Qi Junxian had introduced himself to that family as Bai Junxian, even inflating his age. The head of that household, Mu Jiu's father, Mu Qiancheng, had esteemed Bai Junxian for his extraordinary demeanor and vast knowledge, forging a friendship that transcended age. Calculating the timeline, Mu Jiu was merely 11 years old then, and now, after 4 years, her age closely mirrored that of her original self. Everything was meticulously planned. However, Mu Rujiu was startled by Qi Junxian's sudden cold laughter. Had she erred in some way? She pressed her lips together, choosing silence, her expression one of bewilderment as she gazed at him, seemingly unaware of the reason for his amusement. How intriguing. Finally, Qi Junxian spoke, uttering words that left her perplexed. Mu Rujiu blinked. What is amusing? Just as her unease deepened, she witnessed Qi Junxian remove his mask, revealing a pair of frosty eyes before her. The chill and menace in his gaze flickered momentarily, and despite her best efforts, Mu Rujiu found it difficult to maintain her ground. Little Jiu, have you forgotten your uncle so soon? Qi Junxian smirked. And in that instant, the beauty of 1,000 blossoms paled in comparison to him. The man possessed undeniable allure, even as her sworn enemy. Mu Rujiu could not deny Qi Junxian's striking appearance. Indeed, he was handsome. Once she regarded Xie Chen as the epitome of elegance and humility among men. Yet that day, at a banquet, she encountered the striking Qi Junxian. His beauty differed distinctly from Xie Chen's. Xie Chen's charm stemmed from his character and his gentle, disarming smile, evoking a sense of warmth. In contrast, Qi Junxian embodied a pure, impactful beauty that was utterly captivating. Even though Qi Junxian possessed a temperament marked by brutality and a thirst for blood, and killed mercilessly, the noble ladies enamored with him seemed unafraid, willingly leaping into the inferno one after another. However, Mu Rujiu simply did not share this sentiment. Now, upon encountering that matured visage, Mu Rujiu found herself momentarily at a loss. 3 years had seemingly left no trace upon his face. Rather, time had polished it, rendering him even more handsome. Before her stood Qi Junxian, who had merely just crossed the threshold of youth. His future was boundless. Noticing Mu Rujiu's prolonged silence, Qi Junxian furrowed his brow, on the verge of speaking, when he suddenly saw the little girl before him with reddened eyes. Uncle, Mu Rujiu called uncertainly. After a moment, as if finally recognizing the man before her, she threw herself into Qi Junxian's embrace. Qi Junxian's brow knitted in confusion. His instinct was to push her away. Uncle, I missed you so much. Father and mother were slain by mountain bandits, and now I have no family left. She sobbed, recalling the humble family that had rescued her. Qi Junxian ultimately refrained from pushing Mu Rujiu away. His cold gaze narrowed, seemingly plotting something. Only when her cries subsided did he gently extract her from his arms. Do not fear, little Jiao, you have found your uncle now, and he will protect you henceforth. As he spoke, a smile graced his features. Yet Mu Rujiu could discern the calculating glimmer in his eyes. Indeed, he remained distrustful of her. This was entirely understandable. What were the odds of such a coincidence? While being pursued, the one who saved her just happened to be the daughter of a benefactor from years past. Had their roles been reversed, Mu Rujiu would also have hesitated to believe such a tale. Nonetheless, it mattered not. As long as she could remain by Qi Junxian's side, she would have ample time to earn his trust. The man's gaze lifted slightly, his narrow eyes sparkling with shrewdness. Though he regarded Mu Rujiu with a smile, it failed to reach his eyes. Hearing his words, Mu Rujiu bowed her head, overwhelmed with trepidation. A light chuckle escaped him. Be good, little Jiao. Your royal uncle will soon take you home. Royal uncle? Mu Rujiu asked, taken aback. The depth of Qi Junxian's gaze held meaning as he smirked. Indeed. Your royal uncle is now the regent. The levity of his words left Mu Rujiu momentarily stunned. You are the regent? Shock flooded her expression. What on earth? When I was still in this world, Qi Junxian was merely a second-rank official. How has he ascended to the position of regent now? Xie Chen was still alive and in his prime. How could the court allow a regent to emerge? Moreover, Qi Junxian was evidently not from the royal bloodline. Even if a regent were to be chosen, it could hardly fall upon him. What, then, had transpired during her absence? Mu Rujiu's gaze sharpened, scrutinizing Qi Junxian with newfound curiosity. This man harbored ambitions far from ordinary. What was afoot? Qi Junxian spoke, his tone slightly elevated, low and melodious. No, it's nothing. Mu Rujiu hurriedly lowered her head, feigning a mix of surprise and fear. Qi Junxian chuckled softly. His long fingers lifted Mu Rujiao's delicate chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. "Afraid?" he inquired, his voice deep and enchanting, laced with a beguiling inflection. Mu Rujiao quickly shook her head, then, in a moment of honesty, nodded slightly. Qi Junxian smiled gently. "When you were about to remove my mask, why did you not appear fearful?" Mu Rujiao's hand, concealed within her sleeve, clenched slightly, yet her expression portrayed a facade of shame and panic. "I was thinking of self-preservation, so I dared not feel fear." Qi Junxian simply smiled and released her chin. "Do you know martial arts?" he asked. Mu Rujiao bit her lip. A little. Chapter 4. Accompanying the imperial uncle home? She was naturally skilled in martial arts. In her prime, she donned armor and led troops, driving the troops of the Jiuan kingdom back 30 miles, earning her the title of the illustrious general of the ages among the soldiers. Even after marrying Xiechun and residing in the imperial harem, she did not relinquish her practice of martial arts. However, the girl she currently inhabited had a frail constitution and was quite young, lacking any internal power, rendering her abilities feeble. Her statement was intended to dispel Qi Junxian's suspicions. As anticipated, upon hearing Mu Rujiu's response, Qi Junxian refrained from further inquiries. Qi Junxian's body required rest, and although the person before him raised numerous questions, he was not in a hurry. Time was on his side. The imperial uncle planned to recuperate here for half a day before departing early the next morning. Qi Junxian had already reclined back onto the bed, speaking as he cast a glance toward Mu Rujiu. Realizing he was inquiring about her opinion, Mu Rujiu promptly lowered her head and replied, "Little Jiu will certainly accompany the imperial uncle and will not cause any trouble." Qi Junxian nodded in satisfaction. He loathed trouble above all else. That night, as there was only one meditation room with a single bed, and Mu Rujiu could not ask the injured Qi Junxian to relinquish it, she reluctantly settled for the table for the night. Mu Rujiu perceived a disturbance. Someone was moving atop the roof. Pretending to be oblivious, she closed her eyes and continued to sleep. The intruder possessed commendable agility and deliberately muted their movements, making it impossible for someone as unskilled as Mu Rujiu to notice. However, it certainly did not escape Qi Junxian's keen ears. Indeed, as the cloaked figure stealthily approached the meditation room, brandishing a gleaming dagger towards the bedside, before they could discern the person on the bed, a gust of palm wind struck out. The black-clad assailant evaded and ruthlessly lunged at Qi Junxian with the dagger. True to his reputation, even wounded, Qi Junxian adeptly navigated the situation, forcing the assailant to retreat in mere moments, ultimately escaping through the window. "Who?" Mu Rujiu awakened only after the sound of the figure leaping through the window reached her ears. She cautiously peered outside, catching a glimpse of a man's silhouette, though the darkness obscured any distinct features. Holding a knife in his left hand, Mu Rujiu squinted, seemingly uncovering something intriguing. In an instant, however, her expression shifted to one of terror as she hurried to Qi Junxian's side. "Imperial uncle, are you unharmed? It's all my fault for not protecting you." As she spoke, her eyes brimmed with tears, presenting a pitiful sight. Qi Junxian wore a look of curiosity. Had she not noticed the black-clad figure entering moments ago? Mu Rujiu, adhering to her persona of inadequacy in martial arts, shook her head in feigned distress. "Imperial uncle, I am sorry. It is my weakness that has led to your injury and ambush." As she lamented, Mu Rujiu resentfully pinched the inner thigh of her leg, causing a few tears to escape from the pain. She was a sight to behold, evoking sympathy. Qi Junxian wore a gentle smile, seemingly harboring no resentment towards Mu Rujiu. He affectionately ruffled her hair, his voice warm and soothing. "It is not your fault, little Jiu. You need not feel guilty. Go and rest. At dawn, we shall depart." Wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, Mu Rujiu obediently nodded. Mu Rujiu dreamt. In her dream, she donned silver armor, wielding a tiger talisman, repelling her foes. Behind her, someone called her name. She turned, only to feel a long sword pierce her chest. "Demon Empress Mu, even if you triumph, there is no place for you in this harem." The beautiful consort Li laughed sweetly, withdrawing the sword. Blinding blood gushed forth, and Mu Rujiu felt a heaviness in her chest, struggling to breathe. In her hazy vision, she glimpsed Xiechun's face. He held consort Li close, laughing boisterously. "Mu Rujiu, do you truly believe I would favor a general skilled in combat? You did not perish on the battlefield, and I shall never grant you the position of my consort." Darkness engulfed her, and she collapsed backward in despair. In a frantic panic, she grasped at something before her. No, Mu Rujiu screamed, suddenly jolting awake. Mu Rujiu focused on the man standing before her. Qi Junqian's stern face bore a hint of curiosity, his lips subtly curved in a smile, yet his emotions remained inscrutable. Your Highness. Mu Rujiu lowered her gaze, concealing the emotions within her eyes. Qi Junqian chuckled softly, his voice melodious and cool. Did little Jiu have a nightmare? As Mu Rujiu lifted her eyes, she realized she had been clutching Qi Junqian's garment. In a flurry, she released her grip. Your Highness, I am deeply sorry. I dreamt that my parents were harmed, and in my fright, I inadvertently bumped into you. Please forgive me. Upon hearing Qi Junqian's light chuckle, she felt a sense of relief. Silly girl, we shall henceforth be uncle and niece. There is no need for such formalities. With that, Qi Junqian gently patted Mu Rujiu's head. Her heart swelled with emotion as she gazed at him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, clearly touched. Very well. Gather your things. We are returning to the manor. Yes, Mu Rujiu had little to pack. After all, she was unaware of the identity of the original owner of this body, nor did she comprehend the reasons for the numerous injuries it bore. Yet, fearing Qi Junqian's suspicions, she pretended to collect a few garments and place them into her luggage. As she exited Hanshan Temple, Mu Rujiu beheld an opulent carriage. Its lavish exterior unmistakably signified royal status, and at that moment, Qi Junqian was seated within. Last night, Mu Rujiu pondered extensively. Yet she could not fathom why Qi Junqian had ascended to the position of regent. Setting aside the details, one would think that the prerequisite for such a role would at least involve royal lineage. However, during the time when Mu Rujiu was still in the mortal realm, Qi Junqian had merely relied on his own talents to attain the second rank in officialdom. It was beyond his reach to assume the position of regent. The events of these past 3 years remain unknown to Mu Rujiu, yet she understands that her foremost priority now is to earn Qi Junqian's trust. Miss Mu, please board the carriage, a deep voice called out. Following the sound, Mu Rujiu looked over and saw a guard standing beside the carriage. She squinted slightly. Jiang Zhou. She remembered him well. Jiang Zhou and Jiang Qing were Qi Junqian's personal guards, often regarded as trusted confidants, handling many of Qi Junqian's affairs. The two men were akin to the left and right arms of Qi Junqian. Mu Rujiu's recognition did not imply that Mu Jiu was familiar with him. Surprised by Jiang Zhou's presence, Mu Rujiu timidly took a step back. Jiang Zhou had never interacted with such a young girl, especially one designated for supervision by his master. Although he did not understand why such a small child required oversight, he would unconditionally carry out his master's directive. Miss Mu need not fear. I am Jiang Zhou, the master's guard, and I shall protect you, he assured her. Upon hearing this, Mu Rujiu finally exhaled in relief, with a hint of timidity. She glanced at Jiang Zhou and said in a soft, melodious voice, Brother Jiang Zhou, just call me Mu Jiu. Miss Mu, that would be improper, Jiang Zhou replied. Bowing respectfully, Mu Rujiu raised an eyebrow, noting his high degree of vigilance. She cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Zhou's left hand, noticing calluses formed from years of rigorous training. Be careful, miss, Jiang Zhou said, subtly steadying Mu Rujiu as she stepped onto the horse stool, losing her balance momentarily. Mu Rujiu felt a rush of embarrassment as she met Jiang Zhou's instinctively outstretched hand. I'm sorry, I'm so clumsy, she blushed and apologized. Afterward, she lifted the curtain and beheld Qi Junqian already seated in the carriage. He sat upright, adorned in an elegant ink-colored robe, holding a folding fan in his hand. From a distance, he exuded an air of aristocratic grace. Chapter 5. Assassination. Mu Rujiu remained silent, seated opposite Qi Junqian. Noticing Mu Rujiu's lack of greeting, Qi Junqian displayed no irritation. Instead, he closed his eyes, appearing to be in a state of serene contemplation. Mu Rujiu felt somewhat disheartened and refrained from initiating conversation throughout their journey. The carriage glided steadily, and indeed, Jiang Zhou's driving skills were exceptional. Even Mu Rujiu, accustomed to the luxurious Phoenix sedan, had to concede that this carriage was perhaps even more stable. As the carriage traversed a narrow passage flanked by lush woods and rolling hills, it stood solitary on the road. Mu Rujiu shut her eyes, lost in thought. The individual intent on assassinating Qi Junqian was undoubtedly Xie. However, Xie audacious mobilization of the Imperial Guard indicated his unwavering resolve to see Qi Junqian perish. She understood Xie well. In many ways, he mirrored her own relentless spirit. Failure was not an option for him. Therefore, if she were in Xie position, One unsuccessful attempt would undoubtedly lead to a second. Yet, Qi Junxian was set to return to the capital today. Once he arrived, Xie Chun would have no opportunity to strike. If he intended to act before Qi Junxian reached the capital, this journey presented his sole chance. Moreover, should he choose to attack en route, what location would he select? Surely, it would be a low-lying area flanked by elevated terrain, ideally with places to conceal himself, allowing for a precise ambush to take the target by surprise. Suddenly, a realization struck Rujiu, and she opened her eyes wide. Ropes shot forth, ensnaring the carriage, and in an instant, dozens of cloaked figures surrounded them. Xiechun sought to ambush Qi Junxian here. In that moment of clarity, Rujiu rushed to Qi Junxian's side, shielding him with her body. Qi Junxian slowly opened his eyes, and upon seeing the petite figure before him, he chuckled lightly, seemingly unperturbed by the perilous situation. Master, in the face of treachery, please ensure your own safety. Outside the carriage, Jiang Zhou issued a cold command before drawing his sword and charging towards the assailants. Rujiu had a fair understanding of Jiang Zhou's prowess. Having protected Qi Junxian for so many years, he was not lacking in skill. Indeed, with sword in hand, Jiang Zhou moved with agility and precision, dispatching 7 or 8 foes within mere moments. However, the assailants numbered in the dozens, all seasoned fighters, and Jiang Zhou began to struggle, unable to fully protect Qi Junxian and Rujiu. Kill Qi Junxian! A voice cried out, and in an instant, several black-clad attackers surged toward the carriage, some clambering atop its roof. A long blade descended from above with lethal intent. Rujiu furrowed her brow. Given Qi Junxian's capabilities, he should have no trouble dealing with these threats. This was a prime opportunity to earn Qi Junxian's trust, and Rujiu could not afford to squander it lightly. At that moment, a figure cloaked in black lifted the curtain of the carriage, thrusting a curved blade towards Qi Junxian. Rujiu, discerning the direction of the blade, lunged forward. "Your Highness, be careful," she shouted, but the curved blade pierced her chest in an instant. Damn it! Despite her utmost effort to avoid a fatal wound, the pain was still excruciating. "Qi Junxian, may you be damned." With such resentment, Rujiu collapsed softly into Qi Junxian's embrace. Your Highness, you are unharmed. How wonderful." A pale smile graced her lips, as she found solace in Qi Junxian's apparent safety. She even failed to detect any semblance of pity on his face. It remained perpetually cold. With a swift gust of his palm, he sent the black-clad assailants sprawling beneath the carriage, unable to rise again. "Jiang Qing, eliminate them." Qi Junxian's lips parted slightly, and in an instant, Jiang Qing, lying in ambush, emerged with his men, turning the tide of battle. Dozens of assailants were surrounded, left with no escape. "Master, you have been startled." Jiang Qing's voice was low and composed from outside the carriage. "No harm done. Let us return to the capital." "Understood, Master. Shall we take these individuals back for interrogation?" Qi Junxian glanced at Rujiu, whose brow was furrowed and eyes tightly shut, momentarily lost in thought. "No need, eliminate them." He waved his hand, delivering the order with an icy indifference, as casually as one might remark on the weather. "As you command." Rujiu stirred back to consciousness, staring blankly at the descending drapery. This must be Qi Junxian's residence. She slowly closed her eyes, then opened them again. She was acutely aware of Qi Junxian's deep-seated mistrust. Yet, she had not anticipated the extent of his ruthlessness. The assailants from that night were not true assassins. They were merely Jiang Zhou sent by Qi Junxian to test her. Had she awakened then, Rujiu was certain that Qi Junxian would not have brought her back. And regarding yesterday's ambush, Qi Junxian had evidently dispatched Jiang Qing long before, capable of resolving the situation at any time, yet he chose not to act. He was testing her. Had Rujiu not intercepted that blade for Qi Junxian, she had no doubt she would now lie lifeless. Qi Junxian. It seems that dealings with him require utmost caution. This man is a cold-blooded serpent, devoid of any personal sentiment. "Miss Mu, you are awake. His Highness requests your presence upon your awakening." Rujiu felt her head spin. "Listen to this." It sounded as though it were Qi Junxian who had been wounded. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Though she cursed Qi Junxian inwardly, Rujiu composed herself, adjusting her attire and following the maid waiting outside to the main hall. She had just inspected her wound. "All has been handled well. It appears there are no significant issues. May I inquire your name, young lady?" Rujiu's voice was sweet, evoking no feelings of annoyance. "You may call me Lu Su." she replied, lowering her gaze. Where does the royal uncle typically rest? Mu Rujiu asked, carefully observing her surroundings and feigning nonchalance. Such matters are private affairs of the prince. If you wish to know, it would be best to inquire directly with him, Lu Su responded, maintaining her composure. Mu Rujiu's eyes narrowed. The servants surrounding Qi Junxian were notably tight-lipped. Upon entering the main hall, Mu Rujiu raised her eyes and beheld the man seated in the principal position. Qi Junxian donned a long black robe, intricate golden threads weaving a pattern of light and shadow that captivated her gaze. Suddenly, Mu Rujiu recalled a long-standing rumor from the kingdom of Nanxi. It was said that once, as Qing Zijun walked along the bustling streets of Chang'an, his striking beauty compelled countless women to offer him fruits and flowers, with many even shoving their personal belongings into his embrace, creating a spectacle of congestion in the streets. Riding a horse, leaning against a tilted bridge, with a hall full of crimson sleeves beckoning. Qing Zijun was the title of Qi Junxian, the very subject of the aforementioned tale, now before Mu Rujiu. During her time in the inner palace, she had deemed such rumors exaggerated. Yet, upon witnessing Qi Junxian seated in the principal position, she found herself reconsidering their veracity. Qi Junxian, too, noticed Mu Rujiu and smiled gently, his voice soft. Xiaojiu, come here. Chapter 6. Do you wish to attend school? Mu Rujiu lowered her gaze slightly, smiling as she approached Qi Junxian. Your Highness, you summoned me. Qi Junxian propped his head on one hand, his silky hair cascading gently over his shoulder, exuding an unintended allure. A hint of a smile played on his lips. His tone laced with concern. Why would you take the blow for me, little Jiao? You've sustained such a grievous injury. Without hesitation, Mu Rujiu replied. Because I cannot bear to see you harmed, Your Highness. Was he that mere flattery? Mu Rujiu was a master of compliments. A fleeting emotion flickered in Qi Junxian's eyes, almost imperceptible. This cannot happen again. It pains me to see you hurt. Qi Junxian gently stroked Mu Rujiu's head, his voice warm enough to melt the frost. If it weren't for Mu Rujiu having witnessed Qi Junxian's demeanor in court, she might have been deceived by his current appearance. It doesn't hurt, as long as you are well, Your Highness. Mu Rujiu lowered her head, seemingly bashful. Qi Junxian chuckled, choosing not to pursue the topic further. From now on, you may reside in the palace. Should you require anything, speak to Lu Su. Mu Rujiu nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with innocence. Then, Your Highness. May I come to play with you? Qi Junxian raised an eyebrow slightly. Mu Rujiu clutched the hem of his garment, appearing quite insecure. She was unfamiliar with anyone here. Knowing only Qi Junxian, being young had its advantages. At least Mu Rujiu could unabashedly act coy and seek sympathy. A breeze swept through, playfully tousling the girl's hair, and Mu Rujiu caught the faint scent of bamboo emanating from Qi Junxian. Of course, little Jiao. You may visit me anytime. Qi Junxian's smile was indeed charming. With his approval, Mu Rujiu secretly sighed in relief. In the days that followed, Mu Rujiu was virtually inseparable from Qi Junxian. Wherever he went, she followed, almost like his shadow. Yet, she expertly maintained her distance, ensuring Qi Junxian grew accustomed to her presence without feeling exasperated. She would often grind ink for him and fan him, and Mu Rujiu even felt that she was more diligent than his personal maid. The result of this was that one day, while Mu Rujiu was grinding ink, Qi Junxian, engrossed in his writing, casually inquired, Do you know how to read? Mu Rujiu's hand paused momentarily before she replied nonchalantly, I know a little. After finishing his document, Qi Junxian set down his brush. Let us see how much you recognize. His tone was casual, as if he merely wished to ascertain her literacy. However, when Mu Rujiu glimpsed the content on the page, her expression turned grave. Goodness, Qi Junxian was scheming against her again. The paper contained derogatory remarks against Emperor Yechen, clearly plotting treason. In recent days, Mu Rujiu had presumed that Qi Junxian's defenses had significantly weakened, but it appeared her assumptions were entirely misguided. He was still waiting for her here. Upon seeing the letter, confusion and uncertainty filled her eyes. A pair of captivating eyes gazed at Mu Rujiu, missing none of her expressions. Thank you. No. Big, reverse. Mu Rujiu picked out a few simple characters to read, occasionally feigning contemplation, her brow furrowed tightly, clearly in distress. Uncle. I only recognize these few. Mu Rujiu shyly fidgeted with her clothing, her eyes glistening red, as if she had been wronged. Qi Junxian seemingly did not perceive any clues. With a composed demeanor, he gently patted Mu Rujiu's head and smiled. It's all right. Would you like to learn to read, little Jiao? Mu Rujiu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Qi Junxian's offer to send her to school likely stemmed from a desire to monitor whether she would take the opportunity to engage with the outside world and relay messages. Truly a cunning fox. Despite his youth, his mind was remarkably astute. Rujiu was acutely aware of her current position. Rather than resisting the idea of schooling and remaining close to Qi Junxian, thus inviting suspicion, it would be far wiser to graciously accept the offer, allowing him to oversee her and prove her intentions were pure. If Qi Junxian did not trust her, she would find it impossible to garner his support for anything she wished to pursue. Gaining Qi Junxian's trust was her utmost priority. With this thought in mind, Rujiu looked up at Qi Junxian with gleaming eyes. Really, uncle? Can I truly go to school? Qi Junxian seemed taken aback by her enthusiastic agreement, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Then, with a gentle smile, he replied, When have I ever deceived you, little Jiao? If you wish to go, I shall arrange it. Thank you, uncle. Rujiu joyfully wrapped her arms around Qi Junxian's neck, affectionately nuzzling against him like a contented kitten. Qi Junxian was not particularly fond of such intimate gestures. However, having grown accustomed to Rujiu's presence over the past few days and recognizing her as an innocent young girl, he chose not to push her away. Go have Lu Su tidy you up. I shall send someone to escort you to school tomorrow. All right. Rujiu beamed as she dashed out of the study, leaving Qi Junxian's sight. Unbeknownst to her, Jiangqing had appeared silently behind Qi Junxian. It was unclear when Qi Junxian's expression had turned cold, the smile vanishing from his lips. Keep a close watch on her. Yes. Qi Junxian's efficiency was indeed remarkable. The following day, when Lu Su roused Rujiu, she was informed that she could attend the private school. Naturally, Rujiu had no objections. After arranging her attire, Lu Su led Rujiu to the front hall for breakfast. For the past few days, Rujiu had been dining alongside Qi Junxian. Initially, he had disallowed this, insisting she dine alone, but Rujiu's charming antics and feigned grievances had likely softened his resolve, as he seemingly wished to keep her within his sight for surveillance. Consequently, Qi Junxian ceased to refuse her company. Uncle. Rujiu approached Qi Junxian with a lively skip in her step. Today, she donned a pink dress that made her resemble a fairy fallen from the heavens. Her hair was styled with tassels, adorned with a pair of silver bells that chimed sweetly with her movements. Qi Junxian glanced at her, smiling as he nodded. Come, let us partake in breakfast. Dressed in a long black robe, he exuded an air of noble dignity. Rujiu effortlessly settled beside him. Uncle. Lu Su mentioned that the place I will attend for my studies is the Royal Private Academy? She inquired, a meat bun held in her mouth and her large eyes glistening with curiosity. Yes, why do you ask? Qi Junxian replied. What sort of students are there? She pressed further. Setting aside his jade chopsticks, he answered, the Royal Private Academy trains the offspring of royalty and officials of the third rank or higher. Oh? Rujiu's head drooped at his words. Will I bring shame to you, uncle? Qi Junxian chuckled dismissively. What nonsense is that, little Jiao? You are so well behaved. You shall never bring me shame. If anyone at the academy dares to bully you, simply retaliate. There is no need to endure it. Rujiu nodded vigorously. Thank you, uncle. Lowering her gaze, she continued her meal. She was well aware of the Royal Private Academy. It was her own idea to establish it to cultivate talent for the kingdom of Nanxi. The children fortunate enough to study there were all scions of prominent figures at court, and with her current status, she would have never been admitted had it not been for Qi Junxian. Jiangzhou drove Rujiu to the entrance of the academy. Though it was referred to as the academy's exterior, there remained quite a distance to the grand doors. Miss, you may alight here, Jiangzhou said, assisting her out of the carriage. Stepping down, Rujiu squinted at the distant academy. Miss, just ahead lies the academy's main gate. I shall wait for you here after your classes, Jiangzhou informed her. A fleeting glimmer of understanding crossed Rujiu's eyes before she smiled at Jiangzhou. All right. I shall head to my studies now. With that, she jogged toward the academy. It was only upon entering the gates, out of Jiangzhou's sight, that her smile faded. Qi Junxian was indeed shrewd. He spoke of not needing to endure bullying yet had the royal carriage parked so far away, clearly wishing to conceal her identity from the students of the academy. Rujiu was certain that should she cause any trouble within those walls and invoke Qi Junxian's name, he would undoubtedly refrain from coming to her aid. Chapter 7 Greetings, fellow students. Even Rujiu felt that, even if she were to arrive at the Royal Private Academy, no one would be aware of her true identity or which family she hailed from. Indeed, as Rujiu entered the classroom and was introduced by the instructor, the students began to murmur amongst themselves. The surname Mu? Is there anyone among the officials of the third rank or higher bearing that name? I don't believe I've ever heard of it. Could she be a distant relative of some esteemed official? That seems likely. The offspring of court officials tend to mature early. By the age of 15 or 16, they are often well versed in various matters of the court. In their understanding, if one were the direct descendant of a royal or an official of the third rank or above, then that individual would be deemed worthy of friendship, as they too would likely pursue a career in governance, providing mutual support in the future. However, if she were merely a distant relative sent here, then she would face considerable disdain from many of the students. After all, they lack the qualifications to inherit their father's position and have little chance of entering officialdom. The situation is even more pronounced for females. Any girl who is not the legitimate daughter of an official is regarded as inferior, especially someone like Rujiu, who is merely a distant relation. In that moment, the gazes directed at Rujiu were tinged with disdain. Curiosity got the better of one student, who inquired, "Mu classmate, may I ask what rank your father holds?" Rujiu smiled shyly, appearing somewhat timid. "My father is not an official." Upon hearing this, their suspicions were confirmed. Just a distant relative, indeed. The students promptly lost interest in befriending her and resumed their own conversations, disregarding her presence. Rujiu curled her lips. Choosing not to elaborate further, she dared not reveal that she was the niece of Junmian, a man known for his solitary nature. No one had ever seen his parents, let alone any relatives, and now suddenly, a niece appeared. Were she Junmian, she would certainly choose not to acknowledge such a relationship for various reasons. It was better for them to misconstrue her as the child of some distant noble, for even if she were to cause trouble, it would not tarnish Junmian's reputation or bring him unnecessary complications. She recalled that Junmian despised trouble above all else. "Rujiu, there are no vacant seats in the classroom. You may sit over there." The elderly instructor, with graying temples, squinted and gestured toward a distant spot. Rujiu looked over and noticed that the empty seat was next to a young man clad in white. The youth was engrossed in his reading, his features obscured. "Very well, thank you, sir." Rujiu bowed to the instructor and made her way to the vacant spot. Whether it was merely Rujiu's perception or not, she could not shake the eerie silence that enveloped the classroom. All the students had ceased their chatter and were staring at her in astonishment. Under the weight of those peculiar gazes, Rujiu settled into the empty seat without a second thought. She seemed to hear the students around her collectively gasp. Why were they staring at her so intently? Did she have a ghost on her back? This individual has audaciously taken Princess Tingli's seat. Indeed, such recklessness. Absolutely. Although Princess Tingli seldom graces the private academy with her presence, should she happen to witness this, it would spell disaster for him. Princess Tingli? Upon hearing this name, Rujiu could not help but furrow her brow. Princess Tingli is the favored concubine of Xietchen, Lady Liji's daughter. During her time in the imperial harem, Rujiu remained unremarkable, in stark contrast to Liji, who had conceived early on. First, she bore a prince, and not long after, Tingli was born. The emperor, Xietchen, rejoiced greatly, promptly bestowing the title of princess upon Tingli, while Liji ascended to the rank of favored concubine, receiving unparalleled favor. With a cold laugh, Rujiu settled into her seat with a sense of justified tranquility. It would be best if she never returned to this academy. If their paths were to cross, she would ensure it would not end well for her. The surrounding voices buzzed, seemingly engaged in discussions about Rujiu's chosen seat. Rujiu pretended not to hear and, upon raising her gaze, she noticed her desk mate intently immersed in his studies. How could he concentrate amid such clamor? Curiosity piqued, Rujiu stole a few more glances, only to discover that the youth before her possessed remarkable handsomeness. With a high nose and striking features, she could see half of his profile from her angle. The youth's sharp brows and bright eyes, though still holding a hint of boyishness, already hinted at a striking beauty that would flourish in maturity. A true heartthrob. Rujiu's gaze then fell upon the book in his hands. At the tender age of 15 or 16, he was already delving into the classic of chess? Did he comprehend it? Perhaps her gaze was too fervent, for the youth finally shifted his attention from the book to her. Feasting at leisure. The wild youth of Duling. For some inexplicable reason, upon seeing the youth's visage, Rujiu's mind conjured this phrase. Noticing his gaze upon her, she instantly adopted a bashful demeanor. "Why you? Hello, I am Rujiu. Jifu Yin." His voice was cool and detached after stating his name. He returned his focus to the book in his hands. Jifu Yin? That name seems somewhat familiar. Rujiu knitted her brows, suddenly recalling someone. Ji Qian. In the Kingdom of Nanxi, the position of Prime Minister is jointly held by the left and right chancellors, and Jiqian is the left chancellor. He is Xia Qin's right-hand man. Years ago, she had heard tales of Jiqian's grandson, who was exceptionally intelligent and well-known. At the age of 13, he had already mastered the strategies of the warring states, the art of war, composed poetry, and penned elegant calligraphy. That individual is Ji Fuyan, Jiqian's grandson. Mu Rujiu averted her gaze, lost in her thoughts. The Royal Private Academy has always been governed by strict rules. As it cultivates future ministers of the court, each teacher imparting knowledge has been meticulously chosen from the palace. The teachings here are abundant, encompassing governance, the welfare of the populace, national stability, and the prosperity of the state. From the grand principles of criminal law and political affairs to the minutiae of reading and writing, every detail is imparted. Furthermore, various martial arts, equestrian skills, and archery techniques are also taught for a well-rounded education. These were precisely the recommendations that Mu Rujiu had once conveyed to Xia Qin. Alas, while the private school remains, the demon queen of the Mu family has met her untimely demise. Such is the irony of fate. Reflecting on this, Mu Rujiu chuckled self-deprecatingly as the teacher entered the classroom, book in hand. The lesson had commenced. The instructor stood at the front of the class, casting a sweeping gaze over the students. Greetings, esteemed teacher. All the students rose in unison, bowing respectfully. Greetings, fellow classmates. Today, we shall study Jing Ke's assassination of King Qin from the strategies of the warring states. The books in Mu Rujiu's possession had been meticulously prepared by Lu Su. And when she attempted to retrieve the strategies of the warring states, her hands suddenly halted mid-motion. Indeed, she was now Mu Rujiu, who could not read. Although Jiangzhou was not present, Mu Rujiu was certain that there were eyes monitoring her every action. She dared not display the slightest hint of impropriety. With this thought, she retracted her hand that had been reaching for the book and glanced towards Ji Fuyan beside her. Ji Fuyan was placing a book on the desk. Sitting upright and attentively focused on the passage the teacher was discussing, Mu Rujiu leaned over to sneak a glance at Ji Fuyan's book. Afterward, she retrieved the strategies of the warring states from her own desk, glanced at Ji Fuyan's book once more, and opened the text the teacher had mentioned. Ji Fuyan had indeed noticed the actions of the person beside her. Her elegantly arched brows furrowed slightly, yet, adhering to her cultivated upbringing and good reading habits, she chose to remain silent. Chapter 8. Threatening me? The crown prince and the guests who were aware of the matter donned white garments to send him off. Upon reaching the Yi River, after paying homage, they took their leave. Gao gently struck the zither, and Jing Ke harmonized with song, transforming it into a melody of sorrow, causing all the warriors to shed tears. When the teacher read about Jing Ke bidding farewell to his patrons and the crown prince, preparing to embark alone on the perilous mission to assassinate the king of Qin, tears shimmered in his murky eyes. Dear students, this is the indomitable spirit Jing Ke exhibited for the sake of the Yin state. Though you are still youthful, you must not forget such courage. The teacher's earnest words overflowed with sincerity. Mu Rujiu listened, yet felt an icy chill. Sacrificing for one's country? Not long ago, Mu Rujiu harbored such patriotic sentiments. Clad in armor, she fought valiantly on the battlefield, and even when pursued by countless enemies, she never contemplated surrender or retreat. She believed that, regardless of the circumstances, Xia Qin awaited her return in the capital. He had promised to elevate her to the position of consort, and they would live harmoniously together, hand in hand. It was this promise that sustained Mu Rujiu in her direst moments. But what of later? The one she cherished brought her a cup of poisoned wine, delivering her to a cold palace. Loyalty had long since perished in her heart. Was she not labeled the demon empress? She brought ruin upon the southern Creek kingdom, thereby solidifying her infamous reputation. The following verse was left by Jing Ke before his departure, resplendent in its tragic grandeur, destined to echo through the ages. The teacher paused, his voice imbued with fervor as he read aloud. The wind howls, the Yi River turns cold, the valiant shall depart, never to return. The students seemed to be affected by the teacher's fervor, echoing in unison. The wind howls, the Yi River turns cold, the valiant shall depart, never to return. Mu Rujiu, resting her head upon her hand, did not join in the recitation. It was understandable that she did not read along, but to her surprise, Ji Fuyan beside her also refrained from participating. Finding this curious, Mu Rujiu turned to Ji Fuyan and asked, "Why do you not read along?" She adopted a bashful demeanor, appearing to be an exceedingly reserved young woman. Ji Fuyan frowned slightly. How foolish. Mu Rujiu had not anticipated that Ji Fuyan's abstention was due to this. Blinking her eyes, she struggled to suppress a laugh. What a curious charm this Ji Fuyin possessed. Finally, when class concluded, Mu Rujiu gazed at the stack of books on her desk with a furrowed brow, feeling somewhat conflicted. How on earth was she to learn to read? Had she known, she would never have deceived Qi Junxian into believing she was illiterate. Now it was even more challenging to rectify the situation. The private school divided students by age, and those of Mu Rujiu's age had long mastered their letters. If she wished to learn, she would need to attend a lower grade class. However, to transfer, she required an elder to facilitate the process, and Qi Junxian would certainly not come. With this thought, Mu Rujiu let out a heavy sigh. If only there were someone to teach her to read and write, then she could rightfully engage in her studies. Mu Rujiu was lost in thought, oblivious to the voices calling her name. It was not until a robust boy blocked her line of sight that she snapped back to reality, timidly gazing at the newcomer. Li Hu, with a gruff voice, questioned, "Didn't you hear me calling you just now?" Mu Rujiu replied in a barely audible whisper, "Yes, I'm sorry." She had completely forgotten she was called Mu Jiu. Li Hu huffed dismissively and continued, "From now on, you will bring the desserts for our group." Mu Rujiu lifted her gaze, her dark eyes filled with confusion as she struggled to comprehend his words. "What?" Her voice trembled. Li Hu, growing impatient, reiterated, "I said, you will bring the snacks for us after meals." He gestured towards a few menacing youths nearby. Had it been the old Mu Rujiu, she might have retaliated fiercely. But now, she was a timid soul, fearing conflict. I don't have money to buy snacks," she replied softly, tears welling in her eyes. Seeing her distress, Li Hu became even more brazen. "No money? You want to steal or rob? I don't care how you do it. You must bring us our treats tomorrow." With that, he swaggered back to his seat. Many witnessed the exchange, yet none intervened, as it appeared that Li Hu's bullying had become a common occurrence. Mu Rujiu narrowed her eyes at the stocky figure of Li Hu, a flicker of indignation crossing her gaze. Years ago, when she proposed the establishment of the Royal Private Academy, it was precisely to prevent such bullying. She had instituted strict disciplinary measures to counter the oppression of weaker students by those of higher status. In the early years of the academy, several privileged youths had exploited their lineage to intimidate their peers, leaving the victims voiceless and emboldening the malefactors. Upon learning of this, Mu Rujiu had stormed into the academy, wielding her weapon, and had publicly punished the offender by hanging him from the rafters, refusing to relent despite his pleas. It was only after he had fainted from distress that she finally released him. Though Mu Rujiu faced censure from the offender's father and endured a prolonged absence of her ally, Xiechin, her actions had indeed instilled a sense of deterrence. Thereafter, no student dared to misuse their status to oppress others. Now, years after her demise, chaos reigned once more. This academy, built by her own hands, could not bear witness to the return of tyranny. Even in death, she would not permit such injustices. Ji Fuyin cast a glance at the silent girl beside him, his gaze slightly averted. This matter was beyond his purview. It was not out of fear of Li Hu that he hesitated. In terms of rank, aside from the royal family and the right chancellor, none dared to challenge him. However, his grandfather had imparted wisdom to him. A small lack of patience could jeopardize grand schemes. Glancing once more at the side, where Mu Rujiu sat, Ji Fuyin was ultimately moved by a sense of compassion. "If you are in any predicament, you may confide in me," he offered, his voice clear and melodious, embodying the youthful grace of Jade. As a distant relative, it was plausible that she genuinely lacked the means to purchase anything. Ji Fuyin contemplated offering her some money to tide her over. That had indeed been his intention. Yet, as soon as the words left his lips, he noticed the previously somber girl gazing at him with sparkling eyes, as if she had spotted a large fish baited on a hook. Ji Fuyin was momentarily taken aback, unsure of the origin of this thought. "Really? I can share any troubles with you?" The girl, with her bright eyes and radiant smile revealing shallow dimples, exuded a playful and lively spirit. Ji Fuyin found himself momentarily entranced, and, upon regaining his composure, he responded, "Yes, you may." Mu Rujiu was exceedingly excited. "Then could you teach me to read?" Chapter 9. The master appears more approachable. Ji Fuyin has always considered himself a person of his word. Thus, when he held a copy of the three-character classic and read it aloud to the girl before him, he found himself somewhat bewildered. At the beginning of humanity, our nature is. Mu Rujiu pointed at a character, furrowing her brow as she gazed at him. "Good," Ji Fuyin responded. "At the beginning of humanity, our nature is good." Mu Rujiu intended to continue reading but cast a sidelong glance at Ji Fuyin. only to find him momentarily distracted. Darn it, although Mu Rujiu, can indeed read, can't this child at least pretend to be engaged? Surely, she cannot recognize every character at once. Fuyin, do you think I am foolish for not being able to read at the age of 15? Mu Rujiu whispered. Ji Fuyin turned to her. Her dark eyes were clear and pure, reflecting trust and insecurity as they met his. No, everyone begins learning at different ages. It has nothing to do with intelligence. Ji Fuyin replied earnestly. Mu Rujiu looked at him with gratitude before continuing to read. She had to learn to read and write as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, maintaining this pretense in the future would be exceedingly difficult. Throughout the entire day, Mu Rujiu either read or wrote. Even the stern Ji Fuyin could no longer bear it and urged her to take a break, yet she declined. It was only after school that Mu Rujiu stretched lazily and smiled at Ji Fuyin. Thank you for your assistance, Fuyin. Ji Fuyin shook his head. It is your diligence. At your current pace, in about 6 months, you will be able to recognize all the everyday characters. 6 months? Mu Rujiu exclaimed in surprise. Ji Fuyin assumed her reaction stemmed from excitement and nodded. Indeed, this is all your own achievement. Let us conclude today's lesson here. We shall meet again tomorrow. Goodbye, Fuyin. Mu Rujiu waved as she watched him leave the private school. 6 months, far too long. She must devise a plan. Once all the students had dispersed, Mu Rujiu leisurely rose and exited the school's gates. After walking a short distance westward, she finally spotted the carriage that Jiangzhou had sent to fetch her. I have met Miss Mu, Jiangzhou said respectfully as he bowed to her. With a smile, Mu Rujiu waved her hand. Jiangzhou, next time, you could park the carriage a bit farther away. Jiangzhou paused momentarily. Why? Mu Rujiu's laughter revealed 2 sweet dimples. Because that way, I can walk home directly. Jiangzhou. Following the master's instructions, Jiangzhou had parked the carriage at a considerable distance from the private school, ensuring that the other students remained oblivious to Miss Mu's true identity. However, it seemed he had parked a tad too far. Mu Rujiu said nothing further and stepped onto the carriage. Qi Junstian still harbors distrust towards her, making it difficult for her to take action on many matters. Her aspirations are vast, and she must proceed with caution. Upon returning to the Wangfu, Mu Rujiu joyfully bounded into Qi Junstian's study. Uncle, I'm back, she exclaimed, skipping to his desk and dutifully assisting him in grinding ink. Qi Junstian, engrossed in his writing, acknowledged her arrival without much comment. You've returned. How was the private school? He inquired while continuing his work. Mu Rujiu's eyes sparkled as she smiled, revealing her delicate dimples. The private school is wonderful. My classmates are all lovely. And fellow student Fu Yin even taught me how to read. Qi Junxian, as if recalling this detail for the first time, remarked with a hint of surprise. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. It must be quite challenging for you to learn in this school without knowing how to read. We shall arrange for you to transfer to a school where students are currently learning literacy. At this, Mu Rujiu quickly shook her head in refusal. There's no need. Uncle, I'm quite content at this school. If I were to switch, I would be surrounded by younger students. At my age, it would be quite embarrassing. Her words were a blend of truth and artifice, and Qi Junstian chose not to press the matter further. Cautious by nature, Mu Rujiu knew precisely what to say and what to withhold, sharing only amusing anecdotes from her private school experience while omitting anything else. Even if she did speak of her challenges, she knew Qi Junxian would not assist her. He might only jeopardize the bond she had painstakingly nurtured with him. She never engaged in endeavors that would yield more harm than benefit. After completing the ink grinding, Mu Rujiu produced her textbook and spread it across Qi Junxian's desk. Qi Junxian's fingers paused momentarily, the white jade brush he held hovering above the paper. What is this? More coursework? He asked. Mu Rujiu nodded enthusiastically. Yes. Fellow student Fu Yin said that practicing more is essential for memorization. With that, she picked up a brush and began her practice. While Qi Junstian found interruptions bothersome during his official duties, the quiet presence of the young girl beside him, who made no sound and assisted him when his ink was nearly depleted, was a sensation he did not mind. When Liusu and Jiangzhou approached the study's entrance, they were met with this unexpected scene. The once aloof regent now sat beside a diligent little girl, both absorbed in their respective tasks at the desk. Liusu stared in astonishment, her mouth agape, unsure of what to say. The presence of this young girl beside their master made him appear considerably more approachable. Jiangzhou, standing nearby, couldn't he help but exclaim in wonder. Jiangzhou, Qi Junstian suddenly lifted his gaze towards him, his voice cool and his expression frosty. Is there nothing for you to do? Your subordinate takes his leave. Jiangzhou bowed and swiftly exited. Qi Junstian returned his attention to Mu Rujiu, his peripheral vision catching a glimpse of her writing. He raised an eyebrow slightly. Her penmanship was commendable. The tone of her writing lacked emotional depth. Yet Mu Rujiu's eyes sparkled brightly, evidently pleased by Qi Junstian's praise. Really? She asked, her excitement palpable. Classmate Fuyin taught me how to begin and conclude my writing, and even praised my innate talent for calligraphy. Qi Junstian nodded in appreciation, gently ruffling Mu Rujiu's hair, affirming, little Jiao indeed possesses a gift. Mu Rujiu smiled softly, lowering her gaze to continue her practice. Were it not for the fact that the emperor's uncle knew that little Jiao was illiterate, he might have believed this was her first attempt at writing. Qi Junstian, with a smile, seemed merely to convey his admiration. Unfazed, Mu Rujiu did not pause in her writing. Previously, my father taught me a little about calligraphy, although not extensively. However, I have discovered that there are many commonalities in the strokes, Mu Rujiu explained, elucidating the reason her characters appeared quite commendable. Qi Junstian smiled, regarding her with admiration. Indeed, little Jiao is remarkably intelligent. My lord, Miss Mu, it is time for your personal care and meal, Lu Su announced respectfully from outside the study. Finally setting down her brush, Mu Rujiu rose. Uncle, I shall go freshen up now and return shortly. Qi Junstian nodded with a smile, watching her depart the study. Jiangqing, I am here. Jiangqing appeared in Qi Junstian's study without a sound. Is there anything unusual? Chapter 10 Miss Mu Rujiu Jiangqing knelt before Qi Junstian, reporting, Master, no abnormalities have been detected. Qi Junstian picked up the paper left on the desk by Mu Rujiu. The handwriting was not particularly neat, yet it was evident that each stroke was penned with earnest care. Did she pay attention in class? Master, Miss Mu, due to her illiteracy, was unsure of which book to present during the Confucian teachings. She only took out a book after observing her deskmate. From my perspective, it seems Miss Mu truly cannot read. Qi Junstian remained silent, merely observing the crooked characters on the paper, a faint smile gracing her lips. You may leave now, and continue to keep a close watch. Yes. As Mu Rujiu departed from Qi Junstian's study, her palms were slick with sweat. Qi Junstian was a master at ensnaring others. A moment's inattention could lead her into a trap. In truth, Mu Rujiu's display of her calligraphy before Qi Junstian was not without purpose. Had she not initially allowed Qi Junstian to witness her practice, but instead presented her final work outright, suspicions would inevitably arise. By gradually revealing her progress, she could eventually learn to read and write without it seeming out of place. Demonstrating her initial efforts was a crucial step. Although Mu Rujiu was mentally prepared for the questions Qi Junstian might pose, the reality of addressing them was an entirely different matter. Qi Junstian possessed an uncanny ability to lay traps for others. Engaging with her required utmost vigilance. Otherwise, one could easily be caught off guard. Nevertheless, a step had been taken. Mu Rujiu released a long sigh of relief. From here on, she simply needed to showcase her learning journey before Qi Junstian, and her eventual mastery of reading and writing would seamlessly follow. The next day, Mu Rujiu rose early. After breakfast, she bid farewell to Qi Junstian and set off for the Royal Private Academy once more. With her plan having taken a small but successful step, Mu Rujiu felt a surge of happiness. The consequence of her elation was that, upon sitting at her desk, before she could even retrieve her textbook, yesterday's Li Hu approached her. Mujiu, where are our snacks? Mu Rujiu blinked her large eyes, appearing bewildered. What snacks? Li Hu slapped Mu Rujiu's desk with force. Stop pretending. I told you, today you must bring treats for us guys. You haven't forgotten, have you? The last words were laced with a clear threat. Oh. It dawned on Mu Rujiu that the group of boys had indeed asked her to bring snacks the previous day. It had slipped her mind entirely. Lowering her head timidly, she murmured, I don't have any money. Upon hearing this, Li Hu became infuriated, shouting at Mu Rujiu, Are you messing with us? Are you looking for trouble? Let me tell you, if you don't bring us some snacks today, I will have your skin peeled off. With that, Li Hu's henchmen glared at her with unkind expressions. Mu Rujiu glanced around. Since she had arrived early, there were hardly any students in the classroom. The few who were present buried their heads low, pretending not to hear the commotion. It seemed that this Li Hu was indeed notorious for his misdeeds. The Li family. Mu Rujiu narrowed her eyes. The Li family, which held a high position in the court. Mu Rujiu could roughly guess who it was. Her eyes glinted with a shrewd light as she turned her gaze back to Li Hu, feigning fear with tears shimmering in her eyes. I will find a way to bring you the snacks right away. Upon hearing this, Liu lifted his chin high and issued a few more warnings to Mu Rujiu before he arrogantly returned to his seat. Mu Rujiu hurried out of the classroom, moving quickly while cautiously glancing around, seemingly sneaky. It wasn't until she reached the courtyard outside that she spotted the person she had been seeking, Junmian. Upon hearing her name called, Junmian looked over. Seeing the girl approach, she frowned and asked, "Who are you?" Junmian was a year ahead of Mu Rujiu and thus did not recognize the girl before her. With a bashful smile, Mu Rujiu replied, "Hello, Junmian. I am Mu Jiu, a classmate of Ji Fuyan." The mention of Ji Fuyan momentarily brightened Junmian's expression. She scrutinized Mu Rujiu from head to toe and disdainfully asked, "So you are the one who occupied Princess Tingle's seat and sits beside Fuyan?" Though she had never met Mu Rujiu, she had heard of this girl who had audaciously taken a seat next to Fuyan upon her arrival at the private school. Surely, she harbored ill intentions. Mu Rujiu, feeling shy, replied with a smile, "Yes, I am Fuyan's deskmate." Junmian glared at Mu Rujiu with contempt. How dare this girl address Fuyan so familiarly? "What do you want from me?" Junmian said impatiently. Mu Rujiu quickly waved her hands. "Oh, it's nothing. Nothing at all. I just heard them say that Miss Chun is as beautiful as a celestial being. When I saw you approaching, I immediately recognized you as Miss Chun." Junmian scoffed. "At least you have good eyesight." Mu Rujiu lowered her head with a smile. Suddenly recalling something, Mu Rujiu exclaimed, "Oh no, I'm running out of time. I still need to fetch something for Fuyan." As soon as she uttered these words, Junmian immediately stopped her. "Hey, wait a minute. What is it that Fuyan needs?" Mu Rujiu hesitated for a moment, her cheeks flushing with shyness as she said, "It's a custom brush I ordered for him from Junmian Pavilion." Junmian Pavilion? Junmian's eyes widened. That was the most luxurious bookstore in the entire capital, where even the simplest writing implements commanded exorbitant prices. This girl had actually commissioned a brush for Fuyan from there? Mu Rujiu nodded earnestly. "Yes, indeed. Oh, I even have the receipt here." Mu Rujiu waved a neatly folded note in front of Junmian and smiled shyly. "This was custom-made at great expense, Junmian. Do you think Fuyan will like it?" Junmian's heart seethed with resentment, yet she feigned a magnanimous demeanor. "Oh dear, Junmian Pavilion is quite far from here. Without a carriage, it would take an hour for a round trip." Mu Rujiu hesitated momentarily, looking somewhat troubled. What shall I do then? I originally intended to deliver the brush to Su Yan today." Junmian, with a thoughtful expression, replied, "Do not fret, my carriage hasn't left yet. How about I retrieve the brush for you?" Upon hearing this, Mu Rujiu hesitated, gazing at Junmian. "That might not be appropriate." "What is inappropriate about it?" Junmian said, snatching the note from Mu Rujiu's hand with a smile. "We are classmates after all. It is only right to help one another." Mu Rujiu felt deeply touched and replied with a smile, "Thank you, Miss Junmian. Once you have the brush, please come to Chenzi Hall to find me." Junmian nodded. "Rest assured, I shall return promptly." With that, she departed without a backward glance. Watching her retreating figure, Mu Rujiu noticed a shadow flit by, and a smile graced her lips. Chapter 11. The Tale of an Injustice if she was not mistaken. The shadow that had just passed by was indeed another personal guard of Qi Junstin, Jiang Qing. She had always been aware that someone from Qi Junshin's side was surveilling her. Qi Junstin suspected her to be a spy sent by opposing forces, hence, any peculiar behavior on her part or correspondence with outsiders would prompt those monitoring her to investigate thoroughly. The reason she handed that evidence to Junmian was solely to incite Jiang Qing's suspicions about their relationship. Consequently, Jiang Qing would undoubtedly follow Junmian to ascertain her whereabouts and intentions. Everything she did was to momentarily evade Jiang Qing's scrutiny. She remembered Junmian distinctly. Years ago, during a flower banquet she hosted, Junmian's grandfather, Chen Zilv, had drunkenly approached Ji Qian to propose a match between Junmian and Ji Fuyan, suggesting their ages were compatible for such an arrangement. At that time, Ji Qian had declined, citing the children's youthfulness, but Mu Rujiu, not one to be easily deceived, could discern that Junmian had indeed consented to the proposal. This implied that Junmian harbored feelings for Ji Fuyan. Ji Qian was no pushover either. If the Chun family were genuinely virtuous, a good match would not be unwelcome. However, Chen Zilv belonged to the faction of the right chancellor, which had always been at odds with the left chancellor Ji Qian. While it was framed as a courtship, who could fathom the true intentions behind it? Nevertheless, this was a matter for another time. For Mu Rujiu, the knowledge of Junmian's affection for Ji Fuyan sufficed. Junmian possessed a strong sense of jealousy, and Mu Rujiu was certain that if she feigned affection for Ji Fuyan in front of Junmian, the latter would surely fall for the ruse. With this strategy, The subsequent events would unfold with greater ease. Mu Rujiao had diverted Jiang Qing, yet she had significant matters to attend to. With this thought in mind, a malicious smile crept upon her lips. Upon returning to the classroom, Li Hu and others gathered around her once more. Mujiao, are you toying with me? Where are the desserts? If I don't see them soon, I swear I'll make you regret it. Li Hu exclaimed, brandishing his enormous fists, his eyes wide with fury. Mu Rujiao replied in a soft voice, the pastries have been procured, but they are outside the classroom. Li Hu, you may accompany me to collect them. Perhaps too eager for the treats, Li Hu did not hesitate, instructing his followers to wait as he trailed behind Mu Rujiao, exiting the classroom. As they meandered to a secluded spot, Li Hu finally sensed something amiss. Hey, where are my pastries? Where the hell are you dragging me? Mu Rujiao finally halted, turning to face Li Hu with a smile. Who do you think you are? Li Hu's realization dawned on him, and in a fit of rage, he clenched his fists and charged at Mu Rujiao. How dare you deceive me? I'll make you regret ever crossing me. 15 minutes later, Mu Rujiao pressed the corpulent Li Hu against the wall, her gaze exuding a defiant arrogance. Bullying the weak, Li Hu, you were quite audacious. Li Hu, now painfully aware that he had encountered a formidable opponent, despite his battered visage, menacingly retorted, do you dare strike me? Do you know who my father is? I will have him kill you. For a fleeting moment, a shadow crossed Mu Rujiao's face. What kind of indoctrination had a mere child undergone to regard another's life with such contempt? I am indeed aware of who your father is. Mu Rujiu replied with a light laugh, her demeanor unabashedly haughty. Li Qiu, lordly, a third-rank minister of the current dynasty. Li Hu scoffed derisively, his voice dripping with mockery and threats. Ha! What third rank? My father is a second-rank court official. If you dare to strike me, I will have him whip you to death. Ah, so he has ascended to the second rank after all these years. No wonder his son is so brazen. Mu Rujiao murmured to herself. What did you say? Li Hu inquired, having not caught her words. Mu Rujiao chuckled lightly, undeterred by fear. For years ago, a murder occurred in the capital. I wonder if you remember. As she uttered this, she observed Li Hu's face drain of color, his pupils dilating in terror, as if haunted by a dreadful memory. What murder? I don't know anything. Don't spout nonsense. I will kill you, Mu Rujiao. I swear I will. His reaction belied his claims of ignorance. Mu Rujiao smirked coldly, tightening her grip. For years ago, the daughter of an ordinary family, Zhao, was wronged by a wealthy merchant's son, Qianyu. The Zhao family risked their lives to seek justice from the then third-rank magistrate, Lord Li Qiu. But what was the outcome? Fear began to infiltrate Li Hu's eyes, his pallor deepening as he struggled more violently. Mu Rujiao's grip remained resolute as she enunciated each word with precision. The result was that Li Qiu accepted bribes from Qianyu, not only failing to clear Zhao's name but also forcing her to confess to her death. In the end, they even claimed it was suicide out of guilt. Recalling this event ignited a fierce rage within Mu Rujiao, her emotions roiling in her eyes. At the time, she had been preoccupied with helping Xietchen deal with Qi Junmian. Upon learning of this incident, she had been furious, desiring to bring Li Qiu to justice. It was only through Xietchen's intervention that Li Qiu was spared, receiving merely a year's suspension and salary, with no further repercussions. Xietchen had rationalized to her that the court was in need of capable individuals, and though Li Qiu was greedy and lecherous, his wealth and connections rendered him indispensable. Indispensable? Mu Rujiao had been incensed, arguing fiercely with Xietchen over this matter. In his wrath, Xietchen had placed her under house arrest for an entire month. Mu Rujiu commanded her own troops, who were loyal solely to her. During her confinement, her forces had gathered at the city gates, exerting pressure on Xietchen, who, left with no choice, ultimately released her. However, the larger narrative had already been set. The Zhao family, bereft of their daughter and without recourse for justice, succumbed to despair, culminating in the tragic suicide of the grieving mother at the gates of the Li residence. As time passes, these matters have merely transformed into poignant memories, stirring no further turmoil. Mu Rujiu believed she had forgotten them. However, upon encountering a face strikingly similar to Li Qiu's, she was engulfed by wrath. You speak nonsense. I do not comprehend your words. You wretched creature, how dare you address me in such a manner? I shall have my father end your life. I will ensure your demise. Li Hu shouted, his eyes brimming with terror and confusion. Mu Rujiu sneered, her dark eyes glimmering with coldness. Since she had dared to disclose this incident to Li Hu, she had no intention of allowing him to return unscathed. She vividly recalled how, after much effort in escaping her confinement, Li Qiu feigned concern with Li Hu during their visit, making countless grimaces at her. even proclaiming before the assembled ministers that she was a calamity to the nation, a malevolent empress. Meanwhile, Li Qiu merely chuckled, dismissing it as innocent childlike banter, showing no inclination to intervene. Childlike banter, indeed. Mu Rujiu narrowed her eyes. She now, too, was but a child. Chapter 12. Did Ji Fuyin discover a different kind of wine? Who to kill? Mu Rujiu chuckled lightly, and, without warning, removed a hairpin from her hair and plunged it into Li Hu's shoulder. Ah, Li Hu screamed, tears streaming down his face. The placement of the hairpin was most cunning. Although it was embedded deep, his shoulder bore no trace of blood. As a seasoned soldier who had battled on the front lines for years, she was acutely aware of where the most painful spots lay, yet left unscathed. Mu Rujiu applied considerable force, yet when she gazed at Li Hu, her eyes sparkled with amusement. Li Hu, only 15, initially boasted bravely about making Mu Rujiu pay, but now, amidst cries of pain, he was left with nothing but pleas for mercy. Mu Rujiu, spare me. I won't dare again. I promise I won't. His plump face trembled, and as he spoke, snot and tears mingled, rendering him a pitiful sight. Spare you? But dear Li Hu, did you not just claim that you would have your father kill me? Mu Rujiu's voice was unexpectedly gentle. No, I was joking. I won't tell my father. I won't speak to anyone about this. Please let me go. I swear I won't do it again. Li Hu's shoulder had gone numb. He sobbed, as if on the verge of kneeling before Mu Rujiu. With a light laugh, Mu Rujiu finally eased her grip. The delicate hairpin remained lodged in Li Hu's shoulder, yet no blood emerged. Since you have spoken thus, I shall let you go. She paused, her tone growing serious. But should I ever witness you bullying students again, I shall take your life. I dare not. I won't utter a word. Li Hu, finally given a moment to breathe, collapsed to the ground in a heap, hastily responding. Nodding, Mu Rujiu approached him once more and swiftly withdrew the hairpin from his shoulder. Ah! Another scream erupted, and by the time Li Hu realized what had occurred, the hairpin had vanished, replaced by flecks of blood that were obscured by his luxurious clothing. Trembling, he rose to his feet, gazing at Mu Rujiu with trepidation. Mu Rujiu's laughter was exuberant. Why do you linger? Depart. Yes, I shall leave at once. Li Hu exclaimed, scrambling away from this perilous place. Before he departed, a fleeting glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes, which Mu Rujiu did not overlook. With a light chuckle, she called out to the nearby wall once Li Hu had distanced himself. The coast is clear, come out. Moments later, a man emerged from behind the wall. Mu Rujiu raised an eyebrow at him. Ji Fuyin, eavesdropping is unbecoming of a gentleman. Unfazed by Ji Fuyin's presence, she crossed her arms, boldly observing the cool expression on his face. Had Ji Fuyin not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that the girl who seemed so timid before him had so effortlessly driven a hairpin into Li Hu's shoulder without batting an eye. The young boy stood upright, his striking eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions directed towards Mu Rujiu. Unfazed by the awkwardness of the situation, Mu Rujiu raised an eyebrow and asked, "What is the matter? Are you afraid?" Ji Fuyin slowly shook his head, contemplating for a moment before cautioning. Li Hu comes from a prominent family. He harbors a deep-seated desire for retribution and will not let this matter rest easily. I am aware. Mu Rujiu replied with a smile, her demeanor remarkably relaxed, showing no signs of impending doom. Observing her nonchalance, Ji Fuyin frowned but chose not to elaborate further. As Mu Rujiu approached him, she slightly lifted her gaze, her dark eyes locking onto his. The proximity felt overwhelming. Ji Fuyin instinctively wanted to step back. Yet before he could react, the girl flashed him a smile. Her sharp tiger-like teeth bore a mischievous glint as she teasingly scrunched her nose, saying, Ji Fuyin, considering our close seating arrangement, you wouldn't report me for today's incident, would you? Right? The sweetness of her breath enveloped Ji Fuyin, causing his gaze to falter momentarily upon her delicate features. Even if I remain silent, Li Hu will certainly expose you, he stated. Stepping back as a flicker of panic crossed his face. Mu Rujiu's brows arched in amusement. He dared to tell the private tutor. Noticing his skepticism, she patiently elaborated, a proud person like Li Hu, embarrassed by a frail girl like me, will surely keep this to himself. At most, he might confide in his father to seek retribution, but he wouldn't disclose it to anyone else. Her certainty radiated as she flashed a grin at Ji Fuyin, seemingly confident in her understanding of Li Hu's character. So, dear Ji Fuyin, as long as you pretend to know nothing, this matter will not concern you. Ji Fuyin pressed his lips together. Do as you wish. With that, he turned to leave. Mu Rujiu smiled, recognizing his acquiescence. Ji Fuyin, wait for me, she called out. Her footsteps light as she hurried to catch up with him. The two made their way towards the Chinzi Hall. Just as they were about to enter the private school, a voice called out from behind. Rujiu, stop right there. Rujiu turned to see a hand flying towards her. In truth, she could have evaded it. But at that moment, she assumed the role of the timid Rujiu. Accepting her fate, she awaited the impending slap. To her surprise, Qinwan's hand never met her face. Ji Fuyan had firmly grasped Qinwan's wrist, his expression icy. First, he checked on Rujiu to ensure she was unharmed before directing his gaze at Qinwan. Initially filled with rage, Qinwan's demeanor shifted upon seeing Ji Fuyan. Startled, she swiftly retracted her hand. How could that wretched Rujiu be with Fuyan? She thought, her face now adopting a guise of feigned innocence. Fuyan, Rujiu has been bullying me. Ji Fuyan furrowed his brow. In the past, he would have dismissed Qinwan's words as untrustworthy. However, at that moment, just as Qinwan was reporting, he had distinctly heard a muffled chuckle of schadenfreude from the girl beside him. With a sigh, Ji Fuyan was about to speak when Rujiu interjected. Her tone, surprisingly, was more aggrieved than Qinwan's. Miss Qin, what are you insinuating? When have I ever bullied you? Qinwan, incensed by Rujiu's pretense, retorted, you claimed you had commissioned a brush from Tingyun Pavilion for Fuyan, yet when I visited, the shopkeeper informed me that the receipt you provided was forged. Were you deliberately trying to embarrass me? As she spoke, Qinwan produced the receipt that Rujiu had given her and threw it at Rujiu. By now, a large circle of students had gathered around, murmuring in discussion. Rujiu examined the receipt with a serious expression, biting her lip, her eyes misty. That's impossible. The receipt was personally written by the proprietor of Tingyun Pavilion. It cannot be false. Qinwan scoffed. What are you trying to argue at this point? You must provide an explanation in front of everyone today. Otherwise, I, Qinwan, will not let this matter rest. Chapter 13. The White Lotus excels at pretense. Ji Fuyan observed the misty gaze of the girl beside him. And although he suspected it was feigned, he could not help but furrow his brow in concern. With a sigh, he was about to offer some words of support to help Rujiu navigate the situation when he suddenly heard her exclaim, wait, something's not right. What is it? Ji Fuyan inquired, his tone grave. Rujiu scrutinized the document once more, her eyes shifting towards Qinwan before declaring, Miss Qin, this receipt is indeed counterfeit. Qinwan retorted with a mocking smile, finally willing to admit it. Are we? Rujiu chose not to respond to Qinwan's taunt, but continued. The seal on this document is forged. However, when I handed it to you, Miss Qin, the seal was not like this. Utter nonsense. Qinwan shouted back. Rujiu, you personally delivered this receipt to me. How dare you accuse me now? With tears glistening in her eyes, Rujiu stubbornly insisted, I am not lying. The receipt I gave to Miss Qin was certainly not this one. If you doubt me, we can summon the owner of Tingyun Pavilion for verification. Absolutely not. Qinwan interjected swiftly, her voice tinged with panic. Her agitation caught the attention of the surrounding students, who sensed something amiss. Rujiu bit her lip and pressed on. Miss Qin, you claim I am lying, but I do not wish to argue. All I ask is for the owner of Tingyun Pavilion to be brought here. The truth will be revealed. Qinwan snapped. I said, no calling. Why not? Rujiu pressed. Miss Qin, what are you afraid of? Qinwan's voice dwindled to a whisper. She had indeed not tampered with the receipt, but she had previously told the owner that the customized brush was a gift from her. If the owner arrived, he would surely disclose this information, revealing that she, Qinwan, had used someone else's receipt to curry favor. What face would she have left to remain in the Royal Academy? At this moment, Qinwan was trapped in her own dilemma. The receipt was unmistakably the one Rujiu had given her, yet she could not allow anyone to come for verification, lest her reputation be further tarnished. Miss Qin, could you please explain why we cannot call the owner for clarification? Rujiu asked, her eyes brimming with tears, presenting a pitiable sight. Though merely a girl of 14 or 15, her frail appearance made her seem delicate, and with tears threatening to fall, she resembled a wronged kitten. Qinwan glared fiercely at Rujiu. Rujiu, what are you pretending for? You are clearly the one deceiving me. In her fury and embarrassment, Qinwan shoved Rujiu forcefully. Taking advantage of the push, Rujiu fell to the ground, biting her lip in a desperate attempt to suppress her tears. Miss Qin, that brush was a gift I saved up for a long time to give to my classmate Fuyan. Even if you are upset with me, you cannot toy with my sincere intentions. As she spoke, Rujiu covered her face with her sleeve, appearing utterly heartbroken. The onlooking students could discern the truth. It was evident that Qinwan had forged the receipt, intending to keep the brush from Tingyun Pavilion for herself. Who is unaware that the calligraphy brush from the Listening Cloud Pavilion is a treasure exceedingly rare to procure. It is not without reason that one might feel tempted. Chenwan, as we are all classmates, perhaps you should return the brush to Miss Mujio? Indeed, even with wealth, one may struggle to obtain a brush from Listening Cloud Pavilion. Miss Mujio has expended considerable effort. How can you claim it solely for yourself? Surely, if you desire it so, your parents could procure one for you. Rujiu remained seated on the ground, her expression twisting into a mischievous smile upon hearing the entreaties of her classmates. Ji Fuyan, observing her smile, seemed to grasp that Chun Wan's ill intentions were being cleverly exploited by Rujiu. Known for his fairness, he could not remain silent in the face of such matters. Yet, casting a glance at the pitiable Rujiu, he sighed softly, his gaze deepening. If Chun Wan were innocent of wrongdoing, she would not have been so easily manipulated. Very well, let us put this matter to rest. Mujio, do you require my assistance in seeking a physician? Ji Fuyan asked coldly. Rujiu, engrossed in her performance, was momentarily jolted back to reality by the unexpected male voice, which bore an unmistakable undertone of threat. Instantly rising from the ground, she stammered. Since classmate Fu Yin has said it is fine, then let it be so. I appreciate your concern, but I am unhurt and do not require a doctor. Upon hearing her words, Ji Fuyan's expression softened slightly, while Chun Wan, observing this, mistakenly believed he was genuinely concerned for Rujiu. Frustrated, she stomped her foot and left, casting a fierce glance over her shoulder at Rujiu. Had looks the power to kill, Rujiu would have surely perished on the spot. With the situation defused, the surrounding students offered a few words of consolation to Rujiu before dispersing. Once the crowd had thinned, Rujiu, who had been feigning tears moments before, instantly regained her composure, even flashing a playful smile at Ji Fuyan. Ji Fuyan, feeling exasperated, chose not to engage further and turned toward the Qinzi Hall. Unperturbed, Rujiu followed closely behind, cheerfully declaring, "Classmate Ji, I was not deceiving you. I had even prepared a custom brush for you. Alas, your indifference has cost you the gift." Ji Fuyan fell silent, clearly irritated. Undeterred, Rujiu playfully touched her nose and continued to trail him. Upon entering the Qinzi Hall, they found Li Hu glaring at Rujiu with palpable resentment, his gaze as if he wished to consume her whole. Rujiu feigned ignorance, maintaining a light-hearted demeanor as she sought to curry favor with Ji Fuyan. Previously, Ji Fuyan had perceived Rujiu as a timid girl, speaking softly and treading cautiously in all her endeavors. Yet, he now recognized that the facade had crumbled. Though she still appeared cautious and fearful before others, in his presence, Rujiu was audacious and resolute. It was a wine that no one else had ever witnessed. Yet, Ji Fuyan discovered it. He alone uncovered the extraordinary wine. At that moment, he recalled the words exchanged between Rujiu and Li Hu. For years ago, at that time, he was merely 12 years old, and many details had faded from his memory. Rujiu, being a year younger, seemed to remember those events with remarkable clarity. Contemplating this, Ji Fuyan cast a sidelong glance at Rujiu, who was diligently practicing her calligraphy, narrowing his eyes slightly. Perhaps, he thought, he was merely overthinking. When Rujiu returned to the Wang residence, it was Jiang Zhou who came to fetch her. In the carriage, Rujiu casually inquired, "Jiang Zhou, are there any larger pawnshops in the capital?" Chapter 14. How could my uncle possibly care about me outside the carriage? Jiang Zhou chuckled. "Miss, why do you ask this?" "Just a casual inquiry," she replied lightly. Jiang Zhou paused for a moment before continuing. "The largest pawnshop in the capital is likely Tiandiju, located in the most bustling area of Chang'an Street. If you wish to visit, I can accompany you another day." "No need. No need. I was merely curious after discussing it with my classmates," Rujiu responded with a smile, declining his offer. Jiang Zhou chose not to press further. Jiang Qing knelt before the man, her bangs concealing one eye, obscuring her features. Qi Juanqian's slender fingers hesitated slightly. "You assert that following her was merely for a piece of evidence?" "Indeed," Jiang Qing replied in a hushed tone. "Initially, I suspected she was relaying information to the Chun family's legitimate daughter, but after trailing her, I discovered that she merely went to Yunj to retrieve something. However, what is it?" Qi Junxian inquired nonchalantly. However, she failed to acquire the item, and upon returning to the private school, she had a quarrel with the young lady. Jiang Qing concluded. A low chuckle escaped Qi Yuanxian's lips. Very well, you may leave now. Yes. Jiang Qing swiftly exited, holding a brush made of exquisite white jade. Qi Junxian inscribed something on the rice paper. When he paused, the vast expanse of paper bore only a single character, wine. Uncle. Mu Rujiao skipped into the study. At the sound of her voice, Qi Junxian discreetly concealed his writing with a book, a smile gracing his lips. Uncle, I'm back from school. Mu Rujiao chirped, her voice lively. Qi Junxian returned her smile warmly. Did anything noteworthy occur at the academy today? Mu Rujiao hesitated for a moment before responding. Indeed. Today, I learned many new characters, and Qi classmate praised me for my talent, saying that at this rate, I would soon recognize all the daily characters. Raising an eyebrow, Qi Junxian prompted, anything else? After contemplating, Mu Rujiao continued, oh, for lunch, we had perch, which was exceptionally delicious. Uncle, let us have that sometime. Qi Junxian remained silent, a faint smile lingering on his lips. Do you not have other matters to discuss? Perhaps. Has anyone bullied you? Upon hearing his question, Mu Rujiao paused, then laughed. How could that be? My classmates at the private school are very friendly. No one bullies me. Qi Junxian raised an eyebrow slightly. She refrained from sharing such matters with him. Since she chose silence, he would not pry further, merely stating, in that case, I can rest easy. Should anyone trouble you? You must inform me, understood? All right. Mu Rujiao readily agreed, though inwardly she scolded him. A cat mourning for a mouse. What a farce. Mu Rujiu would never believe Qi Junxian would stand by her. He might very well stab her in the back later. She was determined not to grant him that opportunity. The most prudent course of action is to remain silent, thereby preserving the fragile bond she has painstakingly established with Qi Junxian. At present, Qi Junxian harbors considerable wariness towards her. She must tread carefully and first earn his trust. During dinner with Qi Junxian, Mu Rujiao suddenly recalled an important observation. It seemed that Qi Junxian had not attended court for quite some time. Each morning before school, she would pass by the study and witness him diligently reviewing documents, yet he refrained from attending court. The reason was not lost on Mu Rujiao. Following the assassination attempt on the Regent, it was only natural for him to take a period of respite. Qi Junxian is an astute individual and undoubtedly suspects that those behind the assassination attempt are connected to Xie. His absence from court serves as a warning to Xie, or rather, a veiled threat. In her previous role as a consort, Mu Rujiao had employed various strategies to guard against Qi Junxian, yet she would never resort to assassination. Such an act would be foolish. Qi Junxian is no fool. He would easily deduce who stands to gain from his demise, thus placing the initiative firmly in his hands. Should he choose, he could fabricate incriminating evidence to present to Xie. Even if Xie were to narrowly escape suspicion, he would undoubtedly suffer significant repercussions at Qi Junxian's hands. However, without her, Xie ultimately could not maintain his composure. Qi Junxian's elevated position has considerably impacted him. For Qi Junxian, there is no room for leniency. Nevertheless, the current situation is one that Mu Rujiao welcomes. When two tigers contend, one is bound to be injured. With her presence, the tiger she aims to wound must certainly be Xie. Given Mu Rujiao's understanding of Xie, Qi Junxian's prolonged absence from court is likely causing Xie considerable anxiety. The fact that Qi Junxian survived the journey back to his residence is, in itself, a miscalculation on Xie's part. If Qi Junxian possesses evidence of Xie's assassination attempt, Xie's hold on the throne would be precarious. Thus, it is reasonable to surmise that Xie would send someone to inquire after the injured Regent in the coming days. Lost in thought, Mu Rujiu was unaware of when Jiangzhou had approached Qi Junxian. My lord, Jiangzhou spoke in a grave tone, whispering something into Qi Junxian's ear. Mu Rujiao continued to eat her meal with an inscrutable demeanor, but she could surmise the essence of Jiangzhou's words. Someone had indeed come to visit the wounded regent. Ostensibly a visit of concern, it was, in actuality, merely an attempt to gauge the situation. Qi Junxian chuckled lightly, but made no move. Instruct him to wait outside, he declared, stating that the prince was resting and should not be disturbed. Qi Junxian did not deliberately lower his voice, yet Mu Rujiao heard him clearly. It appeared he intended to exert a bit of pressure on the visitor. Mu Rujiao settled in to watch the unfolding drama, feeling no urgency. Her gaze fixed intently on Qi Junxian. Uncle, is there a guest? She inquired. Qi Junxian smiled and affectionately ruffled Mu Rujiao's hair. Just an inconsequential visitor. Have you eaten enough, little Jiao? Mu Rujiao dutifully nodded. What did you learn in class today? Please share with Uncle. Very well, she replied, her eyes sparkling as she eagerly recounted her lessons to Qi Junxian. Within the main hall, Li Qiu sat restlessly. Jiang Zhou stood beside him. Observing him with the intensity one might reserve for a prisoner, his posture impeccably upright. "May I inquire how long the Regent has been resting?" Li Qiu asked, squinting his eyes with a smile that bore an air of obsequiousness. "The master has only just fallen asleep, if Lord Li is in a hurry." "You may take your leave," Jiang Zhou replied coldly. No. I have come today specifically to pay my respects to the Regent. Nothing else is on my agenda." As he spoke, Li Qiu wiped the sweat from his brow and resumed his seat. After several refills of tea, he found himself in urgent need of a restroom. Yet he endured the discomfort out of a sense of propriety. After consuming yet another 3 cups, Li Qiu could no longer contain himself, blushing. He turned to Jiang Zhou with a smile. "Lord Jiang, might I borrow the restroom for a moment?" "Lord Li, I apologize for my tardiness," came the voice of Qi Junxian from a distance as the man approached the main hall. Chapter 15. The wine cannot bring shame to the emperor's uncle. Qi Junxian arrived just in time, as if by design. Coinciding perfectly with Li Qiu's urgent need to visit the restroom. Caught in a dilemma, Li Qiu bowed deeply to Qi Junxian, introducing himself. "This humble minister, Li Qiu, pays his respects to your highness, the regent." Kneeling on the ground, his head lowered significantly, he awaited a response. A soft chuckle escaped Qi Junxian's lips. Yet he made no move to allow Li Qiu to rise, instead taking his seat at the head of the hall. With his legs crossed and chin resting on his hand, he gazed down at Li Qiu. His exquisite eyes narrowed slightly, and a smile graced his lips as he inquired, "What brings Lord Li to the royal residence?" Despite the inquiry, Qi Junxian showed no inclination to permit Li Qiu to stand. Li Qiu, eager to please, managed to smile while wiping the sweat from his brow. "Your Highness, the Emperor has learned of your illness and is greatly concerned. Thus he has dispatched me to offer my visit." Upon finishing, Li Qiu bowed his head even lower and retrieved a scroll from his sleeve, presenting it to Qi Junxian. Qi Junxian subtly gestured to Jiang Zhou, who promptly took the scroll and handed it to his lord. The scroll contained a list of nourishing supplements bestowed upon Qi Junxian by Emperor Xiechun, including countless treasures like ginseng and cordyceps. Qi Junxian merely glanced at it, lazily tossing the scroll back to Jiang Zhou. "Please convey my gratitude to His Majesty for his kind intentions, however. I am currently unwell and unable to enter the palace to express my thanks. I hope His Majesty will forgive me." Although Qi Junxian spoke with respect, his demeanor was casual, lacking any semblance of genuine reverence. "Indeed, Your Highness, His Majesty is surely considerate of your well-being," Li Qiu responded, his words carefully chosen as befitting a high-ranking minister. Qi Junxian let out a low chuckle, choosing not to comment further. "Upon learning of your assassination attempt, His Majesty was greatly enraged and insisted on a thorough investigation to capture the assailant." Li Qiu continued respectfully. "Might Your Highness have seen the appearance of the attacker? Such information would greatly aid in promptly identifying the culprit." Li Qiu's tone was filled with righteous indignation, and one might mistakenly believe he was genuinely concerned for the regent's honor. Understanding Li Qiu's intent to probe for information, Qi Junxian remained unperturbed. Lifting his teacup for a sip, "Who do you believe the perpetrator may be, Lord Li?" Qi Junxian inquired, his voice light and playful, as though engaged in the most casual of conversations. Bowing deeply, Li Qiu maintained a smile. "This humble minister is rather dull and has yet to uncover any leads." Qi Junxian raised an eyebrow slightly. "As a minister of the second rank, Lord Li, it has been 7 or 8 days since my assassination attempt. And you claim there are no leads?" His voice, though soft, bore an undeniable authority that could not be ignored. Li Qiu bent even lower, simply stating, "This minister has failed in his duties. I implore Your Highness to impose punishment." Qi Junxian took another sip of tea, responding gracefully, "Your punishment lies within the Emperor's purview. I shall not interfere. As for the day of my assassination, I am unfortunately unfamiliar with the attacker's appearance." Upon hearing this, Li Qiu had yet to exhale a sigh of relief when Qi Junxian continued. "However, the leading assassin, before his demise, cast a token into the nearby river. I was pondering that perhaps this token might hold some clues." Li Qiu's eyes widened. His mouth opened in vain, unable to utter a sound. Qi Junxian, amused by Li Qiu's flustered demeanor, chuckled lightly. "I have dispatched personnel to retrieve it from the river. I believe news shall arrive shortly." "That would be splendid, indeed." Li Qiu could only repeat this phrase, at a loss for words. The crux of the matter was that he was currently burdened with a pressing need and had little energy to contend with the astute Qi Junxian. Beads of sweat adorned Li Qiu's forehead. He swallowed hard and struggled to speak. "Your Highness, Would you require me to send someone to assist with the retrieval? That is unnecessary, Qi Junxian replied decisively. His Majesty is occupied with state affairs, and I trust that you, Lord Li, work diligently for His Majesty, which must be quite taxing. Allow this matter to be handled by my men, and I shall inform you promptly once we have news. Li Qiu bowed. Then I shall trouble your highness. Having concluded their serious discussion, Li Qiu found himself increasingly uncomfortable. He opened his mouth, intending to request the use of a private chamber. Yet Qi Junxian interjected at the opportune moment. Since there is nothing further, Jiang Zhou, at your service. Please escort Lord Li back. Yes. All of Li Qiu's words were lodged in his throat. Qi Junxian appeared oblivious to Li Qiu's discomfort and, noticing his hesitance, inquired with curiosity, Lord Li, what troubles you? Li Qiu could not say anything further, merely bowing in respect. Then I shall take my leave. Qi Junxian waved his hand, permitting Li Qiu's departure. Mu Rujiu possessed keen hearing. Given that her chamber was in close proximity to Qi Junxian's study, she caught sight of Li Qiu as he exited. 3 years later, Li Qiu seemed even more rotund than he had been 3 years prior, hastily departing the royal residence, resembling a plump little ball from a distance. It seemed that during her absence, Li Qiu had lived quite comfortably. Mu Rujiu narrowed her eyes, a glint of coldness flashing within. She was certain that Li Hu would relay her activities at the academy to Li Qiu, who was likely investigating her identity at this very moment. However, Mu Rujiu felt no anxiety regarding these matters. Since Qi Junxian had permitted her entry into the academy, it was clear he had anticipated these developments. Therefore, she resolved to wait a little longer. A smile crept onto Mu Rujiu's lips. Miss Mu, are you engaged in your assigned coursework? Inquired Lu Su. Noticing the brush in Mu Rujiu's hand, seemingly innocently, Mu Rujiu smiled sweetly at Lu Su, exuding charm and playfulness. Not quite. I've been practicing my calligraphy lately, ensuring I fill 3 sheets of rice paper each day. To deceive Qi Junxian, Mu Rujiu was indeed investing considerable effort. A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Su's eyes. Miss Mu, there is no need to rush. You may take your time. Mu Rujiu scratched her head, appearing somewhat awkward. However, all my classmates can read, and only I cannot. I must learn quickly. I cannot bring shame to my royal uncle. Lu Su nodded. And though she refrained from further urging Mu Rujiu, she poured a cup of tea and placed it beside her desk. Miss Mu, you have worked hard. Not at all. I enjoy writing. She inquired about the pawn shop in the capital. After much contemplation, Jiang Zhou relayed to Qi Junxian the matter concerning Miss Mu that she had asked him about upon her return. Although he felt that Miss Mu had merely asked out of curiosity, he remembered his master's instruction to monitor her every action, thus he did not dare to be negligent. Indeed, Miss Mu had only mentioned it in passing, and he believed there was no cause for concern. Qi Junxian chuckled. Who knows? He gazed outside. It was the height of spring, and the peach blossoms in the Wang residence had fallen like petals, filling the air with a delicate fragrance. Just keep a close watch on her, and report any peculiarities at once. Understood. Chapter 16. This child is quite remarkable. Recently, Mu Rujiu remained as she had always been, attending school daily and practicing calligraphy in front of Qi Junxian, creating an illusion of tranquility. Li Hu, having suffered greatly, despite harboring intense resentment towards Mu Rujiu during their time in the private school, dared not provoke her further. However, Mu Rujiu was acutely aware that this peace was merely temporary. Once Li Hu's father discovered her true identity and realized she posed no threat, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. Yet, she was unperturbed. Mu Rujiu narrowed her eyes, a mischievous smile playing at her lips. Trouble was the last thing she feared. Lost in thought again? The cold voice of Ji Fuyan drifted down from above her. Before Mu Rujiu could respond, a ruler landed lightly yet firmly in her palm. Ouch! She exclaimed softly, then glared at Ji Fuyan with a fierce expression. Ji Fuyan stood tall and aloof, wielding the ruler like a true scholar. Mu Rujiu had initially intended to retaliate, but recalling her current dependence on others, her burgeoning ire swiftly dissipated. Why did you hit me? She muttered, her voice muffled. Ji Fuyan lowered his gaze, observing the girl's dark, profound eyes, innocent as a child unfamiliar with the world. In the past, he might have felt softened by her demeanor, but now, having discerned her true nature, his expression remained inscrutably cold. You were distracted, he remarked. The youth possessed piercing eyes that seemed to see straight into one's soul. Mu Rujiu, feeling somewhat guilty, scratched her cheek. I was not. Ji Fuyan, unfazed, continued with a measured tone, then tell me, where did I leave off? Glancing at the page, Mu Rujiu promptly replied, you were just saying, that woman is indeed intelligent. As for you, gentlemen, you ought to be cautious. Before Ji Fuyan could interject, she elaborated. This phrase implies that even such a woman is exceptionally clever and virtuous. Therefore, as a man, one should take heed. Her response flowed effortlessly, leaving even Ji Fuyan, often hailed as a prodigy, momentarily taken aback. He had recognized Mu Rujiao's brilliance over the past few days of instruction. Yet it seemed he had still underestimated her. Noticing Ji Fuyan's silence and penetrating gaze, Mu Rujiao worried he might be upset. Oh no, despite his remarkable abilities, he was still just a 16-year-old boy. She hoped she hadn't truly angered him. As she opened her mouth to offer a conciliatory remark, Ji Fuyan spoke slowly. If only you were a boy. Mu Rujiao blinked in confusion, looking up at him. Why do you say that, Mr. Ji? Given Ji Fuyan's scholarly demeanor during lessons, she had always referred to him as Mr. Ji. In the beginning, Ji Fuyan would always wear a stern expression and urge Mu Rujiao to refrain from addressing him in such a manner. However, Mu Rujiao found amusement in it, and over time, Ji Fuyan grew accustomed to her ways. Turning to Mu Rujiao with a serious demeanor, he remarked, if you were a man, you would undoubtedly achieve great things in the court. Such a clever individual would certainly be of immense benefit to the realm. Yet upon hearing Ji Fuyan's words, the beautiful glimmer in Mu Rujiao's eyes dimmed. Does Mr. Ji believe that if I were a woman, I would be incapable of accomplishing anything significant? Ji Fuyan was momentarily taken aback, eager to explain, but Mu Rujiao continued, the words you taught me, women, though clever, should remain humble. Men, take heed, I find unappealing. It implies that women are inherently lesser than men, a notion I cannot abide. The young lady possessed eyes as dark as obsidian, fixed intently upon Ji Fuyan, evoking a sensation akin to being deeply cherished. For an instant, Ji Fuyan was lost in thought. She declared her discontent with a sentiment that society deemed acceptable. Yet she was unflinching in her honesty. Ji Fuyan opened his mouth, wishing to articulate a response, but found himself rendered speechless. After all, there were examples in the kingdom of Nanchi where women had taken to the battlefield, and instances of women attaining high ranks were not unheard of, were they? Mu Rujiao gazed at Ji Fuyan with unwavering intensity. It suddenly dawned on Ji Fuyan. 4 or 5 years prior, the Mu family had still been in existence, and she had donned armor to lead the soldiers of Nanchi to repel 1,000,000 foes. That was likely a wager made between the Mu family and the emperor. With their victory, the emperor had subsequently opened the doors for women to serve in official capacities. During that time, the capital was brimming with talent, as many aspiring individuals flocked to the palace to serve the emperor. Even by today's standards, that era could be considered a golden age for the kingdom of Nanchi. However, following the demise of the Mu family, while the regulations permitting women to hold office had not been rescinded, the presence of women in the court and on the battlefield had vanished entirely. Now, the woman before him had eyes ablaze with determination. Women can indeed fight valiantly and hold esteemed positions, cannot they? Ji Fuyan, observing the fervent expression of the young lady, slowly regained his composure. After a brief pause, he smiled. The youth bore an ethereal grace, his features reminiscent of a celestial being emerging from a painting. Mu Rujiu seemed taken aback by Ji Fuyan's smile, which startled her slightly. She instinctively recoiled, blinking in confusion over his thoughts. What is it? Did I say something amiss? Mu Rujiao inquired stiffly. Ji Fuyan chuckled, his gaze as crisp as the clearest spring water in March, both cold and gentle. You are absolutely correct, he replied, and then performed a formal bow to Mu Rujiao, a gesture customary between a student and a teacher. Ji Fuyan, what are you doing? Mu Rujiao hastily rose, lifting Ji Fuyan's hands that were poised in greeting. The expression on Ji Fuyan's face remained cold and inscrutable, though his tone seemed to soften slightly. Fuyan accepted the lesson. The youth's words rang out with clarity, reminiscent of a scholar standing in the snow at Junmian. Mu Rujiao, realizing this, finally smiled. Mr. Ji, let us learn from each other and share our insights. Given Ji Fuyan's status, there were few in the private academy who could command his respect, yet he meticulously bowed to the lowly Mu Rujiao as if she were a teacher. One could not help but admit that Mu Rujiao found Ji Fuyan to be quite admirable, a companion worthy of regard. Were she still the empress, she would certainly cherish such talent and advocate for Ji Fuyan's entrance into the court, thereby aiding Xietchen. However, at present, she was merely a frail young girl, uncertain even of her own identity. It seemed the heavens had a rather ironic sense of humor. As the school day concluded, Mu Rujiao made her way toward the distant boat awaiting her. She felt a slight twitch in her ears, acutely aware that someone was following her. Chapter 17. Qi Junxian. The villain with a cold smile curling at the corners of her mouth, Mu Rujiao continued her leisurely pace, seemingly oblivious to the presence of her pursuer. If her intuition served her right, it was likely that Li Qiu had dispatched someone to investigate her. They probably had yet to uncover any information regarding her identity. Hence their decision to shadow her and ascertain her whereabouts. As she ambled along, Mu Rujiao gradually came to a halt when she was still a short distance from Jiang Zhou's palanquin. Jiang Zhou spotted her and smiled, eager to approach and greet her. However, Mu Rujiao's expression suddenly turned grim. She waved her hand slightly towards Jiang Zhou, clutching her stomach before darting away in the opposite direction. "Ah, Miss Mu." Jiang Zhou intended to call out to her, but held his tongue upon witnessing her distressed demeanor. One must understand the urgency of nature, and he could empathize. He scratched his nose and resumed his wait. After Mu Rujiao had distanced herself, she turned into a secluded corner. The person tailing her remained oblivious, allowing her to pick up a small stone and hurl it towards the shadowy figure. With considerable force, the stone struck the cloaked figure, sending him crashing against the wall. Just as the man sensed trouble and prepared to flee, Mu Rujiao seized another stone, targeting his knee. He collapsed to the ground in an instant. With a soft chuckle, Mu Rujiao approached the fallen figure unhurriedly. Pulling down his mask, she squinted slightly, confirming that he was indeed affiliated with the Li Qiu household. A smile graced her lips as she spoke in a low tone. "So, Li Qiu sent you to investigate me? Is he truly underestimating me?" Her words dripped with a hint of displeasure. The black-clad man gazed at her, eyes wide with panic, as if he were staring at a monster. "Oh dear. What shall I do?" Mu Rujiu mused thoughtfully. "You've been caught today. I doubt you will return alive." She uttered this casually, seemingly unfazed by the cruelty of her statement. What exactly are you?" The man stammered, struggling against the pain. Mu Rujiao raised an eyebrow. "Are you unwell? Do you expect me to divulge my identity simply because you inquire?" Did she appear to him as a fool? Her dark eyes assessed the man before her, a glint of calculation flashing within. If she truly intended to eliminate him, it was not beyond her capability, though it would require considerable effort. Should his body be discovered later, it would necessitate a cunning cover-up. Previously, her actions towards Jiang Zhou were executed with her back turned, and given the subtlety of her movements, she was confident that the cloaked figure had not observed her. This was precisely the outcome she desired, conveying to Jiang Zhou that she needed a brief respite while ensuring the pursuer remained unaware and continued to follow her. Noticing the perilous gaze of the girl, the man in black swallowed hard. "What do you intend to do?" "I must remind you that I am from Lord Li Qiu's estate. If you harm me, Lord Li will undoubtedly seek retribution." Though the man spoke with bravado, his voice trembled uncontrollably. Mu Rujiu let out a soft, disdainful laugh, her demeanor seemingly indifferent. "Go back and inform your master that one day I shall personally take his life." Before the man in black could react, Mu Rujiu swiftly incapacitated him with a chop to the neck. When Jiang Zhou arrived to collect her, Jiang Qing had already departed to report to Qi Junxian, allowing Mu Rujiu to seize the opportunity to deal with the intruder. After ensuring everything was in order, Mu Rujiu dusted off her hands and brushed off her clothes, then merrily hummed a tune as she made her way towards Jiang Zhou. When Mu Rujiu bounced up to Jiang Zhou, he had been waiting for quite some time. "Miss, you are ready." "Yes, Jiang Zhou, let us return to the estate." Mu Rujiu's eyes sparkled with mischief, her dark orbs radiating an innocent charm. "Uncle, I am back from school." Upon returning to the royal residence, Mu Rujiu dashed towards the study with great enthusiasm. Qi Junxian's gaze darkened momentarily as he dismissed Jiang Qing. When he turned his attention to Mu Rujiu, his expression softened into one of warmth and gentleness. "What caused your tardiness today?" Qi Junxian inquired with a smile. Mu Rujiu had already devised a response. She had felt slightly unwell, prompting Jiang Zhou to wait a bit longer. Qi Junxian raised an eyebrow. "Oh? What ailments do you suffer, little Jiu?" A twinge of embarrassment crept onto Mu Rujiu's face. "It's nothing, just a slight stomachache." Qi Junxian chose not to press further, simply nodding. "It is time for dinner. Let us go." "All right." During the meal, Mu Rujiu sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Although Qi Junxian maintained his relaxed demeanor while dining with her, Jiang Zhou, who typically attended to Qi Junxian's needs, was notably absent. Observing keenly yet feigning ignorance, Mu Rujiu continued to eat her meal. After a brief moment, Jiang Zhou approached Qi Junxian and whispered something in his ear. A cold glint flashed in Qi Junxian's beautiful eyes before he chuckled softly. "In that case, let him remain where he is." With a wave of his hand, he dismissed Jiang Zhou. Mu Rujiu, intrigued, lifted her gaze to Qi Junxian. "Uncle, has something occurred?" Qi Junxian merely smiled. "Nothing of significance. A visitor was supposed to arrive today, but fell ill unexpectedly." "Oh?" Rujiu blinked innocently. "Will you go to check on him, uncle?" Qi Junxian scoffed lightly. "Just an inconsequential individual. No need for such concern." At his words, Rujiu's eyes narrowed playfully. "As you say, uncle." Then, she continued to lower her head and eat. Even with a fleeting thought, Rujiu could surmise that something must have prompted Qi Junxian to summon Li Qiu. However, Li Qiu was likely too frightened by the warning she had conveyed earlier that day, now too scared to even step outside. Oh, it seems that those who occupy high positions are ever more reluctant to risk their lives. "Xiaojiu," Qi Junxian suddenly called to Rujiu. What's the matter, uncle?" Rujiu blinked, her innocent eyes resting upon Qi Junxian. With a deepening brow, Qi Junxian casually inquired, what could cause an ordinarily untroubled individual to suddenly fall ill? Upon hearing this, Rujiu nearly choked on her rice, unable to swallow. This cunning fellow. He was astute enough not to miss an opportunity to pry into her thoughts. Even in such a context, the momentary embarrassment vanished, and when Rujiu looked back at Qi Junxian, her expression had transformed into one of innocent harmlessness. Chapter 18, Mr. G. Are you worried about me? What could a mere child possibly comprehend? Qi Junxian was incessantly probing her thoughts. Was the royal uncle referring to his guest? Rujiu appeared utterly bemused. Qi Junxian, with his elegant fingers propping up his chin, had silver-black eyes that sparkled with fragmented light. Indeed, little Jiu is quite astute. Astute. My foot. If only Qi Junxian could hear Rujiu's inner voice, it would surely be something like this. Yet, despite her internal tirade against Qi Junxian, her expression seemed to ponder his inquiry. Perhaps a sudden ailment? After much contemplation, Rujiu responded thus. Qi Junxian's lips curled into a smile, his captivating brows lifting slightly. Is this what little Jiu thinks? However, I believe it resembles more of a fright-induced malady. Rujiu's brows momentarily furrowed, but she merely raised her head, gazing blankly at Qi Junxian. Fright-induced? Qi Junxian nodded slightly. Indeed, my guest possesses an intense fear of death. One cannot deny that Qi Junxian has a keen perception of others. Noting Rujiu's continued bewilderment, he merely chuckled softly, his hand brushing over her crown, and then gently remarked, "It is perfectly fine if little Jiu does not understand. It is preferable that she does not." Recently, Qi Junxian seemed to have become busier. Having resided in the residence for over half a month, it was time for him to attend court. On the day Qi Junxian first returned from the court, a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Rujiu lowered her gaze, likely able to surmise something. As expected, the following day when Rujiu went to her private school, she heard the news that Lord Zhao, a third-rank official, had been executed along with his entire family. Just last night, the imperial edict was issued swiftly, reportedly because Lord Zhao intended to disrupt the court and sought to assassinate Qi Junxian, the regent, to cause chaos. It seemed this matter was reported to His Majesty the Emperor by the regent himself early yesterday morning. It was said that on his way back to the residence, the regent was ambushed by bandits, narrowly escaping death and ultimately slaying all the assailants. The leader of the bandits had thrown a waste token into the lake. The regent dispatched men to retrieve it for quite some time, and today the news finally emerged. That waste token unmistakably belonged to the Zhao family. Subsequently, His Majesty did not allow the Zhao family to offer any explanation. By evening, a complete execution of their clan was ordered, extending to 9 generations. His Majesty holds Prince Qingzi in very high regard. Indeed, with evidence in hand, His Majesty did not even bother with an inquiry, directly condemning the Zhao family. Upon hearing this, a cold smile graced Rujiu's lips. Humph, Xiechen favors Qi Junxian. He must be seething with a desire to devour him alive. The lack of questioning was merely to avoid prolonged complications and to swiftly find a scapegoat. The Zhao family had originally been a significant support for Xiechen upon his ascension to the throne, yet now Qi Junxian had eradicated them in such a manner, akin to severing Xiechen's arm. Contemplating this, Rujiu lowered her gaze. Qi Junxian is even more ruthless than she had imagined. Nonetheless, it is of no consequence. When dealing with such individuals, as long as one conceals their true intentions well, the remainder can simply be guided to achieve the desired outcome. Did you hear that? The voice of Ji Fuyan reached Rujiu's ears. Huh, what? Rujiu turned, startled, to glance at the young man beside her. Ji Fuyan's strikingly beautiful eyes were cold as he furrowed his brow and repeated, "Return home early today." Mu Rujiao blinked, somewhat puzzled by Ji Fuyan's words. "Mr. Ji, what is the matter?" Ji Fuyan pressed his lips together. "The situation has been rather tense lately. As a young lady, it would be prudent for you not to stay out too late." He was well aware of Mu Rujiao. She was always the last to leave the private school. When asked why, she would simply state her desire to learn a bit more. However, given the current precarious political climate, it would be wiser for her to return home sooner rather than linger outside. Upon hearing this, Mu Rujiao's lovely brows arched playfully. "Mr. Ji, are you worried about me?" Originally intending to tease the boy, Mu Rujiao was taken aback when she noticed Ji Fuyan's ears had turned red. "Nonsense," Ji Fuyan retorted coldly, then returned to his seat, refusing to acknowledge her apologies any further. This child, though young, certainly had a fiery temper. Mu Rujiao awkwardly touched her nose. As the private school session concluded, Mu Rujiao, as per her usual custom, waited until everyone else had departed. There was a reason for her being the last to leave. If her classmates discovered she was departing in a sedan from the Regency Palace, it would surely cause an uproar. To avoid such unnecessary trouble, Mu Rujiao always chose to be the final one to exit. As Ji Fuyan rose to leave, he finally spoke coldly. "Aren't you going?" Noticing Ji Fuyan had finally deigned to acknowledge her, Mu Rujiao smiled brightly. "Just a moment. I'm almost finished with today's assignments." Ji Fuyan pressed his lips together, his tone remaining rigid. "Mu Rujiao, as a young lady, it is inherently unsafe to leave at this hour." Mu Rujiao playfully blinked. "Mr. Ji, who could possibly best me?" Ji Fuyan fell silent. He vividly recalled the time when Mu Rujiao, despite her petite stature, effortlessly lifted the rotund Li Hu. Speaking of which, it seemed Li Hu had not attended class for several days. Contemplating this, Ji Fuyan's expression darkened. "You haven't harmed him, have you?" "Who?" At first, Mu Rujiao did not comprehend, but upon catching sight of Ji Fuyan's icy gaze, she suddenly realized. "You mean Li Hu? I'm not a killer. How could I possibly resort to such extremes?" With that, Mu Rujiao displayed an innocent smile, seemingly harmless. Ji Fuyan pursed his lips and turned to leave with his neatly gathered books. Once the others from the private school had mostly departed, Mu Rujiao finally packed her belongings and exited the classroom. Li Qiu must truly be frightened, likely concerned that her son might fall victim to her malicious intentions. Since that day, she has continuously taken leave and has not returned to the private school. It is perhaps for the better. Her absence has brought a certain tranquility. With this thought in mind, Mu Rujiao comfortably stretched her limbs and continued on her way, soon spotting Jiang Zhou's carriage not far off. She waved her hand and approached him. Upon entering the carriage, with Jiang Zhou driving outside, Mu Rujiao's brows furrowed in contemplation, as if she were pondering something significant. In recent days, Qi Junshin's attitude towards her has finally improved. He no longer regards her with such suspicion. Yet there remains one final opportunity needed, a moment that would compel Qi Junshin to trust her completely. "Jiang Zhou, when does Tianjiju close for business?" Mu Rujiao inquired nonchalantly. "It remains open at all hours, day or night," Jiang Zhou replied. After a brief silence, Jiang Zhou's voice turned somewhat frosty. "Miss, are you intending to visit Tianjiju?" Mu Rujiao hastily feigned surprise. No, I was merely inquiring out of curiosity." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhou ceased his questioning but frowned slightly, as if lost in thought. It seemed that Miss Mu often brought up Tianjiju. Chapter 19. Such a well-behaved woman. Surely a kick would make her weep? Has the topic of Tiandi residence resurfaced? Qi Junshin lazily closed his eyes, his slender fingers lightly tapping the table. Jiang Zhou knelt before Qi Junshin, his demeanor respectful. "Indeed. Miss Mu mentioned this matter once again today." Qi Junshin chuckled softly. "Keep a close watch on her. If she truly ventures to Tiandi residence, I wish to know whom she associates with. Those who harbor ulterior motives towards him shall not remain in his vicinity." When Mu Rujiao arrived at the private school, she sensed a peculiar gaze from her classmates, a blend of sympathy and mockery. She touched her face, puzzled. "How strange. Is there something on my face?" It was only upon reaching her seat that she realized the source of their laughter. In her rightful place lay a jade pendant of a stunning green hue, the very one bestowed by the current emperor, Xiechen, to his most cherished daughter, Princess Tingle. In the entirety of the capital, this was the sole piece in Princess Tingle's possession. Mu Rujiao's expression turned icy. What an unfortunate coincidence. Princess Tingle had come to the private school. Royalty, such as princes and princesses, typically did not require attendance at the royal private school, as they had dedicated tutors and companions with meticulously executed plans far surpassing that of the royal institution. What whim has driven Tingle to attend the royal private school? Humph. She had been so arrogant before. Now that Princess Tingle has returned, she would surely not spare Rujiu. Indeed, an inconsequential girl, barely regarded as a legitimate offspring, dares to linger daily with Ji Fuyan. Princess Tingle would undoubtedly not let her off easily. Haha, let us not dwell on that. I wager she doesn't even know where she sits now. As the derisive laughter echoed around her, Rujiu merely raised an eyebrow, undeterred, and settled into her designated spot. No sooner had she taken her seat than the surrounding students gasped in astonishment. Has Rujiu exhausted her luck? How dare she sit there? Humph, just wait. Soon enough, she might be left weeping in confusion. Rujiu feigned ignorance, continuing to pull out her books and prepare for the day's lessons. Each morning, Ji Fuyan would routinely review the characters she had learned the previous day. However, he had not yet arrived, allowing her a moment to study further. She had nearly reviewed all her daily characters, and aside from praising her intelligence, Ji Junstan had not expressed any other suspicions. Everything remained firmly within her control. Princess Tingle, how long it has been since your last visit to the private school? We have missed you dearly. Indeed, without Princess Tingle, our lessons felt rather lackluster. Princess Tingle, will you stay with us for an extended period this time? Princess Tingle, allow me to assist you with your books. The exterior of the Qinzi Hall was filled with a cacophony of chatter, creating an atmosphere of lively commotion. Rujiu appeared oblivious to it all, engrossed in the book she held in her hands. Depending on her mood, if her father were not perpetually demanding her attention, she would linger here a while longer. When Tinglu uttered these words, she made no effort to lower her voice, as if everyone should orbit around her, their gazes firmly fixed upon her. She was the most cherished daughter of the emperor, the proud Princess Tinglu. Everyone ought to prostrate themselves before her. As Princess Tinglu strode into the Qinzi Hall, she was met with the shocking sight of a woman occupying her designated seat. Princess Tinglu. That person is whom I mentioned to you earlier. When you were absent, the gentleman offered her your place, and now that you have returned, she remains seated without yielding. Upon hearing this, Tingli's beautiful eyes darkened. She approached Rujiu, positioning herself in front of her, casting a shadow over her. As the light was obscured, Rujiu slowly looked up, finally able to discern the identity of her visitor. The last time she had seen Xie Tinglu was 4 years ago. During the birthday celebration of the favored concubine Li, Xie had orchestrated an extravagant affair, known throughout the entire capital, on that spring evening, when fireworks illuminated the night sky. It was the birthday of the emperor's most beloved concubine, Li. Rujiu had been invited to attend. Li sat in Xie embrace, while Rujiu occupied a position beside them. Despite the mere steps that separated them, as she observed Xie gentle smile, Rujiu felt an insurmountable distance between them. Xie seemed to have never remembered her birthday. Even when reminded by the eunuchs at his side, he would dismissively wave his hand, instructing the kitchen to send a bowl of barley porridge her way. Unbeknownst to him, Rujiu despised barley. Yet, he was acutely aware of Li's preferences. Your Majesty's generosity is deeply appreciated. Li's voice was soft and enchanting. However, Rujiu, even as the empress, would never display such coyness. Xie playfully pinched Li's nose, saying, as long as it pleases you, I shall grant your every wish. Once, he had spoken similar words to her during his days as the crown prince. When his position was precarious, he had declared with fervor, if one day I rise to the pinnacle, whatever you desire, I shall provide. In the palace, only the laughter of the new could be heard, while the old wept unheard. It was during that time that Rujiu first encountered Princess Tinglu. The young girl exuded confidence, clearly spoiled since childhood, and upon seeing Xie and Li, she dutifully performed her greetings. Having met her father and mother, she demanded, Father must spend quality time with mother on her birthday. Xie, unperturbed, responded with a smile full of indulgence, very well, I shall indeed spend time with your mother. Observing the harmonious scene of the family, Rujiu experienced a fleeting moment of disconnection. Throughout, Tinglu had not once offered her a salute, despite her status as empress, nor her proximity to Xie. This was intentional, and Rujiu was acutely aware of it. Xie, too, tacitly accepted Ting Li's behavior, never once reproaching her. Not a single word was spoken to Rujiu. At that moment, Rujiu merely felt it unwise to hold grudges against a child. However, having lived once more, she now too was a child, why should she yield to her? As she gazed at the figure of Tingle before her, Rujiu narrowed her eyes. Years had passed, and Tingle's features had blossomed. Her innate elegance now adorned with a lustrous sheen, she appeared utterly regal. Mu Rujiao found herself momentarily entranced. Ah, how much she has grown. Yet, even at this age, a well-placed kick would surely send her into tears, wouldn't it? It seemed as if a pair of mischievous little horns sprouted from Mu Rujiao's head. Hey, Princess Tingle is speaking to you. Why are you lost in thought? It was only when a woman behind Tingle shouted at Mu Rujiao that she jolted back to reality. Her gaze faltered. Ting. Princess Tingle? Tingle raised an eyebrow, exuding even greater arrogance. You are the one who has taken my place, Mujio? At this remark, Mu Rujiao blinked in a flustered manner. I did not take your place. How bold. You dare not pay your respects to the princess. The woman behind Tingle continued to speak on her behalf, and, feeling unsatisfied, she roughly seized Mu Rujiao, dragging her to the ground. Chapter 20, White Lotus 2. 0 damn it. That was the first thought that floated into Mu Rujiao's mind. She cursed the woman before her hundreds of times in her heart, yet her face remained a mask of panic and helplessness. It hurts so much, Mu Rujiao murmured, her voice soft and delicate, resembling a fragile woman who could easily evoke the protective instincts of others. However, the one who sought to trouble her was none other than Princess Tinglu. Even though the onlooking scholars wished to intervene, they dared not approach. With tears brimming in her eyes, Mu Rujiao bit her lip, stifling her emotions. Princess Tinglu, I am sorry, she uttered, lowering her head without offering a bow. Mu Rujiao had yet to reach the point of bowing to the Xie family. Tinglu was clearly unwilling to let Mu Rujiao off easily. She snorted disdainfully, her brows and eyes radiating arrogance. So, it is called Mujio, is it? Mu Rujiao responded softly in the affirmative. Tinglu then openly mocked. What sort of status do you possess to dare sit in my royal seat? At her words, tears surged in Mu Rujiao's eyes. No, it is not like that. This is the seat that the teacher assigned to me. I had no knowledge it belonged to Princess Tinglu. Unaware, are you? Tinglu retorted, grabbing the azure jade pendant from the table and flaunting it before Mu Rujiao. Did you not see that this pendant was placed on the table by me, the princess? Are your eyes mere holes? Mu Rujiu bit her lip, appearing exceedingly aggrieved. I did not know this jade pendant was yours. I thought it belonged to someone else. Mujio. From where do you hail as a country bumpkin? This peaceful jade was bestowed upon Princess Tinglu by His Majesty. Not only in the capital, but even throughout the entire Nanxi kingdom, there exists but this single piece. You dare claim ignorance? A woman behind Tinglu chimed in. Upon hearing this, a flicker of resentment flashed in Mu Rujiao's eyes, fleeting yet palpable. She certainly recognized that jade pendant. It was a trophy she had risked her life to seize from the enemy forces when she led her troops to fend off foreign invaders. Upon returning to the capital, Mu Rujiao learned of the pendant's significance, its name, peaceful, and thus she gifted it to Xie. Yet she had foolishly believed that Xie would carry her pendant with him. However, just days later, Mu Rujiao saw it in Li Ji's possession. The one and only peaceful jade that Mu Rujiao had given to Xie was promptly bestowed upon Li Ji by him. Li Ji seemed to regard the pendant with indifference, deliberately playing with it in front of Mu Rujiao, who felt as if the weight of the world was upon her. At times, she would clumsily knock the pendant against something, looking aggrievedly at Xie. Your Majesty, I have accidentally bumped the pendant. Please forgive me. Naturally, Xie would not hold Li Ji accountable. Hearing Li Ji's almost coquettish plea for forgiveness, Xie merely chuckled. It is but a piece of jade. If it is damaged, I shall replace it. Listen, it is but a piece of jade. Xie could never fathom the peril she faced, for she had staked all her hopes upon this jade pendant, yearning to return it to him. It was this fervent desire that propelled her to escape from the jaws of danger time and again. This pendant bore the weight of her very existence. Yet, Xie dismissed it as merely a piece of jade. The mere recollection of those unsettling memories caused Mu Rujiao to dangerously narrow her eyes, her latent hostility momentarily concealed. She turned her gaze towards Tinglu, who maintained an air of submissiveness. I truly do not understand. When did this rustic ignoramus arrive at our esteemed Royal Academy? Tinglu idly examined her nails, her tone nonchalant, as if demeaning the entire institution. Upon hearing her words, several young women behind her grasped her intent. A few approached Mu Rujiao, intent on forcibly expelling her. What do you intend to do? No, Mu Rujiao cried out, desperately stifling her tears. The group appeared resolute in their mission to oust her, when she refused to budge. They began to tear at her garments. What are you doing? A sharp voice pierced the air. The women halted their actions, turning toward the source of the voice. Upon recognizing the newcomer, they retreated sheepishly behind Tinglu. Ji Fuyan approached Mu Rujiao, his expression stern as he took in the sight of her subdued form. Her clothing disheveled. He frowned, swiftly shedding his outer garment and draping it over her. Are you all right? He inquired softly. Tears brimmed in Mu Rujiu's eyes. Yet she held them back resolutely. Upon seeing Ji Fuyan, she merely shook her head, stubbornly asserting that she was fine. The youth's demeanor was cool and composed. Although he often chided her for lacking femininity, witnessing her submissive state now tightened his brow. Was she not usually the assertive one? Why then was she being bullied? He helped Mu Rujiu to her feet, his piercing gaze locking onto the women who had just accosted her. Ji Fuyan. It is she who has usurped Princess Ting Li's position and refused to yield. We merely sought to teach her a lesson. Indeed. It was I who instigated their actions, Ting Lu proclaimed haughtily, her gaze fixed defiantly on Ji Fuyan, her tone brimming with arrogance. After all, Ji Fuyan was merely the grandson of the left chancellor. She believed he would not dare to retaliate against her. With this thought, her confidence surged. Ji Fuyan's voice was measured and unwavering, devoid of emotion, as if he felt no trepidation standing before the proud Princess Ting Lu. The events of today will be reported in full to Chancellor Ji. If your highness believes herself justified, she may seek an audience with his majesty to explain. The left chancellor and right chancellor jointly assisted Xietchen in managing court affairs, and one of the left chancellor's duties was to observe the conduct of royal family members, ensuring the dignity of the imperial lineage. In essence, the left chancellor served as a counselor to the entire royal family. Should any instance of royal oppression against others arise, it must be reported truthfully in order to uphold the dignity of the royal family. As the grandson of the left chancellor, Ji Fuyan undoubtedly bears such responsibilities and obligations. This is also the reason why many members of the royal family, despite their elevated status, would think twice before offending Ji Fuyan. Hearing this, Ting Lu furrowed her brow. Do you intend to lodge a complaint? Ji Fuyan's voice remained unperturbed. I merely wish to report the truth. Ting Lu gritted her teeth, glaring at him with a warning. Ji Fuyan, if you dare to disclose today's events, I assure you, this princess will not spare you. The censors are indeed ruthless in their criticism of royal conduct. If today's incident were to reach her father, his affection for her would surely diminish. Such an occurrence is absolutely intolerable. Chapter 21. Who can pretend better? Ji Fuyan, I will not permit you to speak of this matter today. Ting Lu has always addressed them with a tone of command. Upon hearing this, Ji Fuyan remained utterly unmoved. He instinctively cast a glance at Mu Rujiu, who hung her head, seemingly trembling. A chill deepened in his cold gaze. I shall report both the princess's threats and your actions. The young man, noble and unyielding, stood firm. You. Ting Lu pointed at Ji Fuyan, ready to say something, but ultimately, she unwillingly lowered her hand, huffed disdainfully, and turned to leave. Humph. Ji Fuyan. Mujiu. She took note of it. Seeing that Ting Lu had no intention of remaining to listen to the lesson, she exited the private school. And those who had been watching the spectacle quickly returned to their seats, heads downcast. Ji Fuyan supported Mu Rujiu, though merely through the fabric of her sleeve, refraining from any physical contact, as he disliked engaging physically with women. Mu Rujiu sniffled, seemingly still dazed from the earlier chaos. Ji Fuyan softly inquired, Do you have any injuries? Just as Mu Rujiu had begun to feel joy at Ting Li's departure, she heard Ji Fuyan's question. Oh, no injuries. To make her act more convincingly, Mu Rujiu even pinched the inner part of her thigh. Hiss, Mu Rujiu inhaled sharply, her eyes reddening, appearing as though she had suffered a great injustice. Observing this, Ji Fuyan, having prepared himself mentally for quite some time, finally sighed in resignation. He extended his hand to tighten the outer garment draped over her shoulders, continuing to fuss. Princess Ting Lu has been spoiled since childhood, inevitably leading to her arrogant demeanor. Mu Rujiu nodded in understanding, feeling wronged. Ji Fuyan pressed his lips together. Nevertheless, should you encounter her again, do not confront her directly. If she truly becomes enraged, no one will be able to protect you. Mu Rujiu nodded earnestly. She had acted today with the precise timing of Ji Fuyan's arrival, for he could not abide the bullying of the weak. Witnessing Ting Li's behavior would undoubtedly prompt Ji Qian to report her actions to Xietchen. Although no real punishment would befall Ting Lu, Mu Rujiu felt a sense of joy witnessing her comeuppance. Just when Mu Rujiu thought Ji Fuyan had finished his admonishment, he added, If she bullies you again, tell me, and I will assist you. Mu Rujiu was momentarily taken aback, looking at the young man's cool expression, and she couldn't help but laugh. Ha. I must say, this child Ji Fuyan, though seemingly aloof, is indeed dependable when it truly matters. What are you laughing at? Ji Fuyan's voice was somewhat stiff. The young man sat there, upright and elegant, embodying grace and nobility. Mr. Ji, you still claim you are not concerned about me? Mu Rujiu teased. After listening to Ji Fuyan, Mu Rujiao slightly pressed her lips together in an unnatural manner and then cleared her throat. It is merely the bond of classmates. I would do the same for anyone. Mu Rujiao nodded earnestly. This was indeed true. Through their interactions over the past few days, she had discerned that Ji Fuyan was a steadfast and upright young man, embodying integrity and clarity. On her way back to the manor, Mu Rujiao, as usual, inquired with Jiang Zhou about the happenings at Tiandi residence. Feigning indifference while being deeply invested, Jiang Zhou responded with impeccable composure, exhibiting ease. Mu Rujiao narrowed her eyes. It seemed that Qi Junstin was already aware. That was good, for it meant they could proceed to the next step. Upon returning home, Mu Rujiao followed her routine and went to freshen up. Jiang Zhou and Jiang Qing arrived simultaneously at Qi Junshin's study. The man was strikingly handsome and poised, sitting with his legs crossed in an elevated position, exuding an air of restraint and nobility. Master, today Miss Mu, Jiang Zhou began, his expression revealing his difficulty. Qi Junstin raised an eyebrow. Understanding the implication, she has inquired about Tiandi residence again? Yes, Jiang Zhou nodded slightly. Once or twice could be deemed coincidence. But the frequency of her inquiries about Tiandi residence led Qi Junstin to dismiss the notion of mere chance. His vigilance towards her had already lessened considerably over the past few days, given that she hadn't contacted the outside world for quite some time. It was plausible that a once close friend had brought her to the capital for her survival. The young girl had behaved quite well, and Qi Junstin found no fault in her. Everything seemed to be unfolding smoothly. However, now, Qi Junstin squinted. He harbored no fondness for those with ulterior motives lingering around him, calling him uncle. Investigate, he ordered, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. This was the Qi Junstin that Jiang Zhou and Jiang Qing were most familiar with should any threat arise, or even the slightest hint of danger. The master would prefer to eliminate the potential risk rather than allow it to persist. Understood, Jiang Zhou replied, turning to leave. Jiang Qing, having heard Jiang Zhou's report, furrowed his brow in concern. He had initially intended to inform the master that Miss Mu had been bullied by Princess Tingle and faced difficulties from many scholars. Master, Miss Mu had a conflict with others today in the academy, Jiang Qing tentatively stated. However, as soon as he spoke, Qi Junshin's cold gaze fixed directly upon him. I instructed you to monitor her solely to observe her every move. Qi Junshin's voice was frigid, the murderous intent evident in his eyes. Not to hear such matters. Do you expect me to rush to her aid because of her conflicts with others in the private school? Do I appear to be such a leisurely person? Jiang Qing, fully aware of his master's disposition, lowered his head and ceased further reports. There was likely no need to report any longer. It would not be long before Miss Mu completely vanished from the royal residence. Achoo! Mu Rujiu sneezed, rubbing her nose in confusion. It was strange. It was only early spring, and the weather was not cold at all. However, as she contemplated her upcoming task, Mu Rujiu steeled herself with utmost determination. The endeavor she was about to undertake was intrinsically linked to whether Qi Junstin would fully trust her. She was gambling, with her very life as the stake. Therefore, success was the only option. Failure was not an alternative. During dinner, Mu Rujiu shared the meal with Qi Junstin. Her perceptive nature allowed her to sense a noticeable shift in the demeanor of the servants around her. They regarded her with a hint of disrespect. Having been in Qi Junshin's service for a decade or more, their attitudes reflected, to a great extent, his own sentiments towards her. Yet, Mu Rujiu chose to feign ignorance. Engaging in light-hearted banter with Qi Junshin, presenting a facade that was no different from usual. Little Jiu seems quite joyful lately, Qi Junshin remarked, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Mu Rujiu nodded earnestly. Yes. Because classmate Ji Fuyan mentioned that I have now caught up with the majority of my peers in the academy. Oh, Qi Junshin's melodious voice rose slightly, tinged with an alluring lilt. Little Jiu is truly clever. Feeling a bit bashful, Mu Rujiu scratched her head. I just don't want to bring shame to my royal uncle. A flicker of lethal intent flashed in Qi Junshin's eyes, quickly replaced by a tender smile directed at Mu Rujiu. Tomorrow is a day of rest. Would you care to accompany your royal uncle to Tiandi residence? Chapter 22. Let us engage in an extreme tug-of-war. Mu Rujiu paused momentarily, her hand holding the chopsticks faltering. In the blink of an eye, the girl lifted her gaze, somewhat bewildered, and inquired of Qi Junshin, Are you heading to Tiandi residence, your highness? Qi Junshin raised an eyebrow slightly, his expression as frosty as ever. Indeed, Tiandi residence holds many intriguing delights. Would you care to accompany me, little wine? His silver-black eyes settled intently upon Mu Rujiu, as if he sought to pierce through her very being. After a protracted silence, Mu Rujiu finally forced a somewhat unnatural smile for Qi Junshin. No need, Your Highness. I shall not intrude upon your affairs. Qi Junxian's gaze deepened, yet he merely smiled. Does little wine not wish to see? Mu Rujiu waved her hand dismissively. Not at all. I have little interest in that place. Her evident attempt to conceal her true feelings caused Qi Junxian's brow to momentarily furrow. If that is the case, I shall go alone, he stated. Although still in the bloom of youth, each conversation with Qi Junxian left Mu Rujiu with an unsettling sensation of being led. After years of navigating the treacherous political landscape, Qi Junxian's intellect was unparalleled. More cunning than a fox, Mu Rujiu silently judged. Reflecting on the past, her desire to eliminate Qi Junxian on behalf of Xie Qin stemmed from this very reason. Despite his tender years, Qi Junxian possessed an extraordinary aptitude for manipulation. Moreover, she sensed that his ambitions extended far beyond mere rank and title. Such a figure posed the greatest threat to Xie Qin. To her astonishment, after a 3-year absence, Qi Junxian had ascended from a mere second-rank official to the position of regent. Mu Rujiu's expression darkened. Individuals like him required utmost caution as adversaries, and one could not afford to be careless as allies. Continuing to eat, Mu Rujiu kept her head lowered, as if reluctant to meet Qi Junxian's gaze. His captivating eyes narrowed slightly, followed by a light chuckle, and he chose not to utter another word before rising to depart. Once he left, the servants who had remained to attend to him also exited, leaving Mu Rujiu alone at the table, gazing at the abundant spread before her. Silent, she continued to eat. Qi Junxian had undoubtedly noticed her discomfort and was likely waiting to catch her in the act, probing into her background. However, she found solace in this, for it aligned perfectly with her intentions. The following day, on the day of rest, Qi Junxian departed the royal residence early, presumably heading to Tiandi residence. Mu Rujiu squinted as she observed his retreating figure. The entire royal residence felt unusually quiet in his absence, particularly as he had taken Jiangzhou with him, leaving Mu Rujiu seemingly solitary. Beside her, Lu Su noted the silence and asked, Miss Mu, will you be attending to your studies shortly? Huh? No, Mu Rujiu appeared to be hesitating, contemplating for quite some time before finally stating, I merely wish to take a stroll. A fleeting coldness flickered in Lu Su's eyes. Indeed, Jiangzhou had spoken the truth. This woman would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to venture out while her master was absent. Previously, she had believed the lady was genuinely devoted to her master, diligently learning to read in order to prevent any embarrassment. It now seemed that all of that had merely been a fade. Lu Su lowered her gaze, concealing the murderous intent within her eyes. She vowed that should Mu Rujiu ever harm her master, Lu Su would ensure she faced a most brutal end. Miss Mu, do you require your servant to accompany you? Despite the turmoil of rage surging within her, Lu Su managed to remain composed, her voice icy. No, it's unnecessary. Mu Rujiu hastily waved her hand, appearing somewhat flustered. I wish to walk alone. Lu Su's hand, hidden within her sleeve, clenched tightly. Jiangzhou had informed her that Mu Rujiu would likely use their absence as an excuse to slip away. The actions of Mu Rujiu confirmed Jiangzhou's predictions entirely. Very well, Miss Mu, do take care, Lu Su said, her eyes veiling the malice within. Had it not been for her master's orders, she would have undoubtedly claimed the woman's life already. She would never forgive anyone who betrayed her master. Hearing this, Mu Rujiu smiled at Lu Su. Then I shall be off for a while. Lu Su, please do not inform the prince about today's events. Do you understand? She made a special point of reminding Lu Su. Lu Su's tone was frigid, understood. Mu Rujiu successfully exited the royal residence. Once outside, she glanced around to ensure no one was watching before skipping merrily towards the direction of Tiandi residence. Qi Junxian sat within a tea house, where a storyteller was eloquently recounting tales on stage. The man, clad in understated attire, could not conceal his extraordinary aura, merely sitting there. He radiated brilliance that captivated all eyes. That was the illustrious Qi Junxian, renowned for his beauty. However, his expression at present was far from pleasant. He sipped his tea, a cold smile curving his lips. She ventured to Tiandi residence on her own? Yes, my lord. I have confirmed she indeed entered Tiandi residence. Jiang Qing reported, clasping his hands in respect. A dangerous glint flashed in Qi Junxian's eyes. Indeed, a disobedient pet, no matter how well fed, would still bite. I intended for you to investigate further at Tiandi residence, but Jiang Qing hesitated, sensing the tension in the air. But what? Qi Junxian's tone was far from pleasant. However, the attendants at Tiandi residence stopped me, stating that since I was not there for business, I should take my leave. Jiang Qing admitted, lowering his head. Oh, interest sparked in Qi Junshian's gaze. They could discern you were not a guest? Jiang Qing bowed his head further. Please forgive me. My lord. Qi Junshin waved his hand dismissively. The enigmatic owner of Tianjiju has never revealed his true identity. No one has ever laid eyes on him. His subordinates, being somewhat astute, can make sense of it all. Having spoken, Qi Junshin rose. Let us go back. Beside him, Zhang Zhou paused for a moment. My lord, do we not need to capture Mu Xiao, Mu Jiu, and bring her to justice? Qi Junshin curled his lips in a faint smile. Since she has not entered Tianjiju, we cannot ascertain her actions. Even if we were to apprehend her now, she could easily defend herself. At that point, not only would we fail to obtain any incriminating evidence against her, but we would also risk alerting her, which would be unwise. Jiang Qing, upon hearing this, spoke with a tone of icy resolve. Then what of it? Better to wrongfully execute than to let her escape. If my lord is unwilling to take action, I shall handle it on your behalf. Enough, Qi Junshin replied coldly. I have my own plans for this matter. You need not intervene. With that, he turned and left the tea house. Jiang Qing and Jiang Zhou remained standing in place, hesitating to follow. Why does my lord refuse to eliminate that woman directly? Jiang Qing furrowed his brow, questioning Jiang Zhou in confusion. Chapter 23. Are you teaching me how to act? Jiang Zhou gazed at Qi Yunshin's departing figure, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. He sighed softly, then turned to Jiang Qing. The master must be seeking to let go, perhaps? What do you mean? Jiang Qing's features were as cold as ice, her countenance seemingly set in stone since following Qi Junshin. Jiang Zhou shook his head, choosing not to answer Jiang Qing's blunt inquiry, merely stating, if Mu Jiu is not a spy, I would actually be quite pleased. At least during her time by the master's side, I can sense that the atmosphere within the manor has lightened considerably. If she remains genuinely loyal and is not a traitor, it would indeed be a fortuitous circumstance. Yet, alas, as this thought crossed his mind, a chill flickered in Jiang Zhou's eyes. He would never allow anyone who posed a threat to his master's life to linger near him. When Rujiu returned to the manor, humming a cheerful tune, it was still early. She presumed her royal uncle had yet to return. Skipping merrily towards the rear courtyard. Upon entering the garden, Rujiu immediately spotted Qi Junshin standing beneath the peach tree, with hands clasped behind his back. He exuded an air of elegance, his silhouette accentuated by the interplay of light and shadow. The man possessed a pair of silver-black, peach blossom eyes, long eyelashes casting a veil of shadow in the dappled light. When he regarded others, his gaze often conveyed a profound sense of being deeply cherished. It seemed, indeed, that life was often unjust. Some individuals were favored by the heavens, blessed not only with unparalleled beauty, but also with an intellect bordering on the extraordinary. For a fleeting moment, Rujiu found herself momentarily entranced by Qi Junshin, and upon regaining her composure, she inwardly chided herself for her lack of resolve, then approached him with a smile. This cunning fellow, if he were truly at Tiandi residence, would not have returned so early. Surely, he was attempting to lure her out with deceit. What a sly fox he was. Despite these thoughts, she sweetly called out, "Royal uncle," as Qi Junshin turned. Peach blossoms drifted down upon his shoulders, inciting an inexplicable envy within her. A smile graced Qi Junshin's lips upon seeing Rujiu. She quickened her pace to stand before him, tilting her head to meet his gaze. "Royal uncle, you've returned so early?" Qi Junshin smiled, yet did not reach out to ruffle her hair, as was his custom. "Yes, the item I had my eye on was snatched up by someone else, prompting my early return. Who would dare to compete with a royal uncle?" Rujiu exclaimed in shock. Qi Junshin regarded Rujiu with a knowing smile that danced on the edge of humor. Indeed, but if something has been taken by another, even if it were to come into my possession later, I would refuse it. I find items that change hands too casually to be tainted. He narrowed his eyes, smiling at Rujiu, yet she caught a fleeting glimpse of murderous intent lurking within his gaze. The intensity of that lethal aura was so pronounced that for a moment, she felt an instinctive urge to adopt a defensive posture. However, she restrained herself. Her plans were yet unfulfilled. She could not afford to act recklessly. She merely pretended not to comprehend, smiling innocently at Qi Junshin. A person of his stature, naturally, requires no change of ownership. Qi Junshin smiled in response, choosing not to elaborate further. In the days that followed, Rujiu would visit Tiandi residence whenever she found a moment of respite. Each time, she skillfully evaded the people of the Wangfu, giving the impression that she was clandestinely engaged in some mysterious endeavor. Jiang Qing trailed after Mu Rujiu, occasionally thwarted by a servant, yet at times managing to slip inside. Whenever Jiang Qing entered, the dazzling array of guests and the kaleidoscope of merchandise would overwhelm his senses. The clientele at Tiandi residence were notoriously numerous. Each time Jiang Qing spotted Mu Rujiu, it seemed she was handing something to the proprietor before stealthily departing. In his estimation, she was likely transmitting information to the outside world. Jiang Qing clasped his hands respectfully, reporting his findings. Qi Juanxian's long fingers tapped rhythmically against the table, his keen eyes glinting with a cold light. Understood. You may leave, he responded in a voice devoid of warmth. Jiang Qing opened his mouth, appearing hesitant to speak. Qi Juanxian raised an eyebrow, prompting Jiang Qing to voice his thoughts. My lord, in my humble opinion, it would be prudent to apprehend Mu Rujiu immediately for rigorous interrogation, along with the proprietor of Tiandi residence. There is no need for such caution. Qi Juanxian chuckled softly. Yet his tone conveyed displeasure. Are you instructing me on how to act? I would not presume. Jiang Qing lowered his head even further. He simply could not fathom why. Despite the irrefutable evidence against Mu Rujiu, his master hesitated to take decisive action. She is a person of significance, and the truth will soon be revealed, Qi Juanxian said, his voice icy and devoid of emotion. This was the Qi Juanxian Jiang Zhou and Jiang Qing knew best, resolute and unyielding. At long last, the day had arrived. Mu Rujiu awoke early. Today was the final opportunity to ascertain whether Qi Juanxian could fully trust her. After months of careful preparation, success hinged upon this moment. Early that morning, Qi Juanxian summoned Mu Rujiu to his study. As she stood before the door, poised to enter, she overheard a conversation between Qi Juanxian and Jiang Zhou within. This letter is of utmost importance, with far-reaching implications. It must not fall into the hands of others. Do you understand? Yes, Your Highness, I'm here. Mu Rujiu appeared at the opportune moment, noticing Qi Juanxian discreetly covering the envelope on the table with a book. Qi Juanxian gestured for Jiang Zhou to withdraw. Mu Rujiu smiled at Qi Juanxian. Your Highness, you called for me? Qi Juanxian returned her smile, his gaze gentle. Little Jiu, after school today, Lu Su will escort you home. Jiang Zhou has matters to attend to and cannot accompany you to and from school. Mu Rujiu, like flowing wine, expressed her fondness for sister Lu Su. Qi Juanxian's lips curled into a smile, seemingly intrigued. He lifted his gaze, his silver-black eyes unfathomable. Little wine. If someone intends to harm the emperor uncle, what should he do? Upon hearing this, Mu Rujiu furrowed her brows. Someone wants to harm the emperor uncle. Qi Juanxian chuckled lightly. It's merely a hypothetical. Mu Rujiu's brows relaxed slightly. I am uncertain. Qi Juanxian's tone rose gently, melodiously captivating. The person intending to harm the emperor uncle may or may not pose a threat. What their intentions are remains a mystery to Little Wine, leaving her at a loss to answer the emperor uncle's inquiry. After a brief pause, a resolute glimmer appeared in her eyes. However, if someone truly seeks to harm the emperor uncle, regardless of his actions, I will undoubtedly protect him. The young girl's charming features radiated like the most brilliant sunlight in March, infused with the fragrance of blossoms, casting a warm glow upon Qi Juanxian's countenance. Chapter 24, Mr. G, would you read my fortune? As Mu Rujiu accompanied Liu Su to the private academy, she could sense Liu Su's disregard for her. It was understandable. They likely believed her to be problematic and would, therefore, distance themselves from her. Nevertheless, Mu Rujiu feigned ignorance, engaging Liu Su in light-hearted conversation throughout their journey. Seated in the carriage, only Mu Rujiu filled the air with her chatter, creating an atmosphere that felt somewhat peculiar. Upon nearing the private academy, Liu Su instructed Mu Rujiu to disembark early, indicating that she wished to part ways. After exiting the carriage, Mu Rujiu estimated that she still had a considerable distance to traverse before reaching the academy entrance, a distance equivalent to the time it would take to brew a cup of tea. Clearly, Liu Su had no desire to accompany her any further. Miss Mu, you may alight here. Liu Su's voice was icy. Yet, she suppressed her murderous intent for the sake of her master's plan. Mu Rujiu appeared oblivious to the chill in Liu Su's tone, smiling as she replied, All right. Then I shall wait for you to pick me up after class. A flicker of disdain crossed Liu Su's eyes, but she merely bowed her head in acknowledgement, saying, Yes. With that, Liu Su turned and re-entered the carriage, offering no further words to Mu Rujiu. Watching the carriage depart, Mu Rujiu's eyes reflected a complicated mix of emotions. This Qi Junstin was indeed exceedingly astute. Not only was he sharp in his dealings with others, but he was also remarkably shrewd in his choice of subordinates. When interacting with such a person, one must exercise utmost caution. Inside the carriage, Liu Su's expression was frigid. "Miss Liu Su, do you think she might sense your coldness?" inquired a concealed dark guard from the Wang residence, masquerading as a coachman. "So what if she does?" Liu Su's voice was laced with an unyielding chill. "She cannot escape her fate. I will not easily let go of anyone who dares to threaten my master." Mu Rujiu hummed a little tune as she entered the private academy. Having traversed a longer distance that day, she found that most of the students had already gathered by the time she arrived at the Qinzi Hall. Placing her books on the desk, she plopped down beside Ji Fuyan. He glanced at her briefly before returning his focus to his own studies. Feeling fatigued, Mu Rujiu rubbed her neck and stretched her body. "Mr. Ji, could we possibly forego the inspection today?" After toiling through the night to copy texts, she was utterly drained and lacked the energy to face Ji Fuyan's scrutiny. Ji Fuyan pondered for a moment, likely perceiving her weariness. After some contemplation, he gently nodded in agreement. Mu Rujiu felt as though a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders, allowing her to lean over the desk and seize the opportunity for a brief nap before class began. When the teacher entered to commence the lesson, Mu Rujiu was so deeply asleep that she failed to notice Ji Fuyan rousing her from slumber. Yawning and blinking through tears of drowsiness, she finally came to. Ji Fuyan pressed his lips together and remarked, "In the future, if I assign you too much work at night, feel free to remind me." He was neither a monster nor a demon. He would not deprive her of her rest. As Mu Rujiu heard this, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkled. "There is no need for you to feel guilty, Mr. Ji, not because of your academic pursuits." Ji Fuyan slightly pressed his lips together, his rosy lips glistening. "I do not feel guilty." After a moment, Ji Fuyan uttered this somewhat disingenuous remark. "Classmates, today we shall study the lament from the Book of Songs." The teacher's voice was rich and resonant. Listening intently, Mu Rujiu retrieved the Book of Songs from a stack of books and deftly opened it to the desired poem. However, upon reaching this poem, Mu Rujiu propped her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Today's plans were critical for her. If she were to fail, her very life might be at stake. Contemplating this, her expression grew somber. She was not afraid of death, but rather unwilling to let Xie Qin remain on that lofty throne. To draw closer to Qi Junstin, she was willing to gamble her life, for she knew that within all of Nanqi Kingdom, only Qi Junstin possessed the capability and courage to rival Xie Qin. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she suddenly recalled a time when she had chanced upon Ji Fuyan perusing a book on astrology. Clearing her throat, she shifted a little closer to Ji Fuyan's position. Sensing her proximity, Ji Fuyan frowned slightly and moved a bit further away. "Ah, is he avoiding her?" Mu Rujiu felt a spark of irritation and edged closer once more. Ji Fuyan, undeterred, shifted again. "Hiss!" Mu Rujiu glared at Ji Fuyan, her dark eyes shimmering with indignation. "Why are you avoiding me?" she whispered, challenging him. Ji Fuyan merely cast a fleeting glance in her direction. "Pay attention to the lesson." Indeed, it was the upright and clear-minded Mr. Ji. This lad was quite disciplined. Scratching her head, Mu Rujiu picked up a brush and began to write on a piece of paper. Noticing the girl's subtle movements beside him, Ji Fuyan glanced down at her. At that moment, Mu Rujiu had just finished writing, quietly sliding the note towards Ji Fuyan. His attractive brows furrowed slightly. He shot a disapproving look at Mu Rujiu, but upon seeing her pitiful expression, he pursed his lips and took the note. "Mr. Ji, do you have the ability to tell fortunes?" When Mu Rujiu noticed Ji Fuyan reading her note, she could even see the usually composed Ji Fuyan showing signs of tension on his forehead. The young man picked up the brush and meticulously wrote something on the paper, which he then handed back to Mu Rujiu. "No." Mu Rujiu was momentarily speechless. She wrote another line and passed it back to him. "You're lying. Just a few days ago, I saw you reading a book about astrology after class. Could you possibly assist me in determining today's fortune?" Before long, the note was returned. "I do not do that." So succinct, so resolute in his refusal. Just as Mu Rujiu was contemplating what to write to Ji Fuyan, the teacher called out her name. "Mu Jiu." The fierce expression that Mu Rujiu had directed at Ji Fuyan transformed into one of obedience the moment the teacher summoned her. The swiftness of this change momentarily caught Ji Fuyan off guard. Once he regained his composure, a subtle smile graced his lips. "Can you explain the meaning of Qi Xia Lao? Lao Shi were you on?" Laughter rippled through the surroundings. Who doesn't know that Mu Jiu has only recently arrived at the royal private school and her textbooks are still pristine? How could she possibly grasp the meaning of the text within? Everyone eagerly awaited Mu Rujiao's embarrassment. Ji Fuyan, seated beside her, remained unperturbed. He was well aware of Mu Rujiao's capabilities, so he felt no concern. Indeed, Mu Rujiao merely paused for a moment before speaking with poise. Teacher. This line of poetry conveys the sentiment, once promised to grow old together. I now realize it only serves to amplify resentment. Chapter 25. Kill her. Mu Rujiao responded with remarkable composure and fluency. Not only the students but even the teacher displayed a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. When he posed the question, he felt it might be somewhat unreasonable. Yet he was taken aback by Mu Rujiao's ability to answer. The teacher opened his mouth, intending to say something, but ultimately simply waved his hand. Very well. You may take your seat. Mu Rujiao calmly returned to her position. Whether it was merely her imagination, she could not shake the feeling that the gazes of her fellow students seemed somewhat peculiar. During the break after class, Mu Rujiao seized the hem of Ji Fuyan's garment as he attempted to leave, gazing up at him with a look of feigned grievance. Mr. Ji, please help me. Ji Fuyan pressed his lips together, furrowing his brows, his voice icy. The concept of divination and astrological signs is inherently obscure. I am only partially knowledgeable in this area and cannot assist you. Mu Rujiao narrowed her eyes, flashing a charming smile. Mr. Ji, it doesn't need to be precise. Could you merely estimate my fortune for today? Ultimately unable to resist Mu Rujiao's persistence, Ji Fuyan returned to his seat and retrieved several copper coins from his sleeve. Let it be known, this is merely a casual estimation. Do not take it too seriously, Ji Fuyan stated coldly. Mu Rujiao nodded vigorously. Yes, I understand. It's just for fun. Seeing her eagerness, Ji Fuyan sighed softly and casually tossed the coins onto the table. He scrutinized them closely, while Mu Rujiao, feeling anxious, observed him intently. The coins fell in various orientations, and Ji Fuyan arranged them, seemingly lost in thought. After a considerable time, he pocketed one of the coins and turned to Mu Rujiao, his tone as frosty as ever. Peace. Mu Rujiao blinked, tilting her head in confusion. Ji Fuyan reiterated, nothing unusual will transpire today. It shall be an ordinary day. That can't be right. Mu Rujiao muttered softly. Ji Fuyan's expression darkened at her words. I mentioned it was a casual estimation. Whether you believe it is up to you. Mr. Ji, I believe you. I never said I didn't. As Ji Fuyan turned to leave, Mu Rujiao hurriedly attempted to remedy the situation. However, it was too late. Ji Fuyan appeared to be sulking once more. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Mu Rujiao scratched the back of her head. Little boys are indeed hard to appease. As Ji Fuyan exited the Qinzi Hall, he retrieved a fractured copper coin from his hand. He examined it closely, his expression grave. After a moment, he placed the coin beside his jade pendant before departing. Let us hope it is merely a coincidence. Ji Fuyan's eyes were tinged with frost. As the school day drew to a close, Qianwan approached Mu Rujiao with intent to cause trouble. In recent days, due to the previous incident, Qianwan frequently sought out Mu Rujiao for no particular reason. However, with Ji Fuyan by Mu Rujiao's side, Qianwan dared not make any overt moves, instead opting to mock her alongside other students from the private school. Certainly, such matters are trivial for Mu Rujiao, who has weathered many storms. After having utilized Qianwan previously, Mu Rujiao decided to proceed alone this time. Upon finishing her classes, she began to gather her books with great diligence. Just as she was about to depart, Ji Fuyan called out to her from behind. Mu Rujiao turned back, gazing at Ji Fuyan with a look of confusion. Ji Fuyan hesitated before finally saying, travel safely. Mu Rujiao raised an eyebrow, responding, I understand, Mr. Ji. However, as she turned away, her smile vanished abruptly. Today marked the final step of her plan. Whether she would live or die, there was no turning back. After walking a considerable distance, she finally spotted the familiar carriage. Lu Su stepped down from the carriage, her expression cold as she addressed Mu Rujiao. Miss Mu, it is time to return. Mu Rujiao smiled. Very well, but Lu Su, may I make a brief stop at Tiandi residence? Lu Su's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness as she lowered her head, replying, as you wish. With a smile, Mu Rujiao followed Lu Su into the carriage. Once they arrived at Tiandi residence, Mu Rujiao instructed Lu Su, wait for me outside. I shall return shortly. With that, she alighted from the carriage and entered the residence. Before long, Mu Rujiao emerged from Tiandi residence and reboarded the carriage, which then made its way toward the Wangfu. Oh, by the way, Lu Su, regarding my visit to Tiandi residence today, could you refrain from mentioning it to the Emperor's uncle? Mu Rujiao's tone bore a hint of hesitation. Lu Su understood, her voice still cold, I comprehend, my lady. Upon returning to the Wangfu, Mu Rujiao learned that Qi Junxian was not in the manor. She feigned a desire to find some books in the study and stealthily entered. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Qing observed her movements closely from a distance. That night, Qi Junxian entered the study. The man sat in the grand chair, legs crossed, a slender finger gliding over the desk, his silver-black eyes exuding an air of coldness and detachment. Under the flickering candlelight, his handsome features appeared to shift between light and shadow, his emotions inscrutable. Before him knelt Jiang Qing and Lu Su, both with heads bowed in respectful posture. Jiang Zhou stood beside Qi Junxian. Having served his master for many years, he could easily discern his master's mood. For instance, although Qi Junxian wore a slight smirk now, Jiang Zhou knew he was actually quite furious, an uncommon display of anger. The regent's manor was a place rife with spies and hidden agendas, and over the past 3 years, many unrepentant infiltrators had been captured, yet never had his master displayed such chilling emotions. Jiang Zhou could surmise the cause when his master took Mu Rujiao in. She had saved his life on several occasions, always by his side, sharing laughter. His suspicions about her had considerably diminished. Yet now, she had obliterated that trust with her own hands. Jiang Zhou's eyes darkened, his expression turning cold. Regardless of who they are, or whether they have ever rescued their master, those who harbor treachery against him shall never be spared. You ventured to the abode of the heavens. Yet you were forbidden to disclose this to me? Qi Junxian's voice was icy, seemingly laced with a smile, yet it sent shivers down one's spine. Indeed, Lu Su responded in a subdued tone. Did you witness her entering the study? Qi Junxian inquired further of Jiang Qing. Yes, my lord. I beheld it with mine own eyes. Jiang Qing's demeanor was one of utmost respect. Is that so? Qi Junxian narrowed his eyes, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upward. His hand glided over the surface of a book, and then he gently displaced it. The letter that Qi Junxian had once placed here was no longer present. The dust settled. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Qi Junxian's eyes. Kill. The man uttered that single word softly, as if devoid of any emotion. His tone was as casual as if he were merely commenting on the beauty of the evening sky. Chapter 26, Is Little Wine Afraid of Snakes? When Qi Junxian arrived at Mu Rujiao's residence, she was engrossed in her studies for the day. Upon noticing his presence, her gaze dimmed momentarily before brightening with surprise. Your Highness, what brings you here? She exclaimed, rising hurriedly to grasp his hand. However, before she could make contact, he deftly evaded her reach. Mu Rujiao looked up at Qi Junxian, her expression a mixture of confusion and concern. He smiled, his countenance beguiling, yet his words were laced with a chilling cruelty. Take her to the dark prison. The warmth in Mu Rujiao's eyes flickered as she anxiously regarded him, her voice trembling. Your Highness. Behind her, Jiang Zhou's tone was icy. Silence. This is His Royal Highness the Regent, not your uncle. In light of the current circumstances, was she still playing the innocent? Mu Rujiao blinked, her eyes reddening as she struggled to comprehend the situation. Before her stood Qi Junxian, an ethereal figure, as distant and unattainable as a deity. It felt as if the tenderness and laughter they had shared over the past few days were mere illusions. She opened her mouth, desperate to articulate her thoughts. Qi Junxian stepped closer, halting just before her. He leaned down to meet her gaze, his demeanor a blend of gentleness and cruelty as he lifted her chin, his tone devoid of emotion. Is little wine afraid of snakes? At his words, a wave of terror washed over Mu Rujiao, and she instinctively raised her hand, yearning to clutch the hem of his garment. Yet, Qi Junxian remained unyielding, offering only a cold, detached smile. When he looked at her, it was as if he were gazing upon a condemned prisoner. Lowering his head, his elegant neck formed a graceful arc as he leaned closer to her ear, his voice soft yet foreboding. Be cautious. Do not allow those venomous serpents to swallow you whole. This was the true Qi Junxian, the one capable of wielding life and death with a whim, fierce and unpredictable. He could feign gentility and composure before others, but in the presence of adversaries, he had no qualms about revealing his emotions. He intended to kill her. After speaking, Qi Junxian straightened, choosing not to linger on the side of the flustered girl before him as he turned to leave. Behind him, Jiang Zhou and the others took her away to the depths of a dark, sunless abyss. Qi Junxian lifted his gaze to the courtyard before him, originally uninhabited. It had only been tidied upon her arrival at his behest. Over the course of days, the courtyard had flourished with beautiful flowers and was meticulously maintained. Yet, from this day forth, it would fall into neglect once more. A fleeting glimmer of coldness crossed Qi Junshian's eyes before he made his way toward the study. For him, today was no different, merely the disposal of an insidious traitor. There were still numerous memorials awaiting his review, and he seldom squandered time on trifles. As Jiangzhou emerged from the dark prison to report back in the study, Qi Junshin was seated at his desk, perusing official documents. Without lifting his gaze, Qi Junshin inquired, "Is it handled?" "Yes," Jiangzhou responded, momentarily faltering before adjusting his words. "The spy has been cast into the serpent's lair. I believe he will soon divulge the information." Qi Junshin never interrogated prisoners himself, for those who lurked around him sought to uncover his vulnerabilities, intending to leverage them against him. Consequently, he harbored little patience for such individuals. He had commissioned the construction of an immense serpent pit, teeming with a myriad of venomous snakes and giant pythons sourced from distant lands. These creatures were far more efficient in extracting confessions than any human. After delivering his report, Jiangzhou stood at a respectful distance alongside Jiang Qing, while Qi Junshin continued to review the documents, as if nothing had transpired. As if a person named Rujiu had never existed within the confines of this royal residence. With a resounding clang, as the solitary exit was firmly locked from the outside, Rujiu remained prostrate on the cold stone floor for an extended duration, unable to rise. Her earlier resistance had been fervent. When the soldiers had flung her inside, her knees had been scraped, blood flowing freely. Yet now, Rujiu found herself devoid of the energy to concern herself with such minor wounds. Struggling to her feet, she anxiously attempted to pry open the door. But to no avail. The stone portal was securely bolted. In that moment, Rujiu was enveloped in a palpable panic. It was a genuine fear. While she could withstand physical torment, she had never anticipated that Qi Junshin would cast her into the serpent pit. Her deepest dread was indeed that of serpents. Hiss, strange sounds emanated from the depths of the serpent pit, and she hastily withdrew a hairpin, gripping it tightly in her hand. Her dark eyes reflected a sense of helplessness, her hands trembling involuntarily around the pin. Rujiu was truly terrified of snakes. It felt as though pairs of glowing, predatory eyes were gradually magnifying from the impenetrable darkness, the eerie sounds intensifying and multiplying. It was not long before she beheld serpents of all sizes, writhing and flicking their tongues, slithering toward her. Jiangzhou noted that his master appeared to be reviewing the official documents at a noticeably slower pace today, occasionally furrowing his brow as if deep in thought. Calculating the time since Rujiu had been cast into the serpent pit, he realized nearly half an hour had passed. Qi Junshin continued to scrutinize the papers in his hand. After a prolonged period of neglecting official duties, Qi Junshin found himself struggling to concentrate on the pile of official documents before him. At length, upon completing one, he carelessly tossed it aside and reached for another. A crisp sound echoed through the room as a jade pendant slipped from the pages of the document and fell to the floor. Qi Junshin furrowed his brow as he gazed at the pendant. Picking it up, he examined it closely. It was a modestly sized piece, seemingly of little monetary value. Yet intricately designed, a white crane poised to take flight, its details rendered with astonishing realism. Qi Junshin frowned and, holding the pendant aloft, inquired of Jiang Qing. "Who has entered my study today?" Jiang Qing, kneeling before him, replied, "Master, aside from that spy, no one else has entered the study." Chapter 27 Prelude to the Fire Funeral. A flicker of emotion flashed through Qi Junshin's eyes. He refrained from further words and merely opened the memorial, revealing a stark contrast of black ink on white paper before him. The handwriting was one he recognized all too well. It was hers. As he read the note, his pupils constricted slightly. "Jiangzhou, at your service." Uncertain if it was merely a figment of his imagination, Jiangzhou sensed an underlying stiffness in his master's tone, subtle yet undeniable. "What day is it today?" Qi Junshin inquired, fixing his gaze on the note. Panic and confusion briefly crossed Jiangzhou's face before he stammered, "Master, today is your birthday." It was a well-known fact throughout the capital that Prince Qingze had never celebrated his own birthday. Yet, the note in his possession boldly proclaimed, "Your Highness, happy birthday. This is a humble gift from Shaojiu, wishing you enduring grace and the clarity of the bright moon and gentle breeze." For a fleeting moment, Qi Junshin was lost in thought. His hand inadvertently brushed against a book, and as he opened it, he discovered an envelope concealed beneath. It was the confidential letter he had previously instructed Jiangzhou about, the one that could determine his fate. The letter had not vanished. It had merely been hidden beneath another tome. Jiangzhou and Jiang Qing both noticed the envelope, exchanging a glance that spoke volumes of shock and surprise. Qi Junstian examined the rice paper in his hand, and then the jade pendant shaped like a crane. Jiangzhou, he called. At your service. Prepare the horses. Master. Jiangzhou hesitated, intending to inquire about their destination. Suddenly, Qi Junshin's silver-black eyes glinted with murderous intent as he barked, Prepare the horses. Yes. The atmosphere at Tiandiju was particularly lively today. As Qi Junstian entered with several companions, the other patrons were taken aback. Isn't that His Highness the Regent? What brings him to Tiandiju? There was confusion among the crowd. Was he here to shop? Only Prince Qingzhou would dare act so boldly under imperial rule. Previously, one could only hear tales of the regent's elegance and grace, but seeing him in person rendered those descriptions mundane. Indeed, no one could rival the beauty of Prince Qingzhou. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Qi Junstian paid them no mind as he strode directly to the shopkeeper's counter. It was said that Tiandiju was a place of trade, yet the proprietor was ambitious and formidable. Within just a few years, he had transformed Tiandiju into the foremost pawnshop in the capital and an expansive treasure trove where rare items were auctioned periodically. The establishment known as Tiandiju is divided into 5 distinct levels, each capable of accommodating hundreds of patrons, with each floor offering a unique array of businesses that dazzle the senses. Are you the proprietor here? Jiangzhou inquired coldly, directing his question at the counter steward. The elderly steward, taken aback by the grandeur of the occasion, stammered, Your Highness, we have not properly received you. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. A clear, resonant voice emanated from the upper floor, and Qi Junstian slightly raised his gaze to behold a man gracefully descending, holding a folding fan, approaching him with an unhurried demeanor. Could this be the elusive owner of Tiandiju? It was said that the proprietor seldom entertained guests. Why, then, was he making an appearance today? Are you foolish? That is none other than the Regent. Another voice whispered. It was only fitting for the owner of Tiandiju to personally receive such a distinguished guest. The man, adorned with a single-lensed eyeglass, exuded an air of composure, his eyes narrowing into a smile as he reached Qi Junstian. Only then did Qi Junstian discern the man's features. He possessed striking phoenix eyes, accentuated by a tear mole at the corner, which added a wealth of charm, while his dark violet irises shimmered with keen intelligence. Qi Junstian remained silent until the man stood before him, at which point he spoke slowly, Mr. Gu. It is an honor to finally meet you. Gu Hong's pupils slightly constricted, yet he maintained his serene smile, replying, Your Highness possesses remarkable skills, though I seldom meet guests. It seems you have managed to uncover my name. I suspect you are privy to far more information than just that. Qi Junstian pressed his lips together, his silver-black eyes icy. I have come today to show you something, Mr. Gu. Gu Hong raised an eyebrow, gently fluttering his fan. As Qi Junstian produced a crane-shaped jade pendant, Jiangzhou could almost feel his master's tension radiating beside him. Upon seeing the pendant, Gu Hong's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and he adjusted his spectacles, speaking softly, This jade pendant is indeed one of our Tiandiju's wares. Qi Junshin's expression turned grave. However, according to today's records, this pendant has already been sold. I am curious as to why it is now in your possession. Qi Junshin's lips pressed into a thin line, his emotions inscrutable. Gu Hong beckoned the steward to his side. Uncle Zhang, this pendant was a transaction you handled. Perhaps you could enlighten His Highness. Gu Hong smiled. With the owner present, the steward finally found some confidence. He took the jade pendant from Qi Junshin's hand, scrutinizing it with a magnifying glass, unwilling to show any sign of negligence. Yes, Your Highness, Mr. Gu, this pendant was indeed sold by us today. Qi Junshin's voice was cold as he asked, To whom was it sold? After a moment's contemplation, the steward replied, The pendant was sold not long ago to a young girl who appeared to be around 14 or 15 years of age. The young lady appeared to be of modest means. Occasionally, our shop received some transcription work, and she took on all of it. After a few days, she returned to return the completed work, having diligently transcribed for over 10 days, and today, she finally settled her accounts and took away the jade pendant. The shopkeeper uttered something further, but Qi Junstian did not catch it. He furrowed his brows, seemingly struggling to recall something. In the past, he had overlooked many details. Yet now, in reflection, he remembered that shortly after she had returned from the temple, she had inquired about his birth date from the household staff. He recalled that during a meal, she had asked him what animal he favored. At that time, feeling rather low, he had responded rather dismissively. He still remembered his answer clearly. He had said, I like the white crane. Without lingering in the establishment, Qi Junstian did not bid farewell and turned to leave. Master! Jiangzhou and Jiang Qing called out in unison, hastily following after him. Gu Hong observed Qi Junshin's departing figure, the lenses reflecting a cold light. That little one possesses quite a remarkable skill, the man muttered to himself. Chapter 28. The queen must live for a while longer upon returning to the royal residence. Qi Junstan silently made his way towards the dark prison. Jiangzhou and Jiangqing promptly followed suit, while Lu Su observed the scene with a hint of perplexity. What is happening? Lu Su inquired of Jiangqing. Jiangqing pursed her lips, unsure of how to respond. With furrowed brows, Lu Su then turned her gaze towards Jiangzhou. Jiangzhou's expression was complex, and after a long pause, he finally spoke. It seems we have misjudged Miss Mu. As Mu Rujiu lost count of how many times she had impaled the venomous snakes attacking her with her hairpin, at last, a colossal python emitted a terrifying sound and seized the opportunity to ensnare her lower half while she was occupied with the other serpents. A wave of profound terror flashed in Mu Rujiu's eyes. She yearned to cry out for help but realized that in such a place, no one would come to her aid. The python moved swiftly and weighed heavily, and Mu Rujiu had already exhausted too much strength. Ultimately, she sank to her knees under its constricting embrace. The python slithered up her body, finally coiling around her neck. The serpent's grip was immense, and Mu Rujiu could feel its body tightening around her throat, making her breath increasingly labored. She was on the brink of suffocation. Mu Rujiu's consciousness began to wane. Her hands bound by the python, while countless venomous snakes, flicking their elongated tongues, slowly drew nearer. Her eyelids fluttered in a battle against the encroaching darkness. She was now barely aware, only feeling the chilling, sticky sensation enveloping her, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. Gradually, Mu Rujiu closed her eyes. It felt as though she were dreaming. In her dream, she beheld a face twisted with malice. That person cackling as they released a multitude of venomous snakes from their cage, ensnaring her within their coils. Mu Rujiu, you are nothing but a bastard. Why don't you just die? What right do you have to live? The voice was filled with venomous hatred, sending a chill down her spine. The snakes enveloped her, biting relentlessly at her flesh. On her legs, arms, and neck, every inch of exposed skin was torn and mangled. Mu Rujiu, perish. You must die. The madness in that person's eyes was palpable. It seemed as if everyone wished for her demise, be it that person, Xie Chen, or Li Ji. All desired her dead. It felt as if her very existence brought discomfort to all. Perhaps only in death could she bring satisfaction to everyone. Mu Rujiu's breath grew shallower. How tragic. She had once believed that in living again, she could unseat Xie Chen from the throne. Yet now, it appeared she had overestimated her own capabilities. Mu Rujiu opened her mouth, yearning for air, but the python constricted her too tightly. She lacked even the strength to speak. Everyone awaited, anticipated her death. No one wished for her survival. It is said that as one approaches death, the most significant moments of one's life flash before their eyes. Yet Mu Rujiu could not comprehend why, at the brink of her demise, the figure that emerged in her mind was neither Xie Chen nor any of those others, but rather Qi Junstan. More precisely, it was the Qi Junstan from 3 years prior, before he became the regent, known then as Qingzijun. The youth possessed a countenance both serene and striking, his silver-black eyes more radiant than the stars, his presence ethereal, unmatched by any other. Your Majesty, it would be prudent for you to live a while longer, he had remarked, his gaze laced with a defiant coldness. At that time, Mu Rujiu, as the empress, had painstakingly orchestrated a scheme against Qi Junstan, only to ultimately release him due to Xie Chen's influence. On the day she liberated him from the dungeons, she furrowed her brow as she bid him farewell. Despite his prolonged imprisonment, the youth remained untainted and resplendent. At that moment, Qi Junstan had uttered those very words to her. Back then, Mu Rujiu had not grasped the depth of his meaning. In hindsight, it seemed he had foreseen her demise long before she did. Furrowing her brow, she coldly replied, "Rest assured, Lord Qi, as long as you draw breath, I shall live well." To her surprise, a smile graced Qi Junshan's lips. Clad in prison garb, he still exuded an unmatched elegance. "If you and I were not adversaries, perhaps I would hold you in high regard," he had said. Mu Rujiu found his words perplexing. Nonetheless, Qi Junstan chose not to elaborate further, turning away. As he departed, he waved his hand, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, do not disappoint me. Live long." At that time, Mu Rujiu had been infuriated. How dare Qi Junstan utter such audacious words? Yet now, on the cusp of death, she found it amusing that the sole person who had ever expressed a desire for her to survive was her lifelong enemy, Qi Junstan. She could no longer think straight. Mu Rujiu felt herself slipping away, unable to breathe as venomous serpents slithered across her body, preparing to indulge in their feast. At last, she succumbed to unconsciousness. In that fleeting moment, she seemed to hear someone calling her name, Mujiu, Mujiu, but she was not Mujiu. She was Mu Rujiu, the enchanting Empress Mu. Jiangzhou and Jiangqing could hardly believe that their master had ventured into the snake den personally. Master, please reconsider. Jiangqing and I can rescue Miss Mu. Do not act recklessly, Jiangzhou urgently implored. The snake den constructed by their master was filled with various venomous snakes from across the southern Creek Kingdom, as well as an array of enormous pythons. Any individual who dared to enter would face near certain death. Moreover, it has been over half an hour since Miss Mu entered, and it is likely that she has. A flicker of regret passed through Jiangzhou's eyes. Though it is indeed lamentable, as the shadow guard beside Qi Junstin, the safety of his master is paramount. Far surpassing all else, he would never allow his master to enter personally. However, to his surprise, Qi Junstin gazed at Jiangzhou, his eyes reflecting not only anxiety but also an endless indifference. Step aside. Master. Jiangzhou and Jiangqing attempted to dissuade him. Yet, Qi Junstin forcefully pushed both of them aside and strode toward the serpent's lair without a moment's hesitation. Jiangzhou had initially thought that after such a long duration, Miss Mu would surely be deceased, and that upon discovering her lifeless form, his master would relinquish his pursuit. However, to the astonishment of both Jiangzhou and Jiangqing, Miss Mu was, astonishingly, still alive. Standing at the entrance of the serpent's lair, they were rendered speechless by the sight before them. Qi Junshin's pupils momentarily contracted. He had never encountered a Mu Rujiu like that. Chapter 29. She did not die. He recalled that Mu Jiu had always appeared before him as a beacon of joy and vivacity, seemingly brimming with endless tales and inexhaustible energy. She would invariably trail behind him, calling out to him affectionately as Uncle Huang. Yet, the sight before him now was starkly different. She was consumed by rage, ensnared by a massive python, her hand still clutching a blood-stained hairpin. Her entire body was drenched in blood, as though she had emerged from a pool of crimson, her fair complexion and pristine garments marred by the viscous liquid. Qi Junstin had never witnessed Mu Rujiu in such a state. She was taut with tension, poised for action, her eyes harboring an unfathomable intent to kill, coupled with an icy indifference. It seemed that the moment the serpent faltered, she would retaliate with lethal force, prepared to engage in a fierce battle against the venomous snakes surrounding her, like a vengeful deity risen from the depths of hell. However, Qi Junstin discerned that her hand, which gripped the hairpin, trembled, and her body quaked with fear. Without a moment to ponder, he rushed forward, unsheathing his sword to slay the enormous python, and immediately enveloped the girl in his embrace. Her body was cold, the blood staining his luxurious robes, yet he paid it no heed. Countless venomous snakes, unwilling to relinquish their prey, advanced to seize the two. In a fit of genuine fury, Qi Junstin disregarded the consequences, dispatching the serpents with ruthless precision. Master. Jiangzhou finally registered the gravity of the situation, intending to voice his thoughts. Yet, upon witnessing the crimson rage in Qi Junshin's eyes, he chose silence. Qi Junstin hurriedly carried Mu Rujiu back to her chamber, bellowing for a physician, his demeanor fierce and volatile. Liu Su was oblivious to the unfolding events, but Jiangzhou had just informed her that they seemed to have misjudged Mu Jiu. Thus, she stood silently beside Qi Junstin, her gaze fixed upon the pallid face of Mu Rujiu on the bed. Qi Junstin observed the girl lying there, his expression inscrutable. After the physician's examination and the administration of various remedies, her condition stabilized. It was reported that aside from her other injuries, she had suffered from suffocation due to prolonged constriction, leading to her unconscious state. The physician, gazing at the girl, was filled with astonishment. It was truly remarkable that she had survived such an ordeal. Qi Junshin's brow furrowed slightly, yet he refrained from uttering any further words. Jiangzhou. See the physician off. Yes, I shall take my leave. The girl on the bed slept fitfully, her brows knitted together, as if ensnared in a nightmare. Observing this, Qi Junstin let his long fingers rest gently upon her forehead, wishing to smooth away her furrowed brow. Yet, in an instant, he withdrew his hand, realizing it was too cold. She would likely find it unpleasant. Jiangqing stood behind Qi Junstin, watching Mu Rujiu on the bed, her lips pressed together in contemplation. When Jiangzhou returned with the physician, he clasped his fist before Qi Junstin, saying, Master, the physician mentioned. The man's mood was far from pleasant, and he impatiently interjected, Speak. Yes, the physician stated that aside from the new injuries, Miss Mu also bears some old wounds. Qi Junshin's brows subtly furrowed. Jiangqing, he called, at your service. While you were monitoring her, did she sustain any injuries? Jiangqing seemed to recall something, opening his mouth but hesitating. Have you become mute? Speak. Replying to the master, Miss Mu had a confrontation with someone from the private school. Who? Princess Tinglu. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Qi Junshin's eyes. He should have inquired further, At the time Jiang Qing mentioned this incident, he dismissed it as trivial. In retrospect, if it were merely a childish scuffle, Jiang Qing would not have felt the need to report it to him. Tinglu? Qi Junstin slowly articulated each syllable of her name. Yes, at that time. Princess Tinglu, seeing Miss Mu occupying her former position, tacitly allowed a few individuals to tear her clothes, deliberately humiliating her. Miss Mu's injuries were likely inflicted then. Qi Junstin gazed at the girl on the bed. Silent. It seemed he had never truly believed in her. She must have sensed this, which is why she never mentioned any grievances to him, fearing he would grow weary of her. When Miss Mu first arrived at the private school, the eldest son of the Li family coerced her into bringing him desserts daily. Unaware, she likely endured considerable hardship. Feeling somewhat guilty, he had thought it a mere childish game and did not report it to Qi Junstin. Now, it appeared Miss Mu had indeed suffered considerable indignities at the private school. The man possessed a pair of silver-black eyes that, when directed at others, often gave the illusion of being deeply cherished. Yet now, those eyes lacked focus, his long lashes casting a shadow over his pupils. She worried he would find her bothersome. Since she always reported good news while hiding her troubles, she feared he might dismiss her, which led her to carefully seek his favor for so long. Meanwhile, aside from harboring suspicion towards her, he seemed devoid of any other feelings. After an indeterminate time, the man slowly rose from the girl's bedside. Master. Jiang Shou attempted to say something. Qi Junstin waved his hand, his voice as cold and indifferent as ever. She will awaken to inform me. With that, he turned and departed. Jiang Zhou and Jiang Qing exchanged glances, shock evident in their eyes. Is the master concerned about Miss Mu? When Mu Rujiu opened her eyes, she felt somewhat disoriented. The glaring light rushed into her eyes. And after spending an extended period in the dark confines of a cell, she found it hard to adjust. She uncomfortably attempted to shield her eyes from the sunlight with her hand, only to discover an overwhelming ache coursing through her entire body the moment she lifted it. How peculiar. Does one still feel pain after death? Just as Mu Rujiu's mind drifted into a void of emptiness, she overheard someone speaking nearby. Ah, Miss Mu is awake. Quickly, hurry and inform His Highness that Miss Mu has regained consciousness. Mu Rujiu frowned in discomfort. Goodness, she had already passed away. Could they not let her rest in peace? However, in the next instant, she sensed something amiss. Why does this bed appear so familiar? As she attempted to move, an excruciating pain shot through her veins. Hiss, such torment made even Mu Rujiu gasp in surprise. Oh dear, Miss Mu, you are still injured. You mustn't move recklessly. A gentle female voice chimed in, swiftly propping her up. Mu Rujiu glanced around, her eyes narrowing slightly. She wished to speak, yet as soon as she opened her mouth, her throat erupted in pain. Miss, your throat is still not healed. Please refrain from speaking for now. I shall pour you some water, the maid said hurriedly, pouring a cup of water for her. Seizing this moment, Mu Rujiu surveyed her surroundings, only to realize, wasn't this her chamber in the royal residence? What on earth was happening? Had she not died? Chapter 30. She no longer calls him Uncle. Mu Rujiu observed her surroundings with keen eyes, acutely aware of the shifts in the atmosphere. Previously, it had been Liu Su attending to her. Yet the maid before her appeared to be a newcomer, someone she had never encountered before. Miss, please take a sip of water, the maid said, extending a teacup towards Mu Rujiu. She accepted it and drank deeply, the cool liquid coursing down her throat, reviving her spirit. After quenching her thirst, she turned her gaze toward the maid, who seemed to anticipate her inquiry and smiled as she spoke. Miss, I am called Shimo, and from this day forth, I shall be your personal maid. Her maid? Mu Rujiu paused, momentarily bewildered. What had become of Liu Su? She intended to voice her thoughts, but Shimo continued unbidden. Before today, I had never witnessed His Highness in such a rage. When you were injured, he was beside himself with worry, summoning numerous physicians to attend to you. The urgency in his demeanor suggested that if you were not healed, they would face dire consequences. As Shimo recounted this, her wide eyes reflected lingering fear. His Highness's anger is truly terrifying. Upon hearing this, Mu Rujiu regarded Shimo with a touch of sympathy. This young girl must have never witnessed Qi Junstin unhesitatingly cast her into the den of snakes. Otherwise, she would not dare to speak so freely. Shimo appeared ready to elaborate further when the sound of a door opening interrupted them. Both she and Mu Rujiu turned in unison. As Mu Rujiu beheld the man at the threshold, an undeniable panic washed over her. In retrospect, she had perhaps underestimated Qi Junstin, mistakenly believing that she could swiftly earn his trust through such measures. She had overlooked the fact that his ascent to power was a testament to the profound depths of his cunning and intellect, far beyond her comprehension. The fact that she had narrowly escaped with her life today likely stemmed from Qi Junstin discovering the birthday gift she had sent him. Realizing that the so-called secret letter had not been stolen, prompting him to show her mercy. It appeared that earning Qi Junstin's trust would require a more strategic approach. The moment Qi Junstin entered, he immediately noticed the flicker of fear in the young woman on the bed. His brows furrowed slightly, but in an instant, he approached Mu Rujiu. "I have met His Highness, the Regent," Mu Rujiu stammered, hastily rising from the bed to kneel before him in a gesture of utmost respect. Her heart racing with trepidation. For a fleeting moment, Qi Junstin was taken aback. This Mu Rujiu, from his memories, had never knelt before him. Always trailing behind and incessantly calling him uncle. She had never addressed him as Your Highness, the Regent. He recalled vividly how, in a moment of anger, when she had called him uncle, Jiangzhou had retorted, "How dare you? This is His Highness, the Regent." Thus, she had ceased to call him uncle. Qi Junstin pressed his lips together, his tone icy as he commanded, "You have not yet recovered from your injuries. Rise." "Thank you, Your Highness." Qi Junstin wished to express his thoughts, to inquire about the improvement of her injuries, to ask if the pain still lingered. Yet, upon witnessing Mu Rujiu's wide, alarmed eyes, he found himself rendered speechless. Mu Rujiu's body trembled, likely a consequence of recalling the frigid, menacing serpents that had sought to harm her. These memories instilled genuine fear within her. They remained in their respective stances, silent and unmoving, enveloped in an oppressive stillness. Time eluded them, and eventually, Qi Junstin broke the silence with a rigid inquiry. "Is there anything you desire?" It was not until many years later that Mu Rujiu comprehended the immaturity of his apology, a gesture of humility that appeared so juvenile. A flicker of surprise crossed her gaze, quickly followed by a flustered bow of her head. "Your Highness, to be sheltered by you is already a profound blessing for a commoner like myself. I am overwhelmed with trepidation." Perhaps it was the glaring sunlight that incited a sudden irritation within Qi Junstin, a murderous vexation. "I have matters to attend to. You should rest. I bid you farewell, Your Highness." As he turned to leave, an emotion flickered in Mu Rujiu's lowered eyes. Was Qi Junstin showing kindness? Initially, she deemed her plan futile, yet it now appeared to carry some merit. "My lady, His Highness just inquired about your desires. Why did you decline?" Waterink, her maid, cautiously asked as she adjusted Mu Rujiu's bedding. Uncertain whether this maid was another of Qi Junstin's spies, despite her seemingly innocent demeanor, Mu Rujiu remained vigilant. "For His Highness to take me in and provide me with sustenance is already an immense grace," she replied, her words meticulously chosen. Waterink nodded, seemingly grasping the implications. Yet she ventured further. "However, His Highness has never promised anyone any conditions. It seems he is quite attentive towards you." Mu Rujiu stifled a laugh, struggling to suppress her amusement. "What nonsense! Qi Junstin cares for me? Surely, one must be mad." Nevertheless, she refrained from revealing Qi Junstin's true nature to Waterink. In the following days, as Mu Rujiu recuperated, she refrained from attending the private school. She began to notice a subtle shift in the demeanor of the palace staff towards her, though they had always treated her with deference. It seemed now that there was a genuine respect in their eyes. It had been several days since she last saw Jiangzhou, and upon casually mentioning it to Waterink, she received a gleeful response. "My lady, Lord Jiangzhou is in the back courtyard counting petals." "Counting petals? What does that mean?" Mu Rujiu furrowed her brow in confusion. "Go, or not go, go, or not go." Jiangzhou clutched a handful of flowers, plucking their petals while murmuring something under his breath. The steward managing the garden, upon witnessing Lord Jiangzhou standing amidst a scattering of wilted petals, contemplated voicing a reprimand. Yet, the sight of the sword at Lord Jiangzhou's waist compelled him to swallow his words. After all, what was the plucking of flowers in comparison to the potential peril of provoking a man of such stature? With a furrowed brow, Jiangzhou gazed at the last remaining petal, hesitating before finally deciding to pluck it. A sigh of resignation escaped his lips. He couldn't shake the thought that Miss Mu's bedridden state and the injuries she had suffered were, in part, his responsibility. It was merely a visit to see Miss Mu, not a march to his own demise, Jiangzhou murmured to himself, as if attempting to soothe his own apprehensions. Just as he was about to depart, a clear male voice rang out behind him. "Hey, I'll accompany you." Jiangzhou turned to see Jiang Qing approaching, and to his astonishment, Jiang Qing was also clutching several flower stems, stripped bare of their blossoms. Chapter 31. Do you think what you think is what you think? As Jiangzhou and Jiang Qing stood before Mu Rujiu, she found herself momentarily at a loss, though she was well aware of Jiang Qing's existence. She had not anticipated that he would take the initiative to meet her. Jiangzhou wore an expression of deep turmoil. It felt far more unbearable to face Miss Mu than to endure several knife wounds. Mu Rujiao blinked, feigning an air of confusion. Lord Jiang, this is no. Miss Mu, you may simply call me Jiangshou, he replied, feeling utterly despondent. Having insisted on such formalities earlier, he now feared that if she truly addressed him that way, his master might very well reduce him to mincemeat to feed the dogs. Mu Rujiao pursed her lips, appearing somewhat troubled. Jiangshou, not wishing to add to her discomfort, hastily redirected the conversation. Miss Mu, this is Jiang Qing, an undercover guard like myself, serving beside His Highness. Mu Rujiao nodded, seemingly understanding. Jiang Qing, miss. Jiang Qing interjected, perhaps anticipating that she would address him as Lord. She turned her gaze towards Jiang Qing, who appeared conflicted, as if engaged in a fierce internal battle. Mu Rujiao blinked, her expression one of bewilderment. After a considerable pause, Jiang Qing suddenly drew a sword from his waist. Jiang Qing, what are you doing? Jiangshou frowned, quickly positioning himself in front of Mu Rujiao. In her panicked state, Mu Rujiao watched as Jiang Qing presented the sword before her. Both Jiangzhou and Mu Rujiao were momentarily taken aback. With a stiff demeanor, Jiang Qing spoke, Miss Mu, regarding this matter, I have failed in my duty. Please do not blame my master. If you seek retribution, you may sever my arm with this sword. I harbor no resentment. Mu Rujiao's face reflected sheer terror. She was utterly at a loss. Internally, she began to curse Jiang Qing. What on earth is wrong with him? Is this truly how a martial artist apologizes? So crude and unrefined? Seeing Mu Rujiao on the verge of tears, Jiangshou quickly urged Jiang Qing to sheathe the sword. Jiang Qing, you frightened Miss Mu. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Qing clumsily returned the sword to its scabbard, lowering his head in silence, looking rather like a pitiful soul reflecting on his misdeeds. Mu Rujiao struggled to suppress a laugh but managed to keep her composure. Her voice trembled as she spoke. Jiang Qing, Jiangshou, I hold no grievances against you. There is no need for self-reproach. It was only natural to win their favor in such a moment. Jiang Qing raised his gaze, his sharp eyes revealing surprise. Miss Mu does not blame us? Mu Rujiao cautiously nodded. You both serve the Regent, and given the complexities surrounding my identity, it is only reasonable for you to monitor and suspect me. Jiangzhou lowered his head, feeling a twinge of guilt. I apologize, Miss Mu. We should have placed more trust in you. Miss Mu had devoted herself to transcribing texts to procure a birthday gift for their master, and yet they had remained oblivious, choosing instead to doubt her. Such behavior was truly inexcusable. Mu Rujiao chuckled and waved her hand dismissively, assuring them that she truly bore no grudge. Meanwhile, Qi Junstin sat in his study, scrutinizing the memorials laid before him. The contents of the documents were insufferable, prompting him to toss them onto the desk in frustration. For several consecutive days, she had not dined with him, and whenever they crossed paths, she would bow respectfully, addressing him as Your Highness the Regent. Everything was a source of vexation. Master, Lord Li Qiu requests an audience, reported Jiang Qing. Refuse him, Qi Junstin retorted curtly, noticing Qi Junstin's foul mood. Jiang Qing contemplated and decided it best to send Li Qiu away for the time being. Understood, Jiang Qing replied, bowing out. Observing this, Jiangzhou swallowed hard. His master had been in a wretched state of mind lately, and it was no mystery as to why. Master, I believe Miss Mu does not hold you accountable. Jiangzhou ventured cautiously after much deliberation. Since Miss Mu can forgive them, I am certain that a sincere apology from you would suffice to absolve her of any resentment. Qi Junstin furrowed his brow at Jiangzhou's words. Her feelings are inconsequential to me, he replied coldly. Jiangzhou fell silent, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Very well. I shall keep my opinions to myself, he conceded. After several days of convalescence, Mu Rujiao had remained indoors. Realizing she had not attended her private lessons for 5 days, a slight headache urged her to consider that if she were to return to her studies, she ought to inform Qi Junstin. Although she was still somewhat miffed at him for casting her into the lair of snakes, she had resolved to collaborate with him. And thus, it was necessary to extend an olive branch. With this thought in mind, Mu Rujiao finally addressed her maid, Shui Mo. Please fetch me a garment. Shui Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Miss, are you planning to go out? Uncertain of Shui Mo's exuberance, Mu Rujiu simply nodded with a smile. Shui Mo clapped her hands joyfully while retrieving an outfit from Mu Rujiao. It's about time you ventured out. These past few days, every time His Highness dined alone, his demeanor was rather grim. Mu Rujiao, however, did not equate Qi Junshin's sour expression with her absence at meals. She merely thought Shui Mo too young and naive to grasp the complexities of their situation. Upon receiving a brand new dress from Shui Mo, Mu Rujiao was taken aback. When was this dress purchased? Shuemo grinned. Miss, you are unaware that His Highness had someone select numerous fashionable garments for us these past few days. Our wardrobe is nearly overflowing. Do you like this one? If not, I can fetch another. Rujiu gazed at the vibrant crimson dress, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Although her previous garments were new, none possessed such flamboyant hues. The attire before her seemed more suited for a girl of 14 or 15. At this thought, Rujiu realized that, in truth, she was indeed akin to a young maiden of that age. Nevertheless, she decided not to dwell on it, merely nodding for Shuemo to assist her in changing into the dress. Initially, she intended for this to suffice, but to her surprise, Shuemo insisted on grooming and embellishing her. It was then that Rujiu noticed her once unadorned vanity table now brimming with an array of jewelry and accessories. She opened her mouth, instantly aware that these items had been tacitly approved by Junmian. Sighing, she acknowledged that since she was to meet him, it would be prudent to don the gifts he had prepared, hoping to please him. Thus, Rujiu settled before the mirror, allowing Shuemo to adorn her. Meanwhile, Junmian was partaking in his luncheon, perhaps having grown accustomed to the incessant chatter of a certain little companion during meals. He found himself somewhat discomfited by the solitude of dining alone. Chapter 32. What else can be done? Just coaxing Jiangzhou stood beside Junmian, his eyes widening in surprise as he caught sight of someone. Realizing the situation, he hurriedly whispered to Junmian, "My lord." Junmian furrowed his brow, glancing at Jiangzhou, who was staring into the distance. Following Jiangzhou's gaze, he looked towards the door. When he saw Rujiu approaching step by step, a flicker of brilliance danced in his silver-black eyes, only to be swiftly concealed. He deliberately averted his gaze, grasping a pair of jade chopsticks. As he casually picked at the dishes before him, Jiangzhou observed from the side, if it weren't for the fact that the dish Junmian was selecting was the oily tofu he usually despised, he would almost believe that his master was truly at peace within. At long last, Rujiu reached Junmian, and after a moment of contemplation, she knelt before him. "I have come to pay my respects, Your Highness." Junmian's hand, poised to pick up food, hesitated slightly, a fleeting emotion flashing in his beautiful eyes. It was ephemeral. She had never knelt before him nor addressed him so formally. He regarded Rujiu, his lips pressed together as he coldly inquired, "What is it?" Rujiu sensed Junmian's demeanor and felt that he appeared to be still in a fit of rage. Yet, it was abundantly clear that Junmian had wronged her. She had yet to voice her grievances, so why was he in such a foul mood? In times past, her fiery temper would not have tolerated such insolence. But circumstances had changed, and under the current roof, one must yield. Rujiu stammered, "Your Highness, I have not attended private school for 5 days. Junmian's brows knitted in displeasure. After days without seeing him, she had come today merely to discuss her absence from school? His grip tightened around the jade chopsticks, as if he might snap them in two. "Do you wish to attend private school?" His voice was deep and melodious. "Yes," Rujiu obediently replied. Junmian's tone turned icy, "Your injuries are not yet healed." Upon hearing this, Rujiu quickly retorted, "No, that's not true. I have fully recovered." "Recovered?" Junmian's skepticism was palpable. "Recovered yet unwilling to venture outside? Recovered yet having stayed in bed for 5 days without dining? What? Were you waiting for me to invite you?" His voice brimmed with anger, tinged with a frustration he could scarcely comprehend. If she had truly healed, why had she not sought him out for a meal? Rujiu lowered her head, falling silent. Damn it, Junmian, since discovering his true nature, had he even bothered to feign decorum? One might think she had committed some grievous offense. For heaven's sake, she had been in a life-or-death situation at that time. Not only had she been unable to rise, but it was also entirely justifiable for her to be angry with him. Rujiu cursed inwardly. Yet outwardly she remained meek and compliant, appearing very docile. Junmian, noticing her silence, felt as though he were striking cotton with his fist, utterly ineffective. With a long sigh, he finally softened his tone. "Come, let us dine." Rujiu looked up in a fluster, seemingly about to refuse. Junmian pressed his lips together. "How can you attend private school without first eating?" As Rujiu listened, she understood that Junmian had agreed to release her. Her dark eyes sparkled for a moment before she rose, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness." She obediently walked to the dining table and chose a seat distance from Junmian. "Sit here," he unexpectedly commanded as she settled in. Rujiu swallowed hard but complied. Moving to his side, the man raised an eyebrow, his expression softening slightly. Rujiu focused on her meal, not daring to take a bite of the dishes. Observing this, Junmian clicked his tongue in disapproval. Perhaps due to her recent harrowing experience in the snake pit, she felt a lingering fear towards him. Consequently, at the sound of his discontent, she immediately turned her gaze toward him. Qi Junstian furrowed his brow, instructing, "Eat your vegetables." Startled, Rujiu quickly picked up some food and placed it in her bowl. Nearby, Jiangzhou watched in despair, thinking, "My lord, your demeanor might frighten Miss Mu." For some reason, Qi Junstian appeared particularly displeased today. Despite Rujiu's compliance, he still seemed unsatisfied. "Rujiu," he called out coldly, evoking memories of the chilling malice he had displayed when he had thrown her into the snake pit. This recollection caused her to choke on her food, leading to a fit of coughing. Qi Junstian's brows knitted tighter at the sight of her distress. As she coughed, her mortification peaked. How embarrassing it was to be frightened by his voice. Just as she braced for an impending reprimand, she heard him let out a long, soft sigh. In the next moment, she felt a gentle pressure on her back, tenderly patting her. Stunned, Rujiu's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Qi Junstian. Perhaps due to her prolonged coughing, tears welled in her eyes, making her gaze red-rimmed, but the tears refused to fall. Noticing her state, Qi Junstian opened his mouth, ultimately speaking in a gentle tone, "I did not scold you." His words carried a stiffness, likely due to their rarity in his speech. Rujiu momentarily froze, pondering whether he was attempting to explain himself. Qi Junstian pressed his lips together, continuing to pat her back softly, reiterating, "I did not scold you. Take your time eating." Once her coughing subsided, he frowned and finally served her some vegetables. "Do not only eat one dish, try something else." Thus, when Jiangqing approached Jiangzhou, he found an astonishing sight, his usually imperious master patiently serving vegetables to the girl beside him, all the while gently encouraging her to eat more. Jiangqing, upon witnessing the scene before him, found himself questioning the reliability of his own vision. He stealthily approached Jiangzhou, his gaze inquiring. "What is the situation?" Jiangqing asked. "Have you never seen someone serve food?" Jiangzhou replied. Jiangqing remained silent. He had certainly witnessed many instances of food being served, yet he had never seen a master serving food to another. Observing the scene, it bore an uncanny resemblance to an emperor tenderly caring for his niece. Jiangqing was unsure from whence this thought had originated, but as he gazed at his master, a faint smile graced his lips. This master appeared to possess an air of warmth and humanity. At last, breakfast concluded. Rujiu returned to her chamber to prepare her textbooks for her upcoming lessons. Once she had organized her books, she ventured outside, where she encountered Jiangzhou. With a smile, Jiangzhou addressed her, "Miss Mu, are you ready?" Rujiu assumed Jiangzhou intended to escort her to the private school, and with a cheerful nod, she replied, "Jiangzhou, let us be on our way." Jiangzhou regarded Rujiu, his thoughts lingering on the cusp of revelation, yet ultimately, he chose silence. It seemed best to let the young lady discover the truth in due course. Chapter 33. How should this be interpreted? As Rujiu stepped outside, the carriage was already waiting. She mounted the carriage and, as she lifted the curtain, she seemed to catch a glimpse of a strikingly handsome face. Rujiu widened her eyes, convinced she must have been mistaken. What on earth? How could Qi Junstian be in the carriage? Rujiu swallowed hard, unable to comprehend, and looked once more into the carriage. Could someone please explain why Qi Junstian is here? Upon noticing Rujiu, Qi Junstian raised an eyebrow and said, "Come in." Rujiu felt a surge of trepidation. She glanced back at Jiangzhou, who offered a stiff smile, seemingly unwilling to come to her aid. Finally, with a resigned sigh, she cautiously took a seat inside the carriage. Purposefully, Rujiu chose a spot directly opposite Qi Junstian, sitting upright and daring not to move an inch. Observing her demeanor, Qi Junstian's brow slightly lifted. "Come a bit closer." Rujiu thought to herself, is he being overly intrusive? Yet, despite her inner musings, she obediently shifted to sit beside Qi Junstian. With a perpetually cold expression, Qi Junstian concealed a slight smile, hidden from Rujiu's view. He tapped on the side of the carriage, prompting it to begin its journey. Jiangzhou drove the carriage toward the Royal Academy, a route Rujiu knew well. Therefore, when Jiangzhou did not stop at the usual place, she sensed something amiss. "Jiangzhou, we've passed it. You can pull over now." Previously, in order to avoid being spotted by the Academy students while riding in the Regent's carriage, Rujiu would disembark some distance from the school. Jiangzhou had tacitly allowed this arrangement. Thus, when he passed the customary stopping point this time, Rujiu anxiously urged him to halt. Outside, Jiangzhou called out, "Miss, we haven't reached the academy yet." His words filled Rujiu with foreboding. She glanced at Qi Junstian beside her, who remained relaxed and composed, sitting upright without any unnecessary movements. Rujiu prayed that her fears were unfounded. However, when the carriage finally stopped in front of the Royal Academy, her heart sank. This was a disaster. She no longer wanted to alight. She blinked her large, round eyes at Qi Junxian, her expression tinged with a hint of grievance. Qi Junxian merely glanced at her, a smirk playing on his lips, before stepping down from the carriage. Rujiu sat frozen in place, hesitant to move. The regent's carriage was undeniably conspicuous, and as it came to a halt, several passing students had already begun to gather. Why does this carriage resemble that of the regent's? What a joke. Why would His Highness the Regent come to our academy? Surely, I must be seeing things. How curious. I can't shake the feeling that this carriage seems remarkably familiar. Is it real or merely an illusion? Could it possibly belong to His Royal Highness, the Regent? Just then, a slender finger brushed against the curtain, and the attendant removed the footstool, prompting the occupant to draw back the curtain. The man revealed a countenance of unparalleled beauty. Dressed in a long robe of black and gold, every inch adorned with intricate dark golden patterns, the attire unmistakably signified the man's noble status. A subtle smile played upon his lips, and he appeared to be in splendid spirits as he alighted from the carriage, the black and gold robe billowing in the breeze, causing even the students nearby to pause in admiration. Legend has it that the kingdom of Nanxi possesses two treasures. One is the weapon of the vanquished demon queen Mu, known as the Fuyue halberd, and the other is none other than the illustrious and matchless regent, Lord Qingzijun. In ordinary times, people might dismiss such tales as mere fabrications, perhaps acknowledging the regent's extraordinary appearance, yet questioning whether one could truly consider him a treasure. However, upon beholding the visage of the regent, all words fell silent. Indeed, beauty can serve as a formidable weapon, a treasure beyond compare. As the surrounding scholars caught sight of Qi Junxian, they all knelt in reverence. We pay our respects to His Royal Highness, the Regent. Long live the Regent. Qi Junxian, witnessing their homage, did not respond but turned to glance back at the carriage. Wasn't he supposed to be attending a lesson? If he didn't descend soon, time would slip away. Qi Junxian's voice rang clear. Inside the carriage, Rujiu felt a wave of despair wash over her. Why? What madness had overtaken Qi Junxian? Why was he intent on escorting her to class? Could he not feign ignorance as before? She longed to live quietly within the confines of the private academy. Qi Junxian tapped lightly on the wooden carriage, seemingly urging her to hurry. Rujiu wished to wail at the heavens, yet knowing those outside awaited her, she ultimately covered half her face and cautiously prepared to exit the carriage. Rujiu soon realized that descending from the carriage was an arduous task. Approaching the edge, she intended to step down onto the footstool, but in her haste, she inadvertently stepped on the hem of her gown. In a flurry, she cried out and instinctively grasped Qi Junxian's arm. The scent of fresh bamboo wafted around her. She thought she heard Qi Junxian stifle a laugh. And in the next moment, the world spun as he effortlessly swept her into his arms. Ah! Rujiu exclaimed, the sensation of weightlessness causing her to cling tightly to Qi Junxian's neck. The intoxicating fragrance of bamboo intensified. She could almost hear the muffled laughter resonating from his chest, accompanied by his melodious voice above her. Can't you even dismount the carriage? At that moment, Rujiu felt a profound desire to disappear. She had initially wished for Qi Junxian to set her down, yet he seemed resolute in his intention to carry her onward into the academy. The surrounding students, heads bowed, greeted Qi Junxian with respect, remaining kneeling as he had not commanded them to rise. They naturally heard the girl's voice, yet dared not lift their heads to look. How could they? If they were to uncover something grave, it could cost them their heads. Rujiu, anxious about being seen, had been covering her face with her hands. And now both her arms were wrapped around Qi Junxian's neck. In an effort to shield her face from prying eyes, she burrowed deeper into his embrace. Qi Junxian caught a whiff of a refreshing fragrance, reminiscent of peach blossoms, not from any sachet, but rather the innate scent of the young lady herself. A faint smile graced his lips as he murmured, "Hold tight. If you fall, it's not my responsibility." Upon hearing this, Rujiu felt a surge of indignation. Was that even a sensible thing to say? If he was truly concerned about her falling, wouldn't it be better to set her down? Of course, Qi Junxian remained oblivious to Rujiu's thoughts. He continued to hold her as he made his way towards the Qinzi Hall. As it was school hours, many students were bustling about, and inevitably, some noticed the regent prince, as well as the young girl nestled within his arms. However, as she had buried her face in his chest, none could discern her features. Later, Rujiu would learn that after that day, the entire private academy was abuzz with gossip, rumors that the regent prince had taken a fancy to someone. Curse that notion of a romantic interest. But such matters, of course, were merely a side note in the grand scheme of things. Jifuyan had not seen Rujiu in class for several consecutive days. He furrowed his brow and glanced at the cracked coin resting alongside his jade pendant, his expression growing grim. Li Hu, having presumably caught wind of Mu Rujiao's absence, brashly attended class, causing mischief and bullying the weak during these days. He reveled in his triumph, thinking to himself that it seemed Mu Rujiao would not be returning anytime soon. Just as he was musing over this, a commotion outside the door caught his attention. Chapter 34. A public humiliation performance. The students of the Qinzi Hall turned their gazes towards the source of the sound. And before they could discern the figure approaching, some had already sunk to their knees. Li Hu, puzzled by the sudden display of reverence, felt compelled to follow suit as he witnessed everyone bowing in submission. As Qi Junstan entered Qinzi Hall, cradling Mu Rujiao in his arms, he still refused to set her down. Surveying the surroundings, he spotted an empty seat beside Ji Fuyan. Raising an eyebrow, he inquired of the girl in his embrace there. Mu Rujiao, reluctant to respond to Qi Junstan's question or to face anyone, realized that it was futile to expect him to depart without her. Summoning her courage, she peered towards the direction Qi Junstan indicated. Upon revealing her face, an astonished silence fell over the assembly. Isn't that Mu Rujiao? Recognizing that the seat Qi Junstan pointed to was next to Ji Fuyan, she nodded frantically, urging him to set her down quickly. At last, Qi Junstan approached Ji Fuyan and gently placed Mu Rujiao upon the seat. All the students perceived the extraordinary presence of the man before them, yet they remained kneeling, unsure of how to react. It was not until Ji Fuyan, seated beside Mu Rujiao, slightly lifted his gaze, first observing her, then turning his attention to Qi Junstan. A flicker of astonishment crossed his striking eyes before he lowered his head and spoke reverently. I pay my respects to His Royal Highness the Regent. Long live the Prince. Ji Fuyan was indeed the most erudite among the scholars of the private academy, though none of the students had yet encountered the Regent. Witnessing Ji Fuyan's formal greeting startled them all into a chorus of reverence. We pay our respects to His Royal Highness the Regent. Long live the Prince. Once Mu Rujiu was settled in her seat, she shielded her face with one hand, fearful of being recognized as Mu Rujiao, though she knew her efforts were in vain. Qi Junstan appeared to be in good spirits, raising an eyebrow at Ji Fuyan, his eyes glinting with intrigue. From the Ji family? He inquired gravely, clearly addressing Ji Fuyan. Ji Fuyan bowed his head respectfully, replying, Yes, I am Ji Fuyan, honored to meet your highness. Qi Junstan chuckled lightly, You may rise. Thank you, your highness. Ji Fuyan responded. Mu Rujiu believed this would conclude the formalities, but at that moment, the academy's teacher hurried into Qinzi Hall, evidently alerted to the regent's arrival. The elderly teacher, upon seeing Qi Junstan, dropped to the ground, his voice trembling, I pay my respects to His Royal Highness the Regent. Long live the Prince. Qi Junstan approached the teacher and helped him to his feet, saying, There is no need for such formalities. This Royal Academy exists to cultivate talent for His Majesty and the realm. As their instructor, it is I who should pay my respects to you. Mu Rujiao noticed that before others, Qi Junstan seemed capable of projecting an image of integrity and righteousness. I am but an old fool, the teacher hastily remarked. Qi Junstan smiled, then turned his gaze to the other students still kneeling. Rise, my dear students. I come today merely as a senior to send off my child. Mu Rujiao silently exclaimed her dismay, and as expected, Qi Junstan spoke again. Mu Jiao is my niece, having just arrived at this private school. I hope you all will be understanding. Hearing this, Mu Rujiao observed the trembling demeanor of the students and felt a surge of despair. It was akin to a great gray wolf standing before a group of small white rabbits, cheerfully saying, Little rabbits, kneel down. I, the big gray wolf, have a favor to ask of you. Yet, Mu Rujiu did not anticipate Qi Junstan would openly acknowledge her identity. Was he not concerned about her causing him trouble? Mu Rujiu was puzzled, but this confusion was short-lived as she was taken aback by Qi Junshan's subsequent actions. Qi Junstan surveyed the surroundings, his gaze finally settling on Li Hu in the front row. He strode over to Li Hu, slightly bending forward, his silver-black eyes reflecting an inscrutable expression. I have met His Highness. Li Hu stuttered in greeting, trembling. Qi Junstan smiled, a distinctly gentle smile, yet for some reason, Li Hu perceived a hint of eeriness in it. You are Li Hu? Li Hu's eyes widened in fear as he stole a glance at Mu Rujiu before hastily diverting his gaze. Beside him, Mu Rujiu was equally astonished. What was Qi Junstan doing? Yes, I am Li Hu, he stammered. Qi Junstan let out a light laugh. The sound was cool, causing Li Hu to instinctively draw back his neck. My little Jiao mentioned that Li Gongzi wields considerable authority in the private school. Qi Junshan's tone was soft, seemingly a casual inquiry, yet upon hearing it, Li Hu's legs trembled uncontrollably. If he weren't propping himself against the table, he might have already collapsed to his knees. The man before him spoke with an air of gentleness, yet the aura surrounding him instilled a chilling dread. The other students, upon hearing Qi Junshan's words, lowered their heads, refraining from uttering a sound. when Rujiu had been bullied. They believed she held no significant status and had no intention of helping her. Now, they were struck by the revelation that Rujiu was actually the niece of the Regent prince. If Rujiu had spoken in the presence of the prince, they would surely be unable to escape the consequences. With this thought, the students around them quieted their breaths. Ji Fuyan, however, felt no particular alarm. He merely furrowed his brows as he regarded Qi Junstan. Qi Junstan had just reached the age of 20, and Ji Fuyan was already 16. In terms of age, he was not significantly younger than Qi Junstan. Yet, Ji Fuyan could sense that the man before him possessed an aura and pressure beyond his comparison. Truly, Qi Junstan was deserving of his position as Regent Prince, having achieved it through his own merit. Ji Fuyan thought to himself, his gaze shifting back to Rujiu, the niece of the Regent Prince. Ji Fuyan seemed to have never heard of any family related to the Regent Prince, let alone a niece. Moreover, it appears that Rujiu is not a resident of the capital. Suppressing the doubts within, Ji Fuyan quietly observed Qi Junstan. Your Highness, forgive me. Your Highness, please pardon me. Li Hu abruptly knelt down with a thud, his legs trembling, for he was merely a child, unaccustomed to such scenes. Qi Junstan merely smiled faintly, leisurely watching Li Hu. After a moment of organizing his thoughts, Li Hu cautiously spoke. It was I, Li Hu, who was momentarily bewitched. I implore your Highness to forgive me. Furthermore, Rujiu. No. Miss Mu has already cautioned. Your Highness. Rujiu hurriedly interrupted Li Hu. Qi Junstan, who had been smiling at Li Hu, momentarily froze at the sound of the girl's voice calling him. Rujiu rushed to Qi Junshan's side, grasping his sleeve. Your Highness, I assure you, I am fine now. Classmate Li Hu has realized his mistake. Please do not remain angry. It was a jest. If Qi Junstan discovered that she had once reprimanded Li Hu, he would undoubtedly grow suspicious. She could not allow Li Hu to continue speaking. The urgency of the situation left Rujiu no time to ponder, and the term Your Highness slipped out, due to the hurried tone in Rujiu's voice. Qi Junstan discerned a hint of coquettishness within her words. Chapter 35, Mr. Ji, please help me. The previously somber expression on Qi Junshan's face brightened instantly, and he raised an eyebrow, seemingly pleased. After a considerable pause, he nodded with an air of magnanimity. Since Xiaojiu claimed not to pursue the matter further, it would be dismissed. Qi Junstan appeared accommodating, curling his lips as he squinted at Li Hu and murmured, however, should I discover you engaging in nefarious activities in the private school again, this place will not suffice for you. I can certainly find somewhere more accommodating. The final words unmistakably carried a threatening tone. Li Hu's eyes widened like saucers, and he merely swallowed hard, rendered speechless by Qi Junshan's presence. Surprisingly in good spirits, Qi Junstan turned and escorted Rujiu back to her seat, softening his tone. In that case, I shall take my leave, uncle. Please do hurry. Rujiu thought inwardly, nearly on the verge of tears. The image she had painstakingly built over these days was now shattered. She nodded, urging Qi Junstan to depart swiftly. Yet, Qi Junstan seemed unyielding to her wishes. Noticing her mere nod, he raised an eyebrow. Don't you wish to say something to your royal uncle? Upon utterance of these words, not only Rujiu but also the students in the classroom and the teacher were taken aback. Was this the imperious regent, exuding an air of entitlement as if he were about to take his leave? Rujiu swallowed again, finally managing to force a dry smile towards Qi Junstan. I bid you farewell, your highness. Qi Junshan's brow furrowed momentarily, his tone slightly rising, as if expressing dissatisfaction. Rujiu paused, unsure what had irked him this time. After careful consideration, she tentatively ventured, I bid you farewell, uncle. Indeed. This time, Qi Junstan nodded in satisfaction. The man finally rose, his silhouette exuding elegance, and he offered Rujiu a final smile. Study well, Xiaojiu. Your uncle will come to fetch you after class. Damn it. Rujiu felt utterly despondent. She had thought Qi Junstan was merely indulging in a fleeting whim to escort her. How could he possibly intend to return for her? All her unspoken words coalesced into a heavy silence, and she could only manage a bitter smile and nod in response. With that, Qi Junstan strode away, his demeanor suggesting he was in remarkably high spirits. That scoundrel Qi Junstan was undoubtedly delighting in ensnaring her. Rujiu cursed inwardly. However, she was acutely aware that her nightmare was only just beginning. Throughout the ensuing hours, whether in class or during breaks, Rujiu felt countless eyes scrutinizing her. Be they in the classroom or peering from the doorway, the gazes directed at her were laden with complex emotions, some wary, some fearful, adding a layer of distress to her previously tranquil school life. As soon as the teacher announced the end of class, a throng of students encircled her. Rujiu, Mujio, these are the pastries prepared by my family's chef. They are truly delectable. Would you care to sample them? Mujio, I recall you inquired about borrowing that book a few days ago. It is now available for you. Mujio, I am astounded to learn that you are indeed the niece of His Highness the Regent. Such a revelation is enviable. Indeed, you ought to have informed us sooner. We were utterly unaware. As Rujiu observed a throng of individuals gathered around her table, each one beaming with delight, she merely offered a bashful smile. My uncle the Emperor advised that one should remain modest while conducting affairs outside. Hence, I refrained from sharing this information. I apologize. Her voice was soft and melodic, devoid of any aggression. The surrounding students engaged in jovial conversation. Had Rujiu not recalled their previous demeanor towards her, she might have felt disoriented. The Royal Academy was, by nature, a breeding ground for talent destined for the court, and thus the students therein were inclined to seek advantageous associations. Such behavior was understandable. And Rujiu held no grievances. Utilizing her injury as an excuse, her wounds yet unhealed, she finally managed to disperse the crowd. As she was not particularly adept at navigating such situations, turning to her side, she regarded Jifuyan, who appeared to have not exchanged a single word with her throughout. Even upon discovering her connection to the Regent, he showed no inclination to curry favor with her. After all, when Rujiu had been overlooked by others, it was Jifuyan who had treated her kindly. Now, however, he remained distant, engrossed in his book, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Rujiu pondered whether Jifuyan might be upset. The court was rife with undercurrents. 3 years prior, the civil officials led by the left chancellor, the military officials led by the right chancellor, and the forces under Qi Junstin formed a tripartite equilibrium within the court. Rujiu had expended considerable effort to extricate Qi Junstin from this delicate balance, initially intending to eliminate him, as he, then a second-rank official, had begun to overshadow his superiors. The dynamics between these factions were perpetually ambiguous, oscillating between enmity and camaraderie. Rujiu was uncertain of Qi Junshin's current rapport with the left faction. Should their relations be tenuous, her friendship with Jifuyan might not withstand the strain. Contemplating this, she cautiously prodded Jifuyan's arm. Feeling the gentle nudge while engrossed in his reading, Jifuyan furrowed his brow slightly and then turned to Rujiu, as if silently inquiring what she needed. Their interaction felt as though they were complete strangers. Embarrassed, Rujiu scratched her head and offered an awkward smile. Mr. Ji, I have not recited anything for 5 days. In the past, Jifuyan had made it a point to arrive at the academy each morning to listen to Rujiu recite the characters she had learned the previous day, encouraging her progress in writing. If there are mistakes or omissions, one shall face the punishment of being struck with a ruler by Jifuyan. Over the past few days, Rujiu had not attended class, rendering her unable to recite her lessons. With a pitiful gaze, she looked towards Jifuyan and timidly extended her hand. Jifuyan pressed his lips together, his expression complex. Given the current ambiguous relationship between the left faction and the Regent's faction, he ought to distance himself from Rujiu to avoid any potential conflicts. Yet, the girl gazed at Jifuyan with a look of such innocence, clearly wishing to appease him. After a prolonged silence, Jifuyan sighed. He picked up the ruler, raised it high, and then gently let it fall into the palm of her hand, even as her eyes remained tightly shut. Rujiu looked at Jifuyan in surprise. Was that it? Jifuyan's lips remained pressed, his voice as frosty as ever, yet Rujiu seemed to finally glimpse the familiar Jifuyan. Considering your injuries, I shall let this pass this time. The youth's clear eyes seemed to carry the gentle breezes and bright moons of the world. Rujiu smiled, her eyes curving with delight. Thank you, Mr. Ji. It seemed he had calmed down, and Rujiu felt a sense of relief. Jifuyan had helped her so much. If she were to turn against him, she would feel guilty. Fortunately, Jifuyan did not truly hold it against her. That was indeed a fortunate turn of events. As the class was dismissed, Rujiu remained in her seat, leisurely packing her belongings. Several students approached her, seeking to leave in her company, aware of their intentions. She waved her hand dismissively. No need, no need. I still have some assignments to complete. You may go ahead. Once the students had departed, Rujiu finally exhaled in relief. Alas, Qi Junshin truly knew how to trouble her. After gathering her textbooks, she noticed that Jifuyan had yet to leave. Mr. Ji, are you not going? Jifuyan turned to her, his cool gaze warm. Are your injuries serious? After all, having missed 4 or 5 days of class. If it were merely a minor injury, it should not have been so severe. Rujiu had not anticipated Jifuyan would inquire. Just as she prepared to concoct an excuse, she heard a voice from outside. Miss, we should return to the manor. It was Jiangzhou. Chapter 36. The beginning of the adoration. Mu Rujiu was momentarily taken aback, only to see Jiang Zhou had already entered the Qinzi hall and approached her side. Miss, it is time for us to return to the manor, Jiang Zhou spoke gently. Oh, all right, Mu Rujiu hurriedly replied. She then cast a glance at Ji Fuyan and added, I'll take my leave now. We shall chat another day. Ji Fuyan pressed her lips together and nodded, though her expression bore a hint of solemnity. As Mu Rujiu followed Jiang Zhou out of the Qinzi hall, she surveyed her surroundings and noticed the absence of Qi Junstian. A wave of relief washed over her as she thought, what a fright. Thankfully, Qi Junstian did not truly come to fetch me. However, as Jiang Zhou brought Mu Rujiu to the entrance of the private school, the moment she lifted the carriage curtain, she realized her joy had been premature. There, seated upright in the carriage, was a man, the gentle breeze and bright moon rendering him unparalleled amidst all. For reasons unknown, Mu Rujiu was momentarily transported back to the past. It was during the grand birthday banquet that Xiechen had prepared for Li Ji's son, an event attended by numerous dignitaries, including Qi Junstian. At that time, Mu Rujiu had indulged in drink and, when stepping outside to regain her composure, spotted Qi Junstian perched atop the roof. The palace guards were formidable, yet it seemed only Qi Junstian would dare to sit so brazenly in such a manner, exuding charisma and confidence. That was, perhaps, the first time Mu Rujiu had witnessed a different facet of Qi Junstian. He held a cup of Haiyan wine, tilting his head back to drink it all in one go. The golden liquid shimmered under the moonlight, and Qi Junstian, bathed in that silvery glow, appeared as if he were a celestial being on the verge of transcending. In that instant, Mu Rujiu recalled, the youth who wielded power in the court was merely 17 years of age. Yet, that thought flitted through her mind like a fleeting shadow, dissipating almost as quickly as it had come. Now, gazing at the man before her, it seemed as though time had been particularly kind to him. 3 years had merely refined his youthful exuberance, enhancing his already striking features into an ethereal beauty. Mu Rujiu was momentarily lost in thought when Qi Junstian turned to her, raising an eyebrow slightly, as if silently inquiring what was amiss. Gradually, she regained her composure and seated herself properly beside Qi Junstian. For reasons unknown, Qi Junstian appeared to be in particularly high spirits today, a smile perpetually gracing his lips. Were it not for Mu Rujiu's involvement, she might have genuinely believed he was reveling in having teased her. Her gaze fell upon Qi Junstian's waist, where she spotted a jade pendant hanging there, and her dark eyes widened in astonishment. What was this? Qi Junstian was actually wearing the jade pendant she had gifted him? If her memory served her right, the pendant he had previously adorned was crafted from a rare jade that took years to extract, its artistry and value beyond measure. What was Qi Junstian thinking? Why forsake such a priceless jewel to wear her modest offering? Could it be that he had a change of heart? Impossible. It simply could not be. Upon contemplating this, Mu Rujiu promptly shook her head, dismissing her own thoughts. Compared to Qi Junstian's sudden pangs of conscience, she felt that the likelihood of him merely performing for his own sake was slightly greater. In the ensuing days, everything seemed to follow the same rhythm as before. Yet there lingered an unshakable sense of difference. Qi Junstian appeared to have discovered an intriguing pursuit, as he diligently escorted her to and from school, come rain or shine. Remarkably, he would forego attending morning court sessions, yet never missed the opportunity to accompany her. Mu Rujiu also noted that Jiang Qing, who had persistently shadowed her, had seemingly vanished during her time at the private school. Qi Junstian had indeed dismissed Jiang Qing's surveillance over her. Mu Rujiu's gaze darkened momentarily. It seemed her strategy bore fruit. Initially, had she taken no action, Qi Junstian would have been unable to discern her intentions. While it was impossible to ascertain whether she was an agent, neither could he place his trust in her. Only by allowing Qi Junstian to recognize her intentions would she stir his suspicions, which she could then systematically dispel, ultimately earning his unwavering trust. This principle of no destruction, no establishment encapsulated her approach. However, such a course of action was fraught with peril, had Qi Junstian not discovered that letter intact upon his desk, nor the birthday gift she had bestowed upon him, nor the purpose of her visits to Tianjiju and the study. All her efforts would have merely served as irrefutable evidence of her being a spy. Fortunately, Mu Rujiu emerged victorious. Now that Qi Junstian had rescinded Jiang Qing's oversight, it at least indicated that he would harbor no suspicions regarding her until she engaged in any other dubious activities. Despite the absence of Jiang Qing's watchful eye over the past few days, Mu Rujiu felt an unsettling disquietude. For instance, upon expressing her thirst, she would return to her room only to find a perfectly brewed cup of tea awaiting her on the table. Moreover, there were instances when she would forget her textbooks, only to find them appearing on her vanity the next day. Such occurrences were numerous, culminating in a pervasive sense of oddity. Something was decidedly amiss. One day, Rujiu cleared her throat and called out in her room, how I long to savor the osmanthus candy sold at the Ho-Hop Pavilion on West Street. If only someone could procure it for me." After voicing her desire, she retired to bed for a rest. Before long, upon concluding her afternoon nap, Rujiu discovered several beautifully arranged pieces of osmanthus candy on her table. The pastries from Ho-Hop Pavilion were notoriously sought after, and acquiring them often required enduring long queues. To have secured them still warm suggested considerable effort had been expended. Observing the delightful treats on her table, Rujiu couldn't help but smile. "Lu Su, do not hide." "I know it is you." Silence ensued. Rujiu felt no irritation. Instead, she raised an eyebrow and casually remarked, "If you do not reveal yourself, I shall dispose of all this osmanthus candy." At that moment, she perceived a faint rustle. She smiled and turned around, only to see Lu Su slowly approaching from a distance. Upon reflection, it seemed she had not encountered Lu Su for over 10 days. The girl's expression remained rather aloof. Her lips pressed together, revealing a countenance fraught with inner turmoil. It was not until Lu Su stood before Rujiu that Rujiu smiled and asked, "Did you bring me the osmanthus candy?" Lu Su lowered her head, neither confirming nor denying the question. Noticing the conflicted expression on Lu Su's face, Rujiu could not help but chuckle. "Lu Su, are you apologizing to me?" At the time when she was thrown into the snake pit by Qi Junstin, Lu Su, as her watchful companion, had undoubtedly provided Qi Junstin with numerous insights. Rujiu speculated that Lu Su felt a sense of guilt, compounded by her lack of skill in apologizing. Hence she resorted to this method to fulfill Rujiu's desires. "I'm sorry, Mississippi." After a prolonged silence, Lu Su finally managed to utter the words, her tone noticeably awkward, as if she had not spoken such sentiments in a long while. She ought to have trusted her a little more. While others may have been unaware, she herself knew. During that time, she had spent her days in her room writing and copying texts, believing it to be merely homework, never voicing any concerns. Later, Jiangzhou informed her that the writings Miss Mu was diligently transcribing were in fact the remuneration she had agreed upon with the owner of Tiandi residence, intended for purchasing a birthday gift for her master. Perhaps others did not comprehend the exhaustion Miss Mu endured from transcribing those books, but Lu Su was acutely aware. She toiled day and night, seizing every opportunity to wield the brush, seemingly sleeping only a few hours each day, devoting the remainder to her writing. At that time, Lu Su paid little heed, but in retrospect, had she inquired more, perhaps Rujiu could have been spared such suffering. Moreover, she was quite young. Even fully grown men trembled at the sight of those pythons. What more could be said of her? For the past few days, Lu Su had been pondering this dilemma. She yearned to apologize to Rujiu, but found herself at a loss for words, thus resorting to this means to convey her remorse. Chapter 37. The proud imperial uncle Rujiu gazed at the silent Liu Su, her brows curving into a gentle smile. "Liu Su, I hold no resentment towards you." Liu Su looked up, momentarily taken aback by Rujiu's words. With a soft smile, Rujiu continued, "I truly have never blamed you. Your master is the imperial uncle, and you act upon his suspicions as part of your duty. I have never held it against you." Liu Su opened her mouth, at a loss for words. However, Rujiu, having come to terms with her feelings, smiled again. "Thus, you need not concern yourself with such matters. If you genuinely seek my forgiveness, then remain by my side as my maidservant once more." Liu Su's eyes widened, momentarily lost in thought. The young maiden's bright, pearly teeth and her dark eyes sparkled in the sunlight. After a moment, Liu Su knelt before Rujiu, bowing her head to the ground. From this day forth, Liu Su vowed to stay by her mistress's side, to protect her without hesitation, even at the cost of her life. This was the most loyal oath that the usually taciturn Liu Su could muster. Recently, Qi Junshin's mood had soured. He held a memorial tablet in his hand, yet his mind wandered far from its contents. Despite having resumed calling him imperial uncle and sharing meals together, Qi Junshin sensed that something still felt amiss. During this time, she seemed to have ceased her visits to the study, no longer boldly asking him to critique her handwriting. It appeared that she still harbored some fear of him. This thought caused his brows to furrow slightly. It was perplexing. He had clearly forgiven Jiangzhou and Jiangqing and could jest with them, yet upon seeing him, they became instantly subdued and overly cautious. Did he truly appear so intimidating? Qi Junshin pressed his lips together and tossed the memorial tablet aside. As Liu Su entered to serve tea, she intended to withdraw after her task, but Qi Junshin called her back. "What do women generally enjoy?" His voice was cool and devoid of emotion. Liu Su hesitated momentarily at his question, then replied somewhat awkwardly, "Are you inquiring about what the young lady likes?" Qi Junstan frowned. "No. I merely wish to know what ordinary women enjoy." Liu Su scratched her head, appearing somewhat troubled. I'm not entirely certain. I assumed you were asking about the young lady's preferences. It seems her interests differ from those of ordinary women, and my input may not be of much relevance." Feeling a twinge of irritation, Qi Junstan cleared his throat and continued, "Then tell me what she enjoys. I shall see if it bears any significance." Did he not just mention ordinary women? Why was he now inquiring about the young lady? Liu Su, though puzzled, had always refrained from questioning her master's intentions. She answered as she always did. "Yes, I heard the young lady express a desire to ride." Qi Junstan raised an eyebrow, his tone slightly lifting. "Oh?" Liu Su nodded thoughtfully and continued, "The young lady has been in the private school for quite some time now. She hasn't ridden a horse in ages and longs to try it, yet she has never found the opportunity." A faint smile finally grazed Qi Junshan's lips. "Very well. I understand. You may leave now." Liu Su cast a complex glance at Qi Junstan, hesitating as if she had more to say. After a moment, she spoke. "Master, I believe that if you were to present gifts to other women, it would be prudent not to adopt the young lady's sentiments. After all, in terms of a fondness for horseback riding, she is truly one of a kind." Qi Junshan's expression darkened. "Leave." "Yes," Liu Su replied, retreating with a heavy heart. Just outside the door, she encountered Jiang Shou, who was on patrol. Noticing Liu Su's grave demeanor, he inquired, "Liu Su, what troubles you?" Liu Su recounted her conversation with Qi Junstan. "I still believe it is best for the master not to take other women riding," she stated earnestly. Jiang Shou, however, merely smiled. "Do not worry. Aside from our young lady, there is no other woman for whom the master would go to such lengths to inquire about her preferences." Seeing Liu Su still perplexed, he patted her shoulder reassuringly. "In any case, you have done well. The master will not hold anything against you. Today is a day of rest." Rujiu lay sprawled on her bed as dawn broke, when Mo arrived at her chamber, calling her to rise. Miss? It's time to get up. You might be late." Rujiu, still half asleep, thought Mo had forgotten it was a holiday and groggily replied, "Mo, it's a day of rest. We don't have school today." Mo was nearly amused to the point of exasperation. "Miss, it's not about school. His Highness is taking you to the horse grounds today." Rujiu turned over, still in a daze, and mumbled in response. After a moment, she sprang up from the bed, her disheveled hair cascading around her, wide-eyed with surprise. To the horse grounds? It had been a long time since Rujiu had ridden. In the past, on the battlefield, she rode her warhorse, wielding the moonfall halberd, invincible and unmatched. Since marrying Xiaqin and entering the palace, she had refrained from riding, striving to be a competent empress, for Xiaqin often scorned her, saying, "Horse riding is a crude pursuit unbefitting an empress." At that moment, Rujiu had wanted to retort that it was the valiant warriors who rode into battle without regard for their lives that secured Xiaqin's current dominion. Yet, gazing into Xiaqin's cold, distant eyes, she ultimately found herself unable to voice her thoughts. She had even lost the desire to dispute with him. Having changed into her riding attire, Rujiu gazed into the mirror, where the reflection of a spirited young woman looked back at her, clean and poised, though she noticed she was slightly slimmer than in her youth. After Mo helped her dress, she exclaimed in admiration, "Miss, you look exquisite in anything you wear. However, it would be even better if you could eat a little more." The inkwash painting always resembled a doting mother, urging her to eat a bit more. Fearing she might go hungry, Rujiu smiled quietly, saying nothing at all. She was completely unaware that Qi Junstan intended to take her to the horse ranch today. As she lifted the curtain of the carriage in front of the Wangfu, her eyes sparkled upon seeing Qi Junstan, who was seated within, resting with his eyes closed. Just as he was contemplating sending Jiang Zhou to hurry Rujiu along, he was met with the sight of the young lady parting the curtain. With bright eyes and a radiant smile, she stood against the light, reminiscent of a spirit from a mountain stream. This was her. She looked most enchanting when she smiled like that. Qi Junstan thought to himself, the corners of his mouth curving into a subtle smile. "Uncle, are we going to the horse ranch?" Rujiu inquired, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Qi Junstan raised an eyebrow, playfully teasing her. "Who told you we were going to the horse ranch?" The brightness in her gaze dimmed swiftly as she looked at him, cautiously replying, "No." "Are we not going to the horse ranch?" Qi Junstan shook his head. "Not to the horse ranch." Disappointment flickered in Rujiu's eyes. She had suspected as much. Someone as proud and noble as Qi Junstan likely shared the same distaste for such places as Xiaqin did. just as she was about to adjust her mood. She heard Qi Junstin slowly continue, "We are going to the grassland." Mu Rujiu lifted her gaze, her eyes widening in astonishment as she looked at Qi Junstin. Qi Junstin chuckled, pinching her cheek gently. She had been too thin before, but in the past few days, he had ensured the kitchen prepared delicious meals for her. And she had finally regained some weight. Indeed, her cheeks were even softer than he had anticipated. The horse ranch was too small. They were bound for the vast grassland. The man's eyes sparkled like stars, resembling the immortal beings depicted in poetry. Chapter 38. Her wind beneath the wings. Qi Junstin beheld as the girl's demeanor transformed from somber to radiant. Her dark, lustrous eyes sparkled like exquisite obsidian, illuminating the moment. A knowing smile graced the corners of Qi Junstin's lips. Indeed, her smile was captivating. Jiang Shou and Jiang Qing steered the carriage, while Mu Rujiu and Qi Junstin sat within. Mu Rujiu was brimming with excitement, and Qi Junstin leaned beside her, propping his head on his hand. Amused by the girl's animated chatter, at last, upon reaching their destination, before the carriage had even come to a complete halt, Mu Rujiu leapt down. Qi Junstin had chosen a vast equestrian field, sprawling across a boundless plain, where galloping horses would undoubtedly find great comfort. Mu Rujiu inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh scent of grass. It had been far too long since she had ventured outside. She had nearly forgotten the sights beyond her confines. The pasture was alive with horses of varying colors and sizes, grazing contentedly within their enclosures. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she dashed towards them, eager to observe closely. It had been ages since she last rode, and she yearned for the exhilarating sensation of riding across the open fields. Qi Junstin, perceiving Mu Rujiu's enthusiasm, approached her. His voice cool and measured. "Which one do you fancy?" Mu Rujiu's gaze remained fixated on the horses, unable to tear herself away. This must be the largest horse ranch in the capital. Although situated outside the city, many noble figures from the capital would surely flock here when seeking to purchase horses. Thus, the steeds present were undoubtedly of the finest quality. As Mu Rujiu's eyes scanned the horses, she did not linger excessively. She strolled past them. And when she lifted her gaze, she spotted a stable hand leading a particular horse not far off. This horse was bound by chains, its front and hind limbs shackled tightly, adorned with numerous wounds. Qi Junstin also noticed where Mu Rujiu's attention lingered. Following her gaze, his brows furrowed slightly. This horse appeared quite spirited. Qi Junstin had an innate ability to assess horses accurately, discerning much with just a glance. Mu Rujiu initially suspected she had misjudged. She widened her eyes and took a couple of steps closer. It was a pure black horse, its limbs strong and robust, clearly a battle-hardened steed. Qi Junstin stood at a distance, able to discern only this much. The horse seemed unyielding to the commands of the stable hand, constantly whinnying in its attempt to break free from its confinement. Its legs bore wounds from the chains that had cut into its flesh, blood having already dried. Qi Junstin felt no particular concern. It was not uncommon for unruly horses to be present in the ranch. During such instances, trainers would work to discipline these horses, a process that inevitably involved some hardship. However, when Qi Junstin glanced back at Mu Rujiu, he was taken aback to see her eyes wide and rimmed in red, filled with distress. His brow furrowed slightly, and just as he intended to approach her to inquire about her distress, he noticed Mu Rujiu rushing towards the horse. "Be careful of your footing. Do not fall." Qi Junstin shouted after Mu Rujiu, following closely behind. Mu Rujiu thought she must have been mistaken. However, as she reached the horse, tears streamed down her face without warning. This was her Tafu, the steed that had accompanied her through countless battles, enduring near-death experiences alongside her. Years ago, when she was besieged by the enemy, standing alone within their encirclement, the general of the Junmian kingdom had called out for her surrender, demanding her to lay down her arms. It was Tafu's resounding neigh that pierced the chaos. Donning silver armor, charging into the enemy ranks and leading Mu Rujiu safely out. It had suffered grievous injuries, numerous times, all to save her. A warhorse of great renown. Later, when Mu Rujiu returned to the capital, Tafu remained by her side, but due to Xietchen, she never rode it again. Eventually, she was cast into the cold palace, foreseeing her own demise. In the courtyard, she unfastened Tafu's reins, allowing it to leave the palace. "Tafu, I can no longer depart from here, but you can." Mu Rujiu gently pressed her forehead against Tafu's, her voice laden with profound sorrow. Tafu whinnied, lowering its head, refusing to leave her side. "Tafu, if you head south from here, you can escape the palace. They will surely try to stop you along the way, promise me. You must flee." Mu Rujiu meticulously stroked Tafu's once sleek coat, each word a careful entreaty. "Once you escape, go find the little one. He will undoubtedly protect you." At this thought, her nose tinged with a bitter ache. Her Tafu, having survived the battlefield, she would never allow it to perish in this frigid palace. For the last time, Rujiu adorned Tafu in silver armor. After years of battle, Tafu's physique was no longer as agile as before. Yet Rujiu solemnly and meticulously fitted the armor onto its body. In that moment, a whimsical memory struck her. During her frontline assaults, due to her gender, she would always don a silver mask when heading into battle. Tafu's armor would also cover its head. Sometimes, the little one would cautiously help her remove the silver mask upon her return from the battlefield. You both wear masks, looking like the guardians of the underworld. Indeed. On the battlefield, Rujiu often donned silver armor, wielding the Fuyue spear, charging at the forefront. The armor was crafted from a special material. And even if blood splattered upon it, it would vanish instantly, remaining as pristine as ever. Tafu's coat was black, and together, they galloped across the battlefield like a specter that instilled terror in the hearts of their foes. Yet now, Rujiu, having survived the battlefield, was destined to perish within this cold palace. Rujiu cast a lingering glance at Ta Feng, a faint smile finally gracing her lips. She fixed her gaze upon it and implored, Ta Feng, flee, escape from this place. No matter how, I shall not permit you to accompany me to my demise. Yet, Ta Feng refused to abandon her, merely lamenting beside her. Rujiu pressed something into the crevices of its silver armor, when suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the air. The army was approaching. In a flurry, Rujiu urged Ta Feng to depart. Away. Go away. I command you to leave. I do not wish to see you again. Tears dampened her skirt, yet she refrained from uttering a single soft word. Ta Feng, from this moment forth, I grant you your freedom. Thus, Rujiu conveyed her sentiments to it. Chapter 39, Treading the Wind. Invincible Rujiu gazed at the black steed before her, her eyes reddened with emotion. She yearned to articulate her thoughts, yet when she opened her mouth, no sound emerged. Beside her, the young servant, who had been forcibly leading the horse, recognized the approaching figures, particularly the elegantly dressed man, and understood that they were likely nobles from the capital. The servant dared not release the reins, but merely offered a respectful bow to the two. Junmian glanced at Rujiu, and then inquired of the young servant, what afflicts this horse? The servant replied, this black horse was discovered in the wilderness, already battered and bruised. Our horse trainer recognized its superior breed and physique, intending to nurture it. At this point, the servant's voice turned bitter. However, this horse is untamable. Despite our trainer's efforts, it refuses to yield. Even after 3 years of care, no one has succeeded in breaking it. Though the trainer felt regret, the servant lamented. A horse that cannot be tamed is of no use in the stable, so I am considering handing it over to the butcher. The butcher. Rujiu's tone was icily sharp. The servant, who had initially perceived her as a delicate young lady, now found himself chilled by her fierce gaze. Why yes, the servant stammered. After all these years, we cannot let it go without earning something. His voice dwindled to a whisper. For a fleeting moment, Rujiu was lost in thought. The once valiant Treading Wind, who had fought fiercely for the kingdom of Nanqi, could scarcely have imagined that one day it might face slaughter at the hands of its own people. Before her stood Treading Wind, marred by wounds. Its once priceless silver armor long since lost, perhaps discarded in the escape from the palace or taken by someone for profit. The specifics eluded Rujiu. Over 3 years, Treading Wind had transformed from a spirited warhorse to a creature battered and broken. She stepped forward. The horse neighed fiercely, as if to ward off any who dared approach. Miss. Jiangzhou rushed forward, intent on intervening. Junmian raised a hand, halting Jiangzhou's advance. The servant's face turned pale at Rujiu's approach. Miss. This horse is untamable. It has thrown countless expert riders and injured many. You should not approach. Rujiu appeared oblivious to the warning, taking another step closer. The horse's neigh grew more piercing, raising its front hooves as if to repel any encroachment. Miss. Jiangzhou gasped, witnessing the horse's raised hooves, ready to stomp down. Should it land upon Rujiu, the outcome would surely be dire. Junmian remained motionless, his body taut, as if poised to strike the horse down at any moment. Miss, are you courting death? The young servant was utterly petrified. If the horse were to go wild, even if it were restrained by iron chains, he would be powerless to control it. Observing the horse's demeanor, it was evident that it was already beyond control. Terrified for his life, the servant loosened the reins and fled to a distance. Freed from its constraints, the horse, named Treading Wind, neighed passionately, raising its front hooves as if to trample Rujiu beneath its feet. Rujiu's brows twitched slightly. She deftly sidestepped, evading Treading Wind's hoofs. At the same time, She positioned herself directly in front of the horse, standing boldly before it. Having been shackled for so long, Treading Wind was now in a state of extreme frenzy. This volatile condition alarmed Qi Junstian, who furrowed his brow. Little Jiu, he thought, wishing for Mu Rujiu to retreat. Yet, in the next moment, Qi Junstian witnessed something unbelievable. The young girl stood diminutively before the towering black horse, her stature accentuated by the contrast. She rose slightly on her toes to reach the horse's forehead, and then, with a gentle touch, she tapped it softly. The gesture appeared so instinctive, as if she had performed it countless times before. Jiangzhou, standing beside Qi Junstian, was taken aback by the unfolding scene. Master, Mississippi, he stammered, sensing that the horse had momentarily paused. The neighing abruptly ceased, and its front hooves obediently settled down. The horse seemed to freeze for an instant. Then, Jiangzhou observed the once unruly black horse let out a long, mournful cry. This sound was imbued with a complexity of emotions, resentment, sorrow, joy, and something else that Jiangzhou could not comprehend. Unable to fathom why the horse reacted in such a manner, Mu Rujiu gently tapped Treading Wind's forehead, an exclusive signal between them. In the past, while she wore a mask and Treading Wind's face was obscured, they could still effortlessly recognize one another. After every battle, Mu Rujiu would reward Treading Wind with a gentle tap on its forehead. Treading Wind, invincible in battle, she would often chant as a token of her gratitude. Leaning closer to Treading Wind's ear, Mu Rujiu whispered softly, her voice trembling, striving to contain her emotions. She was unsure if horses could shed tears, but as she pressed her forehead against Treading Wind's and caressed its mane, she distinctly felt something warm trickling into her palm, one droplet after another, akin to fiery sparks. The horse, it seemed, had found tranquility. Jiangzhou stared in astonishment at the scene before him, feeling as though he were witnessing a fantastical moment. Qi Junstian, too, remained silent, captivated by the sight of the girl and the horse together. Mu Rujiu pressed her forehead against Treading Wind's, offering it a sense of reassurance. The horse neighed intermittently, as if expressing its grievances. Mu Rujiu continued to stroke Treading Wind's once smooth coat, again and again, as all emotions converged into that singular moment. How have you sustained so many injuries? Murmured Mu Rujiu softly, her voice quivering with emotion. Tafu, however, remained silent, merely lowering her gaze and resting her head against the girl's. Perhaps Mu Rujiu had undergone a transformation in appearance, rendering her unrecognizable to all. Yet Tafu was different. She had never relied on looks to identify Mu Rujiu. After what seemed like an eternity, Mu Rujiu whispered something gently into Tafu's ear. Tafu let out a clear, resonant snort, lowering her eyelids and appearing quite docile. The servant, who had just been observing from a distance, widened his eyes in disbelief, his mouth agape. Unable to comprehend what he was witnessing, the once untamed steed, which had eluded the mastery of the horse trainer for 3 long years, was now as compliant as a kitten under the gentle touch of that young girl. Chapter 40, Your Highness, Mu Rujiu exclaimed, her affection evident as she stood not far from him. With her back turned to Qi Junstian, he was unable to discern her expression throughout their encounter. However, he observed her speaking to the majestic black steed before she turned to face him. The young maiden's bright eyes and radiant smile dazzled Qi Junstian. Your Highness, Mu Rujiu called again. Qi Junstian raised an eyebrow in response, his silver black eyes both cool and warm. With exuberance, Mu Rujiu declared, Your Highness, I have made my choice. I want this horse. Qi Junstian glanced at the imposing creature, his brows knitting slightly. It is too tall. Indeed, the horse towered above her, and Mu Rujiu could barely reach its back even on her tiptoes. The attendant in the distance finally gathered his wits and approached her cautiously, stuttering, Miss. This horse has a fiery temperament. No one has ever been able to ride it. Perhaps you should choose another? He fretted over the potential consequences for the esteemed young lady should any mishap occur. Mu Rujiu did not argue. Instead, she gazed towards Qi Junstian and then gently patted the horse's belly. Remarkably, the steed knelt down as if obeying her command. Everyone present was left in awe. The once unruly horse was willing to bow for a young girl? With ease, Mu Rujiu mounted the magnificent creature. The horse, Tafu, rose gracefully, carefully cradling the girl upon its back. Grasping the reins, Mu Rujiu felt a surge of exhilaration as the black stallion neighed powerfully, filling the air. And with a swift command from her, Tafu galloped forth like an arrow. Qi Junstian watched as the girl swiftly reached the horizon. Seated atop the horse, she radiated warmth that outshone the sun, her grip on the reins reminiscent of a commanding general leading her troops. A smile crept onto Qi Junstian's lips. It was evident that Miss Mu found immense joy atop the horse. Jiangzhou, behind him, sighed in admiration. Qi Junstian remained silent, his gaze fixed on the young maiden as she rode freely across the vast plains, unconfined and untethered. She should not be cooped up in the manor. She ought to venture out more often, he remarked. Jiangzhou and Jiangqing exchanged astonished glances, incredulous that their master would express such sentiments. It was truly remarkable. Rujiu had not experienced the exhilarating freedom of riding Tafu in quite some time. The crowd at the riding grounds was substantial, and many had heard tales of the wild stallion beneath her. Yet, as if it had found its true master, the spirited horse galloped forward with unyielding courage. The attendant gazed in amazement as the young lady controlled the black steed, completing a full circle. His jaw nearly dropped to the ground in disbelief. After her exhilarating ride, Rujiu brought Tafu to a halt before Junmian, exhaling softly as she reined in the horse. The stallion neighed once more, obediently stopping before him. Even the notoriously discerning Junmian could not help but acknowledge that this dark horse was indeed a rare gem among countless steeds. However, it appeared to be somewhat aged. Had it been 3 years younger, it would undoubtedly have galloped across battlefields and triumphed in combat without a second thought. Mounted atop the horse, Rujiu exuded an exuberant charm as she raised an eyebrow at Junmian, her smile radiant. "Uncle, I have taken a liking to this horse." Junmian chuckled, awaiting the continuation of her thoughts. Rujiu, cautiously observing Junmian's expression, hesitantly ventured, "So, uncle, may I purchase this horse?" Although her current finances were scant, she was resolute in not allowing the magnificent Tafu to remain here. She yearned to bring Tafu home. Rujiu carefully gauged Junmian's reaction, feeling somewhat uncertain as he remained silent. "Really, uncle, I will take excellent care of this horse and will not trouble you at all. Moreover, it is quite well behaved and will not throw any tantrums," she assured sweetly. Junmian remained silent, yet Jiangzhou, standing behind him, could no longer contain himself, chuckling as he informed Rujiu, "Miss, the master has already purchased this horse, recognizing your fondness for it." Junmian cast a discontented glance at Jiangzhou, for he had not intended to reveal this just yet. However, in the next moment, Junmian was taken aback. The girl let out a joyful exclamation and leaped from the horse. "Be careful." Junmian stepped forward, catching her securely in his arms. Though slightly irritated and poised to scold Rujiu, she wrapped her arms around his neck. "Ah, uncle, is it true? You are so kind. You are the best." "Uncle, thank you," Rujiu exclaimed with glee, clinging to his neck. Junmian stood stiffly, momentarily frozen. All the reprimands he had intended for Rujiu became lodged in his throat, rendered unutterable. "Uncle, you are truly wonderful. Little Gio loves you the most." Rujiu's happiness was palpable. She had feared that Junmian would refuse her request. After a pause, Junmian gradually regained his composure, gently patting Rujiu's back with a voice that was somewhat stiff. This prince merely did not wish to see a fine horse perish under the butcher's knife." Jiangzhou observed his master, unable to suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, even as he feigned aloofness. Rujiu, however, was unconcerned with the reasons behind Junmian's purchase. Her gratitude was unwavering. "Uncle, little Gio loves you the most. I still have to be a little charming." Junmian's lips curled slightly, his tone softening. "All right. Hurry and lead the horse back. It has injuries that need tending." "Certainly." Rujiu nodded in agreement. In recent days, Junmian had observed that Rujiu's demeanor remained remarkably unchanged from before. She obediently dined with him, accompanied him in the study to complete his assignments, and even found time to assist him in his pursuits. Indeed, had she known it would be this simple, Junmian would have taken her for a stroll around the racetrack long ago. Discovering that she thought this way, Junmian silently chastised himself. Yet his gaze turned to the side where Rujiu diligently helped him, a smile creeping onto his lips. Well, having a little shadow beside him was not such a bad thing after all. "General, we have news of Tafu." The scout knelt respectfully before the man. "Where?" The man inquired slowly. "Reporting to the general, I received word that in the largest racetrack in the south, Jingu, they confirmed that a black horse matching your description was indeed present just a couple of days ago." "Then where is it?" The man spoke coldly. The scout's voice diminished further, as if lacking confidence. Reporting to the general, those people said that the horse was purchased the day before yesterday." Sensing the chill emanating from the man in the seat of authority, the scout swallowed hard. "Who bought it?" the man asked, his voice deep and icy. "It was His Highness the Regent." Upon hearing this, the man's striking eyes narrowed slightly. Junmian, he murmured the name with a hint of frost in his tone. Chapter 41. Did you not notice my anger? In recent days, Rujiu has felt a pervasive lethargy enveloping her spirit. During lectures, She finds herself drifting in and out of consciousness, as if she might succumb to slumber at any moment. After class, she languidly rests her head on her desk, her ears drooping like those of a drowsy cat. Observing her state, Ji Fuyin furrows his brow slightly. What is the matter with you lately? Why do you always seem so listless? The youth's eyes are cool, yet his tone carries a hint of tenderness. Rujiu lazily responds to Ji Fuyin's inquiry. I don't know. I've been feeling achy and fatigued. As she speaks, she pinches her sore waist, adding, and I find it difficult to concentrate. Ji Fuyin purses his lips. Has Qi Junstian not taken you to see a physician? Rujiu realizes that Ji Fuyin is among the few who dare to utter Qi Junshin's full name in her presence. However, she does not mind. She simply waves her hand weakly. It should be nothing serious. I haven't mentioned it to him. Ji Fuyin's brow tightens. And just as he is about to correct her misunderstanding, he notices Rujiu suddenly clutching her abdomen, inhaling sharply. Ouch, pain strikes Rujiu's belly unexpectedly, leaving her pale and beaded with a fine sheen of sweat on her forehead. Ji Fuyin's expression shifts to one of concern as he leans closer, his voice tense. What's wrong? Rujiu is rendered speechless by the pain, only able to press her abdomen against the desk, appearing utterly distressed. Rujiu? Ji Fuyin's face finally reflects a change from its usual cold demeanor, unable to articulate her discomfort. Rujiu is drenched in cold sweat when she suddenly feels an unfamiliar sensation within her body, jolting her into clarity. Her eyes widen as she gazes at Ji Fuyin, who is leaning over her, and she instinctively pushes him away. Unprepared for her sudden movement, Ji Fuyin finds himself unceremoniously toppled to the ground. Ouch is slowly rising. Ji Fuyin casts a disapproving look at Rujiu, his expression suggesting he would not let her off without an explanation. Rujiu, caught between amusement and exasperation, murmurs softly. You were just too close. She realizes the source of her recent discomfort. Her body is experiencing its first menstrual cycle. Upon hearing her statement, Ji Fuyin merely frowns, refraining from uttering any reproachful words. What exactly is happening? He inquires, lips pressed together. Rujiu waves her hand dismissively. It's nothing, really. I feel much better now. With her reassurance, Ji Fuyin chooses not to press further. Before long, their teacher announces the end of class. As Ji Fuyin gathers his textbooks, he notices Rujiu still slumped at her desk, her pallor indicating that she hardly dares to move. Concerned, Ji Fuyin is about to inquire about her condition when he spots a vivid crimson stain on her garment. Aching limbs and persistent abdominal pain? Ji Fuyin seemed to have grasped something, and his ears instantly flushed with warmth. He cleared his throat softly and gradually rose to his feet. Rujiu was waiting, intending to leave only after everyone else had departed. Assuming Ji Fuyin was preparing to exit, she hastily stepped aside to let him pass. However, to her surprise, Ji Fuyin approached her, removed his scholar's robe, and draped it over her shoulders. Rujiu widened her eyes in confusion, gazing at him. Ji Fuyin, somewhat hesitant, averted his gaze and took a half step back. Cough. I am feeling warm, he offered as an excuse for shedding his clothing. Rujiu tilted her head in puzzlement, about to inquire further when Ji Fuyin said, Return it to me another day. With that, the young man turned and departed. Watching Ji Fuyin's somewhat awkward silhouette, Rujiu suddenly had an epiphany. She turned to inspect her dress. Indeed, there were small stains of blood upon it. Her face flushed crimson. And seeing that most people had left, she picked up her books and exited the academy. Outside, Jiangzhou had been waiting by the carriage for quite some time. Upon spotting Rujiu approaching, he greeted her with a smile and took the books from her hands. As it had become customary for the students to bow in reverence to Qi Junstian whenever he arrived at the academy to wait for her, he had grown weary of the ritual and opted to remain in the carriage instead. Just as Jiangzhou called out to Miss Mu, Qi Junstian lifted the curtain to glance at her. Noticing that she was draped in a scholar's robe, he frowned and remarked, Why are you wearing a man's garment? Rujiu's blush had yet to fade. She merely deflected, I was cold, and hurriedly climbed into the carriage. Sitting a distance away from Qi Junstian, he raised an eyebrow. Why sit so far apart? Lowering her head, Rujiu replied, I don't want to sit too close, it's too warm. Qi Junstian wore a bemused expression. As it was the season of late spring, the weather had begun to turn hot. He shed his outer garment and tossed it onto Rujiu's head. Rujiu removed Qi Junshin's coat from her head, her lovely hair slightly disheveled. She looked at him in bewilderment, unsure of his intent. Leaning back, Qi Junstian lazily stated, Did you not say you were cold? My coat is thicker than his. Rujiu's gaze fell upon Qi Junshin's exquisitely luxurious outerwear. Would he truly be furious if it were to become soiled? With that thought, she instinctively shrank her neck and carefully draped the garment over her arm, handling it with utmost care. Noticing her actions, Qi Junshin's expression darkened slightly, his silver-black eyes glinting with discontent. What? You can wear Jifu Yuan's, but not your royal uncle's. Mu Rujiu's eyes widened in disbelief. How do you know this belongs to Jifu Yuan? The moment the words left her mouth, she realized her blunder and quickly covered her mouth. Qi Junshin chuckled. Having seen the young man emerge without his outer coat, he had not thought much of it until now, realizing that the coat was indeed upon her shoulders. The silvery black eyes shimmered momentarily upon Mu Rujiu before gradually averting their gaze. Qi Junshin closed his eyes, observing Qi Junshin in this state. Mu Rujiu let out a gentle sigh. Well, it seems the ancestor is displeased. Silence enveloped them throughout the journey. When Jiangzhou halted the carriage, Qi Junshin alighted alone. Not pausing to await Mu Rujiu, who, though eager to explain, recognized that more pressing matters demanded her attention. She hurriedly returned to her chamber, finally locating Lu Su. Lu Su, swiftly prepare a menstrual belt for me, she instructed, darting towards the outhouse. Meanwhile, Qi Junshin, having listened to Jiangzhou, coldly inquired. She has returned to her room directly? Jiangzhou, faced with the frostbitten demeanor of his master, obediently nodded. Indeed, the young lady has retired to her quarters. Qi Junshin cast the white jade pin upon the table in frustration. How could she not seek him out? Did she not perceive his anger? Chapter 42. The reason women cannot participate in martial trials, perhaps out of vexation. Qi Junshin coldly instructed Jiangzhou, summon Lu Su. Jiangzhou bowed and complied. When Lu Su arrived at the study and saluted Qi Junshin, she was left puzzled, uncertain about why her master had suddenly called for her. With a frosty demeanor, Qi Junshin inquired, has there been any unusual behavior since her return? Her? Lu Su was taken aback for a moment, instinctively glancing at Jiangzhou, who nodded in affirmation. Realizing whom her master referred to, Lu Su replied, Master, the young lady has shown no signs of abnormality. Qi Junshin pursed her lips, revealing her displeasure. As if recalling something, Lu Su hesitated before slowly continuing, except, Qi Junshin's tone slightly elevated, revealing a hint of impatience. Though Lu Su found it difficult to articulate, she ultimately reported, except, after the young lady's return, she instructed me to retrieve a menstrual pad. Menstrual. Qi Junshin uttered a single word before coming to the realization. Gradually regaining her composure, she shot a glare at Jiangzhou, who understood immediately and exited the study. Qi Junshin cleared her throat, recalling some of the young lady's prior unusual actions. That will be all. You may leave now, she stated coldly. Yes. Lu Su, bewildered by the summons, left equally perplexed. Qi Junshin, lost in thought, pulled a book from the shelf and began to read intently. Mu Rujiu had finally returned to life. As Shueimo announced that it was time for dinner, Mu Rujiu resolved to charm Qi Junshin and set off early to join her for the meal. However, to her surprise, upon reaching the dining table, she found Qi Junshin had already arrived. Mu Rujiu smiled brightly, approaching Qi Junshin in a pleasing manner. Wow, uncle, the food smells delightful today, she exclaimed. Attempting to strike up a conversation, Qi Junshin merely acknowledged her with a brief response, showing little enthusiasm. Noticing that Mu Rujiu stood beside him, he furrowed his brow slightly. What are you standing for? Sit down and eat, he commanded in a cool tone, though it seemed he had calmed somewhat. Mu Rujiu speculated on this change. The meal was indeed exquisite, and she could hardly contain her saliva at the sight of the sumptuous spread. She reached for a crab before Qi Junshin swiftly knocked it from her chopsticks. Hey! Mu Rujiu exclaimed, looking up defiantly at Qi Junshin. Uncle. Qi Junshin's expression remained stern. No eating. Upon hearing this, Mu Rujiu pouted, her brows knitting together in annoyance. Greedy uncle. Qi Junshin dismissed her quiet grumbling with a wave of his hand, instructing a nearby maid to remove the crab from the table. He then ordered the kitchen. For the next few days, no crabs are to be served. After issuing his command, he naturally served Mu Rujiu other dishes. Crab is too cold in nature. How could she possibly consume such a thing now? Mu Rujiu merely shrugged her shoulders, choosing not to protest further, until she finished her evening meal. Mu Rujiu returned to her chamber, preparing for slumber when Shueimo approached her with a bowl of something. Miss, His Highness has instructed the kitchen to prepare this sweet soup for you to drink before resting, Shueimo said with a smile, adding that His Highness truly dotes on her. Mu Rujiu gazed at the bowl of brown sugar water with a complex expression, finally comprehending why Qi Junshin had forbidden her from consuming crab. It was utterly embarrassing that Qi Junshin knew about such matters. Her cheeks flushed crimson, wishing to vanish into the ground. In recent days, Qi Junshin had indeed been quite attentive to Mu Rujiu. She was forbidden from encountering anything cold. And despite it being the beginning of summer, he insisted she wear additional layers. Mu Rujiu felt utterly forlorn, looking at the soiled outer garment of Ji Fuyan. She felt a pang of guilt and scratched her head. It wouldn't be appropriate to return the cleaned garment without considering his feelings. So she resolved to purchase him a new one instead. While attending class at the private academy, Mu Rujiu suddenly recalled something and poked Ji Fuyan's arm. He turned slightly, responding in a deep tone, Mr. Ji, isn't it true that we have an assessment coming up in just over a month? When Mu Rujiu established the private academy, she mandated assessments every 6 months to evaluate the students' learning outcomes. Ji Fuyan nodded slightly. Yes. Mu Rujiu blinked. What will the assessment entail? The males would undertake both literary and martial examinations, while the females were only required to participate in the literary portion. Upon hearing this, Mu Rujiu's brows furrowed. Are females not allowed to take the martial examination? Ji Fuyan nodded, as if this were a matter of course. Mu Rujiu pursed her lips, her tone growing colder, but I distinctly remember that when the academy was established, both genders were required to partake in the literary and martial assessments. Ji Fuyan's expression dimmed slightly. Yes, but 3 years ago, this rule was abolished, and females are not permitted to take the martial examination. A cold glint flashed in Mu Rujiu's dark eyes. Why? The very reason she founded the academy was to enable women to participate in governance and acquire skills. Yet now this rule had been rescinded. Ji Fuyan regarded Mu Rujiu, his youthful features carrying a complex emotion. Perhaps it is a concern of repeating past mistakes. In the past, the enchanting Empress Mu was a military general who led armies to great victories. However, being too accomplished posed a threat to the sovereign, ultimately leading to her demise by poisoned wine. The administrators of the Royal Academy would never allow such a fate to befall them. Thus, the martial examination for females had been abolished 3 years prior. Ji Fuyan's words rang true. The administrators of the Royal Academy would not allow themselves to follow in Mu Rujiu's unfortunate footsteps. For a moment, Mu Rujiu was lost in thought, gazing at Ji Fuyan with disbelief in her eyes. She exchanged her blood and a life fraught with peril for victory, only to be met with the admonition that she must not follow in another's footsteps. After a long pause, Mu Rujiu let out a cold laugh. Very well. Since everyone is opposed to allowing women to participate in the martial examination, she shall endeavor to reclaim that right. On this occasion, Junmian returned from the morning court a little later than usual. Jiang Zhou accompanied him to the palace, while Jiang Qing was occupied with other matters and did not join them. Thus, upon their return to the royal residence, Jiang Qing quietly inquired of Jiang Zhou, "Why did you return so late this time?" Jiang Zhou replied in hushed tones, "Today, as we left the morning court, our master was intercepted by General Gongsun." Hearing this, Jiang Qing furrowed his brow. Gongsun has always had a strained relationship with our master. Why would he stop in today? Jiang Zhou frowned in contemplation, equally perplexed. The general offered a substantial sum, seeking to purchase something from our master. What is it? Jiang Qing asked. It is the black horse that our master gifted to the young lady some days ago. Chapter 43. A business conversation with Boss Gu. Today is a day of respite, and Mu Rujiu has chosen not to attend her lessons. During breakfast, she engages in a casual conversation with Junmian while savoring her meal. "Uncle, I wish to venture out today," she declares. Junmian, placing a morsel of food onto her plate, responds with a curious, A hint of embarrassment colors Mu Rujiu's voice as she continues. "Last time, I accidentally soiled Ji Fuyan's clothing, and I would like to purchase a new one for him." Junmian, well aware of the incident, nods slightly. "Very well. Would you like Yosu to accompany you?" "No. I prefer to go alone," Mu Rujiu asserts with a touch of stubbornness. Junmian chuckles softly, opting not to press the matter further. But his tone turns serious as he advises, "When you go out, be sure to take plenty of silver. If you find something you like, do not hesitate to buy it." Since the last time Junmian purchased the toffing and witnessed Mu Rujiu's sheer delight, he has been quite indulgent, readily allowing her to acquire whatever she desires. Though his demeanor may appear cold, his words are laced with affection. Nearby, Jiang Zhou and Jiang Qing observe this exchange with a knowing sigh. Truly, his concern for the young lady is evident, yet he insists on feigning indifference. Mu Rujiu's eyes light up as she beams. "Thank you, uncle. You are the best." Junmian's lips seem to curl upward for a fleeting moment, revealing his pleasure at her words. After finishing her breakfast, Mu Rujiu sets out alone from the royal residence. However, she does not head to the tailor's shop. Instead, she makes her way towards Tiandi Pavilion. As expected, Tiandi Pavilion is bustling with activity, a throng of people gathered, indicative of an auction taking place, creating an atmosphere of vibrant excitement. Mu Rujiu scans her surroundings and strides directly towards the front desk, greeting the elderly proprietor with a bright smile. Hello, shopkeeper Zhang. Ah, it's you again, little one. Shopkeeper Zhang responds with a grin. What brings you here today? Seeking some copying work again? You might find it a wasted trip. As we have none today. Not at all, shopkeeper. I am here to conduct business, Mu Rujiu replies with an innocent charm. Shopkeeper Zhang chuckles. Very well. What sort of trade do you have in mind? With a mischievous glint in her eyes, Mu Rujiu replies, Shopkeeper, I wish to discuss a matter with your esteemed boss. A flicker of surprise crosses Zhang's face, quickly followed by composure. Little one, our boss does not meet with guests. If you have a proposal, you may share it with me. Mu Rujiu, undeterred, maintains her calm demeanor. Shopkeeper, this matter may only be decided by your boss. Just as Zhang prepares to dismiss her, a young servant approaches him and whispers something in his ear. Mu Rujiu appears unfazed, exuding an air of tranquility. Upon hearing the servant's words, astonishment fills Zhang's eyes as he scrutinizes the young lady before him with newfound curiosity. Yet, he has always refrained from presuming the thoughts of their superior. Very well. Little one, come along. Our boss is waiting for you in the private room at the back. Their employer wishes to meet such a young child? The proprietor suppressed his doubts and led Mu Rujiu to the quietest private room at the back, gently closing the door behind him. Mu Rujiu surveyed the spacious chamber, noting that every item within, from the decor to the furnishings, was crafted from materials of immense value and exquisite design. Indeed, Tianjiju was not merely affluent. Taking a couple of steps forward, she discerned a figure behind a screen. The man appeared to be unclothed, and under the screen's concealment, Mu Rujiu could faintly perceive the contours of his form. He held a smoking pipe, from which tendrils of blue smoke wafted alluringly, imparting an indescribable charm. Mr. Gu, it is an honor to finally meet you, Mu Rujiu stated, shedding any pretense and slightly bowing towards the figure behind the screen. The man let out a soft chuckle, and Mu Rujiu heard the rustle of fabric as he gracefully stepped into view. Gu Hong was clad in a striking crimson coat, loosely cinched at the waist. His fair skin partially concealed beneath a vibrant garment, revealing glimpses of his striking physique. After a brief pause upon his form, Mu Rujiu shifted her gaze to his face. The man possessed an extraordinarily captivating visage. His inky hair cascaded loosely over his shoulders, and his enchanting peach blossom eyes were deep and alluring, a lovely tear mole gracing the corner of one. His ruby lips glistened like jade, and the allure in his eyes seemed to contain a myriad of emotions. Holding the smoking pipe, with its jade mouthpiece glistening, he approached Mu Rujiu, his peach blossom eyes brimming with intrigue. He gently lifted her chin with the pipe, scrutinizing her face. Judging by both bone structure and physique, you are merely a 15-year-old child, Gu Hong remarked. His voice clear as he stated this as a fact. Mu Rujiu's eyes narrowed slightly. For him to discern her age with just a glance suggested that if she were truly disguised as a girl of this age, she could not evade his keen perception. Gu Hong regarded her with evident curiosity, his beautiful eyes inscrutable. Yet, it seems even a little child knows my name now, he mused. His tone tinged with a hint of regret, though Mu Rujiu sensed the underlying menace in his words. She smiled innocently, a hint of mischief in her expression. Mr. Gu, I merely wish to engage in business with you. Gu Hong elegantly inhaled from his pipe, lowering his eyelids to gaze upon her. Child. Do you believe this is merely child's play? To engage in business with me, the cost is rather steep. Mu Rujiu feigned innocence, Mr. Gu. If you did not wish to conduct business with me, why would you seek me out? She was well aware of Gu Hong's reputation. In her quest to aid Xie Chen in consolidating power, she had conducted thorough investigations into nearly every notable figure in the capital, and Gu Hong was certainly among them. However, upon discovering Gu Hong's true identity, Mu Rujiu's desire to win his favor instantly vanished, replaced by the intention to eliminate him. Anyone who posed a threat to Xie Chen could not be spared. Yet, before the plan to assassinate Gu Hong could be executed, Mu Rujiu herself was unexpectedly poisoned by Xie Chen. How utterly absurd. Nevertheless, this turn of events rendered Gu Hong's connection potentially useful. Upon hearing Mu Rujiu's declaration, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Gu Hong's eyes, as if he intended to extinguish the life of this oblivious girl before him. Mu Rujiu let out a light laugh, her demeanor unchanged, seemingly unafraid of the man before her. Gu Hong's murderous intent was but a fleeting moment, and the next instant, a smile returned to his lips. So, little one, what business do you wish to discuss with me? Gu Hong's voice was languid, imbued with an air of nonchalance. Mu Rujiu smiled slyly. I would like to borrow someone from you, Boss Gu. Chapter 44. Mr. G is impressive. Gu Hong raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly perplexed by Mu Rujiu's words. Then, With a light chuckle, she languidly turned her gaze towards Mu Rujiu, remarking, "Miss Mu must be mistaken. Tianjiju is merely a marketplace for goods. There is no one here who can lend you anything." Mu Rujiu, however, was not offended. She merely smiled gently, replying, "Tianjiju resides in the universe. Bosku truly has a sense of humor. What is it that Tianjiju lacks?" A glint of coldness flickered in the originally innocent eyes of the young girl as she added, "And who says that your subordinates do not count as goods?" A chill passed through Gu Hong's eyes. While Tianjiju ostensibly dealt in the trade of antiques and treasures, few were aware that behind its FAAD lay a darker business of hiring assassins. As long as sufficient remuneration was provided, Tianjiju could facilitate any request made by its clients. Those privy to this knowledge were exceedingly rare, thus far. Only a handful within Tianjiju were aware of this clandestine operation, and this young girl before him, Gu Hong, narrowed his eyes. With elegant fingers wrapped around his smoking gun, the swirling smoke rendered the contours of the girl almost ethereal. How did she come to know of the dealings behind Tianjiju? Who was she truly? Initially, Gu Hong had taken an interest in her merely out of curiosity when he observed her clever design to evade Qi Junshan's suspicions. Yet now, he realized that this seemingly insignificant girl harbored many secrets that piqued his interest. Gu Hong remained silent, leisurely observing Mu Rujiu as if awaiting her next words. Mu Rujiu composedly curved her lips into a smile. "So, Boss Gu, may we discuss business now?" After a moment, a hint of a cold smile finally graced the man's lips. He toyed with his smoking gun, his voice maintaining a calm and pleasant tone. "Then, might I inquire what sort of goods Miss Mu desires?" Mu Rujiu raised an eyebrow. Recognizing the advantage of dealing with an astute individual, she need not expend excessive words. "I seek a skilled woman, not too old, preferably appearing around 15 or 16, to challenge the Royal Academy tomorrow." A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Gu Hong's eyes as he slowly lifted his gaze, finally resting it upon Mu Rujiu. "Challenge?" Mu Rujiu nodded. She had already consulted Ji Fuyan the day prior. Although the regulations for women's martial trials had been abolished, the rules for challenges remained obscure due to their infrequent application. Thus they had been preserved. "Mr. Ji, tell me, if someone were to challenge the Royal Academy and emerge victorious, according to the rules, should the Academy not grant the victor one condition?" This regulation had originally been established by Mu Rujiu herself. The Royal Academy, after all, was designed to cultivate royal lineage. Mu Rujiu had originally intended to create an academy accessible to commoners. However, this proposal had been dismissed by Xiechun, who would undoubtedly never allow any commoner to surpass the abilities of the royals, as such a reputation would be too damaging. Thus, when Mu Rujiu originally established the Royal Academy, her underlying intention was to ensure that those of humble origins would not lose hope due to their social standing. She still wished to offer them a glimmer of opportunity. However, since the inception of the Royal Academy, no one has dared to challenge its authority. This is easily understandable, for it is unlikely that any desperate student from a lowly background would seek to confront the royal institution. Such an act would be tantamount to courting disaster. Ji Fuyan glanced at Mu Rujiu, a fleeting coldness flickering in his gaze, followed by an expression of peculiar intrigue. The notion of challenging the Royal Academy? How could such a thing even occur? How could there exist individuals so reckless? Nevertheless, upon witnessing the earnestness in the girl's eyes, Ji Fuyan nodded slightly. In theory, that is indeed the case. However, the feasibility is virtually non-existent. Before he could articulate this thought to Mu Rujiu, he noticed her eyes sparkled with excitement. She blinked and continued gazing at the striking youth before her. "So, Mr. Ji, is it true that your martial examination results are the best among all the students?" If Mu Rujiu were to seek someone capable of issuing a challenge, that individual's martial prowess would certainly need to surpass that of the most formidable student at the Royal Academy. And without doubt, Ji Fuyan was that student. Ji Fuyan furrowed his brow and nodded once more. "It's acceptable." "Modest," Mu Rujiu remarked, her eyes gleaming as she looked at him. "Then, Mr. Ji, just how formidable is your martial skill? Could you possibly demonstrate it for me?" Ji Fuyan's brow knitted in mild disapproval, his lips pressed into a thin line. "What exactly do you intend?" he asked coldly. Mu Rujiu waved her hand dismissively. "I am merely curious." Ji Fuyan initially intended to refuse her unreasonable request. However, upon meeting the depths of her dark eyes, he sighed in resignation. He casually retrieved a copper coin from the table and waved it before her. "Pay attention," he instructed in a cool tone, prompting Mu Rujiu to focus intently on the coin in his hand. Ji Fuyan pinched the coin between his index and middle fingers, exerting pressure, and in an instant, the coin was embedded within the surface of the desk. Half the thickness of the coin was firmly lodged into the wood. Mu Rujiu's eyes widened in astonishment, and she couldn't help but clap her hands. Mr. Ji, you were truly impressive. Her praise was sincere. Witnessing Ji Fuyan's skill made her realize that her previous perception of him as merely a scholarly, delicate scholar was misguided. She had thought that his top rank in the martial examination was merely talk, but now she understood that his abilities were genuinely formidable. Ji Fuyan felt a flush of warmth in his ears and coldly instructed, "Pay close attention in class," before turning away from her. Rujiu observed the half-embedded coin on the table, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. Rujiu nodded at Gu Hong, reaffirming, "Yes. We shall go to the Royal Academy to challenge them, and I require her to succeed." Gu Hong curled his lips in a smile. A hint of mischief dancing at the corners, Miss Mu just mentioned the need for a girl of remarkable martial prowess. Indeed. There are many young women around the age of 15 or 16, but what exactly constitutes this standard of exceptional skill? His enchanting gaze narrowed slightly as he fixed his eyes on Rujiu, as if she were a prey ensnared by a cunning wolf. Rujiu remained silent. Merely retrieving a copper coin, she held it delicately between her fingers, showcasing it to Gu Hong. Then, with a subtle exertion, the coin vanished in an instant. Gu Hong's gaze fell upon the solid Zeatonwood tea table before him. That robust table seemed to swallow the coin effortlessly, the entire piece embedding itself completely within its surface. Gu Hong observed the copper coin, surrounded by wisps of fine smoke, the residual warmth of friction still lingering upon it. Rujiu's expression remained unchanged, her demeanor calm as she cast a fleeting glance at Gu Hong, a familiar innocent smile gracing her lips. "At least to this extent," she remarked, her eyes sparkling with charm as she addressed the question, as if she had accomplished nothing extraordinary at all. Chapter 45, Control. A fleeting chill flickered in Gu Hong's eyes. Rujiu's graceful brows arched, her beautiful gaze settling upon Gu Hong. At last, Gu Hong nodded. "Very well. I understand." He then spoke again, his tone icy. "So, Miss Mu, what do you propose as a trade?" Gu Hong's alluring gaze twinkled. "The price for such goods is rather steep." Rujiu raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing her lips. "Mr. Gu, I am but a mere child, without a penny to my name." At her words, the coldness in Gu Hong's eyes deepened. Yet, he remained silent, continuing to regard Rujiu, seemingly awaiting her next words. "Indeed," she continued, her eyes sparkling. "How about I offer you a piece of information?" A flash of disdain crossed Gu Hong's features. "Miss Mu, such jest is hardly amusing." He did not believe that a mere piece of information could be worth the price of his goods. If the girl before him truly intended to barter something so trivial, he would not hesitate to eliminate her right then and there. However, Rujiu simply waved her hand dismissively, speaking with a hint of nonchalance. "Oh, there is no need to rush. I believe Mr. Gu would be quite interested in what I have to say." Gu Hong scoffed coldly at her words. "Miss Mu, do you not know that Tiandiju has eyes and ears everywhere? Not only in the capital, but throughout the entire Nanchi kingdom, few secrets escape my notice." He paused, his tone chilling. "How much do you think your information is truly worth?" "Oh, if that is the case, does Mr. Gu already know what the favored possessions of the beloved concubine Li Ji, cherished by Xietchen, truly are?" Rujiu inquired innocently. Her bright eyes fixed on the man before her as if posing the most ordinary question. Gu Hong's pupils constricted instantaneously. His voice turned frigid as ice. "Who exactly are you?" He noted that she had not even referred to Xietchen as the emperor. The smile on Rujiu's lips finally faded. She looked at Gu Hong, her expression unchanged, appearing merely as a 15-year-old girl, yet exuding a pressure that even seasoned warriors lacked. "How about we trade this secret? The most beloved item of Li Ji." Gu Hong's eyes widened slightly before he chuckled softly. "Miss Mu, while your information appears enticing, how am I to ascertain its authenticity? After all, it is merely a secret, is it not?" Rujiu arched an eyebrow, sensing that Gu Hong had not yet finished his thought. "Sure enough." He paused before continuing. "Thus, if you wish to prove the veracity of your information, pray tell, how did you come by a secret unknown to everyone within the palace?" Rujiu's smile began to fade. "Mr. Gu, the source of information is irrelevant as a rule established by Tiandiju, is it not?" Observing the chill that appeared in his eyes, she continued, "Moreover, given your intellect, I trust verifying the truth of this information would not pose a challenge for you." Gu Hong found himself rather vexed by this sensation, regardless of what one thinks or desires to do. It seems that the person before them possesses an uncanny ability to foresee it all. She appears to be intimately familiar with every rule governing the abode of heaven and earth. Gu Hong harbored a profound aversion to this sensation of being manipulated by another, particularly when that other happened to be a mere child in her teens. Gu Hong remained silent, casting a cold gaze upon Rujiu. Aware that Gu Hong awaited her words, Rujiu chose not to prolong the silence. The Empress Li Ji had a particular fondness for coral trees. Mu Rujiao's voice was not muted, suggesting that this was no clandestine secret to her. Gu Hong's eyes momentarily faltered, then he frowned at Mu Rujiao. The coral trees, diverse in hue and form, captivated her, especially the larger specimens. Since her marriage to Xiachen, she had developed an enduring affection for these ornaments, though she concealed this passion for fear of being deemed vain. Not merely concealed. In fact, before Xiachen, the ethereal Li Ji consistently portrayed an image of refined detachment, her unblemished demeanor repeatedly enthralling him. Yet, after years of companionship, Xiachen remained oblivious to the fact that the beloved empress he cherished as a paragon of modesty was, in reality, a shrewd individual adept at cloaking her avarice. Among her treasures, Li Ji cherished the striking coral trees the most. Mu Rujiao had inadvertently observed this, recognizing that Li Ji skillfully masked her desires. Otherwise, Xiachen's discerning gaze would have surely uncovered the truth long ago. Noticing Gu Hong's skepticism, Mu Rujiao merely shrugged. I believe the secret should be worth your merchandise's price. Mr. Gu. With that, she turned to depart, waving as she said, Mr. Gu, may our collaboration be fruitful. Do not forget tomorrow's matters. Gu Hong watched her retreating figure, his eyes narrowing slightly. He tightened his grip on the smoking pipe, seemingly lost in contemplation. At last, just as the girl was poised to open the door, she abruptly turned, her expression reflecting a chill. With a playful demeanor that seemed harmless, she added, Oh, Mr. Gu. One last thing to remind you, the royal secrets I possess far exceed what you might imagine. I believe I hold greater value alive than silenced. After delivering her words, Mu Rujiao waved and exited the abode of heaven and earth. The smoke from Gu Hong's pipe lingered in the air, and once the sounds outside faded, an unseen guard emerged, kneeling respectfully before him. Master, why did you not signal to dispose of her? She knows too much. She cannot be allowed to live. Gu Hong toyed with the pipe, as if pondering a profound truth. Her martial skills surpass yours. You cannot defeat her. His voice was calm, as though he were stating an undeniable fact. He glanced once more at the copper coin embedded in the table, recalling how effortlessly she had pierced the solid rosewood with scarcely a fraction of her strength. The secrets she harbored began to intrigue him more and more. As Mu Rujiao emerged from the realm of heaven and earth, she finally exhaled deeply. This Gu Hong, much like Qi Junxian, belonged to the Fox clan. Thus, engaging with him necessitated utmost caution. Fortunately, the ordeal had concluded without any peril. Mu Rujiao inhaled deeply, humming a cheerful tune as she made her way to the tailor's shop. Upon returning to the Wang residence, she realized the hour was already late. Draped over her arm was a scholar's robe, while her hands were filled with various trinkets as she skipped joyfully towards Qi Junxian's study. Your Highness, Mu Rujiao cheerfully pushed open the door, but the moment she laid eyes on the occupant of the study, her smile faltered for an instant before she quickly composed herself. How could Li Qiu be here? Chapter 46. After being wronged, one should confide in the royal uncle. Mu Rujiao first observed Qi Junxian and noticed that he exhibited no signs of distress. It seemed that Li Qiu had yet to relay to Qi Junxian her intention to harm him. In truth, it was unlikely that Li Qiu would indiscriminately share such matters. For him, Mu Rujiao's desires largely mirrored those of Qi Junxian. If he truly feared Mu Rujiao, he would naturally harbor apprehensions about Qi Junxian as well. Feeling somewhat reassured, Mu Rujiao shot a warning glance at Li Qiu, who promptly recoiled, before she turned her attention back to Qi Junxian. Ah, royal uncle, we have a guest? Mu Rujiao appeared exceedingly demure, her arms laden with various items. I shall take my leave now. Royal uncle, you may continue your work. Upon seeing Mu Rujiao, who was grasping a multitude of objects, Qi Junxian raised an eyebrow slightly. Xiaojiao. Yes? Come here. Qi Junxian beckoned her with a gesture, and she obediently approached him. Jiangshou, Qi Junxian spoke coldly, merely indicating with his gaze, and Jiangshou instantly understood. Yes. Jiangshou respectfully stepped forward to accept the items from Mu Rujiao's hands. Miss, allow me to assist you. Mu Rujiao readily complied. Qi Junxian waved his hand, inviting her to stand beside him. It was fortuitous, for Mu Rujiao intended to keep a close watch on Li Qiu to prevent him from speaking out of turn. Xiaojiao, this is Lord Li Qiu. Qi Junxian introduced with a hint of nonchalance. Mu Rujiu smiled at Li Qiu and courteously bowed. Xiaojiao pays her respects to Lord Li. Li Qiu, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, knelt without hesitation. I have met Miss Mu. His voice trembled slightly. Mu Rujiao appeared oblivious to his unease, maintaining a polite smile as she drifted to Qi Junxian's side, idly toying with the jade pendant at his waist. Since the incident last time, Qi Junstian had consistently worn the jade pendant gifted by Mu Rujiu, seemingly quite fond of it. Mu Rujiu showed no reluctance, and Qi Junstian remained indifferent. He had long since grown accustomed to her playful gestures. Meanwhile, Li Qiu stood astounded by the scene before him. When did the Regent Prince's temperament become so amiable? Not only did he allow someone to approach him so closely, but he also displayed such patience in permitting them to touch his belongings. Li Qiu blinked in disbelief. Confirming that the young girl had not been cast aside by Qi Junstian, his expression a mixture of horror and astonishment. Qi Junstian glanced at Li Qiu, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Lordly, I have heard that your son commands quite the presence at the academy. Li Qiu was well aware that Qi Junstian was referring to his son's bullying of weaker peers and forming cliques at school. He merely wiped the sweat from his brow and forced a smile, saying, I dare not claim such. Qi Junstian chuckled coldly. My little Jiu has only recently begun attending the academy, yet your son has already given her a taste of his authority. Mu Rujiu paused, surprised that Qi Junstian would mention this incident to Li Qiu. Upon hearing this, Li Qiu hastily knelt down in a flurry. Your Highness, please forgive me. It is my foolish son. I shall certainly discipline him upon my return. Qi Junstian took a sip of tea, his expression inscrutable. Li Qiu continued to speak, trembling with trepidation. Moreover, Miss Mu has already given him a lesson. Cough, cough, cough. Mu Rujiu suddenly broke into a violent fit of coughing, clutching Qi Yuanxin's arm with a hint of discomfort, and whimsically said, Your Highness, I beg your pardon. I just returned and have yet to recover. Hearing this, Qi Junstian frowned slightly. He reached for another teacup, pouring a cup of tea, his tone somewhat frosty. Why the haste? It is not as if the meal would commence without you. However, there was no reproach in his voice, only concern. Mu Rujiu knew that she must not allow Li Qiu to divulge the matter of her disciplining Li Hu. Qi Junstian, with his cunning intellect, would undoubtedly grow suspicious. Reluctantly, Mu Rujiu interrupted Li Qiu's discourse in this manner. Li Qiu, witnessing this, was nearly stunned. Is this truly the Regent Prince who turns cold at the slightest provocation? When did His Highness become so gentle? With a contrite expression, Mu Rujiu softly murmured, I am sorry, Your Highness, I was in the wrong. Qi Junstian pressed his lips together, choosing not to respond further, merely stating, the tea is rather hot. Li Qiu, somewhat flustered, looked up only to meet Mu Rujiu's icy gaze, which seemed to convey, if you dare speak carelessly again, I shall end you on the spot. Li Qiu shuddered, swallowing back the words he had intended to utter. Mu Rujiu then averted her gaze, obediently sipping the tea that Qi Junstian had offered. The two exchanged idle chatter. But Mu Rujiu noted that Li Qiu intentionally steered clear of topics concerning her, displaying a semblance of discernment. When Mu Rujiu stretched, feeling a bit fatigued, Qi Junstian interjected. Let us pause our conversation for today, ministerly. We shall resume another day. Li Qiu, perceptive as ever, rose and nodded in agreement before excusing himself. The room was left with only Mu Rujiu and Qi Junstian. Qi Yuanxin's demeanor remained composed. In the future, should you face any bullying at the academy, be sure to inform me, understand? His tone was earnest. Although he had expressed similar sentiments before, Mu Rujiu knew he had not truly intended to support her then. Yet, hearing him reiterate it now, she sensed his sincerity. With a playful smile, she replied, I understand, Your Highness. The students at the academy are all aware that I am your niece. Who would dare provoke me? You are quite verbose, Your Highness. Qi Junstian raised an eyebrow. Not at all displeased. In any case, you must not be bullied. If I cannot protect my own niece, what becomes of my dignity as regent? Mu Rujiu nodded in agreement. Come, they have prepared crabs in the kitchen today. Have you not been craving them for several days? Is that true? You are truly kind, Your Highness. I adore you the most. Mu Rujiu discerned that Qi Junstian relished her compliments. How delightfully proud he is. The following day, as Mu Rujiu entered the private academy, she was swiftly drawn into a corner by Ji Fuyan. Oh, Mr. Ji, what troubles you? The youthful figure pressed Mu Rujiu against the wall, his cold eyes scrutinizing her, seemingly filled with ire, blinking in confusion. Mu Rujiu wondered how she had offended Ji Fuyan this time. The proximity between them was palpable as Ji Fuyan regarded her with an icy stare, akin to an examination. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. You inquired about the matter of challenging the dojo yesterday. Did you not already know? What? Mu Rujiu feigned ignorance, though she was well aware. Ji Fuyan's voice turned frosty. You truly do not know? Tilting her head, she appeared both bewildered and endearing. Mr. Ji, I genuinely do not understand what you mean. My inquiry about the dojo was merely out of curiosity. Has something occurred at our academy? Ji Fuyan pressed his lips together before seizing Mu Rujiu's wrist. Come with me. He led her to the martial arts arena situated behind the Royal Academy. This was where the male students engaged in their training. Currently, a throng of spectators had gathered, both men and women, tightly encircling the central platform. Just as Rujiu was brought to the innermost circle, a clear, resonant female voice rang out. What? In this vast Royal Academy, is there not a single student capable of defeating me? Chapter 47. The unyielding resolve. Rujiu turned her gaze towards the source of the voice. Indeed. A girl who appeared to be merely 15 or 16 stood proudly on the stage, casting a disdainful glance at the students below, a smirk playing at her lips. To think that a prestigious Royal Academy could not even defeat a mere child. If this news were to spread, it would be utterly humiliating. The girl boldly taunted, seemingly unconcerned about the trouble she might incite. Rujiu surveyed the surroundings and noticed several teachers and administrators had gathered at the scene. The overseers of the Royal Academy, referred to as the Skinsheng by the students, managed all affairs of the institution. At that moment, the Skinsheng, Jiang, stood at the forefront of the crowd. His expression as dark as thunder. Beside him lay several male students, howling in agony, clearly those who had just been bested by the girl before them. The girl wielded a pair of sharp twin blades, though they remained sheathed, suggesting she had only utilized the scabbards in her recent bout. With an air of arrogance, she strutted across the stage, surveying the audience with a haughty demeanor. Finally, Jiang spoke, his tone icy. Miss, if you escalate this matter and bring it before the emperor, do you truly believe you can escape unscathed? Resorting to authority when one cannot win? Rujiu raised an eyebrow. The girl merely chuckled lightly in response, seemingly indifferent. It is your academy that is lacking. What? Unable to defeat a little girl? And now you wish to file a complaint? A faint smile graced Rujiu's lips. Indeed, this child possessed courage. Just then, another reckless student mounted the stage, proclaiming his intent to defeat her. Today, I shall demonstrate the true prowess of the Royal Academy students. The voice of the robust challenger rang out, igniting the fervor of the onlookers who rallied behind him. Moments later, cries of pain echoed. Ouch! Ouch! It hurts. Rujiu observed as the male student was swiftly sent flying, shaking her head in dismay. TSK, how brutal. With her arms crossed, she appeared completely at ease. The girl's martial skills were indeed formidable, alleviating Rujiu's concerns about her potential defeat. Once the girl triumphed, she could propose that the Royal Academy also establish martial examinations for female students, thus achieving her goal. This was Rujiu's original plan. Now, as events unfolded precisely as she envisioned, her expression relaxed considerably. On the stage, the girl toppled yet another male opponent, her pride swelling further as she watched him being carried off by his peers. A fleeting glance caught Rujiu amidst the crowd, and the girl's expression momentarily darkened, followed by a derisive scoff. Unbeknownst to her, Rujiu remained engrossed in the spectacle, clicking her tongue while nudging her companion, Jifuyan. Jifuyan, still simmering with discontent, replied coldly, What now? Rujiu, unfazed by Jifuyan's reaction, softly inquired, Mr. Ji, as the most formidable student among the martial examination candidates, why do you not confront her directly? Jifuyan slightly furrowed his brow, his tone still somewhat rigid. Do you wish for me to do so? He was testing her. However, Rujiu seemed oblivious to his intent. Upon hearing his question, she shook her head. I still advise against it. Why? Rujiu glanced at the male student who was wailing in agony. Look at him. His face is swollen from the beating. This girl strikes with such cruelty. Mr. Ji, I believe it would be unwise for you to engage her in combat. What if your face were marred? As she spoke, her gaze drifted to the young man's handsome features, and she clicked her tongue. It would be a loss that far outweighs any gain. Her admonition was sincere. The young man possessed striking good looks, and she would feel regret if he were injured due to a brawl. Jifuyan frowned, seemingly unconvinced by Rujiu's perspective, yet ultimately replied coldly, I will not engage. I do not fight with women. Rujiu nodded in approval. Very good, very good. A child who does not hinder her plans is indeed a good student. As predicted, following the girl's display of combat prowess, the students from the private academy lost their bravado and dared not approach the arena again. The girl's delicate features shifted, her gaze locking onto Rujiu. Rujiu raised her head slightly, meeting the girl's eyes directly. From the disdain and contempt reflected in the girl's expression, Rujiu raised an eyebrow in surprise. Logically, as the client, Gu Hong must have shown her portrait to this girl, who would undoubtedly recognize Rujiu as the client. Therefore, what did that look signify? Before Rujiu could ponder further, a loud voice echoed from the arena. You. Yes, you. Come up and fight me. Upon seeing the girl's pointed finger, Rujiu surveyed her surroundings, only to find the other students regarding her with mixed expressions, some sympathetic, others reveling in her misfortune. It was then that Rujiu realized the girl was indeed beckoning her. Yet, did she not understand that Rujiu was the client? Rujiu gazed at the girl, who flaunted her features arrogantly, casting a scornful look in Rujiu's direction. Suddenly, Rujiu felt an obstruction in her line of sight. Junmian had stepped in front of her. The young man's gaze was icy as he regarded the girl on the arena with a displeased expression. The girl raised an eyebrow and coldly addressed Rujiu. What? Are you afraid? Rujiu sensed Junmian's movement. He was stepping forward, but she quickly grasped his wrist, subtly positioning him behind her. With a fleeting glint of coldness in her eyes, she then softened her expression, appearing almost pitiful. The girl had a strikingly beautiful face, her slender form seemingly fragile enough that a gust of wind could easily topple her. Her eyes glistened with tears as she spoke. Though I cannot bear to see a young lady challenge our school and bring shame upon it, I am but a mere woman, lacking in martial prowess. Why must you make things difficult for me? Is it merely to feign fragility? Can Rujiu truly be bested by a mere girl? The young maiden on the arena frowned upon hearing this, then disdainfully averted her gaze, seemingly muttering something inaudible. Yet, Rujiu caught her words. Useless. Rujiu's expression grew increasingly frosty, yet she ultimately restrained her gaze, refraining from retaliation. A small sacrifice must be made for a greater plan. However, when no student dared to step forward and the girl on the arena successfully made her challenge, she raised her brows and smirked. Since I have won the challenge, according to the rules, your academy must fulfill one of my conditions. A glimmer of hope ignited in Rujiu's eyes as soon as the girl articulated her condition. The matter would be resolved. Yet, the girl merely scoffed arrogantly, casting a provocative glance at Rujiu. But I have yet to decide what my condition will be. I shall return another day. With that, she leaped gracefully over the high wall and vanished from sight. Rujiu's countenance darkened ominously. That person. She had done it intentionally. Junmian, please ask the teacher for a leave on my behalf. Rujiu's voice was cold, as if touched by frost. What do you intend to do? Junmian furrowed his brow, noting that Rujiu had not addressed him as Mr. G. Rujiu merely offered a faint smile. Her tone still icy. There are urgent matters to attend to. Chapter 48. The banquet invitation in the imperial palace. As Rujiu forcefully kicked open the door to the private room of Tiandi residence, a blade lunged directly at her. Her expression remained unchanged, her eyes not even fluttering as she deftly sidestepped the oncoming weapon. In an instant, she pivoted and subdued the assailant wielding twin daggers beneath her. With an icy gaze, Rujiu regarded the struggling girl beneath her, the very one who had been boasting on the arena moments before. Despite being overpowered, the girl glared fiercely at Rujiu, refusing to concede defeat. Rujiu's eyes were as frigid as her demeanor. Holding the girl's daggers, she exerted a slight force, embedding them firmly into the solid floor. Mr. Gu, do you not owe me an explanation? Rujiu's voice was chilling, directed not at the girl but at Gu Hong, whom she was confident was present. Just then, the girl attempted to break free from Rujiu's grip, launching a sweeping kick in her direction. Rujiu elegantly evaded the attack. Unwilling to relent, the girl threw a punch with her right hand. Rujiu raised her hand to catch the incoming fist. But the girl soon realized that this seemingly delicate woman possessed an astonishing strength, rendering her utterly incapable of escaping. A coldness pervaded Rujiu's eyes. When did the merchandise become so irritable? At that moment, a smoking gun flew toward her. Without so much as a glance, Rujiu caught it midair, inadvertently releasing her hold on the girl. Seizing the opportunity, the girl charged at Rujiu once more. Irritation flared within Rujiu. She tossed the smoking gun, which struck the girl's abdomen with surprising force. The once slender weapon delivered an overwhelming impact, causing the girl to stagger back and collide with the wall, clutching her stomach and unable to rise. Rujiu's expression remained serene as she turned her gaze toward the source of the gun throw, where Gu Hong stood before the screen, observing her with a bemused smile. With deliberate steps, Rujiu approached Gu Hong, her demeanor cool and inscrutable. Gu Hong raised an eyebrow, the smile still playing on his lips. Miss Mu, has something occurred? With a light scoff, Rujiu replied, Mr. Gu, should it not be I asking you that question? Gu Hong's expression hardened for an instant, the mirth in his gaze evaporating. Mr. Gu, you have yet to fulfill our transaction. Her tone was frost-laden. Gu Hong chuckled lightly, appearing somewhat indifferent. Miss Mu. It was merely a minor mishap. This has nothing to do with me, Mr. Gu, Rujiu retorted coldly. I am only aware that I have fulfilled my part of the bargain, while you have failed to complete my commission. Gu Hong fell silent. As far as I know. Under the regulations of Tiandi residence, in such a situation, the client has the right to dispose of the merchandise, does she not? Mu Rujiu spoke with an air of nonchalance, her expression unperturbed. Do you dare to provoke me? The girl behind her shouted defiantly. Unfazed. Mu Rujiu flicked the teacup lid towards the girl, which narrowly missed her ear before shattering against the wall. It seems that Boss Gu's merchandise does not quite meet my expectations, Mu Rujiu remarked coldly. Shuangxue, silence yourself. Gu Hong cast a frigid glance at the girl named Shuangxue. Devoid of any emotion. Obediently, Shuangxue fell silent. Gu Hong turned his gaze to Mu Rujiu, a smile playing on his lips. Miss Mu, this matter is indeed our fault. Tomorrow, I will instruct Shuangxue to convey the terms to the private school, and as compensation. He paused. For our next transaction, I shall waive your fees. Mu Rujiu's expression remained icy, yet she rose, no longer regarding Gu Hong. Boss Gu, I hope you will honor your word. After all, my temperament is rather volatile. As she spoke, she glanced at Shuangxue, who continued to glare at her coldly, yet was restrained by Gu Hong's presence from uttering further words. As for that individual, since Boss Gu has spoken, I shall let her be. However, should there be a next time, Mu Rujiu's voice turned frigid, I would gladly undertake your role. She despised unforeseen occurrences and loathed the sensation of losing control over planned matters. This time, she considered it a warning to Gu Hong. Aware that her current appearance rendered it difficult to gain Gu Hong's trust, she resolved to prevent any unexpected events during their transactions. Having said her piece, the girl exited the room. Gu Hong watched her retreating silhouette, a chill glimmering in his eyes, yet a smile curving his lips. This little creature seemed even more intriguing than he had anticipated. In an instant, his gaze shifted to Shuangxue in the corner. Remember, your survival this time is solely due to her, he said before disregarding Shuangxue's expression and leaving the room. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Shuangxue's eyes as she pressed her hand against her abdomen, seemingly struggling to endure. Upon returning to the entrance of the Wang residence, Mu Rujiu noticed the imperial sedan chair departing from the palace. Her expression darkened momentarily before she entered the estate. Uncle, I am back. Mu Rujiu cheerfully approached Qi Junstan, dutifully assisting him with his grinding. Qi Junstan was absorbed in writing, and upon noticing Mu Rujiu's arrival, he acknowledged her with a nod, allowing her to flit about beside him. As she ground, Mu Rujiu's mind wandered. After a while, she casually inquired, Uncle, I just saw the imperial sedan. Is something amiss in the palace? Qi Junshan's slender fingers paused briefly before he ceased his activity, directing his gaze at Mu Rujiu. Yes. An eunuch from the palace came to invite me to a banquet in a few days. Mu Rujiu's eyes dimmed momentarily as she recalled that 3 days hence would be Li Ji's birthday. Every year, during the birthday of Li Ji, Xiachen always orchestrates a grand celebration, despite numerous ministers advising him against it, arguing that as a favored concubine, the scale of her birthday festivities surpassing even that of the empress is improper. Xiachen remains impervious to such counsel, his sole focus being Li Ji. Mu Rujiu nodded slightly, continuing her grinding. For some reason, Mu Rujiu felt that Qi Junstan seemed to have more to say. After a lengthy pause, Qi Junstan finally spoke softly. The emperor is aware of your circumstances, hence, you have been invited to the upcoming banquet. Mu Rujiu's hand faltered in its motion. She blinked, momentarily at a loss, and after a while, she lifted her gaze to meet Qi Junshan's eyes. Does this imply that I, Xiaojiu, am expected to attend the banquet in a few days? Qi Junstan chuckled, his tone languid. It is merely an invitation, should Xiaojiu prefer not to attend. She may decline. When he had escorted Mu Rujiu to her private school previously, he should have anticipated this. It was only a matter of time before Xiachen discovered her true identity. No need for that, uncle. Mu Rujiu's voice was calm, seemingly devoid of any significant emotional shift. Qi Junstan did not notice her slightly trembling hands. Xiaojiu would indeed attend. Chapter 49. Encountering Xiachen. The year Mu Rujiu first crossed paths with Xiachen, she was merely 7 years old. At that time, she had been cast out from her home, her delicate, fair face marred with wounds, as she prepared to pilfer a bun from a vendor's stall. It seemed almost incredulous that a young lady of a general's household would resort to thievery for survival. After successfully stealing the bun, she was soon pursued by several young ruffians, who cornered her in a shadowy alley, their faces contorted with menace. Instinctively, Mu Rujiu shielded her head, a reflex born of countless beatings. Just as she braced for the impending blows, a soft yet clear voice rang out, "Do not strike her." Perhaps the girl had never encountered the light, for when the youth stepped forward, casting his silhouette against the sun and shielding her, Mu Rujiu felt a rush of salvific joy. In the ensuing years, she diligently honed her martial skills, striving to stand alongside the young man in battle, vanquishing foes with unwavering resolve. Anyone who dared to obstruct his ascension to the throne would find themselves swiftly dealt with by her hand. Eventually, the handsome youth gently took her hand and implored, "Jiao, assist me. If you can repel the armies of Ji Yuan, I shall elevate you to the status of empress. Would that be agreeable?" He promised that as long as she triumphed, she would be cherished among the 6 palaces. Rujiu believed him, and so, on the merciless battlefield, even when death loomed perilously close, she persevered, buoyed by the knowledge that the young prince awaited her return within the palace walls. However, upon her triumphant return, clad in the ceremonial red of celebration, she realized that long before her victory, he had ceased to cast his gaze upon her. As the mother of a nation, you should know the virtue of yielding to your consorts. Li Fei is merely exhibiting a bit of temperament. As the empress, must you not show some forbearance? He chided. I have already named you empress. What more could you desire? In that moment, Rujiu understood that the imperial palace was not a home, and her title was not a badge of honor, merely another form of shackles. Xiechun had long harbored apprehension towards her prowess and accomplishments, fearing that her merits might eclipse his own. Under the guise of her elevation to empress, he had seized her military insignia and her troops. Empress, I only seek what is best for you. Your remaining years should be spent within the confines of the harem, he advised. The harem is your rightful domain. You must not meddle in other affairs. When had it been that Xiechun ceased to call her Jiao? It seemed that only when he sought her assistance in warfare did his gaze soften. His words echoed repeatedly in Rujiu's mind, reminding her of the cage she had once yearned to escape and the palace she had vowed never to revisit. Today, Rujiu once more stood before the majestic gates of the Forbidden City. As she lifted her gaze to the imposing characters spelling out its name, a fleeting moment of disorientation washed over her. Xiechun, it appears we are to meet again. Upon this realization, a cold glimmer flickered in Rujiu's eyes. Why was her body so stiff? Was she cold? Unbeknownst to her, Qi Junstin had approached her side, brushing her shoulder lightly while furrowing his brow. No, she replied. It's just that seeing the palace up close for the first time is a bit overwhelming. Rujiu lowered her gaze, concealing the emotions that danced within her eyes. Qi Junxian grasped her icy hand and chuckled softly. Is there something our little Jiu fears? I didn't see you tremble when you were shouting at the emperor uncle. Embarrassed, Rujiu scratched her head and offered a sheepish smile. However, Qi Junxian's playful interruption allowed her body to finally relax. Taking a deep breath, she followed closely beside him, clutching his sleeve as they ventured into the palace. As Gong Suni descended from the palanquin, he lifted his gaze to spot a figure in the distance. Did not the regent prince typically abstain from such birthday banquets? His voice was cool and smooth, undeniably pleasing to the ear. My lord, it is said that His Majesty has invited the regent prince and his recently retrieved niece to the banquet, which is why he has consented to attend, replied Shen Qi respectfully. Niece. Gong Sun squinted, his expression inscrutable. Yes, the very woman who purchased the horse Tafu, Shen Qi elaborated. A flicker of emotion crossed Gong Sun Yi's eyes. Let us proceed. He said no more and made his way toward the palace. Though referred to as a banquet, Rujiu and Qi Junxian arrived at the palace just past noon. In the past, Xiechun had hosted birthday feasts for Li Ji, always using the guise of an evening banquet to summon the ministers early, effectively turning the entire afternoon into a celebration for Li Ji. Xiechun's strategy was merely to silence those ministers who offered counsel. This was common knowledge among the officials, yet none dared to contradict Xiechun's methods. With the demise of the bewitching Empress Mu, it seemed likely that the favored concubine Li would ascend as the new empress. And no minister would be foolish enough to provoke Li Ji at such a moment. By the time Rujiu and Qi Junstin reached the banquet hall, a considerable number of guests had already gathered. Upon the arrival of the regent prince, the officials were momentarily taken aback before they knelt before him. We have seen the regent prince. May he live for 1,000 years, they exclaimed, bowing their heads low. As Rujiu surveyed her surroundings, she unexpectedly caught sight of Ji Qian and Ji Fuyan. She had not anticipated Mr. Ji's presence as well. Qi Junxian chuckled lightly. Gentlemen, please rise. I have come merely to extend my congratulations, and there is no need for excessive formalities. Before the other officials, Qi Junxian always presented himself as a refreshing breeze, a celestial figure of elegance. Once the ministers stood, Rujiu noticed Ji Fuyan raising his gaze towards her. She discreetly waved at Ji Fuyan. Ji Fuyan gave a slight nod in acknowledgement, only to avert his gaze the next moment. It must be said that Qi Junshin's popularity among the ministers was rather commendable. Merely standing there, a group of officials soon gathered around him. Your Highness, we have been quite worried about you since your injury a few days ago. Indeed. Now that we see your Highness in good health, we can finally rest easy. Qi Junxian responded with ease, while Mu Rujiu stood silently behind him, appearing exceedingly obedient. One minister took note of Mu Rujiu and inquired with curiosity, Your Highness, who is this young lady? With a smile gracing his lips, Qi Junxian replied, This is the daughter of a dear friend I have sought for many years. After my friend's unfortunate demise, I took her under my wing to care for her. Your Highness is indeed magnanimous and compassionate. Another exclaimed, Such sentimentality will surely bring peace to your friend's spirit in the afterlife. Mu Rujiu observed as the ministers almost reverently extolled Qi Junxian, feeling somewhat disoriented. She distinctly remembered that 3 years ago, while Qi Junxian was well-liked, he did not attract such fervent praise from so many. It seemed that in the span of 3 years, Qi Junxian had garnered considerable accolades. How difficult it would be for Xie Chun to contend with him now. Just then, the voice of a palace eunuch rang out. His Majesty has arrived. The imperial concubine has arrived. At that moment, Mu Rujiu's body stiffened, rendering her utterly immobile. Chapter 50 My child, named Mu Jiu, recalls the past. During various banquets, Xie Chun would seldom bring her along unless absolutely necessary. To him, Mu Jiu was merely a reckless warrior, crude and uncouth, of little use. In contrast, he preferred to accompany Li Ji to such gatherings. As the mother of a nation, she often found herself seated to the side. Observing the affectionate display between Xie Chun and the favored concubine, Li Guifei, who was cradled in his arms, while she became a mere backdrop to their romance. The two always exuded an air of deep affection, as if nothing could ever sever their bond, much like the pair now before Mu Jiu. Indeed, Mu Jiu had once pondered, after 3 years, would she recognize him at first glance? Now, she had the answer. Xie Chun, with his handsome visage, wore a bright yellow robe that shimmered subtly in the sunlight. His stature was tall and upright, accompanied by the radiant and enchanting Li Guifei, Li Ji. Reflecting on it, Li Ji was now 30, yet her skin remained tender and fair, showing no signs of age. She smiled with a gentle brilliance, trailing beside Xie Chun, exuding a delicate allure that was hard to resist. This was the first occasion in a long while that Mu Jiu had encountered the two of them together. 3 years had refined Xie Chun into a figure of greater maturity and composure. His lips curved into a steady smile as he tenderly supported Li Ji, exuding both gentleness and charm. In earlier times, it was his bamboo-like grace that had captivated Mu Jiu. However, now as she gazed upon him, all that remained was a profound resentment. Once, the youth who vowed to protect her for life led her into battle for the sake of his kingdom. Disregarding life and death, the boy who claimed to love only her had long ceased to visit her chambers. Mu Jiu's expression darkened as she watched the couple ascend to the main seats, a cold glimmer flickering in her obsidian eyes. Her hands clenched tightly, the nails digging into her palms, yet she felt no pain. Suddenly, she sensed the collective gaze of the assembled officials shift as they all knelt in reverence. Long live our emperor. May he reign for countless years. Long live the empress. May she endure for eternity. In that instant, Mu Jiu was momentarily lost in thought. She recalled how Xie Chun once expressed his desire to rule the world, to unify the land, yearning for all to bow before him. Upon hearing this, Mu Jiu had taken up the Fu Yu halberd, fighting valiantly for Xie Chun across distant territories. He sought peace along the borders, and she wielded her spear to sweep through the lands. He desired the court's submission, and she stood behind him, orchestrating his every move. Yet, in the end, what had it all amounted to? Just a fate of betrayal and abandonment, where the hunted became the hunted and the bow was stowed once the birds had flown. Before her, the officials bowed low, which was likely Xie Chun's most cherished sight. Mu Jiu, lost in her thoughts, stood rigidly in place, forgetting to kneel. Xie Chun and Li Ji took their seats of honor. When Xie Chun noticed Mu Jiu still standing, a flicker of displeasure crossed his face, but it was fleeting. And soon Mu Jiu could no longer discern his expression, because Qi Junstin stood before her, shielding her from view. As the regent, Qi Junstin naturally did not need to kneel. After the ministers had prostrated themselves, they finally noticed that a small child had not paid homage to the sovereign. Immediately, a number of ministers on the floor began to murmur among themselves. However, they dared not reproach the child, for standing beside her was none other than His Highness the Regent. Xiachen glanced at Mu Rujiao, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Yet the next moment he laughed heartily. This little one must be the niece that Jun has retrieved. Mu Rujiao narrowed her eyes. Xiachen's intelligence was indeed swift, likely a testament to the network she had established for him years ago. Mu Rujiao timidly cast a glance at Xiachen, then, feeling a surge of trepidation, she ducked behind Junmian. Junmian chuckled softly. My child is a bit shy. I hope your majesty can understand. Though it was an apologetic remark. Mu Rujiao discerned little sincerity in Junmian's tone. As he spoke, his hand fell gently on her back, patting her lightly, offering silent comfort. Beside them, Li Ji's eyes deepened, her smile unwavering. Jun's niece appears truly lovely. May I inquire her name? Mu Rujiao tightened her grip on Junmian's garment, her body stiffening. Upon hearing Li Ji's voice, she struggled to suppress a murderous urge. Li Ji, having borne a dragon son, swiftly ascended the ranks. And although her official position was technically inferior to Mu Rujiao's, she had never adhered to decorum in Mu Rujiao's presence. Years without offspring had likely been a boon to Li Ji, and the mere thought of this filled Mu Rujiao with a desire for vengeance. Mujiao. Junmian spoke slowly before Mu Rujiao could respond. A casual smile graced his lips, his tone languid. My child is named Mujiao. A hushed silence enveloped the banquet, as if one could hear a pin drop. Mujiao. The name was but a syllable away from the deceased demon queen, Mu Shi. Who would dare mention the taboo of the demon queen in the imperial palace? Why, then, did this little girl's name so closely resemble it? Mu Rujiao cast a faint glance at Xiachen, noticing the cold expressions on both his and Li Ji's faces, and inexplicably felt a slight lift in her spirits. Junmian discreetly squeezed Mu Rujiao's fingers, encouraging her to relax. The atmosphere was thick with tension, the stillness palpable. After a lengthy pause, Xiachen's expression softened somewhat. He chuckled lightly. Mujiao, splendid. Since she is Jun's niece, I trust she is well cared for. Should she desire anything, she may speak freely to me. A customary pleasantry. Mu Rujiao lowered her gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. Thank you, your majesty. Still, she did not kneel. Li Ji narrowed her eyes, about to voice a thought, but saw that Junmian had already led Mu Rujiao to their seats with unruffled composure. Xiachen narrowed his eyes, a flash of coldness crossing his face, yet he merely smiled. Today, we celebrate with the nation. My esteemed ministers need not be constrained. Make yourselves at ease. Long live Emperor Xia. Many youthful attendees graced the banquet, all offspring of the esteemed ministers. Xiachen remarked that such occasions should be celebrated alongside the nation, allowing wives and children to partake. The ministers were not so foolish as to bring their spouses to such gatherings. The risk of revealing weakness could very well lead to dire consequences. It was far wiser to bring their progeny or grandchildren. This not only honored the emperor, but also safeguarded their lives. Should the children err in any manner, their tender ages could serve as a convenient excuse. Mu Rujiao surveyed the surroundings and noted that several of the attending ministers were familiar faces. Over the span of 3 years, some had even welcomed children into their families. However, as the banquet had yet to commence, many ministers were still absent. Mu Rujiao's gaze fell upon the empty seat directly across from Junmian, invoking a sense of curiosity. Uncle, Mu Rujiao softly nudged Junmian's arm. Junmian's tone lifted ever so slightly, his voice a melodious delight. As he responded to Mu Rujiao, he deftly served her a portion of food. Oblivious to the astonished expressions of the surrounding ministers, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. Who occupies that position? The individual seated across from Junmian must be a minister of at least the second rank. While Mu Rujiao was well acquainted with the court's officials, she found herself at a loss regarding the individual who should occupy that seat. Perhaps they were a newly appointed official in the past 3 years? Junmian merely cast a casual glance at the empty spot before continuing to serve Mu Rujiao. Ah, that is a general, he remarked. Chapter 51. The wine was too thin. She ought to eat more, general? Mu Rujiao tilted her head. Since she donned armor and took on the mantle of a general, there had been scarcely anyone who could attain such a rank. Could it be that someone had remarkably risen to the rank of a second-grade general in just 3 years? Mu Rujiao scratched her head, perplexed. She hadn't heard of such a thing. Unable to fathom it, she decided to dismiss the thought, only to discover something significant when she lowered her gaze. When did Junmian fill her porcelain bowl with food? Rujiu's eyes widened in astonishment, instinctively glancing around. The surrounding ministers appeared as though they had encountered a ghost. When had His Highness the Regent ever served food to another? Was His Highness known for his disdain towards sharing bowls and chopsticks with others? What on earth was happening? The ministers' eyes were nearly popping out of their heads, yet they merely stared in disbelief, too intimidated to voice their thoughts. Junmian seemed oblivious to the peculiar and complex gazes directed at him, merely raising an eyebrow as he regarded the wide-eyed Rujiu. What is the matter? His voice was melodious. Resting his chin on his hand, his gaze was languid and cool. A slight smile graced his lips, suggesting he was in good spirits. For a moment, Rujiu was momentarily dazzled. When she regained her composure, she inwardly scolded herself. Phew. Rujiu. How could you be so easily swayed by a handsome face? With a pout, she glanced at Junmian. Uncle, it's too much. I can't eat it all. Junmian smiled knowingly. Yes, I am aware. Aware. If you know, why serve me so much? Junmian paused before continuing. You're too thin. Eat more. As he spoke, he reached out and pinched Rujiu's cheek. You've gained a bit of weight. It feels better. The surrounding ministers felt as if their eyes were about to fail them. What on earth was happening? Who could possibly explain this situation to them? Was His Highness the Regent truly this approachable in his daily life? Rujiu, displeased, puffed her cheeks. But I don't like these. Junmian was unperturbed, patiently inquiring, well then, what does Xiaojiu wish to eat? Rujiu glanced at the dishes on the table. Since the banquet had yet to commence, the spread was not yet complete. She looked around and pointed to a glistening fish. Junmian raised an eyebrow in understanding. Picking a piece of fish and meticulously removing the bones before placing it in Rujiu's bowl. Having grown accustomed to Junmian's attentiveness during their time at the Wangfu, Rujiu found nothing particularly extraordinary about his actions and relished the expertly prepared fish he had served her. Jifuyan and Jiqian were seated together, and from his vantage point, Jifuyan could easily observe the two. Witnessing the exchange between Junmian and Rujiu, he momentarily lost his focus. He was well aware of Junmian, perhaps more than other ministers. Jifuyan had seen the more genuine side of Junmian. He was not as patient as he seemed, nor did he possess the ethereal grace that appeared unblemished. However, before Rujiu, Junmian was not the same as before. He was neither as polite and distant as he was before the ministers nor as cold and eccentric as she had previously encountered. This was a Junmian that Jifuyan had never seen. Jiqian, who stood beside Jifuyan, sighed, remarking that the regent prince seemed quite different from before. Rujiu glanced at the sun, estimating that there was still about half an hour until the banquet, and most of the guests had already arrived except for the general seated diagonally opposite her. On the main seat, Li Ji held Xiachen in his embrace, exuding charm and allure. In the past, upon witnessing such a scene, Rujiu could not help but feel a pang of jealousy. Yet now, as she observed, her heart remained surprisingly unperturbed. Father, mother, I have arrived. A bright and lively voice echoed, bringing Rujiu back to reality as she saw Ting Lu bouncing into the grand hall. Ting Lu, you are quite late today, making your mother wait. Xiachen feigned annoyance. Ting Lu touched her nose, unafraid of Xiachen's mock anger. Father, Ting Lu was preparing a gift for mother. How could you blame her? Li Ji smiled gently, his demeanor warm and reserved. Oh, what gift has Ting Lu prepared for her mother? Ting Lu clapped her hands, and several eunuchs approached, carrying a large object. Ting Lu stepped to the center of the covered gift, lifting the brocade cloth, revealing a dazzling sight that astonished the surrounding ministers. Mother, this is a coral tree that I have sought for a long time, standing over a person's height. Ting Lu beamed with pride. Rujiu discreetly cast a glance at Li Ji, not missing the fleeting glimmer of greed in her eyes. She raised her teacup, taking a small sip. The coral tree appeared majestic, its vibrant colors and lustrous sheen indicating that it was anything but ordinary. Such a specimen could likely only be found in the most prestigious establishments of the capital. Rujiu narrowed her eyes. That fellow Guhong indeed had some cunning. Presenting the coral tree directly to Li Ji would surely raise suspicions, but through Ting Lu, not only could he do her a favor, but he could also evade considerable trouble. As expected, when Li Ji beheld the massive coral tree, his eyes sparkled with delight. However, out of consideration for Xiachen's presence, he suppressed his joy and waved dismissively, saying, Ting Lu, you are very thoughtful. Xiachen chuckled. Finding such a coral tree must have required considerable effort from you. Ting Lu, truly thoughtful. Ting Lu laughed proudly and took her seat beside Li Ji. The surrounding ministers gazed at the impressive coral tree, murmuring in awe at its rarity. Rujiu lifted her gaze and noticed Qi Junstin nearby. He appeared languid, merely lowering his head to assist her in removing fish bones. Seemingly indifferent to the extraordinary treasure before him, Rujiu blinked, her curiosity piqued as she asked, "Uncle, do you like coral trees?" Qi Junstin raised an eyebrow slightly, his silver-black eyes carrying an air of indifference, vulgar. Indeed, one could assert that Li Ji and Qi Junxian are truly one of a kind. Rujiu observed the three individuals in the main seat, radiating warmth and camaraderie, and suddenly felt a twinge of discomfort. "Your Highness, may I step outside for a moment?" Rujiu inquired softly. Qi Junxian paused in his actions. "Would you like me to accompany you?" Rujiu hastily waved her hand. No, I shall return shortly." The thought of the regent leaving his seat to accompany her, that would undoubtedly stir a significant commotion. It seems that young ladies often have their own affairs to attend to, and Qi Junxian said nothing further, merely nodding to grant Rujiu permission to depart. Once she had left, Qi Junxian fell into contemplation. In the past, he had ventured forth alone, and thus the mere presence of Jiang Zhou and Jiang Qing sufficed. However, now that he was to take the young one out, he ought to bring along Lu Su and Shui Mo as well. After all, certain discussions are far more convenient when shared among ladies. As Rujiu stepped out of the grand hall, she heard a courtier behind her extolling, "Ah, General, you have finally arrived. The banquet is about to commence. Please do come in." General? Was that the position situated diagonally across from Qi Junxian? Rujiu turned around, eager to scrutinize the general more closely. Chapter 52. Once upon a time, there was a little rascal. Rujiu turned around, squinting slightly. Yet all she could see was the silhouette of the general. That figure appeared imposing, and for reasons unknown, Rujiu felt an inexplicable familiarity. However, she found herself reluctant to return to the grand hall, deciding instead to revisit it later. With this thought, she departed from the hall, walking in the opposite direction. Upon reflection, it had been 3 years since Rujiu last set foot in the imperial palace. Although considerable changes had unfolded within its confines, she still retained a general sense of the pathways. She traversed the winding lanes until arriving at the courtyard behind the grand hall. The courtyard was adorned with rocks, and at its center stood a magnificent artificial mountain, beneath the luminous full moon above. Rujiu lifted her gaze. The moonlight was as gentle as water. Suddenly, she sensed a sound behind her. "Who is there?" she called coldly. When Ji Fuyan emerged from behind the rocks, Rujiu was momentarily taken aback. Yet she quickly regained her composure, her initially frosty demeanor softening instantly. "Mr. Ji, what brings you here?" Ji Fuyan pressed his lips together, taking his place beside Rujiu. Having noticed her pallor when she left the banquet, he felt a twinge of concern and decided to follow her, though he would not voice such sentiments to her. "It was too stuffy inside. I came out for a breath of fresh air," he remarked, his expression distant. Rujiu smiled and chose not to respond further. She cast her eyes towards the moon, seemingly lost in recollection. Ji Fuyan gazed at the young woman before him. Her features were striking and radiant, illuminated by the flickering candlelight that surrounded her, rendering her beauty almost ethereal. Ji Fuyan found himself momentarily entranced. "Mr. Ji, do you know?" The young woman's gentle voice pulled him back to the present. She looked at the radiant crescent moon, as if reminiscing. His voice rose slightly, melodious and captivating. "In the past, I had a friend. If he were still alive, he would likely be around your age now." Ji Fuyan furrowed his brow slightly, but remained silent, waiting for Rujiu to continue. "We met on the battlefield. When I first saw him, he was just a little rascal, drenched in blood. His gaze icy as he looked at me. After I brought him back, he remained suspicious, always clutching a dagger, even while sleeping." A smile graced Rujiu's lips as she recounted this. "He was just a little child, yet he always appeared so fierce. Initially, he refused to eat. Fearing I had poisoned his food, to coax him into eating, I had to share my meals with him." Ji Fuyan spoke slowly. "And what happened next?" Then Rujiu's eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement as she recalled a particularly intriguing incident. "There was a time when I found myself in grave danger, nearly losing my life. When I opened my eyes, I saw that little rascal lying beside me. She had been unconscious for 7 days, and he had stayed by her side for all those days, unwavering. He was merely a child, yet he was so steadfast. It is unclear why he is so obstinate. Later, I heard from others that during the days I lay unconscious, that small child wept daily, a cacophony of cries that was unbearable." Rujiu's words bore a hint of impatience, yet her tone held no trace of anger. Subsequently, Mu Rujiu brought the child close to her. She had long been stationed at the border, and the child did not shy away from hardship, never uttering a complaint. After the victory in battle, Mu Rujiu initially intended to take the child back and have Xie Chun bestow him a title, considering that after such a lengthy period of rigorous training, the child had certainly acquired considerable skills. However, as this thought crossed her mind, a cold glimmer appeared in Mu Rujiu's eyes, and she chose not to continue. Ji Fuyan observed Mu Rujiu, his gaze filled with inquiry. He harbored many questions, such as why a girl so young would find herself on the battlefield, and how she came to encounter him there. Although merely a 15-year-old maiden, she seemed to have endured countless hardships. Ji Fuyan was perplexed. As he opened his mouth to inquire, he caught sight of the girl turning to him. "Mr. Ji, these words are only shared with you. You wouldn't disclose them to others, would you?" Her bright eyes sparkled, radiating an enchanting brilliance. All the questions Ji Fuyan had intended to ask fell silent on his lips. Bored, he muttered, slowly diverting his gaze. Those inquiries remained unspoken. Why did Mu Rujiu confide such matters to Ji Fuyan? She too was uncertain. Upon seeing him, she invariably recalled that stubborn, contradictory youth. She could not even ascertain whether that child still lived. If he did, she wondered where he might be now and if he was faring well. After Gongsun, he entered the grand hall and paid his respects to Xie Chun. He took his seat in silence. He was known for his few words, a trait well recognized by the surrounding officials, who dared not engage him in conversation. At this moment, the banquet was officially underway, with all the ministers raising their cups in congratulation, creating an atmosphere of harmony and festivity within the hall. Qi Junxian rested his head on his hand, lazily picking at the exquisite dishes before him, his demeanor absent. His gaze unconsciously drifted toward the entrance, as if awaiting someone's arrival. Jiang Zhou stood behind Qi Junxian, noticing his lord's distracted state, and softly suggested, "My lord, should I fetch the young lady?" Qi Junxian frowned slightly. "She is not a child. Why must we watch her so closely?" Jiang Zhou felt a pang of embarrassment, glancing at Qi Junxian, who was selecting dishes that the young lady favored, leaving them in their original place as if anticipating her enjoyment. Jiang Zhou remained silent. Amidst the atmosphere of warmth and joy, Qi Junxian surveyed the scene, a light chuckle escaping him. To an outsider, one might genuinely believe that the kingdom of Nanxi was basking in peace and prosperity, with a tranquil land and harmonious waters. At that moment, an unknown voice, heedless of the consequences, sighed, "Alas, if only such a prosperous era had graced us 3 years earlier." The moment those words were uttered, the previously raucous and festive banquet fell into an abrupt silence. 3 years prior, it was rumored that the enchanting Empress Mu had risked her life for the welfare of the Southern Stream Kingdom, and even now, these ministers were somewhat aware of those events. Was the intent of that minister not to imply that such a flourishing age ought to have been witnessed by Empress Mu? The hall was enveloped in an eerie hush. Qi Junxian remained composed, even leisurely casting his gaze towards the 2 figures at the head of the table. Li Ji's countenance darkened as he lifted his wine cup, concealing his expression behind it. Xie Chen's demeanor was even more dismal, as he slightly raised his gaze. His eyes were so frigid that they startled the surrounding ministers. An unknown minister's wine cup, trembling under the weight of that gaze, fell to the ground with a clatter, rolling slowly to the center of the banquet hall. The great hall was shrouded in an oppressive silence. Qi Junxian gradually lifted his gaze, directing it towards Gongsun, who was not far away. Chapter 53. Do not bully my little Jiu regarding Gongsun, while others may remain oblivious. Qi Junxian possesses a deeper understanding. As a subordinate of the Mu clan, his ability to remain inconspicuous while attaining the esteemed position of a first-class guardian general suggests considerable talent. He narrowed his eyes, eager to observe Gongsun Yi's reaction. When Mu Rujiu returned to the banquet, she sensed an air of oppression enveloping the gathering. The ministers appeared to engage in the same rituals of toasting and conversation as before, yet their demeanor was tinged with caution and restraint. What could be the cause of this? Confused, Mu Rujiu exchanged a glance with Ji Fuyan, and they discreetly returned to their respective seats. Once seated, Qi Junxian calmly placed the meticulously prepared dishes before her. With a slight raise of his brow and a smile in his eyes, he said, "Feel free to tell me what you wish to eat." Mu Rujiu beamed at the exquisite array of food before her and replied, "Thank you, uncle. You are the best." She nonchalantly sampled a few bites of the dishes Qi Junxian had offered, then, seemingly casual, lowered her voice to ask, "Uncle, what is happening? Why does the atmosphere here feel so oppressive? Moreover, She glanced at the empty seat. Hasn't that general arrived? Qi Junxian continued to serve her food, seemingly concerned that she might not eat enough. It's nothing, merely a trivial matter. Just enjoy your meal. But uncle, has that general not yet arrived? Qi Junxian cast a glance at the vacant seat, a smile playing on his lips. He has already left. Left? Mu Rujiu was taken aback. This general actually departed directly during the banquet hosted by Xietchen? It seemed he possessed quite the audacity. Qi Junxian nodded, pinching Mu Rujiu's cheek gently. Eat more. You're too thin. Seeing that Qi Junxian was unwilling to elaborate, Mu Rujiu wisely refrained from pressing further. She obediently lowered her head and continued to enjoy her meal. After some time, the oppressive atmosphere at the banquet gradually dissipated. Casually lifting her gaze, Mu Rujiu unexpectedly found Ting Lu staring at her coldly, as if she were an adversary. Surely, this was not merely due to the events of last time. Had Ting Lu truly harbored resentment for so long? Initially intending to avert her gaze, Mu Rujiu was taken aback when she saw Ting Lu striding directly toward her. Once Ting Lu stood before her, Mu Rujiu instinctively frowned in discomfort. Although she considered herself more mature compared to Ting Lu, the brashness of the girl before her was exceedingly irksome. Expecting Ting Lu to confront her, Mu Rujiu had prepared to feign innocence, but instead, she found Ting Lu smiling at her. Confronted with such a disingenuous smile, which seemed more distressing than tearful, Mu Rujiu instinctively recoiled. Little Jiu, you don't remember me? In our private academy, we have met before, dear classmate. Have you forgotten? Mu Rujiu gazed at the gentle smile of Princess Tingle before her, momentarily lost in thought. How? Is it she who has lost her mind? Or am I the one who has succumbed to madness? Mu Rujiu squinted her eyes. And when she noticed that Tingle instinctively directed her gaze towards Qi Junxian to observe his expression, she understood. The charm of this Qingzijun is indeed unparalleled. Although Qi Junxian is significantly younger than Xietchen by rank, they are of equal standing, and now, Tingle's attention is drawn to her nominal uncle. How intriguing. Mu Rujiu's eyes narrowed, yet she felt a twinge of panic as she averted her gaze from Tingle. Your Highness, I remember. I have indeed met the princess. Mu Rujiu stammered, her voice trembling, as if she were intimidated by Princess Tingle. Qi Junxian, with narrowed eyes, recalled well the actions Tingle had taken against Mu Rujiu in the academy. Tingle smiled, raising her wine glass. Little Jiu, there were some misunderstandings between us before. Please do not take offense. Mu Rujiu bit her lip, glancing at Tingle, whose smile belied a fierce and ominous glint in her eyes. And she lowered her head in trepidation. Your Highness, I cannot drink. Mu Rujiu's voice was melodious yet quivered slightly, seemingly frightened by the princess. A flicker of displeasure crossed Tingle's eyes. What? Are you unwilling to grant me this small favor? The words unmistakably carried a menacing undertone. Not far away, Ji Fuyan observed with pursed lips, ready to rise, but was halted by Ji Qian beside him. Grandfather, Mu Jiu. Ji Fuyan's tone was grave, wishing to interject. Yet Ji Qian merely shook his head. Have you forgotten the lessons I imparted to you? Ji Fuyan's eyes widened, first glancing at Ji Qian, then at Mu Rujiu. After a pause, he slowly resumed his seat. His grandson remembered well, matters and individuals unrelated to oneself must not provoke emotional responses. This was the principle Ji Qian had instilled in Ji Fuyan since his early understanding. Reflecting on this, Ji Fuyan clenched his hands tightly, as if suppressing something within. Meanwhile, seeing Mu Rujiu's reluctance to raise her glass, Tingle was about to say something further when Qi Junxian spoke indifferently. Such great authority you wield, Princess Tingle. His tone appeared casual, yet resonated with clarity. What does Qingzijun mean by that? Tingle's lips curled into an unnatural smile. Qi Junxian lifted his gaze. His demeanor languid. Logically speaking, you and my little Jiu are of equal standing. Why must she accord you special treatment? Upon uttering these words, the breath of all officials present caught in their throats, inhaling sharply in surprise. On the main seat, Xietchen observed the unfolding situation with a composed demeanor. While Li Ji glared fiercely at Qi Junxian, his expression darkening. Qi Junxian seemed unfazed, as if he had not uttered anything extraordinary. The ministers were no fools. Although he appeared affable, they were all well aware of the methods employed by the regent. Once again, silence enveloped the banquet. This time, the silence was even more profound than before. Qi Junxian languidly supported his head and continued to speak with an air of indifference. My little wine is still quite young, unlike His Highness, who, despite being of the same age, has learned to drink so early. You. Ting Li's face flushed crimson, her eyes wide as if to say something. Qi Junstin coldly interrupted. My little wine has declared that she will not drink. If His Highness possessed even a modicum of self-awareness, he would refrain from persisting and thus avoid humiliation, would he not? How dare you speak such words to this princess? Ting Lu exclaimed in a fit of anger and embarrassment. Qi Junstin remained unfazed, merely scoffing. It is but a fact. Ahem, Qi Junstin, at last, Xietchen, seated at the head, attempted to interject, wishing to uphold the dignity of the royal family, only to be cut off by Qi Junstin. Slowly rising, Qi Junstin took Mu Rujiao's hand. The banquet has been duly celebrated by my humble self. Under such circumstances, I shall take my leave. Please, enjoy yourselves. With that, Qi Junxian disregarded the astonished and horrified expressions of those behind him, leading Mu Rujiao out of the great hall. It was not until they exited the Forbidden City and paused on Huarong Road that Mu Rujiao seemed still somewhat dazed. Qi Junstin had already ushered her into the carriage. And as she gazed at the towering walls of the Forbidden City, she found herself momentarily lost in thought. Given Qi Junshin's actions that day, it was evident that his standing in court was sufficient to challenge Xietchen's imperial throne. Xietchen would undoubtedly not let this matter rest lightly. While contemplating these issues, Mu Rujiao suddenly heard sounds from outside the carriage. Master, General Gongsun is ahead, Jiang Zhou reported from outside. Chapter 54. What the Little Drunkard Desires. The imperial uncle cannot deny upon hearing Jiang Zhou's words. Mu Rujiao reached for the curtain of the carriage, intending to catch a glimpse of the rumored general. Yet, before her hand could reach the curtain, it was grasped by Qi Junxian, who held her wrist firmly. Mu Rujiao turned to Qi Junxian, her expression one of confusion. Qi Junxian merely shook his head, lifting the curtain himself to peer outside. Rumors abound that the famed guardian general, Gongsun Yi, possesses a rather unsavory temperament. Despite his unparalleled martial prowess and strikingly handsome visage that rivals even that of the Regent Prince, the guardian general is known to exhibit indifference towards all people and matters. There are even accounts of civilians witnessing him mercilessly slay those desperate refugees attempting to breach the city's gates, all in the name of safeguarding the citizens of the capital. Though his actions were ostensibly for the greater good, they were undeniably brutal. It was said that some onlookers fainted at the sight of blood splattering across the handsome face of the guardian general. Thus, even in his elevated position, with a beauty that defies reason, the noble young ladies of high society admire him from afar, trembling with trepidation and too fearful to approach. Qi Junxian raised an eyebrow, casting his gaze upon the youthful general before the carriage. Gongsun Yi was merely 18, still very much a boy. Yet he emanated an aura of chilling severity, his countenance as cold as frost. Is General Gongsun awaiting this prince? Qi Junxian's voice was cool, yet a smile danced at the corners of his lips. I hope your highness can reconsider what we discussed previously. Seated within the carriage, Mu Rujiao could not see Gongsun Yi's features, but felt an inexplicable familiarity in his voice. At this, Qi Junxian smirked slightly. General Gongsun, I have made my position abundantly clear. That horse is beloved by my child and cannot be given to you. That horse? Is it treading wind? Mu Rujiao furrowed her brows. Qi Junxian continued, if the general truly desires a steed, my stables house many fine horses from which he may choose at his leisure. Mu Rujiao heard nothing more from outside the carriage, initially believing the general would concede. However, after a moment's pause, the general's deep voice echoed solemnly. The black horse is of advanced age, if Miss Mu is fond of it. I can offer her other horses. I hope she will part with it. How does he know treading wind is aging? Mu Rujiao's curiosity piqued, and she leaned slightly to peer through Qi Junxian, eager to catch a glimpse of the general outside. Unfortunately, her vantage point only allowed her to see the general clad in black armor, obscuring any further details. Fearing Qi Junxian might acquiesce, she tugged at his sleeve. Qi Junxian turned to her, raising an eyebrow. Mu Rujiao shook her head in a display of feigned grievance, her meaning unmistakable. No. Qi Junxian smiled gently, pinching her cheek playfully. General Gongsun, please take your leave. My child is quite stubborn and would not trade her prized horse for a fortune. After a prolonged silence, the low, frosty voice of the young general finally resounded from outside. This humble minister takes his leave. As Gongsun Yi departed, Jiang Zhou resumed driving the carriage, leaving the palace via the Huarong Road. Along the way, Mu Rujiao was filled with perplexity. Although Tafu was a rare and exceptional steed, it was no longer in its prime. If that general truly intended to utilize Tafu as a warhorse, it would be rather unsuitable. It struck her as odd why there was such an unwavering attachment to Tafu. Mu Rujiu pondered deeply, yet could not fathom the reasoning behind it. Junmian, seated beside her, noticed her silence and furrowed brow, assuming she was concerned that Tafu might be given away. He playfully pinched her cheek, rousing her from her reverie. There's no need for concern, it's merely a horse. Whatever little Jiao desires, the royal uncle is certain to grant. Junmian's tone was indifferent, as if he found no fault in his words. Upon hearing this, Mu Rujiu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, smiling brightly at Junmian. Thank you, royal uncle. Little Jiao adores you the most. Junmian narrowed his eyes, appearing quite pleased. Outside the carriage, Jiangzhou listened to their exchange, a smile gracing his lips. His expression clear and bright. It seemed that his master had gained a touch of warmth compared to the past. Xia Qin's countenance was grim. Seated in the main chair, he wore a sullen expression. Perhaps he was recalling the scene of Junmian's departure as he slammed his hand on the table. With a loud bang, the surrounding eunuchs were instantly startled into kneeling. Your Majesty, please calm down, calm down. Junmian was practically riding on his head. How dare he humiliate him in front of so many ministers? Such audacity was utterly outrageous. Xia Qin's expression darkened, as if he wished to devour Junmian whole. Over the years, Junmian had grown increasingly arrogant. 3 years prior, he had still shown some restraint, but now he seemed entirely unencumbered. As this thought crossed his mind, a fleeting emotion flickered in Xia Qin's eyes, so brief it was almost imperceptible. Realizing what he had been contemplating, Xia Qin's expression turned cold. Without you, I can still bring him down, he muttered darkly to himself. In recent days, the Royal Academy had grown lively. Just days prior, the young girl who had come to challenge them returned the following day with her conditions. She demanded that all female students at the Royal Academy also participate in martial trials and learn martial arts. This proclamation caused an uproar within the academy. Supporters and dissenters emerged in equal measure. Among the most exhilarated were the female students, many of whom had long desired to engage in activities typically reserved for men, yet had been expressly forbidden by the academy. With the young girl as proposal, the Grand Royal Academy could not oppose such a significant change. Thus, despite the discontent among numerous students, the new regulation was implemented. Mu Rujiu stood alongside the other students from the Qinzi Hall on the expansive martial grounds, feeling a sense of exhilaration and freedom. She had not visited this place for quite some time. The other female students accompanying her were equally intrigued, standing in clusters, excited yet anxious as they surveyed the surrounding architecture. Had it not been for the private academy's decision to permit female students to partake in the martial arts examination, they might have never had the opportunity to come here in their lifetimes. Mu Rujiu smiled softly. With an equestrian lesson approaching, she began to stretch her limbs while glancing around. The male and female students were separated. Upon lifting her gaze, Mu Rujiu spotted Ji Fuyan, who was also preparing. She waved cheerfully at Ji Fuyan, just as she was about to speak. Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed from behind her. No way, they really did bring female students here? Surely they aren't planning to showcase their ability to fall off horses. This remark elicited hearty laughter from the male students. Mu Rujiu frowned and turned to look. Several male students from the Miaozi Hall were also present in the martial arena, their gazes toward the female students brimming with derision. Chapter 55. Did your mother ascend? The young woman, typically modest, lowered her gaze upon hearing the remarks from the male students, refraining from further conversation or glances. Mu Rujiu narrowed her eyes, casting a disapproving look at the leading male student. The educational standards of the Royal Private Academy were categorized by age, with the students of the Mao Hall being slightly older than those of the Qin Hall. The foremost among them, Qi Sheng, son of the esteemed third-rank minister Qi Qingtian, was notorious for his arrogance and domineering demeanor. The Qi family was well known as part of the emperor's faction, showing scant respect for the regent Qi Junmian's nominal niece. Mu Rujiu pursed her lips as Qi Sheng brazenly shot her a glare, his eyes brimming with provocation. In my opinion, a woman should heed a man's words, bear children, and support her husband in raising them. To seek the limelight is foolishness. Such a woman will ultimately find herself unable to marry. Qi Sheng did not bother to lower his voice, and all present could hear him clearly. The female students of the Chun and Mao halls bowed their heads, with several already scurrying away. Indeed, women are born to serve men. How ridiculous it is for them to aspire to replace men. Do they truly believe they can take to the battlefield with their delicate limbs? Haha, who do they think they are? Even the demon queen Mu ultimately met a gruesome end. Exactly. The idea of women practicing martial arts is laughable. The ruckus was unbearable. Rujiu cast a cold glance at the male students of the Mao Hall, though her appearance was one of delicate fragility. The intensity of her gaze sent a chill down the spines of the male students, causing their discussions to dwindle. Even Qixing instinctively shrank back. Realizing he was intimidated by a girl younger than himself, he sneered. What? Am I mistaken, Mu classmate? With his pointed remark, all eyes turned to Rujiu. She scoffed, preparing to retort, but was suddenly seized by the wrist. Momentarily taken aback, she found Ji Fuyin shielding her from behind. When had he arrived? Still puzzled, she heard Ji Fuyin speak coldly. Are the students of the Mao Hall so idle? His voice was not loud, yet Qixing heard him clearly. Ji Fuyin's grandfather was an advisor. If he were to catch Qixing in wrongdoing, it would indeed complicate matters at court. Nevertheless, Qixing could not swallow the insult and retorted icily. What? Does Ji classmate intend to stand up for these women? Ji Fuyin pressed his lips together, his expression darkening. Qixing was being deliberately provocative. Should Ji Fuyin engage in a confrontation with him? Even if his grandfather reported the incident, claiming Qixing bullied students and acted against propriety, the emperor would likely assume Ji Qian was trying to defend his grandson, disregarding the truth. I had no idea Ji classmate was so fond of meddling. As Ji Fuyin prepared to speak in response to the arrogant Qixing before him, Rujiu interjected with a gentle tone, her voice devoid of hostility, yet tinged with a hint of vulnerability. Why does classmate Qi look down upon women so? She inquired softly. Qixing, emboldened, sneered at Rujiu, retorting arrogantly, Indeed, I disdain them. So what? Rujiu appeared even more aggrieved, her nostrils flaring slightly as she raised her voice. The emperor's uncle once told me that each child is born from their mother's 10 months of laborious gestation and care. Classmate Qi's disdain for women. She paused, casting a naive glance at Qixing in the distance, her tone still innocent. Is it because your mother has passed away? Silence enveloped the training ground, which had been bustling moments ago. Ji Fuyin, standing behind Rujiu, could hear the malicious laughter of the girl echoing. He was well aware that she was not one to submit meekly. Whenever she encountered injustice, she sought retribution. The verbal insult was not one she would easily accept. However, Ji Fuyin was taken aback by her ability to chastise with such an innocent and bewildered tone. In this moment, Ji Fuyin found it difficult to suppress a smile, though the situation warranted gravity. Noticing his struggle, Rujiu quickly pinched his waist discreetly. He inhaled sharply, casting an admonishing glare at her. With a pitiful expression, she gazed back, prompting him to sigh and finally suppress his amusement. Classmate Qi, Rujiu is still young and does not know how to speak. Surely, you wouldn't stoop to her level? Ji Fuyin remarked, his demeanor calm yet authoritative. Internally, Rujiu applauded Ji Fuyin's intervention and readily added, Yes, I apologize. Classmate Qi, it is I who misspoke. Your mother surely has not departed. Please rest assured. She thought, even in apology, she must provoke him further. Qixing, witnessing their banter, felt his temper flare. Rujiu, you're courting death, he shouted, striding menacingly towards her. Rujiu, frightened, instinctively hid behind Ji Fuyin, remaining in place. As Qixing approached, Ji Fuyin intercepted him. Classmate Qi, do you wish to engage in a fight? His voice was icy, laced with a warning. In their private academy, brawling would result in expulsion, a decree established by the Mu family that remained in effect to this day. Qixing, with a furrowed brow, ground his teeth in frustration, glaring at Rujiu as though he could consume her whole. Rujiu, you will regret this. He spat before turning away, leading the male students of the Maozi Hall with him. Let them wait, Rujiu muttered under her breath, though the surrounding students did not catch her words. Ji Fuyin did. He turned, a frown etched on his face as he scrutinized her. Rujiu lowered her gaze, feeling somewhat guilty. I admit I shouldn't have insulted him, but he provoked me first. I'm not at fault, and I want to apologize. Indeed, one must exhibit a resolute attitude. Ji Fuyin pressed her lips together, letting out a resigned sigh. Qixing is a man who harbors grudges and seeks retribution. If you find yourself unable to cope, do let me know. Upon hearing this, Rujiu lifted her gaze and smiled at Ji Fuyin. Rest assured, Mr. Ji, I possess a keen sense of propriety. When it comes to physical confrontations, Rujiu has always been quite discerning. Rujiu had assumed that Qixing's vengeance would manifest in some grandiose manner. However, it turned out to be merely a competition in equestrianism. She cast a casual glance at Qi Sheng, her keen eyes catching sight of a slight bulge at his sleeve. A fleeting chill crossed her features. It seemed that this competition was not as straightforward as it appeared. Nevertheless, given that Qi Sheng was a subordinate of Xie Chen, if she could bring him down, it would serve to weaken Xie Chen's influence. With this thought, a mischievous smile curled at the corners of Mu Rujiao's lips. Chapter 56. If you cannot win, resort to deception? During the equestrian class, Chen Zihao coincidentally shared the lesson with Mao Zihao. Qi Sheng cast a provocative glare at Mu Rujiao, his eyes brimming with hostility. The instructor, observing the group of female students before him, couldn't he help but furrow his brow. It was baffling why the esteemed master would agree to such conditions. How could a gathering of ladies possibly ride horses? If the other instructors found out, wouldn't they mock him? Male students were permitted to select their steeds, while the female students were expected to merely observe from the sidelines. Sir, are we only allowed to watch? A female student inquired timidly. Before the instructor could respond, the male students from Mao Zi Hall erupted into hushed laughter, seemingly deriding the young lady for her question. Embarrassed by the laughter, the girl flushed and bowed her head. Silencing herself, the instructor, with a serious expression, admonished, "You cannot ride, and should any mishap occur, the private academy would bear the responsibility. It is best for you to remain on the sidelines." His tone carried a hint of impatience. He was there to teach equestrian skills, not to witness the commotion of these young ladies. Mu Rujiu narrowed her eyes, a cold glint flickering in her dark irises. These female students truly had thick skin. Daring to intrude, she had thought they would possess the discernment to refrain from attending the equestrian class. Perhaps they fancied themselves as some sort of generals, capable of taming the horses? Given their petite frames, they might not even stand taller than the horses themselves. A single misstep could lead to disaster. Hilarious. With their audacity, they would likely frighten themselves to tears before even approaching the steeds. The equestrian instructor clearly heard the remarks, but chose not to counter them. Mu Rujiu's expression turned icy as she calmly stated, "Gentlemen, your fear of the horses does not imply that all are as timid as you." Her voice was soft, yet the previously mocking male students were silenced by her words. They had intended to retort, but upon realizing the speaker was associated with the regent, they begrudgingly fell silent. Only Qi Sheng scoffed derisively. "Mujiu, you dare to speak so boldly only here." Mu Rujiu's gaze remained frosty. "Qi Sheng, is your talent limited to mere words?" Qi Sheng, his eyes reddened with fury, clenched his jaw. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he coldly proposed, "Mujiu, if you truly believe in your own prowess, why not compete with me?" Mu Rujiu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Compete in what?" "In a horse race. If I win, you shall lead the ladies of your hall back to Chunzi Hall and study women's virtue quietly, sparing us the disgrace here at the Royal Academy." Mu Rujiu smiled knowingly. "And if I win?" Qi Sheng's eyes glinted with disdain. "You may do as you wish." "Very well. Should I emerge victorious, you will kneel before all the female students at the academy and publicly apologize, admitting your error. What say you?" Without hesitation, Qi Sheng waved dismissively. Agreed. He was certain he could not lose. With this thought in mind, he concealed an object within his sleeve. Mu Rujiu observed this, narrowing her eyes but saying nothing. Ji Fuyan, who stood beside Mu Rujiu, furrowed his brow and pursed his lips slightly. He approached her and whispered, "Qi Sheng's equestrian skills are among the finest among the students. You should be cautious." Mu Rujiu looked at Ji Fuyan in surprise. "Mr. Ji, you are not trying to stop me?" She had anticipated that Ji Fuyan would disapprove of her audacious actions and attempt to deter her. Ji Fuyan's gaze darkened, his expression remaining cool and detached. Mu Rujiu smiled and whispered something in his ear. Upon hearing her, Ji Fuyan frowned slightly, but when he saw her wink at him, he nodded, choosing not to utter another word. Mu Rujiu turned her attention back to Qi Sheng, her demeanor turning frosty. In Qi Sheng's mind, Mu Rujiu was a timid and reticent girl, and her boldness today took him by surprise. Nevertheless, this was an opportunity to undermine Qi Juanqian's arrogance. Mu Rujiu selected a chestnut horse, while Qi Sheng chose a magnificent white steed, undoubtedly his own, exemplary in both quality and stature. From his elevated position, Qi Sheng glared down at Mu Rujiu, a smirk of derision on his face. Before she could mount her horse, he taunted, "Mujiu, you won't struggle to get on the horse, will you? Do you need me to assist you?" Mu Rujiu remained silent, surveying the crowd around her. The two of them had successfully drawn a large gathering of students, including many from other academies. The racetrack was teeming with spectators, creating an unprecedented excitement. This was precisely the outcome Mu Rujiu desired. Qi Sheng, already mounted on his tall white horse, stood at one end of the track. The rules of their contest were simple. They would ride around the track, and the first to finish would be the victor. Once Mu Rujiu sensed that enough spectators had gathered, she exchanged a glance with Ji Fuyin, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. In response, she nodded back, then gracefully maneuvered herself onto the horse's back. Qi Sheng's eyes widened in surprise as he furrowed his brow, a foreboding feeling washing over him. Mu Jiu, if you have any sense, concede now, or you will end up utterly humiliated, unable to show your face in the academy again. Qi Sheng declared loudly. Mu Rujiu smiled. Qi Sheng, I return that very sentiment to you. The amusement in Qi Sheng's eyes vanished, replaced by a clenched jaw as he fixed his gaze ahead. Ready for the race. As the signal sounded, Qi Sheng spurred his horse forward. After some time had passed without feeling any pursuit behind him, he let out a cold laugh and turned to look back. To his astonishment, he discovered that Mu Rujiu was right behind him, maintaining a steady distance. Qi Sheng's expression darkened, and he urged his horse to gallop faster. However, no matter how he urged the white horse, the girl behind him always maintained a distance. Neither too far nor too close, completely eluding him. Many students present, witnessing the contest between the two, widened their eyes in astonishment. They proclaimed that Qi Sheng was bound to win. That girl named Mu Jiu had never surpassed him. Are you foolish? Can't you see that no matter how fast Qi Sheng accelerated, Mu Jiu could effortlessly keep pace behind him? What does this mean? It signifies that Mu Jiu is being deliberate. She could undoubtedly overtake Qi Sheng, yet she chooses to toy with him. Young scholar Yu Fan observed the two on the racetrack, narrowing his eyes. He was well acquainted with Qi Sheng's character. He would never concede so easily. Mu Rujiu wore a smile at the corners of her lips, skillfully guiding her steed, closely pursuing Qi Sheng, yet her demeanor remained unfazed. Qi Sheng, is this all you can do? Mu Rujiu was intentionally provoking him. As anticipated, Qi Sheng frowned, turning to glare at Mu Rujiu, his eyes filled with malice and a hint of murderous intent. Mu Jiu, may you perish. With that, Qi Sheng drew a concealed dart from his sleeve, aiming it at the legs of Mu Rujiu's horse. Chapter 57. Mr. Ji's inability to braid hair. Mu Rujiu had long suspected that Qi Sheng would keep a trick up his sleeve. Her expression remained unchanged as she suddenly tightened the reins. The horse neighed, rearing up on its hind legs, while Qi Sheng's hidden arrow missed its mark, embedding itself in the ground. What on earth is happening? The students nearby, hearing the horse's whinny, began to murmur amongst themselves. Mu Rujiu's horse seemed startled. How could it be frightened out of the blue? Ji Fuyin paid no attention to the chatter within the crowd. His gaze was fixed intently on the girl, his hands gripping tightly, turning pale. Mu Rujiu let out a light laugh, urging her horse to accelerate suddenly. Startled, Qi Sheng's eyes widened, just as he prepared to shoot another hidden arrow. Mu Rujiu had already matched his pace. With his arrow loaded, he aimed directly at Mu Rujiu, his eyes wild with madness. This woman, she deserves to die? As he released the arrow, Mu Rujiu, a mere second before, was still seated upon her steed. In the next moment, she pressed herself sideways against the horse's flank. With her hair neatly tied up in a high ponytail for riding, the arrow grazed her hairpin, producing a metallic clash, slicing through it and letting her hair cascade down. But at that moment, Mu Rujiu could not afford to dwell on such matters. She had not anticipated that Qi Sheng would dare to shoot at her directly. Her expression hardened as she shot a glare at Qi Sheng, whose eyes were now filled with panic. Who would have thought that the usually reticent and timid Mu Rujiu would so effortlessly evade his hidden arrow? Realizing something, Qi Sheng quickly reloaded the arrow. This time, however, Mu Rujiu would not allow him to succeed. She cupped her hands to her mouth and blew, causing Qi Sheng's white horse to let out a resounding neigh, raising its front hooves. No one understood horse taming better than Mu Rujiu. With all his focus on her, Qi Sheng failed to anticipate that his horse would suddenly go out of control. He had no time to grasp the reins before he was thrown from the towering horse. A smile tugged at the corners of Mu Rujiu's lips as she galloped past Qi Sheng, completing the lap first. When the horse finally came to a stop, many students rushed toward the fallen Qi Sheng. Yet Ji Fuyin, without casting a glance, strode purposefully toward Mu Rujiu. Mu Rujiu, you deceitful wretch. You cheated, Qi Sheng wailed, cursing her as he spoke. Just moments ago, Mu Rujiao's exuberance had shone brightly, but upon feeling the gazes upon her, it faded instantly. Her complexion turned pale, tears brimming in her eyes, her lower lashes reddening. Qi Sheng, it was merely a competition among classmates. Why must you seek to end my life? The crowd erupted in astonishment. This revelation was evidently far more captivating than the accusation of Mu Rujiao's deceit. Qi Sheng's face flushed crimson. You are talking nonsense. I was riding perfectly well when you tampered with my horse, causing it to suddenly stop. It made me fall. It was clearly your doing. Mu Rujiao bit her lip, her face ashen. Ji Fuyan, standing beside her, supported the frail Mu Rujiao, his expression grave. Qi Sheng, why do you still wish to frame me? You have wounded me with your treachery. I barely escaped with my life. Mu Rujiao's voice quivered with suppressed tears. Qi Sheng scoffed disdainfully. You accuse me of treachery? Where is your evidence? Do not slander me without cause. Just before he fell from his horse, he had destroyed the concealed arrows in his sleeves. Even a thorough search would yield nothing. As long as he maintained his accusation that Mu Rujiao had plotted against him, she would ultimately be the one to suffer. However, to Qi Sheng's astonishment, before he could finish speaking, Ji Fuyan's cold voice interrupted. You seek evidence? Would this suffice? At some point, Ji Fuyan had produced 2 concealed arrows in her hand. Qi Sheng's eyes widened in shock, momentarily at a loss for words. How had she noticed this? The arrows he carried were exceptionally light, and they had been positioned far from the observing students. It was unlikely she could have seen them without intent. Mu Rujiao finally broke into tears. Qi Sheng, how could you resort to such lethal measures against a fellow student? With that, she lowered her head, wiping her tears. She had long suspected Qi Sheng's intentions and had urged Ji Fuyan to keep a vigilant eye on him. Now that his concealed arrows had been discovered, it was entirely within her expectations. You are conspiring to frame me. Those arrows are clearly not mine. Qi Sheng shouted, but no one believed him anymore. It was well known that Qi Sheng had little regard for the rules of the academy. He was the only one bold enough to bring weapons into the school. Many had witnessed him using concealed arrows before, and he could not escape this accusation. Qi Sheng, as a student of this academy, to harbor such murderous intent against a fellow student is a grave matter. I will report this truthfully, Ji Fuyan stated, her voice devoid of emotion. Qi Sheng's eyes widened in disbelief, and as he opened his mouth to protest, he noticed the wary glances from his peers, who distanced themselves from him. He realized his downfall was imminent. His reputation and future were utterly ruined. In the wake of Mu Rujiao's victory, the instructor of equestrianism became earnest, guiding a group of female students in the fundamentals of horseback riding. The girls of Qinzi Hall listened attentively, often posing questions, displaying greater diligence than their male counterparts. The instructor, moved by their enthusiasm, dedicated himself even more fervently to teaching. Ji Fuyan, citing Mu Rujiao's discomfort, led her away from the riding grounds. How is it, Mr. Ji? Did I not appear quite graceful just now? Once in a secluded area, Mu Rujiao reverted to her lively self. Her round, sparkling eyes gleamed with pride as she looked at Ji Fuyan, resembling a cat eagerly awaiting praise from its master. Ji Fuyan regarded the spirited young woman before him. A gentle breeze caressed the flowing hair of the young maiden. Without her hairpin, Mu Rujiao's tresses cascaded like a waterfall, glossy and lustrous under the radiant sunlight. Ji Fuyan furrowed his brow slightly, yet took a step forward. Mu Rujiao intended to continue speaking, but upon noticing Ji Fuyan approaching, her eyes widened and her lips fell silent. What's wrong? She asked timidly, feeling a sense of unease under the boy's gaze, fearing she had erred once more. Ji Fuyan remained silent. He moved behind Mu Rujiao. Just as she was about to turn, he coldly commanded, "Stay still." His voice, though cool, possessed a captivating quality. Complying, Mu Rujiao stood still, her back to him, responding with a soft, "Oh." She felt his fingers delicately lift her hair. The cool touch of his fingertips occasionally grazed her neck, causing her to instinctively shrink her shoulders in discomfort. "Don't move," Ji Fuyan uttered firmly. He gathered her long hair and fashioned it into a high bun. Subsequently, he removed a hairpin from his own hair and, with deliberate care, inserted it into Mu Rujiao's updo. It was evident that the boy had never engaged in such an act before. The bun was not impeccably styled. Yet his earnestness was unmistakable. In the heat of midsummer, perhaps due to the intensity of the sun, Ji Fuyan found himself slightly vexed as he gazed at the maiden's fair neck. Chapter 58. The prince is very angry. and the consequences are grave. Mu Rujiu remained silent, feeling a chill creep along her back. She dared not shrink away, instead turning her back to the young man, her head bowed slightly. The boy arranged her hair tenderly, yet he remained motionless. Just as Mu Rujiu was about to voice her thoughts, the young man finally spoke. Mujiu. His voice was warm and resonant, tinged with a hint of huskiness. Mu Rujiu responded, perplexed. The long wind tousled the girl's hair, and Ji Fuyin caught a faint, delicate fragrance. The sun bore down rather harshly, causing Mu Rujiu some discomfort, but the young man stood protectively behind her, shielding her from the glaring light. It felt like an eternity had passed. Do not always be injured, he spoke softly, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. He noted the abrasions on her shoulders, remnants from her recent sparring match with Qi Sheng. It seemed that the girl before him perpetually bore the marks of injury. The last time Qi Junxian had escorted her to the private academy, she had been bruised. And there was the time before that when she had been bullied by Ting Lo. Despite her flamboyant and headstrong demeanor, coupled with her exceptional skills, why did she continue to suffer injuries? Mu Rujiu was momentarily taken aback, and by the time she comprehended his words, the young man had continued. It will be quite troublesome. A gentle breeze rustled the treetops, the leaves whispering softly, and for a fleeting moment, Mu Rujiu thought she had misheard him. After a pause, she replied, "It's just a minor injury." Such wounds paled in comparison to those she had endured on the battlefield, where life and death hung in the balance. Thus, she had not taken them to heart. Ji Fuyin, however, had noticed. His voice was cool and deep. "Yes, I know. I understand they are merely minor injuries." He was aware. Mu Rujiu found his words somewhat peculiar, and just as she was about to elaborate further, Ji Fuyin turned away. "Let us go. Our equestrian class must have concluded. We should prepare for the next lesson." As she turned, she observed Ji Fuyin already departing, seemingly without the intention of waiting for her. Mu Rujiu gazed at his retreating figure. The young man stood tall and graceful, striding into the distance as if he had stepped out of a painting. The following day, Qi Sheng did not attend class at the private academy. Mu Rujiu glanced at Ji Fuyin, who remained composed, his gaze fixed on the book in his hands, his expression unchanged. As the grandson of Ji Qian, Ji Fuyin was destined to inherit his grandfather's official position, granting him the authority to report any incidents occurring within the academy to Ji Qian. Mu Rujiu was well aware of this, which was why she had asked Ji Fuyin to serve as a witness during the earlier incident. Qi Sheng's attempt to harm a fellow student was intolerable within the Royal Academy, and it was likely that he would lose his eligibility to inherit his father's position. Contemplating this, Mu Rujiu felt a surge of joy. She couldn't help but chuckle foolishly at Ji Fuyin. Although Ji Fuyin's eyes remained glued to his book, the sound of her innocent laughter caused him to furrow his brow slightly. He turned his head slightly to regard the young girl before him. The young girl possessed bright, captivating eyes and a charming smile, with her round, dark orbs appearing exceedingly delightful. Noticing Ji Fuyin turning to gaze at her, Mu Rujiu promptly stifled her laughter, casting an awkward glance in his direction. After a brief moment, Ji Fuyin merely sighed. "I am reading. I must memorize some passages shortly." Mu Rujiu blinked, scratched her head, and smiled, then turned her attention back to her textbook, studying earnestly. The sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating half of the girl's face, casting dappled shadows that accentuated the fine hairs on her skin. The boy's lips curled into a faint smile, and after a while, his gaze gradually shifted away from her. The present world felt secure, and time flowed serenely. Upon returning to the estate, Mu Rujiu made her customary visit to the study to seek out Qi Junxian. However, she soon discerned that Qi Junxian seemed rather melancholy today. "Your Highness, I am back from school," Mu Rujiu exclaimed cheerfully as she approached Qi Junxian, offering to grind ink for him. Qi Junxian responded with a low murmur, uttering not a single word. Sensing something amiss, Mu Rujiu merely smiled and remarked, "Today, we learned so much. Classmate Ji said I have made remarkable progress, having recognized all the characters in such a short time." Qi Junxian remained silent, his brow furrowed as he perused a memorial. The man's striking features remained captivating, even with his current displeased expression. "What is troubling Qi Junxian today?" Mu Rujiu pondered internally while continuing to grind the ink. "Today marks the first equestrian lesson for you female students?" After a long pause, Qi Junxian finally spoke in a tone that lacked warmth. Mu Rujiu nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, we were very diligent while learning from our teacher." Upon hearing this, Qi Junxian's frown deepened. Mu Rujiu, noticing the shift, was perplexed about what she had said wrong. What on earth is wrong with Qi Junxian today? Why is he so difficult to please? She chastised him silently, yet maintained a kind and innocent smile on her face. The man exuded a subtle fragrance reminiscent of green bamboo, delicate yet distinctly pleasant. He pursed his lips slightly, a flicker of coldness passing through his silver-black eyes. Mu Rujiu cautiously stole a glance at Qi Junxian, and upon seeing his displeasure, she refrained from speaking further. Goodness, who doesn't have their moods? It wasn't until Jiang Zhou entered the study, sensing the oppressive atmosphere, that he cautiously looked towards Mu Rujiu. Jiang Zhou signaled with his eyes, "Miss, have you angered the master again?" Mu Rujiu blinked innocently. "Not at all. I am very well behaved." She then gazed at Jiang Zhou with utmost naivety. Jiang Zhou glanced back at his master, noting his expression clearly indicates displeasure. At that moment, Qi Junxian took notice of Jiang Zhou, slowly lifting his gaze, his demeanor icy. "What is it?" he inquired. "Oh well, master, dinner has been prepared in the kitchen." Qi Junxian replied lightly, and then slowly rose to his feet, departing the study without waiting for Mu Rujiu, who remained behind. Watching Qi Junxian's receding figure, Mu Rujiu felt an overwhelming urge to curse. Why was this ancestor so difficult to please? Day by day, his temperament fluctuated like the weather, changing faster than one could turn a page. At this moment, Jiang Zhou cautiously approached Mu Rujiu and whispered, "Miss, what did you say?" Mu Rujiu blinked innocently. "I didn't say anything." Jiang Zhou cast a complicated glance at Mu Rujiu, as if recalling something, and quietly remarked, "Today, I saw the headmaster of the private school come to the residence." Jiang Jiren? Mu Rujiu furrowed her brow. What business did he have here? Could it be that he informed Qi Junxian about her competition with Qi Sheng at the racetrack? Mu Rujiu's eyes widened as she looked at Jiang Zhou. Jiang Zhou nodded in confirmation, indicating he was not jesting. This was disastrous. If that were true, Qi Junxian must already know about her mischief at the private school. No wonder he was angry. Mu Rujiu glanced at Jiang Zhou with a hint of despair. "Jiang Zhou, at your service. Remember to collect my remains." With that, Mu Rujiu, in a manner reminiscent of a valiant martyr, dashed after Qi Junxian, leaving Jiang Zhou in stunned silence. Chapter 59. I only care whether you are hurt. When Mu Rujiu approached the dining table, Qi Junxian was already seated there. She walked to his side, slowly taking her seat, her gaze fixed on him. Qi Junxian occupied the main seat, sitting upright, yet he did not look at Mu Rujiu. His expression remained exceedingly aloof. "Uncle, would you like some fish? I can serve it to you." Mu Rujiu offered with a smile, rising to fetch a piece of fish for him. However, the platter of fish was inexplicably positioned directly opposite her, and despite stretching her arm, she could not reach it, just as she felt awkward and frustrated. A long hand effortlessly retrieved the fish. Qi Junxian skillfully removed the bones and placed the morsel into Mu Rujiu's bowl, yet he continued to remain silent. Mu Rujiu's embarrassment deepened. At that moment, Jiang Zhou also entered from the study, standing beside Qi Junxian and observing their interaction. He felt a sense of awkwardness and looked at Mu Rujiu with a hint of sympathy. Mu Rujiu, hesitant to move further, obediently consumed the food in her bowl, her large eyes wide with contemplation, unaware of her own intentions. After a considerable pause, she exclaimed, "Oh, uncle, I just remembered, something happened at the private school today." Mu Rujiu directed her gaze at Qi Junxian as she spoke. He held his jade chopsticks, his demeanor as cold as ever, nonchalantly replying, as if anticipating her elaboration. Mu Rujiu chuckled nervously and continued, "Today, I had a horse racing competition with my classmate Qi Sheng." After pondering for a while, Mu Rujiu concluded that it would be best to admit her fault. If she confessed quickly enough, perhaps Qi Junxian would, possibly, maybe, be lenient in his judgment. And then, his voice was cool and detached, suggesting a lack of interest in the subject she broached. Had Jiang Zhou not noted his master's posture becoming even more rigid, he might have been convinced otherwise. Mu Rujiu bit her lip, cautiously glancing at Qi Junxian, and upon seeing his unchanging expression, she could not help but swallow hard. It was truly perplexing. She had never felt this nervous even in front of Xie Chun. Then, I won, and Qi Sheng did not attend school today after his defeat. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, nearly inaudible by the end. She believed her demeanor had conveyed sincerity, yet when she dared to meet Qi Junxian's gaze again, She noticed his expression seemed even more displeased. Why was this old fox so difficult to please? Rujiu internally lamented, while outwardly adopting an even more innocent and aggrieved appearance. Yes, I'm sorry, uncle. I've caused you trouble. A true gentleman knows when to yield. Under someone's roof, one must learn to bow one's head. Rujiu thought to herself, lowering her gaze with an expression of contrition that appeared exceedingly genuine, to the point where she nearly convinced herself. Yet, to her astonishment, Junmian merely coldly inquired, "Is that all?" Upon hearing this, Rujiu blinked in surprise, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, she instinctively nodded. Was that not all there was? Did she make Shang bow and admit his mistakes? And does he know about the wager? Is that Zhang Jiren truly so indiscreet? Should I continue to acknowledge my faults? In that fleeting moment, countless thoughts flashed through Rujiu's mind. Just as she was prepared to persist in her admission of error, the man finally spoke in a cold tone. Mujiu. Rujiu instinctively replied. She turned to Junmian, only to discover that, unbeknownst to her, his silver-black eyes held a chilling yet noble demeanor. For some reason, gazing into those eyes caused a momentary daze within her. I no longer care about that person, he stated, his tone grave and sincere. Rujiu was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Junmian, seemingly unable to grasp his meaning. Junmian regarded the girl before him and recalled how fierce he had been with her last time, which had left her shaken for quite a while. Reflecting on this, the sternness in his eyes softened slightly. I only care whether you are hurt, he continued, his expression earnest. Rujiu's eyes widened in surprise, unsure of how to respond. And I told you, if anyone bullies you, you must tell me. You promised me back then. Junmian spoke with an unwavering demeanor, as if stating an undeniable truth. Rujiu looked at the handsome man before her, opened her mouth to say something, but found her nose tinged with a bittersweet ache. She hurriedly lowered her head to conceal her flustered state. As the demon queen Rujiu, it seemed no one had ever spoken to her in such a manner. I only care whether you are hurt. She had not always been the invincible general. Initially, when she fought against enemies, she would go days without sleep. Whenever she closed her eyes, her mind was filled with the ghastly, howling images of those she had faced. In those days, Rujiu was merely a girl who wouldn't dare crush an ant. For the sake of Xiechun, she donned armor and took countless lives. He sat atop the dais, directing the course of the realm, while she bore the burden of slaughter, invincible in battle. Of course, Xiechun would write to her, his letters merely urging her to achieve victory soon. While his concern for her remained unspoken, no one had ever uttered such words to her. In an instant, Rujiu felt a certain awkwardness as she lowered her head. Her nose tinged with warmth, and her eyes reddened. Junmian, upon noticing this, assumed he had been too harsh. He softened his demeanor and sighed. Mujiu, I do not blame you. His explanation felt somewhat stiff. Junmian rarely spoke such conciliatory words to anyone. Rujiu kept her head down and mumbled, Uncle, I'm sorry for worrying you. Junmian pressed his lips together and gently pinched her cheek, feeling the softness that had finally returned to her. Do you remember? He asked. Rujiu nodded. I remember. In the future, if anyone bullies me, I will definitely tell Uncle. Junmian finally nodded in satisfaction. Zhang Zhou observed his master's smile, his own lips curling slightly. However, his smile quickly faded. His master would undoubtedly not easily let the Qi family off the hook. However, such matters need not be disclosed to the young lady. Esteemed master, I implore you to reconsider. Shen Qi knelt before Gong Sun Yi, his head bowed in deference. The man's features were strikingly composed, seemingly unfazed by the extraordinary nature of his previous utterance. Though it is true that the Regent Prince shares no familial ties with Mujiu, it was evident at the banquet that His Highness harbors great affection for him. Should you truly wish to dispose of Mujiu, the Regent Prince will undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. Shen Qi had always been acutely aware of the esteemed position that individual held in his master's heart. Even the war steed, which he had tirelessly sought for 3 long years, had recently been acquired by the Regent Prince's household. Originally, his master intended to negotiate a trade with the Regent Prince, but to his surprise, Mujiu had taken a liking to that very steed and resolutely refused to part with it. What he had initially believed to be a relinquishment of interest on his master's part had turned into an unforeseen contemplation of such extreme measures. Half kneeling, Shen Qi clasped his fists and earnestly urged, I beseech you to reconsider. The man seated above bore an exquisite countenance, his dark red eyes shrouded in an ominous stillness. That belongs to her. No one has the right to take it away. His voice was cold and devoid of emotion, yet upon hearing his words, Shin-Chi could not help but hold his breath. Chapter 60. Unable to overcome a lady? As Mu Rujiu was about to leave school today, she glanced at Ji Fuyan. Mr. Ji, is your birthday approaching? Ji Fuyan, who was organizing his books, slightly nodded upon hearing her. Curiously, Mu Rujiu inquired, do you have any particular birthday gifts in mind, Mr. Ji? Ji Fuyan regarded her with a cool demeanor, seemingly devoid of any distinct emotion. Anything, he replied, his tone equally frosty. Dissatisfied with his response, Mu Rujiu pouted, how can it be anything? What if the gift I choose for you doesn't suit your taste? Ji Fuyan pursed his lips, merely observing her, before finally saying, as you wish. Waving her hand dismissively, Mu Rujiu remarked, never mind, I'll ponder it myself. I shall take my leave, Mr. Ji. With that, she exited the classroom, her books in hand. As she walked towards the entrance of the private school, she heard the sound of the wind. Pausing momentarily, she continued her stride, feigning ignorance of any unusual occurrences, though her expression grew considerably grave. Someone was trailing her. Uncertain of the stalker's intentions, Mu Rujiu chose not to act rashly. She continued on her way until she spotted Jiang Zhou waiting outside. Jiang Zhou approached her with a smile, taking the books from her hands. Miss, shall we return to the manor? Mu Rujiu nodded cheerfully and hopped into the carriage. Inside, Qi Junxian was already waiting. Upon seeing him, Mu Rujiu's eyes brightened. Your Highness. Qi Junxian raised an eyebrow and nodded in acknowledgement. As the carriage moved, Mu Rujiu engaged in light-hearted conversation with him, creating a pleasant atmosphere. At that moment, Mu Rujiu slightly lifted the curtain of the carriage to glance behind. A fleeting shadow passed atop a nearby rooftop. Narrowing her eyes, she swiftly lowered the curtain, resuming her chat with Qi Junxian. Your Highness, the streets of Chang'an are quite lively today. This remark served to explain her earlier action of lifting the curtain. Qi Junxian chuckled nonchalantly. There are envoys visiting soon, so the streets of Chang'an will remain bustling for a while. Mu Rujiu blinked in surprise. Envoys? Qi Junxian nodded slightly. Yes, envoys from Jiyuan. Jiyuan? A chill flickered in Mu Rujiu's eyes. In the past, she had fought extensively, and Jiyuan was the nation she battled most frequently. After much effort, she had pushed back the borders of Jiyuan by 300 miles, leading them to concede and sign a treaty promising not to infringe upon Nanxi for a century. She was well aware of Jiyuan's ruler, a proud individual who would not easily bow down. The fact that they were now sending envoys to Nanxi was highly suspect. Mu Rujiu's gaze deepened momentarily before she regained her composure. These matters were of no concern to her, and there was no need for her to dwell on them. Mu Rujiu was certain she was being followed. Although she was uncertain of the assailant's intentions, Mu Rujiu felt secure during her time at the Wang residence and on her way to and from school, knowing that the individual would only have the opportunity to strike within the confines of the private academy. Thus, she harbored little concern regarding the threat. After returning to the Wang residence, during a meal, Mu Rujiu addressed Qi Junxian. Uncle, may I take a stroll on the day of rest? Qi Junxian nodded in acquiescence. Certainly, let Liusu accompany you. With Liusu's martial prowess and her status as a woman, Qi Junxian felt considerably reassured. The following day, as per her usual routine, Mu Rujiu prepared and made her way to the private academy. Upon entering, she sensed a fleeting presence. Frowning, she deliberately avoided Qi Junxian and slipped into a corner of the academy. At that moment, the shadowy figure finally materialized, striking at Mu Rujiu with a sword. Her gaze sharpened, and she evaded deftly, turning to face her assailant. The figure obscured his face, leaving only his fierce eyes visible. Without time for contemplation, the assailant lunged at her again with his sword. Initially, he dismissed Mu Rujiu as an insignificant threat, believing she was merely a flustered girl wielding a branch. Yet, as the branch sliced through the air towards him, he suddenly sensed the gravity of the situation and hastily sidestepped. Though he narrowly avoided a fatal blow, the branch struck his shoulder, tearing through his dark attire and spilling blood. Realizing the peril, the man narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on the girl before him. Mu Rujiu's expression was as frigid as frost. Who sent you? The man remained silent, his sword thrusting more ferociously, aimed at her vital points. He noted with increasing frustration that each of his strikes seemed to graze her, yet she deftly evaded them all. How could such a young girl possess such formidable martial skills? Mu Rujiu nimbly dodged and occasionally used the branch to deflect his blade. Though he maintained the offensive, he found himself increasingly wounded. Finally, realizing the futility of his efforts, the man staggered back, clutching his injured arm and gasping for breath. Mu Rujiu's demeanor remained unchanged, her tone devoid of any strain, as if the recent exchanges had cost her little energy. "Was it Li Qiu who sent you?" she inquired coldly, shaking her head before he could respond. "No, he lacks the courage and the means for such a venture." "Was it the Qi family?" It seemed unlikely, as they would not risk their standing by acting within the confines of the academy, especially if she were to perish. Pondering this, Mu Rujiu could not fathom which family she had offended. She regarded the man with disdain, advancing step by step. The man retreated until he had no ground left to give. Then, with a leap, he scaled the high wall and fled. Mu Rujiu had no intention of pursuing him. If someone truly intended to take her life, one failure would not deter them from their pursuit. Failed. The man sat in his elevated position, his tone ambiguous, oscillating between anger and amusement. Shenqi, clutching his shoulder, knelt before him. "Please, my lord, punish me." Gong's son, he let out a cold laugh, his dark crimson eyes glinting with a chilling light. "Shenqi, are you suggesting that a young girl, scarcely more than a child, bested you with a mere twig?" Shenqi lowered his head, remaining silent. Gong's son, he narrowed his eyes. He was well aware of Shenqi's capabilities. It was astonishing that he had been so easily repelled by someone who appeared so youthful. He observed Shenqi, who seemed on the verge of speaking, yet hesitated. He furrowed his brow. "If you have something to say, speak." "Yes," Shenqi replied, then hesitantly continued. I feel that Mu Jiu's skills bear a striking resemblance to yours, my lord." Chapter 61, Young Master Qi. "You are quite arrogant rather than asserting that Mu Jiu's martial prowess resembles that of the master. It would be more accurate to say that the master's skills are akin to those of Mu Jiu." The young woman, despite her tender age, executed her moves with precision and ferocity, devoid of any superfluous gestures. In fact, she surpassed the master in skill. Upon hearing this, Gongsun Yi's attractive brows knitted together slightly, and he cast a cold glance at Shenqi. "Have you discerned the woman's appearance clearly?" "I have," Shenqi replied, subsequently detailing Mu Rujiu's visage to Gongsun Yi. The once bright glimmer in Gongsun Yi's eyes dimmed, and his voice turned frigid. "You may withdraw now." "Understood." The long night was tranquil, the moonlight shimmering like water. At last, the day of respite had arrived. Mu Rujiu strolled through Chang'an Street alongside Lu Su. These past few days, with the city gates wide open, the street was bustling with activity both day and night. As they walked amidst the throngs, Lu Su observed the surging crowd with a furrowed brow. "Miss, please stay behind me," Lu Su remarked, her words always succinct. Mu Rujiu smiled and obediently stepped back, allowing Lu Su to lead the way as they continued forward. "Is there anything you wish to purchase, miss?" Lu Su inquired softly while skillfully navigating through the sea of people. In truth, Mu Rujiu had yet to decide on a gift for Ji Fuyan, but considering how much assistance he had offered her, it was only fitting to express her gratitude. "Has the Tianyun Pavilion recently acquired fine Shin paper from Qingyang?" Mu Rujiu suddenly pondered, her eyes brightening. "For someone like Ji Fuyan, he must have a penchant for writing instruments, right?" Lu Su, unaware of the nuances, simply replied in a hushed tone, "Would you like to go and take a look?" Mu Rujiu nodded and followed Lu Su toward the Tianyun Pavilion. The marketplace was teeming with an overwhelming number of people, creating a lively yet chaotic atmosphere where finding a place to stand was often a challenge. Concerned about getting separated, Mu Rujiu stayed close to Lu Su, their pace unhurried. Recently, it seemed that many merchants from foreign lands had arrived in the capital, as numerous stalls were adorned with items Mu Rujiu had never encountered before. They were in no rush, so they leisurely strolled and marveled at the sights. Mu Rujiu noticed a gathering of people ahead on the broad street and tugged at Lu Su to join the spectacle. Upon closer inspection, the first thing that caught her eye was ethereal fabrics. These materials encircled a massive platform where figures danced in and out of view. The delicate veils, long and sheer, swayed with the breeze, creating a dreamlike ambience. A crowd had already formed around the platform, gazing in awe at the enchanting figure at its center, murmuring in admiration. "They say she is the unparalleled dancer from the kingdom of Jiyuan, captivating all with her grace." "Is that true? Why would the dancer from Jiyuan come to our South Creek? Are you not aware? In a few days, envoys from Jiyuan will arrive in our nation. purportedly seeking to establish amicable relations. Ah, I see. No wonder I have seen so many merchants from the kingdom of Junmian recently. It seems they have long been privy to the inside information. The unparalleled dancer of Junmian, Rujiu, upon hearing this, turned her gaze towards the enchanting silhouette. Liusu, shall we depart? Knowing the underlying circumstances, Rujiu felt a twinge of discomfort. Liusu slightly lowered her head to better hear Rujiu's words. Miss, are we not going to watch? Liusu inquired, puzzled. Rujiu offered an awkward smile. No, we shall not. Liusu, understanding her intent, did not press further. Just as she was about to lead Rujiu away, a resounding growl emanated from Rujiu's stomach. Gurgle, the sound was rather pronounced, leaving Rujiu feeling quite embarrassed as she touched her belly. Liusu looked at her. Miss, are you hungry? Would you like me to fetch something for you? After pondering for a moment, Rujiu nodded. I desire the osmanthus cake from the shop on West Street. Liusu nodded in agreement. Please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly. With remarkable agility, Liusu vanished before Rujiu could finish her nod. With a resigned sigh, Rujiu reluctantly resumed watching the performance before her. The dancer glided through the myriad of sheer silks, her graceful form captivating all who beheld her. As Rujiu gazed at the flowing silks surrounding her, she momentarily lost herself in reverie. Once, during her campaign in Junmian, she had seen this dancer standing atop a lofty tower, her movements unparalleled, both tragic and exquisite. General Qianxiu, unmatched in the world, yet do you not fear that one day the hunted will become the hunter? That person had once questioned her. At that time, however, Rujiu had not taken it to heart. The silks were exceptionally light, easily lifted by even the slightest breeze. The performer released a strand of silk, which danced in the wind, soaring gracefully into the sky, lingering in the air for an extended moment. The audience erupted in gasps of admiration. In the distance, Rujiu heard the raucous shouts from the crowd. Make way, clear the path, don't block the way. If you get trampled, it's your own fault. The voice was boisterous and arrogant. Rujiu furrowed her brow and glanced towards the commotion, only to witness a sea of people on the street, with someone galloping on horseback through the throng. She frowned slightly, realizing a long, clear path had opened in the center of the street, as the townsfolk dared not confront such a figure. Just then, the silk began to drift down towards the street's center, where a small boy gazed upward, reaching out with both hands to catch the drifting silk. Be careful, Rujiu exclaimed, instinctively rushing towards the boy. The little boy remained oblivious to the surrounding chaos, his gaze fixed high above as he wobbled unsteadily while reaching out. The horseman, however, showed no regard for the scene. He clearly saw the boy but showed no intention of stopping, charging forward with reckless abandon. With remarkable speed, Rujiu reached the boy and cradled him in her arms. The horse approached Rujiu, raising its foreleg and letting out a long, piercing neigh, poised to trample down. Observing this, Rujiu instinctively shielded the young boy beneath her, turning her back to the impending hoof. She had encountered such peril on the battlefield before. Back then, it was also to protect a small child. The sheer veil gradually descended. The horse's foreleg came crashing down. Ultimately, the veil settled gently upon the girl's head, enveloping her ink-dark hair, akin to a crown of snow that had suddenly turned white. The anticipated pain, however, did not manifest. Instead, Rujiu heard a mournful whinny from the horse, long and shrill. As she regained her senses, she beheld a dagger embedded in the horse's foreleg, causing it to lose balance and crash heavily to the ground. The dagger was thrust deep, yet the blood that splattered fell upon Rujiu's veil, leaving her unblemished. Gradually, Rujiu came to her senses, squinting to discern the dagger more clearly. How strangely familiar it appeared. The rider was thrown from the horse, howling in agony, his curses harsh and unpleasant. The boy was whisked away by his mother, who repeatedly expressed her gratitude to Rujiu, tears streaming down her face. As Rujiu turned, she was astonished to discover that the rider was, in fact, Qi Sheng. Pressing her lips together, she was about to speak when a tall man approached. Shen Qi first removed the dagger from the horse's hoof, then turned his gaze to Qi Sheng, who was still writhing on the ground. Young Master Qi, he stated, my master instructs me to convey a message. Without the emperor's decree, galloping is prohibited on Chang'an Street. Chapter 62. She recognized him. Qi Sheng remained on the ground, wailing in agony after having fallen directly from his horse, sustaining grave injuries. He glared fiercely at Shen Qi, who regarded him with an impassive gaze, unaffected by the latter's status. Qi Sheng had intended to unleash his fury, but upon realizing that the individual before him was Shen Qi, all words became lodged in his throat, who was unaware that Shen Qi was the subordinate of that cold-faced reaper, Gong Sun Yi. When Gong Sun Yi became incensed, he would not spare even the emperor's face, let alone Qi Sheng's. Gritting his teeth and furrowing his brow, Qi Sheng turned his head, only to catch sight of Rujiu nearby. Rujiu, the moment he laid eyes on her, memories of his previous encounters surged forth, igniting all his pent-up rage. Qi Sheng had initially intended to vent his frustrations upon Rujiu, yet her gaze was not directed at him. Instead, she was fixated on Shen Qi. To be precise, her attention was drawn to the dagger in his hand. Shen Qi stood tall, meticulously cleaning the dagger before preparing to depart. This dagger was an item his master never parted with, thus losing it was out of the question. However, Shen Qi was taken aback that his master would intervene to save this child, as his master typically shunned meddling in others' affairs. Yet, he never speculated about his master's intentions. He simply obeyed orders. Just as he finished polishing the dagger and was about to leave, a hand snatched it from him. Shen Qi furrowed his brow, his expression turning icy as he instinctively reached to reclaim it. Yet, the individual before him moved with remarkable speed, evading Shen Qi's grasp with a mere shift of their hand. Rujiu's eyes widened in shock as she stared at the dagger in her grasp. That dagger was unmistakably, her gaze, intense and piercing, met Shen Qi's. In that moment, Shen Qi also recognized Rujiu. He frowned, extending his hand once more to seize the dagger from her. Caught off guard by Shen Qi's sudden move, Rujiu was unable to react in time, allowing him to reclaim the dagger. With the dagger in hand, he turned to leave. "Wait," Rujiu called out, sprinting a few steps in an attempt to catch up. Shen Qi had no intention of halting. He quickened his pace, determined to shake off the girl trailing behind him. "Stop," Rujiu shouted, urging the man ahead to halt. There was no mistake. She was absolutely certain. That dagger, was the very one she had given to a young boy for self-defense all those years ago. How did it come to be in his possession? As throngs of people filled the streets, Rujiu navigated against the current, her determination unwavering. Shen Qi's strides were long, and his stature was tall. It was not long before he vanished into the crowd. Undeterred, Rujiu relentlessly pursued, her eyes fixed on the distant, fading silhouette. It cannot be mistaken. She is certainly not mistaken. "Wait," Rujiu shouted loudly. Yet, the more she called out, the faster that figure moved. In a fit of urgency, Rujiu scanned her surroundings, spotting the towering houses nearby, and leaped onto a rooftop. She heard gasps of astonishment from those around her and frowned slightly, recalling the delicate veil resting on her shoulder. Without a second thought, she draped it over her face. She must not allow them to see her visage. The view from the rooftop was vastly improved, and Rujiu swiftly locked onto the distant dark figure, pursuing it with agility across the eaves. Just as she was about to catch up, the shadow deftly vanished around a corner. With a cold glint in her eyes, Rujiu quickened her pace, determined to locate that elusive silhouette. Upon returning to the stage, Lu Su found her young mistress absent. Her expression instantly turned icy as she inquired about Rujiu's whereabouts. Finally, a bystander mentioned seeing a beautiful girl chasing after someone, prompting Lu Su to rush toward the direction indicated without a moment's hesitation. The enchanting figure on stage had completed her dance and gracefully lifted the veil, revealing only her captivating eyes, which shimmered with tenderness and allure. Her form was graceful, her presence enchanting, leaving the audience in awe. The extraordinary dancer merely inclined her body in a gesture of courtesy, remaining silent, her gaze fixed on a distant point as if observing someone, the corners of her hidden lips curling into a faint smile. Gu Hong stood atop the building of Tiandiju, surveying the splendid scene of Chang'an Street below. In his hand, he held a beautifully crafted smoking pipe, the smoke swirling around him, while his eyes, hidden behind spectacles, gleamed with a cold light. "Oh, this city of Chang'an has recently become quite lively." At last, Rujiu managed to catch sight of the dark figure. However, the person's speed was astonishing, and despite her exceptional agility, her body could not endure the strain. She glanced around and nimbly descended to the ground, observing the shadow in the distance. Picking up a stone from the ground, she aimed it at the individual's knee, intending to incapacitate them temporarily. Though her strength was not lethal, it would certainly cause them to kneel, rendering them immobile for a while. But just as the stone was about to strike, another stone appeared, deflecting her throw and altering its trajectory. Her stone struck the wall of a nearby house, falling helplessly to the ground. Who? Rujiu widened her eyes, looking toward the direction from which the other stone had come. At that moment, Xinqi also halted, slowly kneeling before the newcomer. Gongsun, perched atop his horse, approached leisurely from a different street. Though he appeared youthful, his eyes were as cold as frost and snow. He sat astride his steed, his posture impeccably upright. Despite the cacophony of voices surrounding him, the man's composure remained wholly undisturbed. His deep crimson eyes, heavy and cold, concealed any trace of emotion. The moment Xinqi beheld him, he knelt respectfully, uttering, "My lord, please forgive me," his voice a low murmur. As Gongsun had been observing Xinqi, Rujiu did not catch a glimpse of his countenance. Gongsun cast a fleeting glance at the kneeling Xinqi, remaining silent before shifting his gaze to a young girl nearby. The girl possessed ebony eyes, her face obscured by blood-stained gauze. The man merely glanced at her with disinterest before diverting his attention. On the vast expanse of Chang'an Street, the sounds of vendors hawking their wares filled the air. The man, positioned at the street's edge, seemed entirely detached from the surrounding clamor. He exuded an aura of chilling solitude, impervious to the liveliness around him. He turned his horse, making his way into the throng of people. This individual, for the time being, could not be eliminated. He could only bide his time for the right opportunity. As he pondered this, the girl standing still, upon catching sight of the man, felt her eyes welling with tears. Chapter 63. The little rascal. Rujiu first encountered the little rascal at the intersection of Jiyuan and Nanxi. At that time, Rujiu had once again triumphed over the kingdom of Jiyuan, driving their forces back 100 miles. It was during the aftermath of the battle that she stumbled upon him. The boy possessed eyes reminiscent of a wolf, sharp and piercing. At their first glance, Rujiu found herself momentarily entranced. His body was smeared with blood, the origin of which remained uncertain, whether it was his own or that of another. Clad in gleaming silver armor, Rujiu approached the boy with measured steps. Once she stood before him, she crouched down to meet his gaze. Bloodstains adorned her face, and concerned that she might frighten him, she offered a gentle smile. "Who are you?" she inquired softly. A child present on the battlefield was inherently suspicious. Observing the boy's silence, her aide, with pursed lips, remarked, "General, the appearance of this boy here is quite dubious. He may very well be a spy sent from Jiyuan." We ought to. Before the aide could finish his thought, Rujiu detected a glimmer of murderous intent in the boy's eyes. His wolf-like gaze, dark and crimson, bore a fierce intensity, with pupils that appeared slitted. Upon hearing the aide's words, the boy let out a low growl and swiped at Rujiu with outstretched fingers. His sharp nails grazed her face, leaving a swift mark upon her previously fair skin. Yet, Rujiu remained unfazed, continuing to smile at the young boy. "I'm just teasing. With you being such a little rascal, who would want to harm you?" The general bore a shallow wound across her face, which might have seemed alarming. Yet she smiled at the boy before her. Nearby, a river surged, its waters tumultuous, smoothing the stones into polished gleams. The sound of the river intertwined with the general's laughter, resonating clearly to the boy. "What is your name?" Rujiu asked him again. The boy remained mute, his gaze fixed on her, though he made no further attempt to strike. Rujiu propped her chin in contemplation. "Not even a name?" Her tone carried a hint of regret, but she quickly resumed her smile, revealing a pair of small canine teeth. "Since I found you by the Ishui River, I shall name you Mui." The name seemed reminiscent of a son she did not have, causing her a moment of internal conflict as she scratched her head. Her gaze instinctively fell upon the boy, whose body was marked with blood and dirt, yet his eyes shone with an extraordinary brightness. "Never mind," Rujiu said with a smile, extending her palm towards the boy. The general, standing against the sunlight, beamed at him. Her bright eyes and radiant smile seemed to invite him, the silver armor reflecting dazzling light, as if she were a divine figure offering salvation. "Little rascal, would you like to come with me?" Her hands, though delicate, bore countless calluses, a testament to the trials of time. Each mark a story etched into the general's fingertips. By some inexplicable twist of fate, the boy grasped that hand. The warm palm enveloped his small hand. And though she had undoubtedly taken many lives, there was not a trace of bloodlust about her. Instead, a faint fragrance of peach blossoms lingered, akin to a rich, sweet wine. It was the first time Mu Rujiao had encountered this little imp. The child, ever vigilant, kept a dagger beside him even after she had taken him in. The blade was already dulled. That day, Mu Rujiao had tossed him the dagger she had seized from the battlefield. "This is for you, for self-defense," she had said, her eyes sparkling with a playful defiance, seemingly unfazed by his wariness. The boy never accepted the meal she offered, and when hunger became unbearable, he resorted to digging through the snow outside the tent to stave off starvation. In time, Mu Rujiao learned that he had survived in this manner for many days without anyone's notice. Upon discovering this, she took her own bowl and chopsticks to find him. She tossed the utensils before him, glanced at him, and then silently began to eat from the food laid out for him. After a long moment of contemplation, the boy extended his hand to grasp the food she had touched. At such a tender age, it was puzzling how he possessed such a heightened sense of caution. Initially, Mu Rujiao believed the child was mute, as he often spoke to himself in her presence. It was not until later, when she returned from the front lines wounded and concealed her injuries from everyone, that she turned to find him standing there, clutching snow-covered herbs and staring intently at her. Mu Rujiao's mouth fell open in surprise, and after a pause, she inquired, "In this freezing weather, where did you find these herbs?" She posed the question without expectation of a response. After a long silence, a stiff, childlike voice finally replied, "Apply them, for pain relief." Mu Rujiao's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the boy before her. A moment later, her features softened into a smile. "So you can speak." Later still, after Mu Rujiao fell gravely ill and lost consciousness, she awoke to find that the little boy had tended to her bedside for an extended period. Even under the threat of a blade against his throat, he had wept long and hard. In that moment, Mu Rujiao realized that the stubborn child was merely a neglected soul in need of love. After the war concluded, Mu Rujiao returned to the capital, ensuring the boy's well-being before making her way to the court to meet Xiechun. Initially, she refrained from disclosing the child's existence to Xiechun, planning to seek a reward for him during the commendation ceremony. After all, the boy was no longer a child. Preparations for a bride price were in order. However, later events unfolded. When Mu Rujiao perished in the cold palace, she found solace in the fact that she had not revealed the boy's existence to Xiechun. Otherwise, knowing Xiechun's character, he would have surely sought to eliminate any trace of the boy. In truth, after her rebirth, Mu Rujiao often reminisced about him. She often pondered. 3 years, while not an inconsequential span of time, felt fleeting. If the little boy were still alive, would she recognize him at a glance? Now, as the long wind swept past her, whisking away the veil from her face, Mu Rujiao arrived at an answer. She gazed into the distance at the man atop the tall steed, his figure tall and lithe, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. His hair appeared as if sculpted by a blade. Even with a mere glance, just one glance, Mu Rujiao could identify him. That person was unmistakably Mui. She called out to the man amidst the crowd. The surrounding cacophony drowned her voice in the clamor of vendors. Tears welled in Mu Rujiao's eyes. She sprinted towards the man, but the throngs blocked her path, making her journey against the tide arduous. With her eyes wide open, she dared not blink, fearing that he might vanish from her sight in an instant. She pushed through the crowd, shouting at the man on horseback. He did not turn. Nor did he even pause. Mu Rujiao felt a surge of urgency mixed with frustration. She cupped her hands around her mouth, forming a trumpet shape, inhaled deeply, and proclaimed loudly, "Little boy." This time, Mu Rujiao distinctly observed the man atop the horse stiffen momentarily. By the time she processed this, he slowly turned his gaze. Those deep crimson eyes met hers directly, unwavering. Chapter 64. Were you injured during your confrontation with her? Mu Rujiao stood frozen in place. The tall man's dark red eyes shimmered, his diamond-shaped pupils sharply constricting, reminiscent of a vigilant beast. His gaze fixated on Mu Rujiao, as though he had set his sights on a coveted prey. "Master." Shen Qi paused momentarily, only to realize that his master had dismounted. Could he be intending to settle matters with Mu Rujiao here? This thought crossed Shen Qi's mind, causing him to furrow his brow as he spoke in a low tone. "Master, there are too many people here. If you deal with her in this crowd, it will surely attract the attention of those with ill intentions." As Shen Qi spoke, he reached for the man's arm, hoping to prevent him. However, the instant Shen Qi's hand grasped the man's arm, he found himself at a loss for words. Was it merely an illusion? Why did he feel that his usually aloof master seemed to tremble now? Gongsun, he did not glance at Shen Qi, nor did he pause for a moment. In the midst of the bustling crowd, the people instinctively parted to give him a wide berth. His pace quickened. Shen-Chi could even hear the slight disarray in his master's breathing. What on earth was happening? The young girl remained rooted to the spot. Although the surrounding clamor was deafening, at that moment, Gong Sun Yi heard nothing. Impossible. It couldn't be true. Gong Sun Yi repeatedly admonished himself. Do not hope, do not expect. Yet, his feet moved faster, striding towards the girl. In that moment, Gong Sun Yi's mind was a blank slate. Nothing could penetrate it. Master. Shen-Chi had never witnessed such an unusual reaction from his master. He stepped forward a few paces, attempting to intercept Gong Sun Yi, but his gaze was solely fixed on the girl, unwavering. The distance between them was not vast, yet it felt as though years passed as Gong Sun Yi approached her. The cacophony of vendors and the throngs of people surrounded them, but at that moment, all he could perceive was the girl standing in the light. It seemed an eternity before he stood before her. He recalled her words, that when one is fond of something, one instinctively reaches out to grasp it. This was an innate human trait. He had not comprehended it then, but now, standing before her, he extended his hand, yearning to seize her. At that precise moment, a figure darted past Gong Sun Yi, with Lu Su taking a protective stance behind Mu Rujiu. Upon seeing Gong Sun Yi, Mu Rujiu had intended to speak, but before she could utter a word, Lu Su appeared before her. General Gong Sun, my young mistress is still quite tender in age. If she has inadvertently offended you, I ask for your forgiveness. Lu Su, believing Gong Sun Yi had aimed to confront Mu Rujiu, spoke coldly. Her eyes were sharp, and as she shielded Mu Rujiu, she instinctively tensed her body. If Gong Sun Yi insisted on acting against them, she must ensure her mistress's safety. Gong Sun Yi's gaze was intense, yet it remained solely fixed on Mu Rujiu. Step aside, he commanded coldly, his words clearly directed at Liu Su. The man's voice was low, imbued with the weight of countless trials, tinged with a chill, yet laced with impatience. Naturally, Liu Su would not yield. She instinctively shielded Mu Rujiu behind her, eyeing the imposing figure before her with vigilance. The man, now slightly more irritable, raised his voice. I said, step aside. His dark, brooding eyes betrayed the impatience of their owner. Liu Su stood her ground. Just as the man's patience was on the verge of depletion, a soft voice emerged from behind Liu Su. Liu Su, it was General Gong Sun who saved me just now. He won't harm me. Liu Su frowned, casting an incredulous glance at Mu Rujiu. The girl's voice was gentle and lilting, causing Gong Sun Yi to momentarily lose his focus. Upon regaining his composure, he realized that the hostility he had exuded had vanished in an instant. Mu Rujiu spoke hesitantly, her gaze sincere as she looked at Liu Su. It's true. It was General Gong Sun who rescued me from Qi Sheng on the street. As she spoke, her hands formed a series of gestures meant only for Gong Sun Yi's understanding, a unique form of communication that she knew he would comprehend. Gong Sun Yi's eyes brightened. Having been focused solely on Mu Rujiu, he naturally noticed her movements. His dark red gaze was both somber and fervent, his breath quickening, the corners of his eyes tinged with crimson. Liu Su regarded Gong Sun Yi with a mix of skepticism and intrigue. Clearing her throat, Mu Rujiu attempted to prompt him back to the present. After a moment, his stunned eyes gradually found focus, settling on Liu Su's face. Liu Su was well acquainted with Gong Sun Yi, a man who often stood in opposition to his master, renowned for his formidable skills and remarkable military achievements. It seemed no one could ever capture his interest. His gaze, directed at anyone, resembled the cold stare reserved for the deceased, detached and indifferent. However, at that fleeting moment when she looked into Gong Sun Yi's eyes, she perceived a flicker of warmth beneath the frost accumulated over the years. Liu Su furrowed her brow, questioning whether she had misjudged the situation. I see now. I have misunderstood the general. Forgive me, she declared, yet she retreated a few steps with Mu Rujiu, creating distance from Gong Sun Yi. Liu Su, we should return. The emperor's uncle might be worried. Mu Rujiu urged, casting one last glance at Gong Sun Yi before turning away, pulling Liu Su with her. Shen-Chi, after much difficulty, finally approached Gong Sun Yi, who appeared to be lost in thought, a state Shen-Chi had never witnessed in his master before. He observed the retreating figure of the girl, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. Shen-Chi, the man called after an indeterminate time had passed. At your service, Shen-Chi replied. Gong Sun Yi's demeanor had returned to its usual coolness. Yet Qi sensed a tempest brewing beneath the surface of his master's gaze. Did you sustain any injuries during your confrontation with her? Gongsun Yi inquired. Qi hesitated briefly before responding, reporting to you, my lord, it was merely minor injuries, nothing of consequence. Upon finishing, he felt the atmosphere around the man shift, growing momentarily colder. I shall inquire of her. The man's tone was laced with impatience. Qi was momentarily bewildered, taking a while to realize that the she referred to Rujiu. Ashamed, Qi lowered his head and said, my lord, please forgive me. Rujiu is quite skilled. I did not harm her. He had initially expected his lord to punish him. However, contrary to his expectations, his lord did not. The handsome man merely responded with a soft acknowledgement. Qi could even discern a hint of pleasure in his tone. What was happening? Qi felt somewhat disoriented. Meanwhile, upon returning to the residence, Rujiu found Lu Su making her way to Junmian's study. Rujiu was aware that Lu Su would undoubtedly recount today's events to Junmian, although she believed Lu Su had not witnessed her pursuit of another. To ensure this, Rujiu tidied herself and proceeded to the study. Upon her arrival, she found Lu Su kneeling on the ground, the atmosphere around them exceedingly oppressive. Her gaze sharpened, and she hurried to stand in front of Junmian, shielding Lu Su behind her. Uncle, what are you doing? Junmian glanced at Rujiu and replied coolly, failure to protect your master warrants punishment. Rujiu pressed her lips together, frowning as she exclaimed, it was my reckless behavior. It has nothing to do with Lu Su. Please do not punish her. Nearby, Zhangzhou felt his heart leap to his throat. It seemed that Miss Mu was perhaps the only one brave enough to defy their master. Junmian raised an eyebrow, his expression unchanged. As a personal maid, she should remain by your side at all times. Xiaojiu, you indulge her too much. His tone remained unperturbed. Rujiu bit her lip, wishing to say more. But Lu Su spoke up from behind her. This servant acknowledges her fault and willingly accepts the punishment. Lu Su's voice was cold and detached, as if she did not consider punishment a significant matter. Hearing this, Rujiu turned back in a panic to look at Lu Su, only to see her smiling and shaking her head. Words eluded her. Junmian gestured, and Jiang Qing bowed respectfully before leading Lu Su away. In an instant, the study was left with only Rujiu and Junmian. Rujiu stood there, still seething with anger. Junmian raised an eyebrow, his voice softening slightly. Come here. Chapter 65. Why not believe what everyone says is gone? Rujiu remained motionless. Her arms crossed defiantly as she stood a mere foot away from Junmian, sulking and refusing to speak to him. Junmian, however, was not perturbed. With his long fingers propping up his head, his silky black hair cascaded gently over his shoulders. The man possessed an extraordinarily handsome visage, his silver black eyes slightly downturned, casting shadows from his raven-like eyelashes upon his cheeks. Dressed in loose attire, his elegant collarbone was revealed, resembling a languid celestial being, though Rujiu had never encountered such a being. Come here. Junmian's voice softened further, devoid of any impatience. Rujiu pouted but eventually complied, naturally settling beside him. She heard a muffled chuckle escape from the man, a sound indescribably melodious. He reached out, playfully lifting a strand of hair from her temple. Are you upset? Rujiu remained silent. Junmian raised an eyebrow, effortlessly pulling her into his embrace, positioning her upon his lap. In the past, Rujiu had often engaged in such playful antics with him, so she felt no discomfort. She inhaled the crisp scent of bamboo emanating from him, distinct from the fragrance of scented pouches he rarely wore. It was more akin to his inherent aroma. With her small head nestled against him, Rujiu chose to remain mute. Junmian smiled, observing her somewhat disheveled hair, and instinctively began to groom it. His long, pale fingers glided through her hair like flowing water, and he found a certain comfort in the act, squinting his eyes in contentment. The sweet fragrance of peach blossoms lingered about her, a scent he found agreeable. His voice, low and melodious, resonated above her head. There are many times when I cannot be by your side, thus your maid must remain ever vigilant to ensure your safety. His touch was gentle, as if he had performed this task countless times before. Previously, Rujiu had often insisted on Junmian combing her hair to strengthen their bond, and over time, he had learned the skill. Her cascading hair flowed like a waterfall, alluring and enchanting, reminiscent of a water spirit tempting sailors to their doom. Rujiu was well aware of these subtleties, Yet it felt unjust that she had distanced herself from the original spot, while Qi Junxian imposed a punishment on Lu Su. It is merely a light reprimand. It shall not cause any harm, Qi Junxian reassured her, as if soothing a child. Upon hearing this, Mu Rujiao exhaled in relief. Her demeanor was naturally observed by Qi Junxian, who chuckled softly and continued to tend to her hair. In truth, Qi Junxian's hair was quite long, cascading down his back when let loose. Now, as his long black locks inadvertently brushed against Mu Rujiao's hands, she idly began to play with them. Your hair is undoubtedly longer than mine, yet why is it so smooth? The girl inquired, seeking a topic of conversation, signaling that her anger had dissipated. Qi Junxian smiled gently, allowing Mu Rujiao to play with his hair, her touch tender. What is the matter? Are you envious? Mu Rujiao nodded slightly. Qi Junxian smirked, placing a cluster of intricately braided hair before Mu Rujiao's shoulder. She glanced at it with mild disdain. Uncle, your hair braiding skills are rather poor. Qi Junxian raised an eyebrow and chuckled. You're still quite young, and already criticizing your uncle? Mu Rujiao pouted defiantly. I am not. As she continued to braid Qi Junxian's hair, her mind wandered. After a moment, she feigned nonchalance and remarked, I had initially planned to buy a birthday gift for Ji today, but having not secured a present, I suppose I shall have to find another opportunity. There seemed to be a hint of regret in her tone. That lad from the Ji family appears to have a fondness for calligraphy and painting. A few years ago, he requested a painting, which remains unfulfilled. Qi Junxian commented casually. Really? Mu Rujiao turned around, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Where's that painting now? Qi Junxian raised an eyebrow, seemingly anticipating her question, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. It's with me. Upon hearing this, Mu Rujiao smiled sweetly. Then, Uncle, could you possibly? No. Qi Junxian abruptly interrupted her incomplete request. Mu Rujiao puffed out her cheeks and straightened up. Stingy uncle, she muttered under her breath. Qi Junxian clearly heard her, but merely smiled, allowing her to stew in her indignation. I heard from Lu Su that it was Gongsun Yi who saved you. Mu Rujiao paused her actions, then casually nodded. Yes, the situation was dire. General Gongsun directly stabbed the horse's front hoof with a dagger. Qi Junxian chuckled lightly, his expression inscrutable. Why are you laughing, uncle? Mu Rujiao inquired, puzzled. Oh, it's nothing. It's just that when I told him you had taken in that black horse and would not relinquish it under any circumstances, his gaze seemed as if he wanted to devour you whole. Mu Rujiao waved her hand dismissively. Uncle, you exaggerate. Qi Junxian offered no rebuttal, merely shifting the topic. Is the Qi family's son riding in Chang'an Street? Mu Rujiao nodded. The petite girl nestled comfortably in the man's embrace. The man behind her narrowed his eyes dangerously, his silver-black irises glinting with coldness. Ouch! Mu Rujiao exclaimed as Qi Junxian inadvertently applied too much pressure. The force in his hands instantly softened, and Qi Junxian cooed soothingly. All right, it will be fine soon. Mu Rujiao pouted, her expression one of displeasure. When Jiang Zhou returned to report in the study, he witnessed this scene. The man, handsome and striking, bore a tender smile as he comforted the young girl while styling her hair. The girl, nestled in his embrace, appeared petulant, idly toying with the man's long hair, resembling a spoiled little princess. Jiang Zhou felt a fleeting moment of disorientation. He suddenly recalled that the young lady had only been in the residence for just over a month. The household, it seemed, had grown accustomed to her presence. Even his master, with a demeanor of pride, lavished affection upon this little ancestor. Reflecting on this, a smile graced Jiang Qing's lips. His current master appeared considerably gentler. Heard from the students at the private academy that Qi Sheng's leg had seemingly been broken, leaving him bedridden. Mu Rujiao also learned that prior to his leg being injured, Qi Sheng had been beaten by another group, leaving his face bruised and battered, quite an unsightly sight. Ji Fuyan furrowed his brows. The gazes from those around him were overwhelmingly intense, and the book in his hands had remained unopened for half an hour. Finally, he sighed and turned to Mu Rujiao, his eyes silently inquiring about her intent. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Rujiao cautiously spoke. Mr. Ji, you haven't hired anyone to harm Qi Sheng, have you? Although she considered the likelihood of Ji Fuyan standing up for her to be slim, she found herself unable to think of anyone else, prompting her question. Upon hearing this, Ji Fuyan slightly furrowed his brows. What nonsense are you speaking? Mu Rujiao, feeling somewhat disgruntled, fell silent. With the girl's gaze finally averted, Ji Fuyan prepared to resume his reading. However, in the next moment, she suddenly leaned closer, her enchanting fragrance of peach blossoms invading his senses, causing him to instinctively recoil in discomfort. Is it truly not you? Mu Rujiu scrutinized Ji Fuyan, as if interrogating a suspect. Ji Fuyan's demeanor turned icy. It is not. Are you absolutely certain? She pressed further. Ji Fuyan, evidently agitated, raised his voice. I told you. It's not. Who would engage in such a trivial endeavor? In agony, Qi Sheng lay sprawled on the bed. Recalling the individual who had left him battered and bruised the previous night, his eyes filled with hatred. He howled and screamed, unable to contain his pain, resorting to calling out that person's name in a fit of rage. Ji Fuyan, just you wait. Chapter 66. Preparations before the meeting. A sudden sneeze escaped from Ji Fuyan, startling the atmosphere. Mu Rujiu turned her gaze towards the sound, concern etching her features as she inquired, Mr. Ji, have you caught a chill? With an impassive expression, Ji Fuyan continued to peruse the book in his hands, responding simply. No. Mu Rujiu shrugged, seemingly struck by a thought, and nonchalantly posed a question. Mr. Ji, are you acquainted with General Gongsun? At the mention of Gongsun, Ji Fuyan's well-defined brows furrowed slightly, his gaze finally shifting from the pages to rest upon Mu Rujiu. Gongsun. Mu Rujiu nodded in affirmation. In a voice devoid of warmth, Ji Fuyan asked, why the sudden interest in him? Oh, it's just that we didn't encounter him at the last banquet. So I was a bit curious, Mu Rujiu replied, her words flowing effortlessly. After a moment's contemplation, Ji Fuyan spoke. Gongsun is the Imperial Guard General, personally appointed by the Emperor, renowned for his military achievements and exceptional martial prowess. He has been a pillar for the Kingdom of Nanxi over the past 3 years. Mu Rujiu nodded thoughtfully. Ji Fuyan paused briefly before continuing. Gongsun is also the only one whose military accomplishments can rival. At that moment, the young man's voice faltered, his gaze flickering slightly, and Mu Rujiu found herself momentarily taken aback. The only one whose feats can compare to the Mu families. Ji Fuyan corrected himself with an unruffled demeanor. Upon hearing this, Mu Rujiu finally grasped the implication. Oh, I see, she murmured, scratching her cheek. Gongsun had always been a solitary figure, one of the few in the court bold enough to challenge Qi Junxian. Ji Fuyan assessed calmly, seemingly unperturbed by Mu Rujiu's presence. She nodded but pressed further. Has he ever sustained serious injuries? Amidst all this, Mu Rujiu was primarily concerned about the young boy's well-being. The boy's cold brows knitted slightly, and he regarded her with a frosty gaze. Mu Jiao. Mu Rujiu felt a sense of gravity in Ji Fuyan's expression, her confusion apparent. Do not get too close to him, Ji Fuyan stated, his lips forming a thin line. Mu Rujiu's eyes widened in bewilderment. The Emperor employs Gongsun to counterbalance Qi Junxian. Inevitably, Gongsun will one day be discarded as a pawn, Ji Fuyan declared with a chilling detachment, his tone devoid of any warmth. For a fleeting moment, Mu Rujiu felt a wave of disorientation wash over her, perhaps due to the time spent in Ji Fuyan's company. She had nearly forgotten that the young man before her was the prodigy who had begun to shine 3 years prior. Even without holding an official position, he could adeptly analyze the intricate dynamics of the court. Lowering her head, she concealed the emotions swirling within her eyes. Just then, their teacher arrived for class, bringing their conversation to a halt. During the lesson, Ji Fuyan, usually attentive, appeared slightly agitated. Had his earlier demeanor been too harsh? Had his words been excessively cruel? After all, she was merely a girl. Hearing such remarks might have frightened her. Ji Fuyan furrowed his brow, his gaze gradually falling upon the young woman beside him. The young girl bowed her head, holding a brush in her hand, seemingly inscribing something upon the paper. Is she writing a letter? Ji Fuyan's gaze darkened, yet he said nothing. At last, the time for dismissal arrived. Mu Rujiu stretched languidly and greeted Ji Fuyan. Mr. Ji, I shall take my leave now. Her brows arched playfully. Ji Fuyan nodded slightly, and Mu Rujiu turned to depart. The students in the classroom appeared to have left almost entirely, and Ji Fuyan methodically gathered his books, being the last to exit the classroom. However, he did not proceed towards the entrance of the private school. Instead, he took a turn and stepped into a secluded corner. In the next moment, Ji Fuyan seized a person's wrist, pulling her into the shadows. Chunwan's eyes widened in shock as she gazed at the handsome youth before her. Ji Fuyan's expression was cold as he spoke somberly. Do not follow her any longer. Having initially been startled, Chunwan slowly regained her composure upon hearing Ji Fuyan's words. She instinctively retorted, Ji Fuyan, what are you talking about? What do you mean by following her? Ji Fuyan, uninterested in Chun Wan's antics, replied coolly, consider this a warning. If I can discern your pursuit of her, do you think His Royal Highness the Regent is unaware? Ji Fuyan's words sent a chill down Chun Wan's spine. His Royal Highness? The youth's features sharpened as he continued in a frigid tone. If you wish to keep your life, maintain your distance from her. With that, Ji Fuyan turned to leave. And what about you? Chun Wan called out, her voice rising. Ji Fuyan hesitated momentarily. Are you warning me to preserve my life? Or are you concerned that I might harm her? Without turning around, Ji Fuyan's expression remained unchanged at Chun Wan's inquiry. How amusing, she scoffed, her tone laced with a tremor. The aloof and detached Ji Gongzi would engage in such covert acts of protection for others? Ji Fuyan remained silent, choosing not to linger, and took his leave. Chun Wan's gaze was icy as she fixed her stare on Rujiu, who was boarding a carriage outside the private school, her tone venomous. Rujiu, you have yet to realize who will ultimately prevail. Once aboard the carriage, Rujiu found Qi Junxian seated inside, eyes closed in repose. She propped her chin on her hand and called out to Jiangzhou outside the carriage. Jiangzhou, please stop at Tiandi residence for a moment. Certainly, miss. Jiangzhou replied. Qi Junxian slowly opened his eyes, his silver-black gaze settling upon the young girl. His voice was somewhat husky, the inflection rising slightly, creating an unexpectedly melodious effect. What is it? Rujiu smiled naturally. I wish to inquire if there are any newly arrived calligraphy or paintings at Tiandi residence. Qi Junxian, with his handsome features, responded rather nonchalantly. It is merely a birthday gift. Is it necessary to be so concerned? Upon hearing this, Rujiu cast a glance at the jade pendant hanging from the man's waist. It was a white crane given to the man on his birthday, which he had worn ever since receiving it. Rujiu found this somewhat amusing, but chose not to expose him. The carriage naturally came to a halt at Tiandi, and Qi Junxian softly inquired, shall I accompany you? Rujiu waved her hand dismissively, saying, No need, no need. I merely wish to inquire. Given the haste of today, I shall not make an immediate purchase. With that, the young woman descended from the carriage and entered Tiandi. The moment Rujiu stepped inside, her previous smile vanished entirely. She walked directly to the counter and handed a letter to the shopkeeper. Sir, please deliver this letter to your boss. He will understand what to do upon reading it. After speaking, Rujiu turned and left. The shopkeeper watched her retreating figure, astonished. This girl speaks so familiarly. It sounds as though she is quite acquainted with our boss. As Rujiu exited Tiandi, a familiar smile returned to her face. Once back in the carriage, she cheerfully remarked, the shopkeeper mentioned that there will be an auction of calligraphy and paintings here tomorrow. We shall return then. Qi Junxian nodded in agreement. In the general's residence, Shen Qi quietly queried the man seated in the main position. Master, could there be a deception? The candlelight illuminated the man's eyes, softening his previously stern features. 2 days prior, he had comprehended the meaning behind the gesture the young woman had made. 3 days later, Tiandi. That gesture was a coded communication shared between them in years past, known only to her and him. There was no third party privy to its significance. Shen Qi still harbored some reservations and sought to persuade him otherwise. However, the man slowly lifted his gaze, his voice cold and desolate. I must go see for myself. Regardless of its authenticity, I must go. Chapter 67. Ah, little rascal, long time no see on the high platform. Gu Hong caressed the letter in his hand, his expression inscrutable. From his vantage point, he could easily observe the departing carriage. A breeze stirred, causing the smoke from his pipe to waver, ephemeral and elusive. The handwriting on the envelope was elegant and bold, entirely unlike that of a demure young lady. This little one certainly possesses a bold spirit. Upon returning to the royal residence, Qi Junxian received a decree from the palace. In 3 days, envoys from the kingdom of Jiyuan would arrive in Nanshur. And as the regent, Qi Junxian was naturally expected to receive them. It was said that the envoy on this visit was none other than the invincible general of Jiyuan, Qingying. Upon hearing this, Rujiu's eyes flickered momentarily. Qingying. Now that was an old acquaintance. During her tenure as the Qianqiu general of Nanshur, she had fought against the armies of Jiyuan, and Qingying had always proven to be the most formidable opponent. He appeared as stoic as a wooden statue, yet when engaged, he was remarkably fierce. After years of skirmishes, Rujiu had only managed to gain the upper hand through cunning strategies. She never anticipated that Cheng Ying would come in person. Once the inner servant departed, Mu Rujiao squinted playfully and approached Qi Junxian. Uncle, may I accompany you to meet the envoy? It would be delightful to see an old friend. Qi Junxian raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. It's merely formalities between two nations. You might find it rather tedious. Mu Rujiao shook his arm insistently. Not at all. Uncle, please take me along. I have never met anyone from Jiyuan. With a smile, Qi Junxian replied. If you truly wish to go, I shall include you. Thank you, uncle. You are my favorite. Mu Rujiao exclaimed, affectionately wrapping her arms around his neck. Clearing his throat, Qi Junxian remarked, I'm only bringing you along for diversion. Ah, uncle, you are still quite proud. The following morning, Mu Rujiao joined Qi Junxian for breakfast. As they dined, she casually mentioned, Uncle, I shall visit Tiandi residence shortly. Since she had mentioned it the day before, it did not seem out of place. Qi Junxian, taking his time to eat, responded, Rujiu's injury has yet to heal. I will accompany you. Mu Rujiao's gaze deepened, yet she smiled up at Qi Junxian. Very well. Thank you, uncle. After her near separation from Rujiu last time, Mu Rujiao had surmised that Qi Junxian would not allow her to venture out alone. Fortunately, she had already devised a plan beforehand. After finishing breakfast, Mu Rujiao followed Qi Junxian as they set out for Tiandi residence. Due to an upcoming auction, even though it was still early, many buyers had already gathered at Tiandi residence. Naturally, those who frequented such establishments were individuals of high status. Yet when Qi Junxian made his entrance, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. What is happening here? How could Qing Zijun possibly be present? The items for auction today are of immense value, and it seems they have caught Qing Zijun's eye. How curious indeed. Yet why is there a small child accompanying him? This is quite unexpected. The man today wore a long robe of black and gold, while the little girl beside him was dressed in a vibrant, resplendent red garment. The man's features were aristocratic, his gaze cool and detached. Upon entering, he surveyed the surroundings, and perhaps feeling displeased at the multitude of people, he slightly furrowed his brow. His eyes were exceedingly cold, yet softened when they fell upon the young girl beside him. With so many people, he spoke in a deep, resonant tone, his handsome face unmarred. It would be more efficient to simply procure all the artworks here and take them back to the estate. Select any piece you desire and simply take it. Qi Junxian frowned, a look of discontent crossing his face. Mu Rujiao, hearing this, could only manage a bitter smile. Your Highness, that is not how it works. An auction is all the more enjoyable with a crowd. Upon hearing Mu Rujiao's words, Qi Junxian did not counter, merely drawing the girl closer to him, akin to a black wolf safeguarding its prey. The auction. It is on the 3rd floor. Correct? Your Highness, shall we ascend? Mu Rujiao spoke naturally. Qi Junxian inclined his head slightly, preparing to lead the girl upstairs. However, before they could take more than a few steps, a melodious voice called out to him. Your Highness, please wait. Mu Rujiao immediately spotted Gu Hong, her expression darkening. Qi Junxian frowned, noticing Gu Hong descending gracefully from above, clad in a red robe and holding a smoking pipe, a smile lingering on his lips as he approached. Your Highness, he greeted, slightly bowing, his striking eyes narrowing as he cast a sidelong glance at Mu Rujiao. Ah, this little one certainly plays her part well. Her eyes reflecting surprise as if she were seeing him for the first time. The crowd around them began to murmur. This must be the owner behind Tiandi, right? Indeed, the last time Qing Zijun hurriedly visited Tiandi, it was the owner who personally welcomed him. Wasn't it said that the owner never shows his face? That is the Regent, Qing Zijun. Gu Hong paid no heed to the surrounding chatter, his smile captivating and charming. Your Highness, may I have a word? Qi Junxian frowned. It seems we are not so familiar? Gu Hong remained unfazed, continuing to smile, though we are not acquainted. I believe your Highness may find what I wish to discuss quite intriguing. Qi Junxian said nothing, merely glancing at Mu Rujiao. Gu Hong, understanding, added, I have prepared another room for Miss Mu to rest. Your Highness may rest assured. Mu Rujiao smiled. Your Highness, the auction has yet to commence. You may converse. And I shall wait nearby. Qi Junxian took Mu Rujiao's hand, placing a dagger in her palm. Call for me should you find yourself in danger, he whispered softly. Mu Rujiao chuckled softly, concealing the dagger within her sleeve. Gu Hong gestured invitingly, leading the pair to a private room on the 2nd floor. He ushered Qi Junxian into one chamber, and before entering, nodded toward Mu Rujiao at the door of another room. Mu Rujiao returned the gesture with a slight bow and pushed open the door to the room before her. As she stepped inside, she barely had time to survey her surroundings before a blinding flash of steel caught her eye. In the next instant, a long sword was pressed against her throat. After a moment's pause, the man spoke slowly, his voice deep and chilling. "Who exactly are you?" Turning her gaze toward the source of the voice, Rujiu found a man to her left, his features marked by an icy demeanor and eyes of a deep crimson black, brimming with unspoken emotions. His expression was stern, but upon recognizing the visitor, a radiant smile curved her beautiful eyes into crescent moons. "Ah, you little rascal. It's been ages. You've grown so tall." The girl's voice rang clear and melodious, striking a chord in Gong Sun Yi's heart, causing his grip on the sword to waver. Chapter 68, Rujiu. You deceived me. Gong Suini had indeed contemplated the possibility of that day, envisioning the moment when that person would stand before him, smiling. What would his first words be? Would he confront her, or merely greet her? He contemplated countless responses. However, at the instant he beheld the young girl, his mind went blank, and all his intended words evaporated. "Ah, little rascal, it has been so long. You've grown so tall." He remembered how, back then, he would often neglect his meals, prompting her to tease him. "Little rascal, look at your height. If you don't eat properly, you'll never grow taller." How could he remain stunted? How could he protect her if he did not grow? Listening to her, he had finally picked up his bowl and eaten voraciously. Before him stood a girl with bright eyes and a radiant smile, her gaze reminiscent of someone from his memories, her dark orbs resembling exquisite obsidian. With delicate features and a melodious voice, Gong Suini found himself momentarily unsteady with the sword in his hand. Rujiu was unperturbed by the man's stern demeanor. She mischievously winked, her brows brimming with exuberance. "What? Haven't you heard of reincarnation?" Gong Suini remained silent, his vertical pupils unwaveringly fixed on her. Rujiu tilted her head, taking a step closer to him. Fearing that his sword might harm her, Gong Suini swiftly retracted it slightly. As Rujiu gazed into his dark red eyes, she rose onto her toes, placing a hand atop his head. How wonderful it was to see him grow up healthy and strong. Initially, Rujiu had worried whether her little rascal could survive without her. The capital, though seemingly prosperous, was a place that devoured its inhabitants without mercy. Yet now, witnessing the tall and upright figure before her, her worries began to dissipate. The man possessed strikingly beautiful eyes, and as he regarded Rujiu, the corners of his eyes glowed with a deep crimson hue. It was a gesture she had often performed, tenderly caressing the crown of his head as one might protect a fledgling. Such an action was familiar to him, ingrained over many years, yet he thought he had long forgotten it. At that moment, however, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Noticing Gong Suini's silence and stillness, Rujiu blinked and exaggeratedly remarked, "Really, little rascal, you're not actually scared, are you?" The notion of reincarnation seemed absurd. Had she not experienced it herself, she would not have believed it. Now, could it be that her little rascal was indeed frightened of her? As these thoughts crossed her mind, she was taken aback when the man stepped forward and enveloped her in his embrace. He inhaled the familiar fragrance of peach blossoms, a scent he had cherished during countless sleepless nights. Surprised by the sudden gesture, Rujiu softened her expression upon realizing what had happened. "They all said you were dead." The towering man before her slowly began to speak, and Rujiu could detect the tremor in his voice. His head and body were severed, buried deep within the shadowy earth, where even the light of day could not reach. "Yet, you distinctly proclaimed that you would return to find me. Rujiu, you promised." The man leaned his head against the girl's shoulder, embodying an absolute posture of submission and loyalty. "I have sought you for such an interminable time." In every nook and cranny of the capital, regardless of size, he would hasten at the mere rumor of a woman resembling her, eager to behold her true form. They said the general was remarkably valiant, wise, and astute. In truth, it was not so. He donned a facade of rationality and aloofness, concealing the turmoil and cruelty that resided within. He still needed to find her. "You often claimed to be compassionate and kind, Rujiu, yet you deceived me. If you were truly benevolent, how could you remain oblivious to the madness I endured in my relentless quest for news of you? If you were genuinely compassionate, how could you disregard my sleepless nights, my restless tossing and turning? If you were indeed merciful, how could you bear to witness my hopes shatter time and again, year after year? 3 years have passed. The phoenix tree they planted together at the border has flourished abundantly. She had vowed to witness it with him. Rujiu, it was you who broke your promise. The man's voice quivered, as if he wished to recount all that had transpired over the past 3 years. His tone was muffled, laced with grievance and hoarseness, akin to an indictment of the girl's misdeeds. Had Shin-Chi been present, he would have discovered that his master was capable of tears, capable of speech, and possessed of emotions, albeit emotions buried deep, shared with but one person. Rujiu felt the man's embrace tighten, yet she merely smiled, her hand gently resting on his back, softly patting him as one would soothe a startled young wolf. Such familiarity was unbecoming. After a long pause, the girl finally uttered a single sentence. There was no reproach in her tone, only a patient reassurance that instilled an inexplicable sense of comfort. Junmian sat cross-legged in the grand chair, propping his head up as he observed the man beside him. The man possessed an alluring visage, a tear mole beneath his eye resembling an inked drop, perfectly placed. Gu Hong held a jade smoking pipe, his lips slightly curved in a knowing smile, his sharp eyes gleaming with vitality. Did Master Gu wish to convey something? Junmian's voice was languid, sounding somewhat indifferent. Today, he was merely accompanying the young one on a shopping excursion, and he truly lacked the patience for other matters. Gu Hong smirked. I sought His Highness today to propose a transaction. Upon hearing this, Junmian raised an eyebrow, the smile at the corner of his mouth becoming increasingly nonchalant. Oh? I was unaware that there existed anything the proprietor of Tiandi residence lacked. Rujiu was unaware that, in the presence of others, Junmian always referred to himself as this prince, reserving the term I solely for her. Gu Hong smiled with narrowed eyes, expressing a preference for viewing this transaction as a mutually beneficial exchange rather than a mere trade. And as for the commodity at hand, Gu Hong chuckled lightly. How about the throne of the Nanxi kingdom? Given that Gu Hong owed Rujiu a favor from their last encounter, Rujiu surmised that Junmian would certainly not allow her to come to Tiandi residence alone, as she had alluded to in her correspondence. She requested Gu Hong to delay Junmian for the duration of an incense stick-s burning, and also asked him to prepare another room for Gong Sun. Hence, their conversation was rather brief. Rujiu succinctly informed Gong Sun of her resurrection, to which he exhibited little reaction, not even surprise. Hey, little brat, do you really believe such an outrageous tale? Rujiu inquired, blinking in confusion. Gong Sun smiled, the frost in his demeanor dissipating. I do. The instinct of the body does not deceive. In fact, the moment Gong Sun laid eyes on Rujiu, he had subconsciously trusted her. His response left Rujiu momentarily speechless. As long as you can return, that is enough. The rest matters not to me. Chapter 69, Rujiu. I have grown up upon hearing this, Rujiu smiled, her dark eyes brimming with satisfaction. The little child has indeed grown up, transforming into a resolute and steady young man capable of standing on his own. However, Gong Sun furrowed his brow at her words, saying, Do not always regard me as a child. Rujiu, unfazed, chuckled lightly, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed at the young man before her. Then why, dear child, have you not left the capital? She had assumed that after her death, he would depart from the city. Without her, the child would have no kin in the capital and would surely struggle to survive. Though Gong Sun felt a twinge of discomfort, he did not correct Rujiu's words and responded willingly. I believe that Junmian was responsible for your misfortune. Rujiu blinked, seemingly surprised by his answer. You always tell me that Junmian opposes you. I thought he was the one who harmed you, which is why you remained in the capital. In truth, he had omitted many details when speaking to her, such as the hardships he faced upon entering the court and how he had risen from a commoner to a first-class general in the span of 3 years. He had not shared the struggles he endured, merely stating that he stayed to avenge her. Rujiu scratched her head, feeling a mix of gratitude and embarrassment. How was she to explain to the young boy that her relationship with Junmian was one of collaboration? Indeed, the very next moment, Gong Sun inquired, Where do you reside now? Awkwardness enveloped them, a palpable discomfort filling the air. Rujiu's expression soured slightly as she forced a laugh, glancing at Gong Sun. His deep crimson eyes were fixated upon her, as if awaiting her response. Those eyes, though cold, were beautiful and serene when directed at her, as if seeking to etch her image into memory. Rujiu scratched her head, finally closing her eyes and, with a spirit akin to facing death, spoke, I live in the Regent's palace of Junmian. Silence, an overwhelming stillness. For a moment, Rujiu felt they could remain in this wordless exchange until the incense burned out. After an indeterminate time, Gongsun Yi's voice broke the silence, low and icy. Why do you reside there? His tone clearly carried a hint of displeasure, leaving Mu Rujiao at a loss. Understanding that they could not continue to clash, Mu Rujiao divulged everything that had transpired since her rebirth. Upon hearing her tale, Gongsun Yi's expression darkened further, his grip tightening on the scabbard of his sword, his voice sharp. I shall kill Xiechun. Wait, dear child. Do not act impulsively. Mu Rujiao hastily rose to block Gongsun Yi, who was ready to storm out with his sword drawn, coaxing him to calm down. Xiechun possesses immense power now. Your actions would not only fail to eliminate him, but would also alert him to your intentions. Mu Rujiao spoke earnestly. He has no right to harm you. Gongsun Yi's tone was frigid. He is the least qualified to touch you. The 12 states of the border, by the time Mu Rujiao took charge, had already fallen into the grasp of the Junmian kingdom. It was she who, with a resolute military order and at the cost of her own life, fought her way through 1,000,000 soldiers to reclaim those provinces from their grasp. Almost every day, her body bore new wounds. The inhabitants of the frontier, even if they did not recognize the current emperor, understood that when the battle flag emblazoned with the character Mu waved, fear was no longer necessary. That was the invincible General Qianqiu on the battlefield. When the Mu flag fluttered, hope glimmered in their hearts. Everyone spoke of General Qianqiu's unmatched victories. Yet they all forgot that at that time, she was merely a woman. It was because of her that Xiechun, who occupied the imperial throne in the capital, could sleep soundly. And yet, Xiechun dared to issue such orders? Gongsun Yi's eyes reddened, as if he wished to devour Xiechun alive. Mu Rujiao merely smiled. Little brat, what I seek is not just his life. I want the forces surrounding him to vanish. I want everyone by his side to abandon him. I want him to comprehend the agony of being besieged from all sides. I want his most cherished kingdom to bear a different name. Mu Rujiao spoke these words calmly, a glimmer of coldness flashing in her eyes. This was the Mu Rujiao that Gongsun Yi was familiar with. On the battlefield, she had displayed such expressions countless times, as if she intended to strip away everything from her enemies, watching them gradually succumb to despair. Mu Rujiao was not a person of pure virtue. In the past, she had employed such stratagems against her foes, and now they were directed at Xiechun, an ironic twist of fate. Gongsun Yi's brow relaxed somewhat, his voice still somewhat chilly. Do you wish to come to my residence? Compared to the regent's residence, he would feel more at ease with her by his side. Mu Rujiao shook her head in refusal. Now that Xiechun was aware of her relationship with Qi Junxian, they were bound together and could not part ways. After discussing a few more matters, Mu Rujiao heard a commotion outside the door. It was the voice of Gu Hong, suggesting that they hoped the prince would consider their dealings. Mu Rujiao frowned. Time was running out. She turned to Gongsun Yi and succinctly stated, Little brat, remember, Xiechun intends to use you as a shield against Qi Junxian. Do not fall into his trap. Upon hearing this, Gongsun Yi merely replied coldly, I know. You know? Mu Rujiao's eyes widened in disbelief. If you know, then why? As long as you can kill Qi Junxian, being cast aside would not matter. That was how Gongsun Yi felt at that moment. At his words, Mu Rujiao shook her head in resignation but smiled faintly. Then, now that you are aware of the truth, I implore you to live well. Only then will I feel at ease. Understand? Gongsun Yi gazed at the young girl before him. She appeared younger than him, yet always bore the demeanor of a little adult, as if she wished to shield him under her wings. He wanted to tell her that he could protect her too. Yet, gazing into her beautiful eyes, he smiled in return. Very well, he replied obediently. Mu Rujiao, upon hearing his words, smiled as she rose to her tiptoes, instinctively reaching out to touch Gongsun Yi's head. The disparity in their heights rendered her hand suspended in midair, creating a rather awkward moment. Observing this, Gongsun Yi gently furrowed his brows, naturally lowering his head so that Mu Rujiao could successfully graze the crown of his hair. Do not disclose today's events to anyone, and remember, Gu Hong is not to be trusted. If you wish to send me a message, do so without his involvement. She instructed. Gongsun Yi obediently nodded, meticulously committing her words to memory. Once she had imparted her cautions, Mu Rujiao finally exhaled in relief. I must take my leave now. You should linger here a while longer before departing. If we leave together, Qi Junxian may grow suspicious, she declared, turning to depart. However, the man behind her grasped her wrist. Mu Rujiao turned to face Gongsun Yi, who gazed at her with slightly swirling black-red eyes. Mu Rujiao. I have grown up, he stated after a brief pause. Taken aback for a moment, Rujiu quickly regained her composure and smiled, nodding in acknowledgement before turning away once more. As she walked away, Gong Sun Yi's gaze lingered on the retreating figure of the girl, momentarily lost in thought. In truth, there was much more he wished to convey. He yearned to express that she could lean on him more. He had now matured and was fully capable of safeguarding her. Chapter 70. The words of His Highness the Regent are indeed true. After emerging from her chamber, Rujiu ran joyfully towards Qi Junxian. The originally cold expression on Qi Junxian's face softened upon seeing Rujiu. He smiled slightly, taking her hand and responding, let us go. Our conversation has concluded. With her eyes sparkling, Rujiu nodded. Qi Junxian then led her towards the auction room on the third floor. As they ascended, Rujiu cast a glance at Gu Hong beside her. The man's beautiful peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, resembling a cunning fox that had just uncovered a secret. Rujiu couldn't help but shiver, feeling an unsettling chill creep down her spine. As the auction commenced, Rujiu finally grasped the true meaning of being extravagantly wealthy. Regardless of what items were being auctioned or how others were bidding, Qi Junxian casually raised his hand, acquiring each item without a care. It seemed he purchased everything on offer. Goodness, even Xietchen had never shopped in such a manner. When Qi Junxian lazily raised his hand to outbid yet again, Rujiu found it increasingly difficult to bear. Help? She could already sense the resentful glares of the other bidders. Fortunately, seated there was the Regent. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely been mobbed and driven away. Rujiu felt on the verge of tears, swallowing hard before cautiously speaking, Your Highness, do we truly need a bowl of blue and white porcelain from the former dynasty? Such an item was impractical for use. Would it merely serve as a decorative piece? Upon hearing her words, Qi Junxian slowly opened his eyes, his silver-black pupils cold and profound. He appeared to glance indifferently at the bowl on the auction stage and then languidly remarked, I didn't see it clearly. It's fine. It has already been purchased. Rujiu suddenly felt a bit dazed. Had she misjudged Qi Junxian's financial capacity? By the conclusion of the auction, without exception, all items had found their way into the possession of His Highness the Regent. The other bidders were eager to compete, yet while they hesitated to raise their bids, Qi Junxian effortlessly doubled the price. Who could withstand such audacity? The crowd departed, filled with resentment, yet too intimidated to voice their grievances. Rujiu felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. She had initially intended to purchase a painting, and now it seemed she was on the verge of buying out the entire store. Qi Junxian, however, appeared unfazed by his actions. He stretched his shoulders languidly before rising from his seat. Noticing the girl's stillness, he raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Did you not find anything you liked from what was purchased? Shall we? No, thank you. Rujiu hurriedly interjected. Qi Junxian paused momentarily. Then a smile graced his lips. I told you, it would have been better to simply buy the items outright for you to choose from. Yet, little Gio, you insisted on attending the auction. Qi Junxian's tone surprisingly sounded quite innocent. Rujiu felt a sense of unutterable bitterness. Qi Junxian appeared to be in high spirits, instructing the shopkeeper to send the auction items to his residence before leaving Tiandiju with Rujiu. That night, Rujiu was in Qi Junxian's study, selecting a birthday gift. A pile of items Qi Junxian had purchased lay carelessly on the floor, giving the impression that they were mere trinkets one could find in the marketplace for a few coins. As Rujiu sifted through the paintings and calligraphy, she muttered to herself, Peach blossoms? No. Too gaudy. Ji Fuyan wouldn't like that. Cursive script? No. It seems Ji Fuyan doesn't favor this calligrapher. Leaning against a beautiful couch, Qi Junxian supported his head with one hand while holding a book in the other, exuding an air of languid ease. Though his gaze was fixed on the book, his silvery black eyes often flicked toward the small figure on the floor, diligently selecting gifts. With an aloof demeanor, he remarked, It is merely a birthday gift. Any item here is invaluable. Does it not all amount to the same? Without lifting her head, Rujiu retorted, How can it be the same? The most important aspect is the sentiment. Upon hearing this, Qi Junxian set down his book and muttered, However, anything here far surpasses the value of what little wine has gifted me. Rujiu was momentarily taken aback but quickly realized, was this ancestor upset? With that thought, she hastily put down the painting and cheerfully approached Qi Junxian. He did not look up, but naturally made space for her to sit beside him. Your Highness, you are, of course, different from Ji Fuyan, Rujiu coaxed gently. The man cast a sidelong glance at her, then slowly shifted his gaze away. In what way am I different? With a slight smile, Rujiu replied, "The gift I give Ji Fuyan is within my means, but what I present to your highness encompasses all that I have." Having spent considerable time with the proud Qi Junstin, Rujiu had become adept at soothing him. Qi Junshin's lips curled into a fleeting smile, which he quickly suppressed, nodding appreciatively before turning to the young woman. "You are quite eloquent." Rujiu let out a quiet sigh of relief. As if recalling something, she asked, "By the way, Your Highness, regarding the envoy to be received in 3 days, is it only General Ji from the Junmian kingdom?" Qi Junxian nodded. "How strange," Rujiu murmured. Qi Junshin's tone rose, imbued with a lazy elegance. Rujiu counted on her fingers. "Indeed, both you and the emperor will be present. Yet Junmian has only dispatched a general. Quite presumptuous, I assent it." In response, Qi Junxian chuckled nonchalantly. 3 years ago, Junmian would not have dared to act so recklessly. However, since the Mu family's demise, they no longer regard Nanshi with the same trepidation. Nancy is undoubtedly a part of Qi Junshin's realm. However, when he analyzes the situation, he displays not a trace of personal sentiment. Only that fool Xiechen would believe that Ji Yuan genuinely seeks reconciliation. The mockery in Qi Junshin's final remark towards Xiechen is unmistakable. Rujiu merely lowered her head and said nothing further. She does not believe that Ji Yuan would only dispatch Qingying. Regarding the management of flood disasters, does Qingzi Jun possess any effective strategies? In the court, Xiechen sits upon the dragon throne, inquiring of Qi Junxian. Qi Junxian slightly bows. "Your Majesty, I believe that winning the people's hearts is of paramount importance. Officials tasked with disaster relief must not oppress the populace nor embezzle relief funds. Otherwise, they risk losing the people's trust." Xiechen neither nodded nor shook his head, instead directing his gaze towards the other side where Gongsun sat. "What does General Gongsun think?" Qi Junshin's eyes darkened. Xiechen sought to use Gongsun as a counterbalance against him. He was certain that no matter what he said, Gongsun would oppose him, intending to diminish his authority. A smile played at the corners of Xiechen's mouth as he awaited Gongsun Yi's rebuttal. The man, clad in silver armor, stood as light streamed into the court, illuminating the protective general's attire, resembling a savior of divine nature. At times, the ministers gazing upon the general's garb would feel a sense of disorientation. This armor bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the infamous Mu during her reign. "What does General Gongsun think?" Upon hearing this, Gongsun slowly bowed. His voice was icy. "Your Highness, the Regent, speaks exceedingly well." Silence enveloped the hall. For a moment, the atmosphere in the grand chamber was profoundly still, as the ministers could scarcely believe their ears. Just now, General Gongsun did not refute the words of His Highness the Regent. Chapter 71. "Your Highness, someone is bullying your niece." Xiechen's smile froze upon his face. "What?" He thought he must have misheard. Gongsun Yi's expression was cold as he gazed ahead, his dark red eyes inexplicably causing Xiechen's heart to race. "His Highness the Regent speaks for the nation and its people, and every word is sound. I, a humble minister, concur." Xiecchen opened his mouth, the vibrant yellow of his robe dimming momentarily. "Very well, let us proceed as Lord Qingzi suggests." With a solemn gesture, Xiechun waved his hand. "Your Majesty is wise. His Highness the Regent is wise." Other ministers promptly knelt in reverence. After the court session, Qi Junxian encountered Gongsun approaching him. To his surprise, Gongsun had not opposed him during the assembly that day. "I have seen His Highness." Gongsun Yi's voice was frigid, devoid of much emotion. Qi Junxian raised an eyebrow slightly. "General Gongsun, your political views have always been at odds with mine. Why do you side with me today?" Gongsun offered no reply. His gaze lowered slightly, resting upon the jade pendant at the man's waist. Shaped like a white crane, the piece radiated a gentle luster. Gongsun merely glanced at it, and his brow softened. He suddenly felt that the regent was not as disagreeable as he once thought. Had anyone else expressed such sentiments in Qi Junshin's presence, it would have been tantamount to courting disaster. Yet, Gongsun words sparkled with a certain brilliance. The Gongsun he remembered had always been aloof and unyielding. But today, there was a discernible difference. Qi Junxian furrowed his brow, but chose not to delve deeper. It was time to prepare for sending the little one to her private school. As he turned to leave, a voice called out from behind him. "Your Highness." The man who had previously stood still was now kneeling before him on one knee, his silver-black eyes glinting coldly. Gongsun stood tall and pronounced, "Thank you, Your Highness." On the day of receiving the envoy, Rujiu accompanied Qi Junxian to the palace early. This was her second visit, and perhaps due to Qi Junxian's presence. She did not feel the usual heaviness of the atmosphere. The meeting was set in the imperial garden, and by the time Mu Rujiao arrived, a grand banquet had already been laid out, with several ministers in attendance. After exchanging pleasantries and bowing to Qi Junxian, the ministers finally took their seats. Qi Junxian led Mu Rujiao to the position at his right hand on the main seat. As the envoy had yet to arrive, Mu Rujiao, feeling rather bored, gazed at the delicacies on the table. Just as she was about to sample the fruit wine beside her, Qi Junxian lightly slapped her hand. Though it did not hurt, it startled Mu Rujiao. "Uncle, what are you doing?" She frowned. Qi Junxian took the fruit wine from her hand and poured her a cup of tea instead, placing it before her. "No drinking, but that is fruit wine." Mu Rujiao protested indignantly. "It can still get you drunk." At this, Mu Rujiao turned away, sulking. "You stingy uncle." Qi Junxian raised an eyebrow but said nothing, merely habitually preparing her favorite dishes and placing them onto her plate. When Ting Lu arrived at the banquet, her eyes immediately fell upon Qi Junxian. The man stood out remarkably, drawing the gaze of all around him effortlessly. Ting Li's eyes sparkled with excitement, and just as she was about to approach him, she noticed the insufferable woman beside Qi Junxian. The young girl seemed somewhat vexed, deliberately ignoring the handsome man, who, while serving her food, spoke to her in a gentle tone, his expression radiating warmth. This was a side of Qi Junxian that Ting Lu had never witnessed before. In her presence, he had always maintained a cold demeanor, rarely engaging in conversation with her. She had assumed this was simply his nature, proud and aloof, hence her silence. However, upon observing the tenderness he displayed towards that woman, she realized he was capable of gentleness. With this thought, Ting Li's fingers clenched tightly, turning pale. A fleeting shadow of resentment flickered in her eyes before she quickly donned a soft smile and approached Mu Rujiao. "Xiaojiu, it has been a while." Ting Lu greeted her warmly. "Qingzijun, I hope you do not hold a grudge regarding our last encounter," she added, addressing Qi Junxian. Qi Junxian merely smiled without a word, his gaze lingering on Ting Lu for a moment before returning to Mu Rujiao. "Your Highness, it has been quite some time." Mu Rujiao spoke cautiously, adopting a frail demeanor. Qi Junxian observed her with a gentle smile, choosing not to expose her pretense. Noticing Qi Junxian's indifference towards her, Ting Lu managed an awkward smile. "Xiaojiu, there is no need to stand on ceremony. Since you are Qingzijun's niece, we are akin to sisters. I am a bit older, so you may call me sister." "How absurd. By age, you should be calling me mother," Mu Rujiao retorted inwardly, though her face betrayed a timid expression as she replied, "Thank you, sister." Ting Lu smiled brightly. "Xiaojiu, the banquet has yet to commence. Let us sit in that pavilion over there. I have so much to share with you." She radiated the image of an enthusiastic older sister. Mu Rujiao glanced timidly at Qi Junxian. He, however, appeared unconcerned, allowing her to decide. If Xiaojiu wishes to go, then go. Mu Rujiao finally nodded and followed Ting Lu away from the banquet. The imperial garden boasted numerous pavilions. Ting Lu led Mu Rujiao to a more secluded one before halting. She slowly took a seat on the stone bench while Mu Rujiao stood beside her, hesitant to sit down. Once out of the public eye, Ting Lu's true nature emerged. Crossing her legs, she sat on the stone bench, looking down disdainfully at Mu Rujiao. "Xiaojiu, when did Qingzijun take you in?" Ting Lu asked with a smile, though her tone was far from pleasant. Mu Rujiao, though addicted to alcohol, still bore a timid demeanor. "Returning to your Highness the Princess. It has been over a month." "Ah?" Ting Li's tone rose slightly, yet her lips curled into a disdainful smile. "The temperament of Qingzijun is not known to others, but I am well aware. I imagine your time by his side has not been pleasant." Mu Rujiao replied softly. Ting Lu continued, "If you wish to leave Qingzijun, I could assist you. What do you think?" In Ting Li's eyes, Qi Junxian could not possibly treat Mu Rujiao well indefinitely. Everyone knew his capricious nature. It was entirely plausible that during her time at the manor, Mu Rujiao had already endured unbearable torment at his hands. With her head bowed, Mu Rujiao felt her eyes slightly redden upon hearing Ting Li's words. "The emperor, uncle treats me well. I do not wish to leave him." Ting Li's underlying feelings towards her so-called uncle were transparent to Mu Rujiao. She was intentionally trying to provoke her. "How bold of you." Sure enough, Ting Li's voice instantly escalated in pitch. She stood up, glaring at Mu Rujiao with evident displeasure. "Mujiao, do you truly believe you are of royal blood, able to stand on equal footing with this princess? Let me make it clear. I am my father's most cherished daughter. And you, merely an orphan picked up by Qing Zejun. Surely, you do not naively aspire to rise to prominence and wealth through him? I assure you, as long as I am here, that is a mere fantasy. As Ting Li's words grew increasingly harsh, Mu Rujiao kept her head low, her eyes reddening, yet she refrained from shedding tears. Eventually, Ting Lu, growing more incensed, glared at the girl before her, flames of fury igniting within her. Mujiao, keep your distance from Qing Zejun. How dare a lowly servant like you linger beside him? With that, Ting Lu shoved Mu Rujiao. Though lacking in force, the girl stumbled and fell to the ground. Ting Lu let out a cold laugh and was about to say something when she heard the young woman before her sobbing quietly in the distance. Uncle, it hurts so much. Chapter 72. I cannot bear to see you wrong. Mu Rujiao is certainly not one to passively endure hardship. While Ting Lu was still hurling insults at her, Mu Rujiao had already taken note of Qi Junxian. Since she was already there, it would be remiss not to put on a performance. With a malicious thought, Mu Rujiao intentionally stumbled and fell to the ground. Her tears, which had remained unshed until that moment, burst forth upon seeing Qi Junxian. Uncle, Xiao Jiu is in so much pain. She cried out pitifully towards the man in the distance, raising her hands in a gesture that begged for comfort. At that moment, Ting Lu finally realized what was happening and spun around abruptly. The man wore a long robe of black and gold, the intricate patterns shifting between light and shadow. While his silver-black eyes glimmered with a cold light, Ting Lu was taken aback by the intensity of his gaze, instinctively taking a step back. With a voice tinged with tears, Mu Rujiao extended her arms, yearning for Qi Junxian's embrace. Uncle, Xiao Jiu's foot hurts so much. The man's handsome lips pressed into a thin line as he approached Mu Rujiao, bending down to lift her into his arms, cradling her as one would a child. One hand supported her waist while his cold gaze fixed intently on Ting Lu. Ting Lu opened her mouth, struggling to speak under that penetrating gaze. No, it wasn't me. I didn't do anything. Mu Rujiao pinched her thigh, crying even louder. Lu, uncle, no, it wasn't princess, it was my own clumsiness. Her demeanor resembled that of someone coerced into confessing. While speaking, she wiped her tears on Qi Junxian's luxurious robe. Qi Junxian's expression turned icy. Princess Ting Lu certainly has a grand presence. Unlike his patience with Mu Rujiao, he exhibited little tolerance for others. As Mu Rujiao continued to wail, her performance was so convincing that she even hiccuped in her distress. Gently patting her back, Qi Junxian coldly remarked, Princess Ting Lu, it is well known that His Majesty dotes on you, but my Xiao Jiu is not without affection. His voice was deep, with an authority that brooked no argument. Hearing this, Ting Lu ground her silver teeth in frustration, pointing at Mu Rujiao, who was sobbing on Qi Junxian's shoulder. It was her. Mu Jiu fell on purpose. It wasn't me. Woo, uncle, it was Xiao Jiu who fell by herself. It has nothing to do with princess. Mu Rujiao cried at just the right moment. Ting Lu was nearly driven mad by Mu Rujiao's antics. Mu Jiu, be quiet, she shouted. Presumptuous. Qi Junxian's voice turned cold. At his words, Ting Lu immediately fell silent, panic flashing across her face as she looked at him. His silver-black eyes cast a frigid glare in her direction, his patience clearly exhausted as he warned, Ting Lu, keep your distance from my Xiao Jiu. If she cries again because of you, I shall not spare you. With that, Qi Junxian turned away, still holding the weeping Mu Rujiao in his arms, leaving Ting Lu standing in stunned silence behind him. In a secluded area, Mu Rujiao continued to weep in Qi Junxian's embrace, her tears having run dry. Despite the earlier displeasure etched on his face, a subtle smile began to curve at the corners of Qi Junxian's lips. It was only after they had distanced themselves that Mu Rujiao caught the sound of his resigned sigh. Enough already, my dear ancestor, cease the performance. His words, which should have been reprimanding, lacked any hint of impatience. Had she truly become addicted to her theatrics? The sound of her sobs abruptly ceased, her expression shifting with remarkable swiftness. One moment she was lost in sorrow, the next she sealed her lips, adopting a petulant demeanor. With a hint of dissatisfaction, she wiped her tear-streaked cheeks, only to smear the remnants of her tears onto Qi Junxian's attire. He allowed her playful antics, a resigned smile gracing his lips. I defended you, yet you still harbor resentment over that cup of fruit wine? One thing at a time. She pouted, wrapping her arms around his neck, her little legs swinging without a hint of intention to walk on her own. As she remained silent, Qi Junxian continued to hold her. What an ungrateful little one. he chided affectionately. Having spent ample time together, he could easily discern her talent for dramatics. The meek demeanor she had worn upon their first meeting was clearly an act. Beneath it lay a feisty spirit akin to a cat that bites. With a spark of pride, Rujiu retorted, "Since you are aware I was merely pretending. Why did you scold Ting Lu just now?" Her hair, slightly disheveled, prompted Qi Junxian to free a hand to tenderly smooth it down. "I cannot bear to see you wronged," he stated, his tone implying it was a matter of course. A gentle breeze tousled her hair, playfully tangling strands around his elegant fingers. It was the height of summer, and clad in delicate fabrics, her soft form compelled Qi Junxian to adjust his hold uncomfortably. "I cannot abide even the pretense of mistreatment," he added as an afterthought. When Qi Junxian returned to the banquet with Rujiu in tow, the appointed hour for the two nations to convene had arrived, yet the envoy from Junmian Kingdom had yet to make an appearance. On the main seat, Xie Chun frowned at the sun's zenith, his displeasure evident. The absence of the envoys at such an important diplomatic meeting understandably irked him. Conversely, Qi Junxian remained unperturbed, leisurely attending to the dishes for Rujiu. Just then, a palace attendant announced, "General Gongsun has arrived." Instinctively, Rujiu turned her gaze in that direction. Gongsun had not intended to come. After discovering that Xie Chen was the true culprit behind Rujiu's plight, he had lost all patience with him. However, recalling her words that the time was not yet ripe, Gongsun chose not to complicate matters for her and thus made his way to the banquet. "Your Majesty." Gongsun offered a cursory salute to Xie Chen. Xie Chen narrowed his eyes, sensing that Gongsun had recently been behaving somewhat strangely. However, now was not the time for such musings. With a smile, he addressed Gongsun, "General Gongsun, you have arrived rather late today. Please take your seat." "Your Majesty." Gongsun replied, rising to his feet. As he turned, his gaze fell upon the position of Qi Junxian. Upon noticing the young lady beside Qi Junxian, his dark red eyes sparkled with interest. Rujiu playfully winked at Gongsun, who clearly noticed and smiled faintly before gradually making his way to his place. "Did Gongsun just smile at you?" Qi Junxian inquired gravely. "Ah, really? How could that be?" "Your Highness, you must be mistaken," Rujiu dismissed. Though she lowered her head to eat, Qi Junxian squinted slightly, choosing not to pursue the matter further. After what felt like an eternity, a eunuch once again announced, "The envoy from the kingdom of Junmian has arrived." Rujiu lifted her gaze and immediately spotted the man leading the crowd. The general of the kingdom of Junmian, Cheng. He possessed striking features, with sharp brows and bright eyes, clad in black armor, his tall stature commanding attention as he approached Xie Chen. "Envoy Cheng of the kingdom of Junmian, greetings to the emperor of Nanxi," he intoned, kneeling on one knee, his right hand resting over his heart. His voice deep and resonant. Rujiu narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Cheng closely. It had been 3 years since their last encounter, and the man appeared to have grown even taller. The curved blade he wore at his waist was an old acquaintance to Rujiu. His sun-kissed skin exuded an air of sternness at first glance. After paying his respects to Xie Chen, the latter responded with a smile, "Please rise, General Cheng. Your representation of the kingdom of Junmian in fostering goodwill with our Nanxi is most welcome. Today, I have arranged a modest banquet to honor your arrival." Cheng clasped his fists in salute and was guided by the eunuch to his designated seat. With all preparations complete, the banquet commenced. As the eunuch announced the start, the sound of bells and drums filled the air. A troupe of dancers adorned with fox masks gracefully took to the stage, performing. The leading dancer, Rujiu recognized, Li Ji. Chapter 73. The General Rujiu. Even as her sworn adversary, Rujiu could not deny the exceptional grace of Li Ji's dance. It was through a captivating butterfly dance that Li Ji distinguished herself among numerous dancers, earning a place by Xie Chen's side. Thereafter, she ascended to a position of great favor, ultimately becoming the esteemed concubine. Indeed, it appeared that Li Ji had a unique ability to win Xie Chen's affection, a talent that Rujiu lacked. Upon her return from the battlefield, Xie Chen often remarked on the lingering scent of blood around her, suggesting it might clash with the imperial aura, resulting in his infrequent visits to her palace. In contrast, Li Ji effortlessly captured Xie Chen's heart. As evidenced by the present moment, unlike the other dancers adorned with fox masks, she alone wore a delicate veil, transforming the scene into a garden of butterflies drawn to her ethereal charm. The veil lent her an air of enchanting mystique, reminiscent of clouds veiling the moon. A smile danced upon Xie Chen's lips, his gaze filled with admiration and affection. As the performance concluded, Li Ji gracefully bowed to Xie Chen, acknowledging the emperor. Today, having heard of the envoy from Ji Yuan's visit, she had prepared a dance to celebrate the enduring bond between their nations, wishing for a century of harmony and a millennium of commerce. Very well, Xiechun chuckled, gesturing for Li Ji to join him at his side. Rujiu noticed Qi Junxian's light laughter beside her. Curiously, she raised her eyes and blinked. What is amusing, my imperial uncle? With a soft chuckle. Qi Junxian replied, if I were the emperor, I would never allow my beloved to dance for others. His words held an enigmatic glimmer in his silvery black eyes. In response, Rujiu nodded in agreement. Indeed, it seemed inappropriate for a nation's favored concubine to perform in such a manner. Yet, Li Ji's intention was solely to please Xiechun, and having achieved her goal, she cared little for the implications. Meanwhile, Cheng Ying remained impassive, his expression unchanged throughout the dance, devoid of any apparent interest. Given Rujiu's understanding of Cheng Ying, it was evident that he lacked an appreciation for poetry, music, and the refined arts. Rujiu observed the dancers as they gradually withdrew. Among them, one tall woman caught her eye, prompting her to gaze a moment longer. Just then, the sound of drums and bells resounded once more, and the guests engaged in lively conversation, raising their cups in celebration. Xiechun held the beauty in one arm while extending a toast toward Cheng Ying on his left. Come, General Cheng Ying, I raise this glass in your honor. On behalf of the people of Nanxi, we welcome your arrival. Cheng Ying also lifted his cup, his large hands rendering the vessel somewhat diminutive. Your Majesty, he declared, downing the contents in one swift motion. I wish to inquire about the location of General Mu's tomb. I intend to pay my respects. Cheng Ying was never one to mince words or be concerned with decorum, always direct in his approach. However, as his words hung in the air, a string of the playing instrument seemed to snap. A discordant sound filled the atmosphere, causing the expressions of Xiechun and Li Ji at the head table to harden. Why does this musician play so discordantly? Someone, take him away, Li Ji coldly commanded. A few guards responded to the sound, and before the musician could utter a word, he was silenced and dragged off. Xiechun's expression was equally bleak, managing to force a smile after a prolonged silence. Uncertain. The General Mu mentioned by General Cheng Ying is. Cheng Ying's voice was deep. Naturally, it is General Rujiu. Upon hearing this, the subject, General Rujiu, quickly lowered her head, desperately suppressing a laugh. Xiechun was clearly attempting to divert Cheng Ying's attention and let the matter slide, yet Cheng Ying insisted on probing deeper. For Cheng Ying, who had clashed with her, she was General Mu. However, for Xiechun and Li Ji, she was merely the demoness of the Mu clan. Xiechun's smile grew colder. General Cheng Ying, the Mu clan is infamous for disrupting the palace, and they have been eradicated. Such a person has no tomb. Hearing Xiechun's words, Rujiu's gaze fell. Indeed, the war-torn General Mu, at the time of her demise, bore the title of demoness. Not only was there no posthumous title, but even a grave was denied her. How absurd. For a fleeting moment, her brow darkened before she felt a pair of hands brushing aside her long hair. Do not bury your head so low. Your hair is a mess, Qi Junxian remarked, gently tidying her hair with a somber tone, devoid of reproach. Cheng Ying, upon hearing this, appeared somewhat taken aback. He opened his mouth, hesitating before slowly continuing. General Mu, she. Yet the words remained unspoken. What was he trying to convey? Even he was uncertain. In days gone by, the valiant general of 1,000 autumns wielded the Fuyue halberd with such elegance on the battlefield that it seemed to drain the color from the world. The general's brow was proud, the halberd gleaming coldly. The Mu family of Nanxi would not return without victory. The young girl held the Fuyue halberd gracefully in her hand, resembling a deity of salvation. For a brief moment, Cheng Ying felt that perhaps heaven could not bear to see Nanxi in such decline, hence allowing her to stand resolute against countless foes. He witnessed the brightness and pride in her eyes, as well as the redness that accompanied her defeat. Such scenes felt as though their battles had occurred just yesterday. Yet now, the Emperor of Nanxi stated that the demoness Mu was infamous for disrupting the harem and had lost her virtue. What does it mean to lose one's virtue? Cheng Ying did not comprehend. He only remembered how the former general of 1,000 autumns single-handedly repelled over 100 men to rescue a crying child outside the city gate, ensuring the child's safety. He recalled the girl's defiant gaze. General Cheng Ying, as long as I am here, Ji Yuan shall not invade Nanxi. He remembered how they had once fallen from a cliff together, amidst a flurry of snow, and she had thrown a bunch of wild fruits, sourced from who knows where, before him. If one must die, let it be by my Fuyue halberd. Cheng Ying had somewhat lost himself in thought, and when he regained awareness, The banquet had seemingly returned to a facade of harmony and tranquility. Xiaqin smiled as he held the enchanting Li Guifei in his embrace, a playful grin dancing at the corners of his mouth. Once upon a time, Ching-Ying remembered a spirited young girl, her eyes alight with pride as she declared, "I shall not perish here. There are those in the capital awaiting my return." But were they truly waiting for her? Ching-Ying felt uncertain. Rujiu, holding the meticulously prepared dishes from Junmian, lifted her gaze only to find Ching-Ying, unbeknownst to her, half kneeling before Xiaqin. The music came to an abrupt halt. Rujiu observed as Ching-Ying slowly spoke, each word resonating with clarity. "Your Majesty, I wish to challenge the current general of your esteemed nation." The young girl's pupils constricted slightly, instinctively glancing towards the indifferent Gong Sunny. Gong Sunny remained unmoved, simply lowering his eyes to sip his drink, seemingly disinterested in the unfolding events. He was no fool. He had no need to contest for glory on behalf of Xiaqin. Upon hearing this, Xiaqin narrowed his eyes with keen interest. "Oh? It has long been said that General Ching-Ying possesses remarkable skills. Today, I see that this is indeed true. In that case, I am quite eager to witness it." Xiaqin turned to Gong Sunny, but the latter remained still, as if he had not heard the emperor's words. At this moment, Li Ji spoke up. "Without a wager, it would be rather dull. How about I offer a token of appreciation and propose a prize?" Xiaqin raised an eyebrow, smiling as he inquired, "What token would you suggest, my beloved?" A glint of coldness flashed in Li Ji's eyes. "How about the Fuyue halberd that your majesty gifted me?" With a sudden crash, Rujiu's teacup shattered on the floor, splintering into countless pieces. Chapter 74. The fierce royal uncle. On the day of her return to the capital from the frontier, Rujiu was brimming with exuberance. Perched upon her steed, the corners of her mouth curved into an undeniable smile. Observing her delight, the young boy beside her touched his nose and murmured, "Is it really that joyful?" With a playful lift of her brows and a broad grin, Rujiu replied, "Of course, I am elated. Aiken must be eagerly awaiting my return in the capital. He promised he would wait for me." She was resolute that upon her safe return from the battlefield, he would declare her his consort. At that moment, she vowed that as long as she was present, she would safeguard Xiaqin's reign against any threats. Before reaching the city gates, Rujiu accompanied the troops through a desolate area, where she unexpectedly encountered Junmian engaged in hunting. The smile on her lips faded as she approached him coolly. The young man, merely 17, skillfully drew his bow with an arrow that soared and struck a soaring eagle above. A smile crept across his face as he turned slowly, seemingly noticing Rujiu. "Miss Mu," he began, pausing to reflect, "soon, I suppose I shall need to address you as Her Majesty, the Empress." Rujiu arched an eyebrow, her expression frosty. "You certainly possess an exquisite taste for banter, Lord Qi." Junmian lowered his gaze with a soft chuckle. The youthful charm he exuded left Rujiu slightly taken aback. The lad before her was indeed the formidable Qingzijun, capable of stirring tempests in the court. "Are you returning to the city, Your Majesty?" he inquired, offering no direct response to her words. Rujiu nodded. "Yes, I am headed back to the capital. Lord Qi, do take care not to give me any leverage against you." With a light laugh, Junmian's gaze drifted into the distance, and he seemed to regain his composure, stating, "Let us speak of your return to the capital when the time comes." With that, he turned and departed with his entourage. Furrowing her brow in confusion, Rujiu pondered the meaning behind his words but dismissed her concerns, her excitement about reuniting with Xiaqin overshadowing her doubts. However, as they approached the city gates, a group of masked assailants emerged, each skilled and ruthless, their blades aimed directly at Rujiu. Having hastened her return with only a fraction of her forces, she fought valiantly against them, sustaining injuries before finally reaching the gates. The captain of the guards, upon seeing the wounded Rujiu, displayed an emotion that was neither surprise nor shock, but sheer panic. After what seemed like an eternity of whispered discussions, they opened the gates wide to welcome her and her companions back to the capital. Initially, Rujiu sensed nothing amiss. Yet, upon entering the palace and encountering Xiaqin, an absurd thought flickered through her mind. Upon seeing her grievous wounds, his first reaction was neither concern nor inquiry, but rather disbelief, his eyes widening in astonishment. "How have you returned?" After years of warfare, when Rujiu returned to Zijing City, the first words spoken to her by Emperor Xiaqin were laden with concern. He likely noticed the peculiarity of his own emotions and hurried to comfort her. He praised her as a valiant warrior, deserving of accolades for her remarkable achievements in reclaiming lost territories. Xiachen spoke extensively, yet he refrained from mentioning the promise he had made to her. Was His Majesty feigning ignorance? Rujiu, frail and pale, quietly inquired. A forced smile crept upon Xiachen's lips. Rujiu, I have not forgotten our promise. However, throughout history, no empress has ever taken to the battlefield, which leaves me in a quandary. Perhaps it would be better if you surrendered your military insignia. And I shall keep the Fuyue halberd safe for you? It was only many years later, at the moment of her demise, that Rujiu comprehended the truth. Xiachen had never truly expected her to survive the battlefield. Even if she had, he had no intention of allowing her to enter the city. It was merely her own misguided hope. Xiachen confiscated her military insignia and took away her Fuyue halberd. In that moment, he offered her a reassuring smile. Rest assured, the Fuyue halberd shall remain by my side. I will guard it with utmost care. Perhaps I could use the Fuyue halberd that your majesty gifted me? Li Ji's lips curled into a nonchalant smile, as if the weapon were nothing more than a trinket to be casually given away. The Fuyue halberd was a cherished heirloom of her family, though by her generation, the Mu clan had dwindled to just her. She had once declared on the battlefield, the Mu family of Nashi shall not return until victorious. In truth, she was the last of her lineage. The Fuyue halberd had accompanied her into battle, stained with the blood of countless soldiers who dared to invade Nashi territory. It represented her honor. Yet now, it was reduced to a mere trifle in the lips of the regal and opulent concubine Li. Just a token, after all. Rujiu experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation. She had believed that no matter how wary Xiachen might be of her, he would fulfill his promises. Did he not swear to safeguard it? Tears welled in Rujiu's eyes, and the scalding tea burned her hand, yet she felt nothing. It was not until a pair of cool hands enveloped her own that she slowly regained her senses. Junmian frowned, his gaze sharp. How can you not even hold a teacup steady? Though his tone was reproachful, Rujiu discerned an underlying emotion within. The tea was indeed hot, and her hand was rapidly turning red. Junmian held her close, calling for someone to fetch cold water to soothe her burn. As he tended to her, he continued to lecture her coldly. How old are you? Can't you hold a teacup properly? Does it hurt? Rujiu's voice rose in volume, drawing the attention of everyone present to the interaction between Junmian and herself. Xiachen's eyes widened in disbelief as he struggled to comprehend the scene before him. When had Junmian, who was typically so aloof and frigid, ever exhibited such an expression? Beside him, Gongsun also took note of this unusual sight. Frowning in concern over Rujiu's injuries, he felt somewhat relieved to see Junmian attending to her promptly. As Junmian lifted his gaze to Rujiu's face, he noticed, to his dismay, that her eyes were reddened, resembling those of a child who had been wronged. The admonitions he had intended to voice were lodged firmly in his throat, unspoken. I am not scolding you, Junmian finally spoke, his tone heavy as he continued to rinse the swollen back of Rujiu's hand. I was simply too anxious. His voice bore a muted quality, gradually regaining her composure. Rujiu smiled faintly at his words. Uncle is rather fierce. Her tone held a hint of indignation, akin to that of a startled rabbit. In response, Junmian chose silence, allowing his actions to grow gentler as he tended to her. I shall not be so hasty next time. The thought struck him that it was indeed this little ancestor who had caused the trouble, yet somehow he found himself offering the apology. Amused by the irony, a subtle smile played at the corners of his lips. Cheng Ying, however, remained unfazed by such matters. He merely listened to Li Ji's words, his previously cold gaze deepening in intensity. The Fuyue halberd mentioned by the imperial concubine, is it not General Mu's? Li Ji nodded slowly in affirmation. Upon hearing the implications of Li Ji's statement, Xiachen furrowed his brow, seemingly reluctant to accept the notion. Just as he was about to voice his objections, Gongsun, who had been silent thus far, rose from his seat. If that is the case, let us settle this with a match. His demeanor was as frigid as frost, his voice resonating with an icy resolve. Chapter 75. Who do you think will win? A flicker of astonishment crossed Xiachen's eyes. Just moments ago, Gongsun had seemingly no intention of competing. Was it because of this enticing prospect? Junmian had finally finished his matters and, upon hearing Gongsun's remark, felt no surprise whatsoever. He possessed far greater insight into Gongsun's origins than Xiachen, yet he did not anticipate such bold behavior from Gongsun. Unafraid of inciting Xiachen's suspicion, Junmian narrowed his eyes and instinctively glanced at the small figure beside him. To his astonishment, this little one, whose hand had just ceased to ache, was fixated on Gongsun in the distance. Junmian couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and irritation. The little one was nestled in his embrace, yet so indiscreetly gazing at another man. He encircled the small figure in his arms, shielding Mu Rujiao's line of sight with his hand. Initially, Mu Rujiao had been anxiously observing Gong Sun Yi, but upon having her view obstructed, she instinctively pulled down his hand. "Keep looking," he chided softly. It was not until an irritable click of the tongue resonated above Mu Rujiao's head that she regained her composure, slowly turning to Qi Junstian. Qi Junstian, with a bemused smile, inquired, "Is it captivating?" Mu Rujiao blinked and, without thinking, nodded, only to notice the threat in the man's gaze, prompting her to weakly shake her head. "No, not captivating, not at all," she fibbed. Upon hearing this, Qi Junstian raised an eyebrow in satisfaction, meticulously wiping away the water stains on Mu Rujiao's attire with a handkerchief before finally releasing her from his embrace, allowing her to sit properly. For reasons unbeknownst to her, witnessing Qi Junstian's earnestness in adjusting her clothing sparked an inexplicable urge within Mu Rujiao to call him father. Was Qi Junstian perhaps quite adept at caring for children? Shaking her head vigorously, she dismissed the absurd thought and redirected her gaze towards Gong Sun Yi once more. The day was still young. Not far from the banquet, there lay a spacious area, perfectly suited for a contest. Gong Sun Yi first glanced at Mu Rujiao, who signaled their secret communication with gestures. Gong Sun Yi smiled and nodded in response. "Stay safe." Cheng Ying's expression was frosty. Regarding the kingdom of Nanxi, he was most acquainted with the esteemed General Qianqiu. Though an adversary, even a battle-hardened Cheng Ying could not help but acknowledge her as a worthy opponent. It was during their unfortunate tumble off a cliff that he learned the reasons behind her presence on the battlefield. As long as she returns victorious, the Emperor of Nanxi will make her his consort. If I had intentions towards you, I would never allow you to enter such peril. At that moment, Cheng Ying himself was puzzled as to why he had uttered such words. Yet, witnessing the light in her eyes, especially when speaking of the Emperor, her once cold gaze sparkled with warmth. Suddenly, Cheng Ying felt an urge to meet the Emperor of Nanxi, the one whom General Qianqiu regarded as unparalleled, a beacon of clarity amidst chaos. Merely, Cheng Ying gazed upon the Emperor, nestled comfortably in the embrace of soft fragrance at a high position. As the coldness of his brow subtly shifted, was this truly the land and its people she was sworn to protect? Was it worth it? Yet, this question would never find an answer now. What he desired most was to reclaim the Moonfall Spear, at the very least. That relic of the past should not be buried within this frigid palace, where even light dared not venture. Gong Sun Yi and Cheng Ying stepped into the open space. Though they referred to it as a contest, neither bore weapons in hand. Cheng Ying inclined his body slightly towards Gong Sun Yi, a gesture of respect, to which Gong Sun Yi returned with a modest clasp of his fists. Narrowing his eyes, Gong Sun Yi assessed the imposing figure of Cheng Ying before him. The man exuded a sturdy presence, unmistakably a seasoned warrior from the battlefield. He did not let his guard down, and as the drum struck their commanding rhythm, the two engaged in fierce combat. Gong Sun Yi's speed was remarkable. He deftly evaded each of Cheng Ying's relentless strikes. Cheng Ying furrowed his brow, quickening the tempo of his assault. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged dozens of blows, stepping back momentarily before once again becoming entwined in battle. With a powerful downward strike, Cheng Ying's blow met Gong Sun Yi's dual-handed defense. Their strengths were evenly matched, neither yielding an inch. Suddenly, Cheng Ying's demeanor shifted, an icy resolve enveloping his features as he inquired in a low voice, "Who taught you such martial skills?" Having sparred with Mu Rujiao for several years, Cheng Ying was well versed in her techniques, yet the prowess displayed by this young general left him momentarily bewildered. Although there remained room for improvement, it was undeniably reminiscent of her frequently employed maneuvers. Gong Sun Yi remained silent, offering only a light chuckle as he intensified his grip, parrying Cheng Ying's advances. Cheng Ying retreated a few steps, positioning himself at the edge of the clearing. Not far away, Mu Rujiao anxiously observed the unfolding situation. It was evident that the young boy held the upper hand, yet her expression was grave. Qi Junstian sipped his tea, a smile gracing his lips. "Who do you think will emerge victorious?" he quietly asked Mu Rujiao during a brief lull in their duel. Mu Rujiao bit her lip, her dark eyes reflecting a chill. "I cannot discern, little wine." Qi Junstian chuckled. "Care to take a wild guess?" With a sigh, Mu Rujiao feigned innocence. General Gong Sun appears to be more formidable. With silver-black eyes gleaming beautifully, Qi Junstian squinted, his lips glistening with moisture, seemingly radiant. "Then, I shall wager that General Cheng Ying will prevail," he remarked nonchalantly. Mu Rujiao remained silent. Deep within, she understood that while the young boy currently held the advantage, it was merely a matter of time before Cheng Ying would claim victory. Just as Cheng Ying was familiar with her martial prowess, Mu Rujiao was equally adept at reading Cheng Ying's techniques. In their previous encounters, even when she exerted herself fully against Cheng Ying, the contest ended in a stalemate. Though the young boy had made swift progress, he ultimately lacked the depth of experience. His skills were those she had imparted to him, focusing primarily on weaponry for self-defense, while the intricacies of hand-to-hand combat had received scant instruction. Chungying is indeed a fervent martial arts enthusiast. Each time she is bested in combat, she diligently returns to devise new techniques to overcome her adversary. Furthermore, 3 years is ample time for Chungying to elevate her martial prowess to remarkable heights. As anticipated, Gong Sunyi's moves seemed entirely foreseen, while Chungying's assaults grew ever swifter. Beads of sweat forming on Gong Sunyi's brow under the blazing sun. Mu Rujiu's expression darkened, her fists clenched tightly. Noticing the tension emanating from the petite figure beside her, Qi Junstin smiled wryly. What is it? Do you wish for General Gongsun to triumph? Mu Rujiu lacked the energy to engage with Qi Junshin's banter and merely nodded. The Fuyue halberd is, after all, a weapon of the Nangxi kingdom. It ought not to fall into the hands of outsiders. Surprised by her response, Qi Junstin raised an eyebrow. Is that truly the reason for your desire for his victory? Mu Rujiu cast a perplexed glance at Qi Junshin, unable to decipher his meaning. Qi Junshin's mood appeared to lighten somewhat. He leaned closer to Mu Rujiu, his voice low and husky. Do you wish for it, little Jiu? Mu Rujiu turned, staring at Qi Junshin in astonishment. The man remained as captivating as ever, his features enchanting enough to beguile all. Under his spell, Mu Rujiu found herself nodding dazedly. Qi Junshin smirked, his smile broadening. What little Jiu desires, the imperial uncle shall not deny. This was a statement Qi Junshin had made before, and Mu Rujiu had thought it merely a jest. Now, she realized it was far more serious than she had assumed. On the training ground, as Chungying pressed her attack, Gong Sunyi defended himself while retreating continuously. Eventually, he found himself at the edge of the arena, barely managing to halt. However, Chungying had already ceased her onslaught. Gong Sunyi glanced down at his foot, half of it had crossed the boundary. Instinctively, he looked towards Mu Rujiu, who smiled and shook her head in response. Chungying bowed to Gong Sunyi, acknowledging her victory. He returned the gesture respectfully before resuming his position. Excellent. General Chungying's martial skills are indeed remarkable. Although displeased, Xiachen still offered his praise with a smile. Chungying held no fondness for Xiachen and merely returned a fist salute before making her way back to her spot. Li Ji had already dispatched someone to fetch the Fuyue halberd, seemingly eager to present it. At that moment, Qi Junshin slowly rose, a smile gracing his lips as he addressed Chungying. General Chungying, your martial prowess is commendable. How about a match against this prince? Chapter 76, My Esteemed Uncle. You are quite verbose. Nanchi possesses two treasures. One is the extraordinarily gifted Qingzijun Qi Junshin, and the other is the ancestral weapon of the Mu family, the Fuyue halberd. It is rumored that the Mu family's remarkable talents are due to the blessings of the Fuyue halberd, which is said to ward off evil and safeguard the long-lasting peace of Nanchi. Chungying, a general of Jiyuan, has heard whispers of these legends. However, as a military leader, he has only witnessed the Fuyue halberd in the hands of the legendary General Qianqiu. Today, he is finally introduced to another of Nanchi's treasures. The man has hair as dark as ink, adorned in a flowing black and gold robe that dances with the wind. His face is as exquisite as jade, with brows and eyes that resemble a painting, handsome beyond compare. Chungying momentarily loses his composure, then speaks with a hint of reverence. I presume this gentleman is His Highness the Regent of Qingza? Qi Junshin merely smiles in silence. At the main seat, Xiachen's expression cools slightly, since General Chungying has already triumphed. The Fuyue halberd rightfully belongs to him. It would be improper for His Highness to compete against General Chungying at this time. Upon hearing this, Qi Junshin chuckles softly, turning his gaze towards Xiachen, his silver-black pupils deep and unfathomable. Your Majesty speaks true. However, my little one has taken a fancy to this Fuyue halberd. If my brother does not win it back, the little one will surely raise a ruckus. Qi Junshin's tone conveys a sense of helplessness, as if the competition were merely to appease a child. Mu Rujiu, upon hearing this, momentarily falters, inwardly cursing Qi Junshin repeatedly. What a spoiled and willful child she must be. Xiachen, upon listening, slowly directs his brooding gaze toward Mu Rujiu. His narrowed eyes reveal a complex emotion. For some reason, he feels an odd familiarity in her every gesture. Li Ji furrows her brow slightly, pondering. She has never known the regent to be so indulgent towards a niece. Xiachen purses his lips, seemingly contemplating something. Meanwhile, Chungying speaks up with a deep voice. I have long heard of your highness's esteemed reputation. If it is a contest you desire, I shall gladly oblige. Upon hearing this, Xiachen's already dark expression grows even more forbidding. These two individuals clearly disregard him, though he feels an urge to explode. He restrains himself and forces a smile. In that case, let the two of you compete once more. Junmian strides toward the open space, mischievously tousling Mu Rujiao's hair before departing. Watch closely. My uncle's martial prowess is even more captivating. Junmian whispers in Mu Rujiao's ear, then joins Chongying in the clearing. Mu Rujiao can hardly contain her laughter and exasperation. Does this fellow really need to be so competitive? Junmian stands tall and poised, his figure elegant. The sun has set, dusk approaching, and the fiery red glow casts a warm hue upon his black and gold robe, with one hand resting behind him. A charming smile graces his lips. General Chongying has already engaged in a match. For this round, I shall fight with one hand. Chongying's gaze darkens. There is no need. As the sound of the gong resonated, Chongying launched an assault towards Junmian with the speed of an arrow. Junmian, with one hand elegantly resting behind his back, merely tilted his body slightly to evade the fierce attack from Chongying. Mu Rujiao needed just a glance to discern the inevitable outcome. 3 years prior, her martial prowess might have matched Junmian's, yet the passage of time had sufficed to bridge that gap. Now, even if Mu Rujiao exerted herself to the utmost, victory was far from certain. Junmian was nothing short of a prodigy. Mu Rujiao felt a twinge of relief that they were not adversaries. The consequences of such a conflict would be dire indeed. As anticipated, even with just one hand, Junmian deftly avoided all of Chongying's strikes. Chongying furrowed his brow and swung a punch at Junmian. This time, Junmian did not dodge. With a single hand, he intercepted Chongying's fist, not retreating an inch. Chongying understood the result. He chuckled lightly, withdrew his force, and bowed respectfully to Junmian, conceding defeat. Junmian accepted this graciously, a smile gracing his lips as he turned his gaze to Li Ji, seated at the head of the table, his captivating eyes narrowing slightly. Under the scrutiny of those eyes, Li Ji felt a pang of anxiety and hastily instructed a nearby attendant, "Go fetch the Fuyue halberd for His Royal Highness the Regent." "Yes," the attendant replied, dispatching several individuals to present the Fuyue halberd before Junmian. Grasping the halberd's shaft, Junmian nonchalantly twirled it, the weapon slicing through the air with a melodious resonance. A fine weapon indeed. Junmian weighed it thoughtfully, then approached Mu Rujiao with the Fuyue halberd in hand. As he drew nearer, Mu Rujiao found herself momentarily entranced. The Fuyue halberd had accompanied her for countless years, and today, after traversing a myriad of paths, it reappeared before her. At times, Mu Rujiao pondered, had she not been reborn, would she have perished after that fateful cup of poison? And had Tafu also succumbed to the butcher's blade? The Fuyue halberd might have languished in Li Ji's palace, or perhaps been regarded as a trivial prize, forever deprived of the opportunity to see battle again. Had she not been reborn, had she not encountered Junmian, she shuddered to contemplate what might have transpired. When Mu Rujiao returned to reality, she found Junmian supporting his chin with one hand, the Fuyue halberd held aloft in the other, kneeling before her, their gazes aligned. "Little Jiao, what you desired, your royal uncle has brought you." Junmian smiled, his already handsome visage rendered even more striking. He spoke with casual ease, as if it were no grand affair. Mu Rujiao, momentarily regaining her composure, looked at Junmian for a prolonged moment. The girl's eyes sparkled, her nose slightly flushed. "Thank you, royal uncle." This expression of gratitude held a depth of sincerity. As the banquet progressed into the evening, the music flowed softly and melodiously, creating a most enchanting atmosphere. Mu Rujiao possessed exceptional hearing. It seemed she had caught a faint sound, her ears twitching slightly. In the next moment, she discreetly turned her gaze towards the distance, catching a fleeting glimpse of a shadow. At the main table, Xie, smiling, inquired of Chongying, "Why is His Royal Highness, Crown Prince Ji Yuan, absent from this gathering in Nanxi?" Xie was no fool. Given that Nanxi had sent representatives to welcome the envoys of the Emperor and the Regent, while the kingdom of Ji Yuan had dispatched merely a general, the sincerity of their intentions remained uncertain. Chongying raised his cup in salute to Xie, responding subtly, "His Royal Highness has recently been unwell and is afflicted by illness. Therefore, he could not attend. I beg the Emperor's pardon." "Illness, indeed?" Mu Rujiao curled her lips slightly, her expression darkening. She drained her teacup and then blinked her large eyes at Junmian, saying, "Uncle, I wish to take a stroll." Junmian set down his wine cup, his tone serious as he asked, "What is the matter?" Mu Rujiao innocently blinked, "My feet have gone numb. I have sat for an entire afternoon, and a child like me cannot endure it." Junmian softened his brows and eyes, asking, "Would you like me to accompany you?" As it was a banquet to receive envoys, neither Lu Su nor Jiang Shou and Jiang Qing were allowed to enter the Forbidden City. They had to wait outside. Mu Rujiao shook her head, saying, "No, I won't wander far. Qi Junstan nodded, removing his waist token and placing it in Mu Rujiu's palm. Should you lose your way? Show this to someone. They will guide you back. Mu Rujiu glanced at the waist token. Wasn't this a symbol of the regent's identity? Was it truly acceptable to give it to her? Though she pondered this inwardly, her face displayed an obedient nod. Qi Junstan continued to advise, do not stray far. Avoid walking alone at night, and steer clear of dark alleys and corners. Do you understand? Uncle, Mu Rujiu interjected with a hint of amusement. You are quite verbose. Chapter 77. Sister, are you a fairy? Upon hearing the words, Qi Junstan did not express anger, but rather a sense of resignation, letting out a soft sigh. It seemed that ever since this little ancestral being had entered his life, he had been burdened with an array of new concerns. With a playful smirk, he lightly tapped Mu Rujiu's nose in a manner that hinted at punishment. Is it not because you are such a handful? Mu Rujiu, feeling slightly indignant, murmured. Little Jiu is very obedient and well-behaved. How could I be a source of worry? Qi Junstan chuckled softly and chose not to respond further. Mu Rujiu carefully placed her waist token in a secure spot before quietly slipping away from the banquet. As night enveloped the palace in a luminous glow, Mu Rujiu discreetly followed the direction in which the shadow had vanished. Officially, only Qingying represented the Jiyuan kingdom in the visit. However, behind the scenes, a delicate chime rang out, the sound of a bell echoing through the air. Unbeknownst to her, Mu Rujiu found herself at the edge of the palace wall. Upon hearing the bell, a spark of realization flickered in her eyes. She had found it. Who is it? Mu Rujiu called out, her voice clear yet tinged with trepidation. The bell's sound grew ever closer, and as she suddenly looked up, she beheld a figure perched atop the wall. The newcomer wore a light, flowing fiery red gown. Silver bells adorning her fair ankles, chiming gently with the breeze. Donning a fox mask, Mu Rujiu immediately recognized her as the enchanting dancer who had performed alongside Li Jixian. A soft, alluring laugh reached her ears. With elegance, the figure pushed the fox mask atop her head, revealing a breathtaking visage. Her alluring fox-like eyes sparkled with mischief, her lips curling into a casual smile. Her bare feet swayed, the bells producing a melodious sound. The moonlight poured down like water, casting a cool glow upon the figure in red, surrounding her with a soft, ethereal light. The gentle flicker of candlelight danced around her, reflecting in her tender gaze, rendering her almost otherworldly. Perched on the palace wall, she gazed down at the young girl with captivating, deep-set eyes. The music from the banquet felt distant, and Mu Rujiu struggled to hear it clearly. She tilted her head back, entranced by the sight of the red-clad figure, a look of awe crossing her features. It had been 5 years since their last encounter, and this was the first time Mu Rujiu had laid eyes on her again. A breeze fluttered through, stirring the light fabric of her gown, which flowed like water, both chilling and alluring. Having dwelled in the inner palace for many years, Mu Rujiu had certainly encountered numerous beautiful women. Yet, the one before her possessed an extraordinary beauty that was simply beyond reason, a beauty so striking it was almost blinding. Yet one could not look away. Sister, Mu Rujiu stammered, her tone innocent. Are you a fairy? Upon hearing her, the figure let out a soft laugh, seemingly surprised by the girl's lack of fear. She remained seated upon the wall, the fox mask resting atop her head, her bright eyes and captivating smile utterly enchanting. Little girl, are you not afraid of me? The voice of the figure clad in red was somewhat cool yet tinged with curiosity as it rose slightly in pitch. Gazing inquisitively at Mu Rujiu, shaking her head in astonishment, Mu Rujiu exclaimed, Sister, you are so beautiful, I am not afraid at all. The woman raised an eyebrow, her lips, lush and vibrant, parting slightly. Little girl, are you from the palace? Mu Rujiu, fixated on the woman, first nodded in response to the question, only to quickly shake her head. No, I came to the palace with my royal uncle to attend the banquet. I do not reside there. Your royal uncle? Mu Rujiu obediently nodded. Yes, His Highness the Regent is my royal uncle. A glimmer of surprise flickered in the red-clad figure's eyes, followed by a light chuckle. I did not expect that Lord Qingza has such a lovely niece. Sister, are you a fairy? Mu Rujiu pressed on, undeterred. Hiki, I am not a fairy, merely a dancer in the palace, the woman replied. Though Mu Rujiu nodded in agreement, inwardly she cursed, 5 years apart, and she still can't utter a single truth. The woman appeared intrigued, swinging her legs as she inquired, Little girl, tell me, what did you talk about at the banquet? Mu Rujiu bit her finger, deep in thought, before finally responding. I couldn't understand what they were saying. It seemed my royal uncle was always contradicting the emperor's words, quite fierce indeed. A flicker of emotion crossed the woman's eyes. It seems that Qi Junstan does not wish for the two nations to reconcile. Mu Rujiu pretended not to hear, her gaze still fixed on her. The woman continued, "So, little girl, do you know your royal uncle's stance regarding that general?" Rujiu blinked. "Are you referring to General Chang'e?" The woman nodded. After a moment of contemplation, Rujiu spoke. "My royal uncle's attitude towards General Chang'e is rather poor. He often targets him, but I do not know why." Upon hearing this, the woman chuckled softly. "It appears that we may glean some insight from Qi Junxian." Noticing the woman lost in thought, Rujiu smirked with a sense of mischief. "Little girl, I must take my leave now. Do not tell anyone you met me, understand? Otherwise, I might be punished." The woman spoke pitifully to Rujiu. Quickly, Rujiu assured her, Yes. Rest assured, I will not tell anyone." That cunning fox. Were it not for her prior encounters with him, she might have almost believed the woman's performance. The woman nodded in satisfaction, then gracefully flipped away, departing the palace walls. Only when the sound of her voice faded did a chill surface in Rujiu's eyes. What nonsense about being a sister. That was clearly the crown prince of Jiyuan, Yan Haqing. This scoundrel, relying on his good looks, behaved with utter impunity. When she first encountered Yan Haqing 5 years ago at the city gate, she too had mistakenly thought him a woman. It was not due to her poor eyesight, but rather because Yan Haqing possessed a face that could enchant the masses. That incident had caused quite the uproar, and Rujiu wished never to recall it again. From the moment Rujiu beheld him behind the delicate veil, she realized that there were undoubtedly others who had come to Nanxi, beyond merely Chang'e. Yet, while Chang'e operated in the light, Yan Haqing lurked in the shadows, and no one would ever suspect a dancer. Yan Haqing preferred to remain hidden from Xiachen. Yet her arrival in Nanxi was clearly driven by a singular purpose, to investigate the situation there. The kingdom of Jiyuan had always been belligerent, when Rujiu clashed with them. Their tenacity only intensified, making them exceedingly troublesome. Thus, it took Rujiu nearly 3 years to quell the conflict, leading the kingdom of Jiyuan to sign a truce. However, nearly 3 years later, they could no longer contain themselves. The governance of Nanxi rested in the hands of 2 individuals, Regent Qi Junxian and Emperor Xiachen. The kingdom of Jiyuan was undoubtedly aware of this, and to inflict significant damage upon Nanxi, they would first seek to undermine it from within. Qi Junxian and Xiachen were at odds, and their unfavorable disposition towards the emissaries from Jiyuan indicated their dissatisfaction with the truce. This was precisely what Yan Haqing wished to observe. If Rujiu's intuition served her right, Yan Haqing would soon seize the opportunity to converse with Qi Junxian. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, a sentiment both parties would surely comprehend. Rujiu narrowed her eyes. Xiachen, oh Xiachen, I have bestowed upon you this imperial throne. Can you uphold it? When Rujiu returned to the banquet, it was nearing its conclusion. After exchanging a few courteous remarks, Xiachen instructed an attendant to escort Chang'e to his residence. Sensing the right moment, Rujiu stifled a yawn, prompting Qi Junxian to prepare to take his leave with her. Jun, wait a moment, Xiachen called out to Qi Junxian. As Qi Junxian turned to face Xiachen, a flawless smile returned to his lips. Does your majesty have further instructions? Xiachen merely smiled, his gaze drifting to Rujiu beside Qi Junxian. Squinting slightly, he wore an enigmatic smile. This girl's features remind me so much of an old acquaintance. Chapter 78. The emperor's uncle will forever protect Xiaojiu unbeknownst to her. Xiachen had approached Rujiu, his eyes narrowing slightly as he gazed at her beside Qi Junxian. A smile played upon his lips, yet Rujiu, well acquainted with Xiachen, sensed his discontent. What could she do? At present, her spirits were high. The young girl, feeling playful, timidly sought refuge behind Qi Junxian, murmuring, "Uncle, Xiaojiu is afraid." Qi Junxian chuckled softly, cradling Rujiu in his embrace before addressing Xiachen. Your Majesty, my child is rather shy. Please forgive her. Rujiu distinctly perceived a fleeting coldness in Xiachen's eyes, swiftly followed by a smile. How could I possibly blame such a delightful child? Internally scoffing, Rujiu maintained her timid facade. Your Majesty, does that old acquaintance of yours not hold you in esteem? Xiachen chuckled, a hint of pride glimmering in his eyes. No, she is quite enamored with me. At this revelation, Rujiu rolled her eyes but encircled Qi Junxian's neck with her arms. Is that so? It seems your old acquaintance possesses rather poor judgment. She was indeed blind to the truth. A flicker of coldness crossed Xiachen's gaze, and he was about to retort when Qi Junxian interjected at the opportune moment. Your Majesty, surely you wouldn't take offense at a child? Xiachen's expression darkened, lips pressed tightly together, a storm brewing within. Qi Junxian feigned ignorance, merely raising an eyebrow with a smile. My child has been seated all day and is quite fatigued. Your Majesty, I shall take my leave. Without awaiting Xiachen's response, He turned and departed, carrying Mu Rujiu in his arms. Behind them, Xia Chen's eyes were clouded with fury. Qi Junstin would certainly pay for this insolence. As twilight descended, Mu Rujiu indeed felt weary. Outside Hualong Road, Jiangqing had been waiting for some time. Once Qi Junstin had placed Mu Rujiu in the carriage, it began to move. She yawned, comfortably nestling in Qi Junshin's embrace, her eyelids growing heavy. Does Xiao Jiu seem to dislike the emperor? Qi Junshin's voice was soft, like a feather brushing against Mu Rujiu's ear. In a drowsy nod, she replied. The emperor treats uncle poorly, so Xiao Jiu does not like him. A muffled laugh emanated from above her. You confront him so boldly. Are you not afraid he might punish you? Fatigued to the point of barely keeping her eyes open, she shifted into a more comfortable position in Qi Junshin's embrace. Whimsically tugging at his hand to continue the soothing patting, Qi Junshin indulged her, shedding his outer garment and draping it over her. What is there to fear? Uncle will protect Xiao Jiu. Murmuring in agreement, Mu Rujiu succumbed to sleep, blissfully resting. The man's striking silver-black eyes glimmered. His captivating brows and eyes softened by the moonlight, exuding warmth like gentle water. Indeed, Uncle will forever protect Xiao Jiu. The man's voice was so faint that Mu Rujiu thought she had misheard. Outside the carriage, Jiangzhou noticed his master tapping on the carriage frame and subtly reduced the speed. Upon arriving at the royal residence, Jiangzhou held the reins, preparing to call the master to alight. Before he could utter a word, the man lifted the curtain and stepped out of the carriage, tall and upright. He cradled a slumbering young girl in his arms, ensuring she remained undisturbed. Qi Junstin gestured to Jiangzhou, who nodded in understanding and fell silent. After descending from the carriage with the young girl, Qi Junstin tightened the cloak draped over her shoulders and proceeded towards the residence. When Lu Su caught sight of Qi Junstin, she instinctively prepared to bow but was halted by his gaze. Raising her eyes, she finally noticed the child nestled in her master's embrace. The previously austere expression softened, and a smile graced Lu Su's lips as she led Qi Junstin to Mu Rujiu's chamber. After gently laying the sleeping girl on the bed, Qi Junstin quietly instructed Lu Su, "There are still some documents I must attend to. Please take good care of the young lady." "Understood," Lu Su replied. With that, Qi Junstin turned to leave. Watching him depart, Shui Mo could not help but smile, remarking, "The prince truly cares for the young lady." Lu Su, upon hearing this, felt her expression warm, a smile blooming on her face. The night was serene, and dreams eluded her. The following day, Mu Rujiu joyfully placed the prepared scroll in her hands and boarded the carriage. Today was the day for her lessons. Qi Junstin glanced at the item in her possession and remarked nonchalantly, "A gift for that young lad from the Ji family?" Mu Rujiu nodded, her gaze slightly evasive. "Yes. I took quite some time to select it. I wonder if Qi Tongshui will like it." The man scoffed lightly, he wouldn't dare not to. Mu Rujiu, caught between laughter and exasperation, replied, "Your Highness, you are too fierce." Qi Junstin fell silent thereafter. Upon reaching the entrance of the private school, Mu Rujiu bid farewell to Qi Junstin and hurried inside. She felt a pang of anxiety. If she lingered any longer with him, she feared her secret would be unveiled. Entering the Qinzi Hall, Mu Rujiu immediately spotted Ji Fuyan surrounded by numerous students. "Ji Tongshui, this is my birthday gift for you. Ji Tongshui, here is mine. I hope you like it. And this, and I too." Mu Rujiu leaned against the doorframe, marveling at the bustling scene before her. Among those presenting gifts to Ji Fuyan were students from various academies, a testament to his esteemed reputation throughout the school. Ji Fuyan sat upright at his desk, nodding slowly at the students offering gifts, his demeanor remaining composed and indifferent. "Thank you. Much appreciated. Thank you for your trouble." Ji Fuyan responded in a meticulous manner, displaying a courteous demeanor. However, after spending considerable time at the same table as him, Mu Rujiu could discern the subtle impatience radiating from the young boy. Eventually, he slightly raised his gaze and spotted Mu Rujiu at the entrance, signaling her with his eyes. Mu Rujiu naturally understood Ji Fuyan's intent. Yet, as she observed the dense crowd before her, a sense of trepidation washed over her, prompting her to gesture dismissively to Ji Fuyan. "No way. If I were to rush in there, wouldn't I be devoured alive?" A flicker of what resembled a threat glimmered in Ji Fuyan's eyes. Conceding to his silent pressure, Mu Rujiu hesitated for a moment, touched her nose, cleared her throat, and made her way through the throng to Ji Fuyan's side. "Ah, classmate Ji. I encountered a verse yesterday that I couldn't quite grasp. Could you elucidate its meaning for me?" The girl's voice was soft and sweet, rendering it difficult to decline. Ji Fuyan, maintaining a serious demeanor, nodded, "Of course." He then addressed the students who still wished to present him with gifts. "I apologize, everyone. but I have some matters to attend to. I appreciate your kindness, but I must kindly ask you to leave for now. The group of students cast a resentful glare at Rujiu before regretfully departing from Chinzi Hall. Rujiu felt as though she could weep without tears. Please, allow me to explain. Once the crowd finally dispersed, Rujiu shot a glare at Ji Fuyan. Mr. Ji, how could you leave me to shoulder the blame? Ji Fuyan remained seated with an upright posture. Well, I am not adept at navigating such situations. This was indeed true. Someone like Ji Fuyan, positioned high above with exceptional abilities, was undoubtedly a target of admiration for countless students in the private academy. As Rujiu pondered these thoughts, she suddenly felt the boy's gaze gradually settle upon her. Rujiu, he spoke, his presence as refreshing as a gentle breeze under the bright moon, untouched by worldly dust. Rujiu looked up, meeting the clarity and coldness of his penetrating eyes. Where is my gift? Chapter 79. Are you free tomorrow? Rujiu was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the question, and by the time she regained her composure, she found the situation rather amusing. Mr. Ji, is it customary to directly request a gift from someone? Ji Fuyan merely pursed his lips in silence, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under his scrutiny, Rujiu finally placed the artwork she had prepared before Ji Fuyan. Here, a birthday gift. Upon sensing the weight in his hands, Ji Fuyan's eyes widened in surprise. As realization dawned upon him, he glanced at Rujiu before turning his attention back to the scroll in his grasp. Slowly, he untied the silk ribbon, holding both ends of the scroll as he began to unroll it. A spark of astonishment flickered in Ji Fuyan's eyes. He stared incredulously at Rujiu. Isn't this? Before he could finish his sentence, Rujiu stepped forward, placing a hand over his mouth. The boy's lips appeared cool and thin, yet her palm felt the softness beneath. Rujiu widened her eyes in surprise, one hand covering Ji Fuyan's mouth, while the other gestured for silence. She whispered, akin to a thief, cautiously scanning their surroundings. Once she confirmed that no one was paying attention, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Her gaze fell upon Ji Fuyan, whose ears were flushed crimson. He stared wide-eyed, seemingly wanting to evade her touch. It was then that Rujiu realized her actions had been somewhat impolite. I apologize, she exclaimed, hastily withdrawing her hand from his lips and sitting upright, as if nothing untoward had transpired. Ji Fuyan placed a hand over his mouth, his cheeks burning with embarrassment. Why did it resemble the plight of a girl who had been wronged? For a brief moment, Rujiu felt as though she had lost her humanity. Ji Fuyan quickly stepped back, creating distance between them, finally remembering to breathe. Feeling sheepish, Rujiu scratched her head, then turned serious as she addressed Ji Fuyan. Mr. Ji, I went to great lengths to discover that you admired this painting. Please, do not let the emperor's uncle find out. Otherwise, he will cast me out of my home. Ji Fuyan's mind was a chaotic whirlwind, utterly unable to process Rujiu's words, and he merely nodded absently. Upon returning to the royal manor, Junmian was approached by Jiang Qing, her expression one of distress. Master, the young lady. Junmian furrowed his brow. What has happened to her? Is she injured? No. The young lady is perfectly fine, Jiang Qing replied awkwardly. However, before she went to the private school today, she visited your study. Hearing this, Junmian's furrowed brows finally relaxed slightly. What happened? Jiang Qing recalled the mischief committed by her young mistress and felt utterly helpless. The young lady has swapped out that cherished painting of yours. Upon hearing this, Junmian raised an eyebrow slightly and made his way toward his study. Behind them, Jiang Shou glanced at Jiang Qing, seemingly inquiring about the unfolding events. Jiang Qing blinked, embodying an expression that spoke of unutterable complexities. Junmian entered his study and immediately spotted the painting that had once hung behind his desk, an exquisite piece crafted by a master several millennia ago. With most of his authentic works long lost to time, this was likely the most complete surviving example. In days gone by, that young scion of the Ji family had repeatedly sought this painting from Tiandichu, yet to no avail, for it had long remained in Junmian's possession. At first sight, Junmian discerned the painting's divergence. Jiang Qing, on the verge of tears, followed his master to the artwork's vicinity, where Junmian scrutinized the calligraphy before him. Upon reaching the signature, he could not help but chuckle. The original inscription had been replaced with a character for wine, unmistakably indicating it had been swapped. This little rascal, daring to commit mischief so brazenly? Jiang Qing, fearing his master's ire, ventured, My lord, shall I go to the private school? No need, Junmian replied decisively. He regarded the counterfeit artwork with keen interest, devoid of any trace of anger. Upon further examination, Despite numerous flaws, one had to concede that the little imp's forgery skills were indeed commendable. A smile crept upon Qi Junxian's lips. Jiangqing gulped. Really? Really isn't it necessary? Did you not say that painting was priceless? Qi Junxian's gaze remained unwavering. Squinting, he appeared to be in high spirits. Indeed, priceless. The man stands tall and elegant, he paused, then continued. But this piece before me is also. Jiangqing was somewhat perplexed. Wasn't he this merely a counterfeit painted by his young mistress? Qi Junxian smirked. Ah. It seems my little one possesses quite the talent for painting. Jiangqing was left bewildered by his master's words. What was the meaning behind this expression of admiration for the child's prowess? Li Ji learned from Ting Lu that the coral tree gifted to her at the last birthday banquet had been sent from Tiandiju. If the empress mother likes it, I can bring a larger one next time, Ting Lu said with a smile. A glimmer of greed flickered in Li Ji's eyes as she replied with a smirk. Your concern for the empress mother delights her. Ting Lu smiled, seemingly recalling something, and then asked, Empress mother, didn't the crown prince go on a tour to Junmian? Why has he returned yet? Li Ji calculated the days. Your brother said he would spend half a month in Junmian. He should be returning soon. Today. As Ji Fuyan settled into her seat, a throng of female students surrounded her. Ji, do you have time tomorrow? I wish to extend an invitation to you. Ji classmate, why not accompany me? Ji classmate, will you join me tomorrow? Ji Fuyan momentarily froze, recalling the significance of the day ahead. And suddenly realized. He politely inclined his head to the approaching female students. Apologizing. I regret to inform you that I have pressing matters to attend to tomorrow and cannot venture out. Such an excuse was evidently a refusal. And the several female students were not oblivious to this, so they dispersed accordingly. When Rujiu arrived at the classroom, she yawned widely, unceremoniously taking a seat beside Ji Fuyan. Mr. Ji, do you have any free time tomorrow? Ji Fuyan, who had been practicing calligraphy, paused slightly upon hearing the girl's voice, causing the neatly formed character he was writing to become askew. After a brief silence, he continued writing with an impassive demeanor. His voice slightly hoarse. Nothing pressing, what is it? Upon hearing this, Rujiu's eyes sparkled brightly as she gazed at Ji Fuyan and spoke. Then, could you possibly bring me some box cake from West Street tomorrow? The place where I reside is quite far from West Street. And I've heard that the box cake is rather difficult to procure. Mr. Ji, might you be able to pick it up on your way? His writing hand finally came to a halt. Ji Fuyan set aside his brush and turned to Rujiu, his expression somewhat frosty. What is it? Rujiu inquired. Puzzled, why does Ji Fuyan appear somewhat displeased? Tomorrow is a day of rest, Ji Fuyan replied coldly. Rujiu's eyes widened in surprise. How can that be? Tomorrow is not a day of rest. The youth looked at the somewhat dazed girl before him. Tomorrow is the Qixi festival. As he uttered these words, Rujiu seemed to hear Ji Fuyan's teeth grinding. Chapter 80. I do not wish to be their ideal partner. The Qixi festival is one of the most grandiose celebrations in the kingdom of Nanxi. On the night of Qixi, the capital lifts its curfew, and the lights shine brightly throughout the night. The bustling streets of Chang'an are aglow with brilliant lanterns, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. On this day, unmarried women present embroidered handkerchiefs to their beloved suitors. The man who receives the most handkerchiefs must choose one woman and present her with a prepared gift. Uncle, have you ever received a handkerchief from a woman? Rujiu inquired curiously as she returned to the royal residence and sat down for dinner, gazing intently at Qi Junxian. Qi Junxian skillfully prepared the crab, separating the succulent meat and placing it into the porcelain bowl before her. No, the man's voice was melodious and enchanting. Really? Rujiu found it hard to believe. Even she had to admit that Qi Junxian was indeed blessed with striking features. Was it not said that handsome men would be pursued by beautiful women tossing fruits and handkerchiefs at them? Nearby, Jiang Shou could hardly contain his laughter and chimed in. Miss, the master never attends the Qixi temple fair. Rujiu widened her eyes, staring at Qi Junxian as if he were a curious creature. Uncle, is that true? Qi Junxian merely nodded, his silver-black eyes captivating. The temple fair is crowded and chaotic. Attending would only invite trouble, he stated with a nonchalant tone. Rujiu frowned. Uncle, if you stay cooped up in the residence, you will grow mushrooms. Jiang Shou could no longer suppress his laughter. Qi Junxian shot him a glare before raising an eyebrow at the girl before him. Little Rujiu wishes to go? Rujiu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded vigorously. Despite her words, she had not participated in the Qixi festival in recent years. During her time in the palace, she would watch as Xiechen celebrated with Li Ji, gazing longingly at the dazzling lights beyond the towering palace walls. What was the outside world like on Qixi? Rujiu could hardly remember. Now that she had finally stepped out, she yearned to explore. Noticing her enthusiasm for the temple fair, Qi Junstan let out a soft chuckle and pinched her cheek. Since that is the case, I shall begrudgingly accompany you to the fair. His tone conveyed a hint of reluctance, as if he had reached this decision after considerable contemplation. Yet, Jiang Shou could sense that his master's lips were curling into a smile. Mu Rujiu joyfully wrapped her arms around Qi Junstan's, exclaiming, "Thank you, uncle. I like you the most." Jiang Shou observed with amusement as his master's smile grew even wider. On the night of the Qixi festival, Mu Rujiu dressed in her finest attire and stood at the entrance, eagerly awaiting Qi Junstan. However, after waiting for nearly half an hour, he had yet to emerge. What could be taking him so long? Mu Rujiu felt a sense of bewilderment as she contemplated seeking out Qi Junstan in his chambers. Just as she was about to embark on her quest, she caught sight of a figure approaching her. The man was clad in white garments as pure as snow, adorned with subtle silver patterns that shimmered softly under the flickering candlelight. Qi Junstan had not completely tied back his long hair. Instead, he had loosely gathered it into a half-up style. The once spirited regent now exuded an air of scholarly charm, appearing more approachable than ever. Mu Rujiu widened her eyes in astonishment, momentarily lost for words until Qi Junstan stood before her. After a brief pause, she stuttered, "Uncle, your attire." Qi Junstan raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Yes, this outfit is more streamlined. It helps to avert numerous complications." Initially, Mu Rujiu was perplexed by the nature of the complications he referred to. It was not until they reached Chang'an Street that the reason became apparent. A throng of women, undeterred by the presence of others, eagerly rushed towards him, their eyes alight with admiration as they brandished embroidered handkerchiefs. Even in casual attire, Qi Junstan's striking visage was undeniably captivating. As they arrived at Chang'an Street, he was swiftly encircled by a group of stunningly beautiful women. Mu Rujiu found herself jostled aside by the crowd, her eyes widening as she beheld the scene of Qi Junstan surrounded by these enchanting ladies. And she could not help but swallow hard. At that moment, she finally understood why Qi Junstan had chosen such a practical outfit. There was simply no place to tuck away their handkerchiefs. The women, blushing and eager, attempted to offer their handkerchiefs to Qi Junstan, only to discover that there was no suitable spot on his person for their tokens. Nevertheless, Mu Rujiu watched in amusement as they persistently tried, only to depart reluctantly, casting him flirtatious glances as they left. With a bemused expression, she regarded Qi Junstan, whose demeanor had darkened. "Uncle, you truly are quite perceptive," she remarked. Qi Junstan pressed his lips together, glancing over his shoulder with evident displeasure. "Ah, uncle. Those women were merely smitten with you, which is why they sought to give you their handkerchiefs. Your expression is rather daunting," she teased. The throng of people around them was overwhelming. Concerned that the little one might get lost, Qi Junstan lifted Mu Rujiu into his arms. The previously narrow view expanded instantly, and her eyes sparkled with delight. "I do not wish to be their object of affection," he declared, his voice clear as he struggled to keep her still, one hand supporting her back. It was a futile wish. From the very beginning, it was unwise to instill hope in them. Mu Rujiu smiled, choosing to remain silent. Nestled in Qi Junstan's embrace, she easily surveyed her surroundings, prompting him to explore this way and that. Before long, her arms were filled with an array of treats and toys. Excitedly, Mu Rujiu held up a sugar figurine, beaming as she displayed it to Qi Junstan. He could only respond with an exasperated smile. "Dear ancestor, please be careful not to get the sugar in my hair." Ignoring his plea, she noticed the bustling crowd ahead, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "Uncle, uncle, it seems there is something wonderful up ahead." With a resigned yet affectionate sigh, Qi Junstan acquiesced and carried Mu Rujiu forward. "Have you heard?" The enchanting maiden Qinghan declared that upon receiving her embroidered ball, she would dance with the fortunate recipient. "Qinghan? Is she not the most renowned dancer of recent days?" "Indeed. Who else could command such an elaborate occasion? It is said that this Qinghan possesses an extraordinary beauty, and to share a dance with her would undoubtedly be a lifetime treasure. Who could argue otherwise?" Qinghan is merely the stage name adopted by Yan Haqing when she performs as a dancer. What trickery is she up to now? Tossing an embroidered ball? Behind the delicate veil, the figure of the woman sways with grace, exuding an indescribable allure. Mu Rujiu had witnessed Yan Haqing's dance before, and it was indeed breathtaking. However, the thought of a past incident extinguished her enthusiasm entirely. "Your Highness, shall we explore another area?" Mu Rujiu suggested. Qi Junstan had no objections. He had come to the festival merely to accompany her. Nodding, he embraced Mu Rujiu and turned to leave. Behind them, the crowd erupted in commotion. "The maiden Qinghan is about to toss her embroidered ball. Make way, make way. I must catch it." Step aside. A toad aspires to eat swan meat. Silence. You bunch of toads. It has been thrown. Quick, catch it. Hey, hey, hey. Move to the back. Upon hearing this, Rujiu was suddenly struck by an ominous premonition. Chapter 81. The unfazed Rujiu. As the embroidered ball soared through the air towards Rujiu, she experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, the gaze of Junmian, who held her close, turned icy. Almost instinctively, he reached out, catching the spherical object that landed in his palm. A brief silence enveloped the surrounding crowd. Junmian furrowed his brow slightly, turning around. He finally beheld the object he now held, an embroidered ball. He had naturally overheard the recent conversation, but he had dismissed it. Now, with the ball in his possession, even Junmian found himself momentarily taken aback. On stage, the veiled maiden who had thrown the ball revealed only her beautiful eyes, which now mirrored her surprise. To his astonishment, he had aimed for that small object, yet it had landed squarely in Junmian's grasp, although either man could have been the recipient. Her intention was to forge a connection with Junmian. However, the prospect of two men dancing together was undeniably awkward. Rujiu gradually regained her senses. She first glanced at Junmian, who stood frozen on stage, then at the brooding Junmian who held her. Rujiu stifled her laughter, determined to contain herself. With her head buried against Junmian's chest, she feared that laughter might escape her lips. 1 second, 2 seconds, the memory of their expressions earlier flooded back, and she could no longer hold back. Ha ha ha! Rujiu collapsed against Junmian's shoulder, bursting into uncontrollable laughter. She made no effort to suppress her mirth, laughing so hard she nearly lost her balance. Though Junmian's expression was dark, he worried that she might topple over and instinctively supported her back with one hand. Ha ha! Rujiu could hardly contain herself, tears of laughter streaming down her face. The current situation was as follows. Junmian had no desire to approach, nor did Junmian wish for him to do so. The onlookers also shared the sentiment that their beloved maiden should not dance with another man. Yet, Rujiu was eager to witness the spectacle, relishing the drama unfolding before her. As Junmian prepared to carry her away, Rujiu called out cheerfully, "Uncle, where are you going? The beautiful sister on stage is waiting for you to dance with her." Junmian's steps faltered slightly. Silence ensued. The crowd fell silent, all eyes fixated upon the man in white. With a bemused expression, Junmian gazed at the lively girl in his arms, gritting his teeth. "You ungrateful little thing." Rujiu, her eyes sparkling with mischief, urged him, "Uncle, hurry. Don't keep the beautiful sister waiting." At last, Junmian, too, regained his composure. Although his original intention had been to throw the ball to that young girl, circumstances had now shifted, compelling him to embrace the error. A smile returned to his face as he nodded at Junmian, his eyes glinting with amusement. "Esteemed sir, might I invite you to share a dance with me?" Rujiu laughed so heartily that her voice became hoarse, leaning on Junmian's shoulder as she wiped her tears. Junmian's fierce glare held little intimidation for her. Despite his scowl, he was still worried she might fall, hence his tight embrace. After a moment, perhaps seeing the little one's genuine anticipation, Junmian sighed and, holding Rujiu, made his way toward the stage. Rujiu, displaying her keen sense of awareness, gracefully slipped from his arms, eager for the spectacle. "Uncle, hurry up. The beautiful sister wants to dance with you." Junmian shot her a sharp glance but ultimately leaped onto the stage. Junmian, with a smile dancing in her eyes and a sultry voice, inquired, "What tune does the young master wish to dance to with me?" Junmian responded indifferently, "Anything." Rujiu thought to herself, this man truly lacks romantic sensibility. Junmian, undeterred, continued to smile. "In that case, shall we dance to Kanshang?" The man stood tall upon the elevated platform, his demeanor cold yet, when glancing down at a certain little one, his expression softened. As the music began to resonate from behind the scenes, Junmian gracefully twirled her silk veil, dancing elegantly around Junmian. She tied a silk scarf over his eyes, obscuring his vision entirely. Initially, Junmian had no intention of wearing it, but unable to withstand the little one's sparkling gaze from below, he reluctantly complied. The two, both tall and striking, made a visually pleasing pair on stage. However, knowing the truth, Rujiu couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Junmian tossed an embroidered ball towards them, clearly with intent. Yet, Rujiu could not decipher his intentions at that moment. The platform was elevated, requiring Rujiu to tilt her head back to see the two above. Junmian appeared somewhat aloof, standing with arms crossed, exuding a sense of impatience. Junmian, with her veil, retreated into the gauzy curtain, causing the audience below to shift to get a better view. The crowd surged, and Mu Rujiu, being of modest height, found it difficult to maintain her ground amidst the throng. Just as she was about to sway with the crowd, a warm hand grasped her wrist. Her first instinct was to retaliate, yet upon turning to face the newcomer, her motion halted. The young man, with a cool demeanor, stood amidst the crowd, seemingly concerned she might be swept away, gripping her wrist firmly. Yet, the tips of his ears appeared slightly flushed. "Mr. Ji?" Mu Rujiu exclaimed in surprise. "What brings you here?" Yesterday, Ji Fuyan had informed her that today was Qixi, yet he seemed upset, ignoring her inquiries. When she asked if he would attend the temple fair, he coldly replied that he was too busy. Ji Fuyan cleared his throat. His attractive lips pressed together slightly, just passing by. But this was East Street, and wasn't he Mr. Ji residing in the West? Mujiu. Ji Fuyan called out her name. Be quiet, the young man commanded, though he no longer looked at her. Mu Rujiu awkwardly touched her nose, choosing not to say anything further. On stage, Yan Haqing danced gracefully behind a veil of sheer fabric. While it was said to be a duet, it was, in fact, solely Yan Haqing performing. Upon reflection, one could only imagine the horror if Qi Junxian were to join her in dance. Yet, Mu Rujiu squinted, trying to catch a glimpse of Yan Haqing's figure. Why was she always hidden behind the veil? After what felt like an eternity, Yan Haqing finally stepped forward, continuing her dance to the music. Something felt amiss. Mu Rujiu's lips pursed slightly. Based on her understanding of Yan Haqing, something was definitely off. Amidst the cacophony of voices, everyone shouted praises for the dancer on stage, whose movements were both delicate and enchanting. Yet, in the midst of this noise, Mu Rujiu discerned an unusual sound, like nails being pulled from wood. This is bad. Mu Rujiu's gaze sharpened as she turned towards the massive koi lantern at the back of the stage, the most exquisite structure of the Qixi festival. However, she noticed that the grand koi seemed to teeter perilously. Ji Fuyan, get out of here. Mu Rujiu urgently pushed Ji Fuyan away, insisting he leave immediately. Ji Fuyan frowned slightly, sensing something amiss, and as he raised his eyes, he saw the koi lantern crashing down, hurtling towards the stage. His brows furrowed as he intended to take Mu Rujiu with him, but in the blink of an eye, he found Mu Rujiu leaping onto the stage, rushing towards Qi Junxian. Qi Junxian, still blindfolded, remained oblivious to the chaos surrounding him. Run! The lantern is collapsing! A wave of shouts erupted from the crowd, prompting everyone to flee. Before Qi Junxian could remove his blindfold, a force pulled him away from the stage. Be careful, young master. Yan Haqing swiftly guided him away from the backstage. Qi Junxian did not notice Mu Rujiu racing towards him. Mu Rujiu quickly scanned the stage but could not find Qi Junxian. In a flash of realization, she thought, Yan Haqing, how could you play such a dangerous game? There was no time for reprimands. Mu Rujiu hurriedly tried to exit the stage. Yet, it was too late. The koi lantern came crashing down, destroying the stage. Mu Rujiu seemed to hear someone calling her name. She wanted to turn back but was suddenly shielded by a force. In the next moment, everything spun. And when Mu Rujiu regained her senses, she was bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. She blinked and met a pair of dark red eyes. Gong Suini frowned slightly. Yet his voice softened. How foolish. Chapter 82. Intelligence or Foolishness. The man, with his striking eyebrows and bright eyes, softened his gaze as he looked at the girl before him. Mu Rujiu, why are you still so foolish? Though his words bore a tone of reproach, a helpless smile adorned his lips. Mu Rujiu was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that Gong Sunyi was holding her in his embrace. In the next instant, the ornate koi lantern behind him collapsed with a thunderous crash. Why, you little brat? Mu Rujiu exclaimed, her eyes widening as comprehension dawned upon her. What are you doing here? Gong Sunyi curled his lips in amusement, about to respond when a voice called out from behind. General! General! Are you unharmed? A group of armored soldiers rushed towards Gong Sunyi, their faces etched with concern. He gently set Mu Rujiu down before casting a cold glance at the leading soldier. I am fine. Go disperse the crowd and ensure no one approaches the lantern. Yes, sir. With that, the soldiers swiftly departed. Today, the curfew has been lifted, and I shall patrol the streets of Chang'an, Gong Sunyi explained to Mu Rujiu, clarifying his presence. She nodded in understanding. Mujiu. Ji Fuyan appeared, furrowing his brow as he instinctively shielded Mu Rujiu upon noticing Gong Sunyi. Thank you, General Gong Sun, for your timely assistance. Ji Fuyan offered a slight bow, his tone icy. Mu Rujiu, momentarily at a loss, stared at Ji Fuyan in surprise. Gong Sunyi narrowed his eyes slightly, first glancing at Mu Rujiu behind Ji Fuyan before fixing his gaze on Ji Fuyan. From the Ji family? The youth, with a cold demeanor, nodded in affirmation. Noticing Ji Fuyan's protective stance, Gong Sunny chuckled softly and raised an eyebrow at Mu Rujiu. Are you injured? Mu Rujiu quickly shook her head. No, no. Gong Sunny then breathed a sigh of relief. General. A nearby soldier beckoned Gong Sunny over. He nodded and turned to Mu Rujiu, speaking in a familiar tone as though they were longtime friends. I must attend to matters. Call for me if you need anything. After Gong Sunny departed, Ji Fuyan frowned at the young girl before him. Dust clung to her face from the earlier commotion, and she gazed at him with wide, innocent eyes, appearing both pure and harmless. Ji Fuyan had initially felt a surge of anger. Why had she rushed onto the stage in such a perilous situation? Yet, all his ire dissipated upon witnessing her endearing demeanor. The young girl, with dust on her cheeks, resembled a playful kitten, not at all disheveled, merely amusing. Ultimately, Ji Fuyan sighed, bending down to meet Mu Rujiu's gaze. He extended his hand, gently brushing away the dust from her face. The noise is overwhelming. Mu Rujiu. Yes? Do not always get hurt. And do not make others worry incessantly. It is quite bothersome. Mu Rujiu was momentarily taken aback, as if she had heard these words before. It seemed like a distant echo when he had once told her not to always get hurt. It will be quite troublesome. Mu Rujiu opened her mouth as if to speak, but was interrupted by a voice calling from a distance. Miss. Turning around, she saw Liu Su and Shui Mo rushing towards her. Liu Su, Shui Mo, what brings you here? Mu Rujiu inquired with a hint of confusion. Where is the royal uncle? She surmised that this incident was likely orchestrated by Yan Haqing to gain Qi Junshuan's trust. Given Qi Junshuan's association with Yan Haqing, she presumed he would be safe. However, where were the two of them? Shui Mo cast a hesitant glance at Liu Su, who replied coolly, Miss, our master has sent us to escort you back. He has already returned to the manor. Mu Rujiu, taken aback, scratched her head in bewilderment. Oh, the royal uncle has left already? Liu Su nodded, then, noticing Ji Fuyan nearby, cautiously lifted Mu Rujiu, distancing her from the young man. Thank you, young Master Ji, for taking care of my lady. Liu Su and Shui Mo expressed their gratitude with a bow. Ji Fuyan nodded but said nothing further. Liu Su then carried Mu Rujiu away. Miss, why do you look like a little kitten? Shui Mo chuckled, producing a handkerchief to clean the dust from Mu Rujiu's face as they followed Liu Su. Mu Rujiu nestled against Liu Su's shoulder, pouting slightly. How could the royal uncle be so inconsiderate, leaving without waiting for me? Shui Mo, hearing this, merely offered an awkward smile and remained silent. Liu Su, still holding Mu Rujiu, softened her tone. Miss, the master truly cares for you. Mu Rujiu yawned and wrapped her arms around Liu Su's neck, resting her chin on her shoulder. Oh, if he cares for me, why did he abandon me and run off? What a villain. Liu Su chuckled softly at her words, choosing not to respond. Perhaps due to Liu Su's comforting scent, Mu Rujiu, cradled in her arms, soon fell into a deep slumber. That night, Liu Su half kneeled before the man. Master, the young lady is asleep. You may go, he replied. Liu Su frowned, finally speaking up. Master, are you truly not going to tell the young lady? Leave. The man's voice was low and cold. After a moment, Liu Su bit her lip, saluted, and exited the study. Jiang Zhou waited outside. Seeing Liu Su emerge with a serious expression, he couldn't help but ask, what happened? Liu Su frowned. The master clearly sustained such severe injuries while saving the young lady, yet refuses to inform her. Jiang Zhou chuckled helplessly. The master fears that if she finds out, she will cry and fuss, and in the end, it will be the master who suffers. Liu Su sighed. I understand all that. It's just, when I saw the master return to the manor, his white robe was soaked in blood. He forced himself to appear strong and even instructed us to fetch the young lady. Despite his grave injuries, he insisted that they remain silent, not revealing a word to her. Jiang Zhou comprehended the unspoken thoughts of Liu Su and gently patted her shoulder with a reassuring smile. The master has never been one for words, and he would not allow the young lady to worry for him. However, there is no need for concern. The young lady would not hold any grievances against the master. After a moment, Liu Su merely nodded slightly before turning to depart. The night was as tranquil as water, with the moon shining brightly overhead. Yan Haqing gritted his teeth, tending to the knife wound on his arm. A flicker of coldness flashed in his beautiful eyes, revealing a hint of murderous intent. Qi Junshuan, this individual truly possesses a cunning that borders on the supernatural. He clearly pulled Qi Junshuan from behind the scenes, effectively saving him. Yet, who could have anticipated that upon removing the veil from his eyes, he would rush back onto the stage without a second thought upon seeing that petite figure? At this juncture, Yan Haqing remained perplexed about how he managed to support that enormous koi lantern for even a brief moment. Had he not held it up for that short duration? The armored general would have been unable to escort the little one off the stage alive. Yin Haqing was even unaware of how the self-serving regent, Qi Junstian, could make such a decision in that fleeting moment. His original plan had been to save Qi Junstian and then feign injury to draw closer to him. However, when he stepped down from the stage, despite his grievous wounds, he found himself gripping Qi Junstian's neck with a vice-like grip. Those silver-black eyes glinted with a chilling intensity as they regarded Yin Haqing, akin to gazing upon a lifeless corpse. Yin Haqing did not forget his identity. He feigned delicate terror, pleading for mercy from Qi Junstian. Despite clearly suffering severe injuries, Qi Junstian's eyes were unnervingly cold. How could a mere dancer conceive an escape route in such a brief span of time? There was only one possibility. This escape plan had been meticulously devised in advance. The man's voice was hoarse and low, his entire being radiating an aura of lethal intent. A cold glint passed through Yin Haqing's gaze. Qi Junstian, someone has saved you. Yet your first reaction is not gratitude but suspicion, is it not? Yet, why would such an astute individual, bordering on the terrifying, make such an unwise choice at the very moment the lantern began to topple? Chapter 83. My lord, how could you have made the young lady cry? Yin Haqing was no fool. He discerned the significant position that the young girl held in Qi Junstian's heart, a status that was anything but ordinary. Presently, as Qi Junstian began to harbor doubts about him, it would be more prudent to target that little one. With this thought, Yin Haqing's eyes narrowed slightly, a blend of beauty and cunning gleaming within them. Rujiu stared at the exquisite little box in her hands, momentarily lost in contemplation. Qi Junstian, with a slender waist and an upright posture, appeared somewhat pale, yet this did not diminish his striking handsomeness. Noticing the girl's silence, a flicker of helplessness crossed his silver-black eyes. What is the matter? Do you not like it? He inquired, kneeling to meet Rujiu's gaze. As Rujiu caressed the delicate box, the scent of the man's fresh bamboo fragrance wafted into her senses, and she suddenly felt a pang of emotion in her throat. Qi Junstian observed the reddening of her eyes and, placing a hand over his lips, cleared his throat, his expression growing even more bewildered. Jiangzhou mentioned that girls often enjoy cosmetics, so I thought this color would suit you perfectly, and thus I purchased it without a second thought. Rujiu's eyes blurred with tears as she opened a beautiful little box, revealing a vibrant red hue within. Upon opening it, a faint fragrance of peach blossoms enveloped her. It was lip balm gifted to her by Qi Junstian. As tears began to fall, one by one, onto the ground, Qi Junstian's voice faltered as he said, "It was all Jiangzhou's nonsense, if you do not like it." "I do like it, Your Highness," Rujiu interjected hastily, her tear-filled gaze fixed upon the handsome man before her. "I truly like it." Qi Junstian was momentarily taken aback but instinctively reached out to wipe her tears away. "If you like it, why are you crying?" His tone held only exasperation and indulgence. Despite her tears, Rujiu laughed softly. She had never anticipated that in her lifetime someone would bestow upon her such a gift. No one had ever gifted her anything like this before. During her time in the Mu residence, she had not lived in peace, let alone cosmetics. She had never owned a single new garment. Later, she became the sharp blade of Xietchen, fighting valiantly in battle. Everyone believed her to be an invincible general, thinking her impervious and that this was her destiny. Yet, this was far from the truth. She donned her armor solely for Xietchen's sake. Eventually, the war came to an end, and she achieved her desire to become a queen, yet she had never adorned herself with makeup. Indeed, never once. For Xietchen had declared that he did not favor it. On one occasion, she had joyfully adorned herself to meet Xietchen, only for him to cast a glance and coldly remark, "As a queen, how unbecoming." From that moment onward, Rujiu refrained from applying any makeup. In truth, Rujiu understood that Xietchen did not genuinely dislike cosmetics. He would send countless individuals to scour distant lands for various powders and rouges, all to elicit a smile from Li Ji. Each time Li Ji donned heavy makeup, Xietchen never betrayed a hint of impatience. "My beloved Li Fei is undoubtedly unparalleled in this world." At that moment, Xietchen extolled Li Ji in her presence. From then on, Rujiu understood that his affections had always been reserved solely for her. Now, however, Qi Junstian presented a box of lip balm before her. "I simply believe this color suits you splendidly. Little Jiao has grown up. If there is anything you wish to purchase in the future, just inform your royal uncle." Everyone told her she was a general, destined to guard the borders and ensure the everlasting peace of Nanxi. Only Qi Junstian would say to her, "Little Jiao, whatever you desire is acceptable." Rujiu's nose tinged with sorrow as she gazed tearfully at Qi Junstian and enveloped his neck in an embrace. Qi Junstian was taken aback by her sudden gesture, but when he regained his composure, his features softened. The man chuckled softly, gently patting the back of the young girl. You are quite the crybaby. Little Jiao is a true crybaby. Outside the door, Jiangzhou and Jiangqing exchanged astonished glances upon hearing the commotion within. Jiangzhou inquired, What is happening? Jiangqing replied, How on earth would I know? Jiangzhou continued, How could the master have caused the young lady to cry? Jiangqing countered, Surely not. The master dotes on her. Their eyes communicated until they heard footsteps and the door creaked open, revealing Qi Junstin. The man exuded an elegant demeanor and handsome features, yet for some reason, a smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. Jiangzhou glanced at Jiangqing. You ask? Jiangqing shot a glare at Jiangzhou. I fear for my life. You inquire. Ultimately, it was Jiangzhou who cautiously spoke. Master. Why have you upset the young lady? Qi Junstin turned to Jiangzhou, appearing rather pleased, and raised an eyebrow. Jiangzhou recollected the sound of the young lady's loud weeping and swallowed hard, gathering courage to say, I still believe the young lady is quite admirable. Perhaps you should comfort her. Upon hearing this, Qi Junstin understood and let out a soft scoff, a smile gracing his lips. Jiangzhou. Present. Are you my bodyguard or your lady's? Qi Junstin's words bore a hint of a sardonic edge. Young master, we have entered the capital. A discreet carriage traversed Chang'an Street. While an attendant quietly reported to the occupant inside. The person within the carriage acknowledged in a low voice, instructing the driver to halt. He then mounted a steed, heading towards the palace. Young master, this area is crowded. It would be wiser to remain in the carriage, the accompanying attendant advised. The youth's voice was icy. No need. Beneath the emperor's gaze, no one possesses such audacity. A young man donned a hood, the long black veil cascading down to obscure his visage. Recently, he received word from his mother, indicating that the influence of the regent was once again expanding, suggesting that he would need to devise a strategy. Ting Lu also mentioned that a certain woman had been consistently harboring a gloomy disposition, her intentions deeply veiled, causing her considerable distress. He deemed it necessary to assist her in exacting some form of retribution. With these thoughts in mind, the youth's originally serene countenance darkened further. As he passed a towering plum tree, he seemed to perceive a sound emanating from its branches and turned his gaze in that direction. Miss, please come down. If the master learns that you have fallen, he will surely break my legs upon your return. Jiangzhou said anxiously, observing the maiden perched upon the tree. Rujiu, with a plum held between her teeth, smirked upon hearing Jiangzhou's words. She removed the fruit and declared brightly, O Jiangzhou, do not fret. My agility is quite commendable. Come, take off your coat. The plums above are large and sweet, and I shall pluck some to present to my royal uncle. Indeed. Rujiu's dexterity was impressive, yet her aim left much to be desired. Jiangzhou removed his coat and cradled it in his arms as Rujiu began to toss down plums. However, in a moment of carelessness, one struck a passerby. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves of the plum tree, creating a soft whisper. Rujiu, seated aloft, her mouth still holding a plum, quickly turned her attention to the sound. The young man looked up and was met by the gaze of the young woman. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting a delicate glow upon her soft hair, as if she were adorned with a gilded sheen. Clad in a vibrant red robe, she appeared more fervent than the sun itself. The young man's eyes widened in astonishment. The girl, her brows and eyes curving in a playful manner, retrieved the plum from her mouth. Embarrassed, she scratched her head and spoke in a melodious tone. I apologize. Would you accept a plum as compensation? Chapter 84. Has Yin Hanqing laid hands on the crown prince? The young maiden possessed a pair of excessively clear eyes, which caused the young man to avert his gaze at a mere glance. Rujiu scratched her head and offered the few large plums in her hand to the young man. Adorned with a veil hat, the young man turned his head slightly, and Rujiu smiled at him. I'm offering you plums. Will you not be upset? Standing in the sunlight, the maiden momentarily dazzled the young man, prompting him to swat away the plums she had extended and hurriedly flee. Watching the young man's retreating figure, Rujiu puzzledly scratched her cheek. Miss, please come down. Jiangzhou urged from the side, anxious that Rujiu might fall. With an abundance of plums already cradled in her arms and more tucked within Jiangzhou's coat, Rujiu, feeling satisfied, leapt down from the tree. Jiangzhou, let us depart. We must return and share these with the crown prince. The maiden's voice rang clear, echoing in the lofty air. When Xie Ting'an approached the gates of the forbidden city, the warmth on his face remained unabated. He gazed at the hand that had just swatted away the maiden's palm, momentarily lost in thought. Your Highness, a voice called out. And Xie Ting'an raised his gaze slightly to see Xie Tingle waving at him as she hurried closer. The young man removed his veil hat, revealing a pale and austere visage. Pressing his lips together, he dismounted from his saddle, and Tingle stood before him. "Brother, you have finally returned. You have been away in the south for over half a month." Tingle clung to Xie Tingen's arm, shaking it playfully. Xie Tingen's cold demeanor remained, and he spoke softly. "How has Mother been?" Tingle nodded. "Mother is well, but brother, I have recently been bullied." At her words, Xie Tingen raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. "Is it not that one you mentioned, Rujiu?" When Tingle uttered this name, her teeth ground together, and her expression darkened. "Isn't she merely an orphan taken in by the Regent? How could she provoke you?" Xie Tingen's tone was indifferent. Tingle scoffed in response. "That wretched girl, relying on her close relationship with Junmian, behaves as she pleases and dares to humiliate me." Xie Tingen narrowed his eyes. "Rujiu?" That name bears a striking resemblance to that of the enchanting empress, differing by just one character. As Rujiu approached the study with her plums, Jiangqing intercepted her. "Miss, you cannot enter right now," he said, his tone somewhat rigid. In the past, the master's study had always allowed her free access. Rujiu frowned slightly. "Is the crown prince busy?" Jiangqing cleared his throat, his lips pursed, unsure of how to respond. He certainly could not inform her that the master was applying medicine for a severe injury on his back. Just yesterday, the master should have been resting in bed. Yet he insisted on delivering lip balm to the young lady, and today he even feigned illness to skip the morning court. Jiangqing gestured subtly to Jiangshou, who stepped forward and spoke gently. "Miss, the master likely has pressing matters at hand. Let us wait a moment." Rujiu sensed that something was amiss. It appears that since Junmian gifted her with lip balm yesterday, he has not graced her presence again. Rujiu's gaze darkened momentarily. Yet she obediently responded to Jiangzhou with her round eyes. "All right." After waiting for a while, Junmian's voice echoed from the study. "Xiaojiu, come in." "Okay." Rujiu cheerfully complied, carrying a heap of plums as she entered the study. Upon entering, she was greeted by a fragrant aroma of medicine. This medicinal scent intertwined with the sandalwood in the room, rendering it difficult to discern. Rujiu merely twitched her nose before smiling and presenting the plums to Junmian. "Your Highness, allow me to offer you these plums." As she drew closer, she caught a faint whiff of blood from the man, a scent so subtle it was nearly masked by the sandalwood. Junmian's lips appeared somewhat pale as he accepted the plums from Rujiu, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Where did you procure these?" Rujiu, feeling bashful, scratched her head and replied, "He, Jiangzhou, and I picked them from the tree." Was it merely her illusion? Or did she sense Jiangzhou behind her on the verge of tears upon uttering those words? "Oh, Jiangzhou." Junmian's tone was casual, seemingly a mere inquiry. He took a bite of the plum in his hand, smiling as he looked at Rujiu. "Your Highness, is it sweet?" Rujiu gazed at Junmian with anticipation, as if awaiting his affirmation. Junmian chuckled softly. "Sweet?" Rujiu proudly raised her little face. "Then I shall go pick more for you another day." Junmian pinched Rujiu's cheek, smiling as he said, "First, go wash up. We shall dine shortly." Obediently, Rujiu nodded, rising and skipping out of the study. Junmian gazed at the plums in his hand, his voice turning somber. "A half-month's salary deduction." In the study, only Junmian and Jiangzhou remained. This remark was clearly directed at Jiangzhou. Jiangzhou, despondent and without tears, knelt respectfully on the ground. "Yes." As Rujiu exited the study, the smile on her lips faded. Junmian had been injured. Moreover, he had not confided in her. Reflecting on the timeline, he had not come to fetch her, but had sent Lu Su and Shuai instead. He must have already been wounded then. At that time, he was with Yan Hanqing. Had it been Yan Hanqing's doing? At this thought, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Rujiu's eyes. Yet, in the next moment, her expression returned to normal. After Xie Tingen returned to the palace, he first visited Li Ji's chamber. After exchanging a few words with Li Ji, he proceeded toward the imperial study. Upon his arrival, Xie Qin was engrossed in reviewing memorials. After an inner palace attendant announced his presence, Xie Tingen respectfully bowed to Xie Qin. "Your son pays his respects to Father Emperor." Kneeling before Xie Qin, his expression remained unchanged. Xie Qin did not lift his gaze, continuing to peruse the documents in his hands. "What is the situation in Junmian?" Upon hearing this, Xie Tingen respectfully replied, "Father, I have encountered General Shao stationed in Junmian and detected no unusual activity." Xie Qin remained silent for a moment before inquiring, "Is Qin Wujiu a trustworthy individual?" A flicker of coldness passed through Xie Tingen's eyes. After a pause, the youth spoke with a voice as frigid as ice. "Not trustworthy." The only sound in the study was the rustling of paper. After another brief silence, Xie Qin let out a low chuckle. "Very well, rise." "Yes, father." Xie Tingyan gradually stood up. Xie Chen gestured, and understanding his cue, Xie Tingyan seated himself on a nearby chair. In the days to come, I intend to designate you as the crown prince. A fleeting emotion glimmered in Xie Tingyan's eyes, quickly vanishing. He remained silent, waiting for Xie Chen to continue. Until now, there has been little justification for rewards, but your recent achievements in Jiang and may serve to silence some of those court officials. Xie Chen's eyes narrowed dangerously at this thought. Thank you, father. Xie Chen set down the brush in his hand and gazed at Xie Tingyan. Now that you have returned, you should visit your mother. She longs for you. Of course, Xie Tingyan replied, bowing his head slightly. Additionally, news of your return has not yet spread widely. To create momentum for the forthcoming crown prince establishment, I plan to host a welcome banquet to honor your return. Upon hearing this, Xie Tingyan recalled the mention of a particular Rujiu by Ting Lu. Father, may I personally arrange the guest list for the welcome banquet? As you wish. Chapter 85. Feed her, then pinch her face. A welcoming banquet? Rujiu stared at the invitation in her hand, momentarily lost in thought. Xie Tingyan had returned. In truth, Rujiu did not know much about Xie Tingyan. He was the brother of Ting Lu, yet seldom frequented the inner palace, making him a rare sight within the royal halls. She had caught a glimpse of him at Li Ji's birthday banquet, where she merely perceived a maturity beyond his years. Aside from that, their paths had rarely crossed. It seemed as though Xie Tingyan had drawn everyone's gaze since the moment he was born, after all. He was the first son of Emperor Xie Chen, who held him in great affection. Recently, she had heard that Xie Tingyan had been on an inspection tour in Junmian. Now that he had returned, he was hosting this welcoming banquet. Yet, why was her name included on the guest list? Rujiu pressed her lips together, her expression turning somewhat cold. When Qi Junstian arrived at Rujiu's quarters, he found her staring blankly at the invitation. He raised an eyebrow and ruffled her hair. Upon seeing Qi Junstian, Rujiu's eyes sparkled. Uncle. Qi Junstian naturally noticed the invitation in her hand and smiled. If you do not wish to attend, then do not go. He is merely a prince. It is entirely up to you. Rujiu hastily shook her head. I want to go. I want to accompany Uncle. Qi Junstian said nothing further. Setting aside how Xie Tingyan had learned of Rujiu's existence, the solitary invitation sent to her was clearly not sent with good intentions. If she wished to attend, then she could, for he would be there to protect her. Oh, a welcoming banquet? Yan Haqing sipped his tea, his expression inscrutable. Outside the screen, Cheng Ying knelt before a figure, whispering, yes, it is said to be Xie Tingyan's welcoming banquet. Xie Tingyan? Yan Haqing clicked his tongue. Is that little one attending? Cheng Ying was momentarily taken aback. Yan Haqing clicked his tongue again and continued. Will that little one beside Qi Junstian be attending the welcoming banquet? After a brief contemplation, Cheng Ying replied, I saw her name on the guest list. Rujiu. It bore resemblance to the name of an old acquaintance. Yan Haqing smiled. How lively. I must pay a visit. Boss. That coral tree is worth its weight in gold. It is a treasure not seen in 1,000 years. Are you truly sending it into the palace? The accountant, feeling somewhat pained, inquired. Du Hong chuckled lightly, clad in striking red robes, as he toyed with his smoking pipe, a smile gracing his lips. Worth its weight in gold? How does it compare to the treasures of the Southern Creek Kingdom? Upon hearing this, the accountant refrained from further discussion and directed a group of servants to carry the enormous coral tree away. Rujiu pondered that a prince's welcoming banquet should not be overly extravagant. However, upon witnessing the scene before her, she realized her assumptions were misguided. The main venue for the banquet was set in the grand hall, surrounded by a profusion of flowers and ornamental pavilions, offering a spectacle for the esteemed guests and ministers in attendance. No matter how one may regard Xie Tingyan, he remains merely a prince, yet the grandeur of this welcoming banquet is undeniably greater than that which was held for Qingying. Rujiu narrowed her eyes, discerning that Xie Chen aimed to elevate Xie Tingyan's status through this occasion. Before the feast commenced, Rujiu had been seated in a pavilion outside the palace alongside Qi Junstian. Outside, a magnificent flower pond, known as Fenghua, brimmed with an array of lotus blossoms, resplendent in the height of summer. Nearby, a milky white stone bridge arched gracefully over the pond, its structure reflecting beautifully upon the waters below, creating a breathtaking scene. The palace's design was indeed exquisite, and Rujiu found herself captivated by the view from the pavilion. Since learning of Qi Junstian's injury, she had seldom permitted him to move about, always concocting reasons for him to sit and rest. Although Qi Junstian had not disclosed his condition to her, Rujiu could not easily overlook Yan Haqing. As she felt a gentle pinch on her cheek, Qi Junstian relaxed his eyes, observing the girl's innocent charm. Little Gio has gained a bit of weight, he remarked languidly, propping his head on one hand. The breeze tousled his dark hair, and beside the Fenghua pond. He truly exuded unmatched elegance. At his words, Mu Rujiu pouted in displeasure, exclaiming, "Little Jiu must not grow plump." Qi Junstian chuckled softly, his patience evident. But little Jiu was too thin before, it lacked a pleasing texture. Mu Rujiu was nearly driven to exasperation by this. Was Qi Junstian fattening her up merely to enjoy pinching her cheeks? She shot him a fierce glare, about to retort, when she noticed Qingying approaching them. "Greetings to His Highness the Regent." Qingying saluted Qi Junstian with a sword in hand. Qi Junstian smiled charmingly. "General Qingying, what brings you to seek my audience?" Qingying surveyed the surroundings, glanced at Mu Rujiu, and ultimately fixed his gaze on Qi Junstian. "Your Highness, may we speak privately?" Qi Junstian raised an eyebrow. His attention still on Mu Rujiu. Unwilling to let him move any further, she slowly rose. "Uncle, you two converse here. I shall take a look at the bridge." She pointed towards the distant stone bridge, smiling as she addressed Qi Junstian. He nodded in agreement. "Be cautious. Do not wander too far. Understood?" "Understood," Mu Rujiu replied obediently. Nodding. After offering a slight bow to Qingying, she turned and departed. The courtyard outside was vast. The distance between the pavilion where Qi Junstian sat and the stone bridge was considerable. Mu Rujiu ambled leisurely, taking in the sight of the flourishing lotus blossoms in the Fenghua pond. As Tingle entered the palace courtyard, she spotted Mu Rujiu laughing and chatting with Qi Junstian, a sight that made her eyes narrow in ire. With gritted teeth, she stormed into the grand hall. Inside, Xie Tingan reclined at the head of the table, leisurely sipping tea. As the banquet hour had yet to arrive, the hall was devoid of anyone but the bustling attendants preparing for the event. Tingle strode directly towards Xie Tingan and seated herself beside him. "Brother, did you not say you would assist me in punishing Mu Jiu?" Tinglu inquired, her tone tinged with discontent. Xie Tingan chuckled softly, deftly skimming the froth from the tea with the lid. "As a princess, you ought to exhibit a bit more composure," he remarked, his voice cool and devoid of emotion. Tingla huffed, recalling the pretentious demeanor of that insufferable woman. Her teeth clenched in frustration. "Brother, do you not wish to help me any more?" The petulance in her tone was unmistakable. Xie Tingan took a sip of tea, his striking eyes narrowing slightly. "Do you truly wish to teach her a lesson?" The youth, undeniably handsome, spoke with an icy detachment. Ting Li's eyes brightened, and she eagerly nodded. Xie Tingan let out a cold laugh and beckoned her closer. Leaning in, Ting Lu listened intently as he whispered something in her ear. A glimmer of coldness flashed in her gaze, and a smile crept onto her lips, her spirits lifted. "Thank you, brother. I shall take my leave." With that, she rose and made her way towards the stone bridge. Xie Tingan remained silent, merely lifting his teacup for another sip. "Your Highness the Regent, in fact, my visit to Nanchi serves not only to represent the sovereign, but also to convey a special request from the ruler to meet with you." Chang Ying's voice was grave. "Oh?" Qi Junxian feigned indifference, his tone slightly rising, languid and refined. "It is thus." Cheng Ying was aware that this was not an appropriate venue for such discussions and did not intend to reveal everything just yet. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, a distant cry from a palace made pierce the air. "Oh no! Someone has fallen into the Fenghua pool." Chapter 86, Ancestors, Is it permissible not to be angry? Alas, someone has fallen into the Windhua pool. The voice of the palace maid was far from quiet, instantly capturing the attention of many. Qi Junxian abruptly turned around, only to see that the small figure who had intended to go to the stone bridge was no longer there. The palace maid had panicked. She had originally planned to bring tea into the hall, but while passing the stone bridge, she witnessed someone plummet into the depths below, in the Windhua pool. The unfortunate soul reached out for help, but was met with a mouthful of water, sinking beneath the surface. "Little Jiu." Qi Junstian rushed to the edge of the pool, casting aside his cloak without a moment's hesitation, leaping into the water. "Master." Jiangzhou followed closely behind, momentarily stunned at Qi Junxian's reckless dive. Qi Junstian swam swiftly toward the splashing water. Guards, alerted by the commotion, also jumped in to rescue the drowning figure. Qi Junxian's back bore severe injuries. Drenched in cold water, the blood seeped vividly through his robes. Yet, at that moment, he could think of nothing else but to save that small figure. When Mu Rujiu reached the edge of the Windhua pool, she could only see Jiangzhou and Qi Junxian's cloak. She quickly turned her gaze toward the pool. What happened to Qi Junstian? Jiangzhou, noticing Mu Rujiu beside him, widened his eyes in disbelief. "Miss, you didn't fall in?" Master thought you had. Even without Jiangzhou's words, Mu Rujiu understood the gravity of the situation. She had indeed been on the stone bridge moments before. But Ting Lu had approached her, uttering nonsensical taunts and smirking provocatively. "Mu Jiu, you cannot always win." This princess will not allow you to remain by his side." With that, Tingla perched on the railing of the stone bridge, leaning backward. Rujiu had initially grasped her firmly. However, Tingla squinted, intending to drag her down as well. In a moment of distraction, Rujiu lost her grip, and as Tingla fell, she cried out for help. It dawned on Rujiu that Tinglu had attempted to frame her. Surrounded by numerous onlookers, she swiftly departed from the stone bridge to evade suspicion. Yet upon her return, how could Qi Junstin have jumped into the water? Furrowing her brows, she realized Qi Junstin must be worried about her. Uncle Emperor, Rujiu cupped her hands into a megaphone, calling out to the figure in the pool. Originally, she intended to reassure Qi Junstin in his rescue efforts. However, as her voice rang out, she noticed that he had indeed halted. In the Windwa pool, the man turned around and immediately spotted the small figure on the shore. Without a moment's thought, he soared through the air, heading straight for Rujiu. The man's opulent robes clung to him, soaked through. His long, dark hair cascaded over his shoulders, and his silver-black eyes were fixated upon the young woman. Water droplets trickled down his chin as Rujiu stared wide-eyed at Qi Junstin, momentarily entranced by his sudden presence before her. Her intention was merely to reassure Qi Junstin while he saved others. She never anticipated that upon seeing her, he would neglect his rescue efforts entirely. "Your Highness, uncle." For reasons unbeknownst to her, Rujiu suddenly felt a pang of guilt. The man stood before her, his gaze lowered, as if the long lashes were adorned with droplets of water, clutching Qi Junstin's cloak in her hands. She worried he might catch a chill and intended to drape it over him. However, just as she lifted the cloak, Qi Junstin seized her wrist. The young girl looked up in a flurry, locking eyes with his striking ones. It felt as though an eternity had passed before the man finally spoke. His voice low and husky, "Are you hurt?" A sudden wave of emotion washed over Rujiu. Compared to her, Qi Junstin seemed far more injured. She noticed the blood seeping from his back, mingling with the dark gold of his robe. If one didn't look closely, it would be nearly imperceptible. For reasons unclear, Rujiu felt a surge of anger. She shook off Qi Junstin's grip and draped the cloak over his shoulders. "I'm not hurt," she replied, her voice muffled. The scent of blood filled her senses, and she kept her head bowed, avoiding his gaze. Qi Junstin leaned down slightly, pinching her cheek. "My dear ancestor, I am not even angry yet." He had searched for her, fearing something had befallen her, and she had caused him much worry. Yet here she was, the one displaying anger. What could he do but soothe her? Lowering his voice, he knelt to meet her eyes, finally catching a glimpse of her face. Though she appeared displeased, she tightened the cloak around him, as if afraid he might catch cold. "I'm fine," he reassured her softly, caressing her face. Despite the pain from his back injury, Qi Junstin forced a smile, wondering how he could remain calm when her anger rendered him powerless. This was the Regent Prince that no one had ever seen before, patiently coaxing the girl before him, his voice gentle and tender, as if afraid to frighten her. There was no trace of impatience in his tone. If she wouldn't speak, he would continue to soothe her. From a distance, Chaoying observed, emotions flickering in his eyes. Even though the prince had mentioned the girl named Rujiu held a special place in Qi Junstin's heart, witnessing it firsthand felt surreal. "My little ancestor, I was wrong. Can you not be angry?" Qi Junstin tilted his head, smiling as he tried to placate her. Rujiu could no longer contain her frustration, exclaiming, "You're hurt, and yet you don't tell me. How can you take care of yourself? Jumping into the water at every turn, I'm not blind." "I can see." The girl initially spoke with fervor, but her voice quivered by the end. Gazing at Qi Junstin before her, Rujiu was reminded of her former self, always tending to her wounds alone, never revealing her pain to others. Thus, she understood the truth. It hurt immensely. Those injuries, if torn open once more, would be excruciating. In truth, Rujiu was terrified of pain. Did Qi Junstin not fear it as well? Upon hearing this, Qi Junstin merely smiled. His garments were drenched, and he dared not embrace her, instead gently coaxing her without offering any defense. "Indeed, uncle was mistaken. I shall not behave thus in the future. Please do not cry." "I'm not crying," Rujiu retorted. "Oh, not crying. It seems uncle has misjudged," Qi Junstin acquiesced. Nearby, Jiangzhou observed this exchange, feeling both amused and exasperated. Meanwhile, the attendant who had entered the water finally managed to retrieve Ting Lu from the Fenghua pool. However, she had lingered in the water for too long and had now succumbed to unconsciousness. "Master, perhaps you should change your attire first," Jiangzhou suggested softly. Standing beside Qi Junstin, seeing that the young girl before him had finally ceased her tears, Qi Junstin nodded and led Rujiu to change her clothes. Jiangzhou had long since developed the habit of preparing an extra garment for Qi Junstin. At that moment, Junmian was changing clothes within the carriage, while Rujiu stood outside, awaiting his return. The sound of fabric rustling within the carriage was particularly pronounced in the stillness of the night. Rujiu's eyes were still slightly reddened, and recalling how close she had come to tears just moments ago filled her with embarrassment. When had she become so prone to tears? As she pondered the awkward scene from earlier, Junmian's voice emerged from within the carriage. Did Tinglu intend to ensnare you? Rujiu paused in surprise. Why does uncle not consider that it was little Gio who pushed her? A light chuckle resonated from within the carriage. If you truly wish to push her, it would be best to do so in my presence. Chapter 87. Do you desire the moon? When Junmian uttered these words, he was entirely devoid of jest. It was as though he would assist Rujiu in concealing a corpse should she truly wish to commit murder. The mere thought of such a scene made Rujiu instinctively draw in her neck. It was Tinglu who sought to frame me. Yet I evaded her intentions upon realizing her plot. At that moment, she had deliberately observed her surroundings, ensuring that no one was paying her any heed. Once Tinglu awakens, she is likely to identify you. Junmian's tone remained serene, betraying little emotion. Rujiu's expression darkened. In truth, she was already aware without Junmian's words. Having seized such a prime opportunity, Tinglu would not easily relinquish her grip on it. However, based on my understanding of her, she does not strike me as someone capable of devising such a scheme. Junmian scoffed lightly, his voice laced with unmasked scorn. Tinglu, impetuous and willful, would merely resort to pushing you down should she wish you harm. Rujiu found herself at a loss for words. Somewhat amused and exasperated, isn't Tinglu Junmian's nominal niece? How could one express such blatant derision? It seemed more akin to a scheme concocted by that rascal himself. Junmian narrowed his eyes, a glint of danger flickering within them. While this method may not be particularly astute, it is undeniably effective. A wound on Junmian's back had reopened, making it somewhat arduous for him to don his undergarments. His movements were somewhat exaggerated, inadvertently straining the injury. Junmian pressed his lips together, furrowing his brow, yet paid it little mind as he endeavored to fasten his clothing. Caught off guard, he had no time to react when the small creature lifted the carriage curtain. Rujiu, hearing the sound emanating from Junmian, assumed his injury had worsened and, without a second thought, lifted the curtain. Then Rujiu found herself gazing upon something she ought not to have seen. The man's torso was long and athletic, his collarbone striking, and his muscular form elegantly defined. His physique was a harmonious blend of strength and grace, with shoulders sculpted and a waist refined. The contours of his abdominal muscles were distinctly pronounced, flowing with vigor, culminating in a pleasing line that led downwards. Ahem! Junmian's voice broke through from above. Only then did Rujiu regain her composure, her gaze meeting the man's teasing eyes. A playful smile danced upon his lips as he reached out to pinch the small creature's cheek. What are you looking at? Rujiu's eyes widened, and she realized her gaze had grown somewhat erratic. She abruptly turned away, presenting her back to Junmian, her face aflame with embarrassment. I thought your injury had worsened. Though Rujiu's rationale held merit as she spoke, her voice dwindled. The more she repeated her statement, the more it sounded like an excuse. Fidgeting nervously, she scratched her cheek and uttered, I saw nothing. The man behind her chuckled softly, yet he remained silent. The sound of fabric rustling filled the air. Rujiu, still facing away from Junmian, occupied the front seat of the carriage, gazing up at the moonlit sky. Tonight marked a full moon, a luminous orb suspended in the night, radiating brilliance. As Rujiu beheld the moon's glow, she found herself momentarily lost in thought. The towering walls of the palace loomed majestically. As Rujiu resided in the imperial palace during her years as a queen, even such moonlit nights were a rarity. The towering walls obscured all traces of moonlight. Now, within the confines of the Forbidden City, gazing at the moonlit sky, she found an unexpected charm in the sight. The moon is truly beautiful, she mused aloud, captivated by its glow. Behind her, Junmian had finally adjusted his attire and caught sight of the full moon outside the carriage. Indeed, it is lovely, he replied with a smile, draping his cloak over Rujiu's shoulders. The night breeze wafted gently, carrying a hint of chill. Suddenly, a memory surfaced in Rujiu's mind. She recalled a time when she stood atop the battlements of an enemy kingdom, sharing a cup of wine with Yin Ha-ching. Youthful exuberance filled the air as they pointed their swords at the vast moon above. Rujiu, if you remain in Jiyuan, I shall pluck that moon down and present it to you, he had declared. Despite his snowy white garments, Yin Ha-ching exuded an untamed spirit, devoid of any hint of femininity. Rujiu's eyes sparkled with mischief as she retorted, that moon is far beyond my reach. How could you possibly seize it? The young man tilted his head back, pouring a jug of wine into his mouth, his long sword glinting with promise. If you stay, I shall certainly fulfill my word. At his words, Rujiu merely smiled, her eyes reflecting the gentle light of the moon. The prince's affection was overwhelming, and her rejection was evident. Yan Haqing chuckled softly, though a hint of melancholy shadowed his gaze. Yet, Rujiu knew well that Xiachen was not to be trusted. The moonlight cast a vast and lonely shadow over the desert. It was perhaps the first time the typically frivolous Yan Haqing uttered such earnest words. Let us go. It is time to return. Qi Junstan had arrived at the carriage, extending his hand to Rujiu. She gradually regained her composure. Smiling as she took his arm and descended from the carriage. Uncle, she began. Yes? What if Tinglu truly intends to frame me? At her words, Qi Junstan chuckled lightly. Do as you wish. Rujiu smiled. Are you not concerned I might ruin the banquet? With me to support you. You could turn the roof upside down without worry. Indeed, Rujiu had not misjudged the situation. As soon as she returned to the grand hall, all eyes converged upon her. Whispers circulated that Tinglu had just awakened, and upon regaining consciousness, had accused Rujiu of pushing her into the Fenghua pool. Presently, in the grand hall, aside from Xia Ting'an accompanying Tinglu, nearly all the ministers were present, with Xia Ting'an absent. The ministers dared not question anyone close to the regent. Instead, they regarded her with hostility, as if she were a murderer. However, Rujiu remained composed, seemingly unfazed by the scrutinizing gazes, and took her seat beside Qi Junstan. Xingying glanced at Qi Junstan across from him, and then at the young lady. Yet, when his gaze fell upon her, he experienced a fleeting moment of distraction. The young girl was idly toying with the teacup on the table, balancing the lid upright and spinning it with her fingers, a natural gesture, as if it were a subconscious action born out of boredom. Xingying suddenly recalled that several years prior, a certain general had exhibited a similar gesture. At that time, he had represented the Jiyuan kingdom in negotiations with her. The woman, clad in armor, perched regally upon a tiger-skin throne, propped her head with one hand while idly spinning the lid of her teacup with the other, embodying an air of indifference. Xingying narrowed his eyes, pondering that perhaps he was merely overthinking the situation, when Xia Ting'an entered the front hall from the rear chamber. He still remembered the frail words his sister, Tinglu, had uttered to him. Brother, this time, I must not allow Rujiu to rise again. Xia Ting'an felt little concern for the rivalry among women, considering it merely a matter involving his own sister, thus he decided to lend her his support. After all, it was merely a matter of an orphan. With this thought in mind, Xia Ting'an slowly made his way to the front hall. Where is Rujiu? He inquired coolly as he took his seat. Upon hearing this, Rujiu gradually rose from her position. Qi Junstan cast a glance her way and, seeing Rujiu shake her head, opted not to comment further. Greetings, Your Highness, the first prince. Rujiu offered a slow bow to Xia Ting'an. As she lifted her gaze, Xia Ting'an furrowed his brow, a sense of familiarity lingering in the tone of her voice. Rujiu slightly raised her head and caught a glimpse of astonishment flickering in the young man's eyes. You are Rujiu? Uncertain of the reason, Rujiu sensed a tremor in Xia Ting'an's voice. Chapter 88. Is Yan Haqing a witness? Are you Rujiu? The voice of Xia Ting'an seemed somewhat hoarse. Rujiu raised her head in astonishment, thinking she had misheard. The youth possessed a handsome visage, with brows and eyes that bore a slight resemblance to Xiachen. He exuded a cold yet gentle demeanor, tinged with emotions that Rujiu could not comprehend. His appealing lips were slightly pressed together as he gazed at Rujiu, the fingers hidden within his sleeves momentarily halting. Rujiu blinked, puzzled by Xia Ting'an's scrutinizing gaze. His eyes, reminiscent of Xiachen's, evoked an inexplicable sense of irritation within her, just as Rujiu felt compelled to initiate conversation. Xia Ting'an in the main seat finally spoke. I heard from Tinglu that you were the one who pushed her into the Fenghua pool. Xia Ting'an's voice was low and cool, carrying an undertone of accusation. Rujiu lowered her gaze, a flicker of emotion passing through her eyes. When she looked up at Xia Ting'an again, her expression had morphed into one of panic. I did not. It wasn't me. She appeared utterly pitiable. As if startled, her neck drawn in, making her seem quite diminutive. Not you? Xia Ting'an narrowed his eyes, a glint of coldness flashing within them. Are you suggesting that Princess Tinglu is framing you? The implication from the crown prince prompted Qi Junstan, seated beside Xia Ting'an, to sip his tea. His tone devoid of warmth. Are you implying that my little Jiu is lying? Xia Ting'an pressed his lips together, his expression inscrutable. Qi Junstan scoffed lightly, his voice dripping with disdain. Compared to my little one telling a lie, it seems more plausible that Princess Tinglu is accusing her falsely, does it not? Qi Junshan's words were devoid of concern for Ting Li's dignity, his tone casual, as if discussing something utterly mundane. Xie Tingyan regarded Qi Junxian, his voice steady yet respectful. Qingzi Jun, I am merely stating the facts. After all, the current predicament arose from Ting Lu falling into the Fenghua pool, did it not? Then the crown prince should require evidence. My little one is timid, and upon your intimidation, she could not help but shed tears. Qi Junxian's words carried a semblance of sympathy. Mu Rujiu internally cursed Qi Junxian for adding theatrics to the situation, yet she found herself blushing, forcing out a few tears. Xie Tingyan observed the reddened eyes of Mu Rujiu, frowning slightly. If Miss Mu did not commit this act, I would not wrongfully accuse her. Xie Tingyan's tone softened unconsciously. However, Ting Lu herself stated that you pushed her. Where were you at that moment? Mu Rujiu lowered her gaze, hesitantly responding, I was in the garden admiring the flowers, not on the stone bridge. Did anyone witness this? Anticipating such a question, Mu Rujiu had deliberately sought out a gardener before leaving the scene, engaging him in casual conversation. Someone did see it. Mu Rujiu replied, her words laced with trepidation. A flicker of emotion passed through Xie Tingyan's eyes. Though it cannot be said that Mu Jiu pushed Ting Lu down. She was indeed present at the stone bridge at the time. Even if she later distanced herself, how could anyone have seen her? Unless she had the presence of mind to fabricate an alibi. Contemplating this, Xie Tingyan narrowed his eyes. He had always presumed that the person mentioned by Ting Lu was merely a reckless orphan, relying on Qi Junxian's patronage. However, it now appeared that the situation was far more complex. Who witnessed it? Xie Tingyan's voice was icy. Mu Rujiu was about to mention a gardener when a sultry voice interrupted. Miss, I did not realize you were here. Your hairpin has just fallen into my possession. Upon hearing this, Mu Rujiu turned to look. As she beheld the newcomer, her eyes narrowed. Yin Hanqing, clad in the attire of a palace maid, approached her with a smile. It was only upon entering the hall that Yin Hanqing sensed the peculiar atmosphere. And upon seeing Xie Tingyan seated in the main position, the maid knelt before him. This humble servant has met the crown prince. Your Highness, forgive me. I merely came to return the hairpin to Miss Mu and was unaware. Mu Rujiu regarded Yin Hanqing beside her with a sense of admiration. This individual's acting skills were on par with her own. Xie Tingyan, however, merely coldly inquired, you say a hairpin? Indeed. Miss Mu was just conversing with me and inadvertently left her hairpin with me. I have come to return it, Yin Hanqing replied. Surprised, Mu Rujiu thought to herself that Yin Hanqing was not one to meddle in others' affairs. His current assistant surely had ulterior motives. Xie Tingyan likely understood that the blame for today would be difficult to ascertain. As Mu Rujiu noticed Yin Hanqing wink at her, she refrained from mentioning the gardener again. Since he wished to navigate this murky water, she would gladly lend him a hand. After all, she still had matters to settle with him. Yes, I have been with her all along and never left her side, Mu Rujiu lied, her demeanor unflinching. Xie Tingyan lowered his gaze, choosing not to press further. Then, it seems Ting Lu may have erred in her recollection. Continuing this line of inquiry would likely lead the ministers to merely label Ting Lu as spoiled and willful. Erroneous recollection? Qi Junxian chuckled lightly, his tone laced with coldness. My little Jiu is of such timid disposition, to be frightened by your highness, and you casually dismiss it as a mistake? Xie Tingyan turned his cold gaze toward Qi Junxian. What does Qingzi Jun think? It appears that Princess Ting Lu and the Crown Prince have failed to clarify a certain matter. Qi Junxian slowly rose, looking down upon Xie Tingyan. Mu Jiu is mine, and by rights should stand equal with you and Ting Lu. Princess Ting Lu is willful and overreaching. Today, she dares to frame Mu Jiu. Crown Prince, do you truly believe I am dead? Xie Tingyan's expression remained frosty, yet he knelt. Qingzi Jun, please quell your anger. This matter has been mishandled by Ting and Mu Rujiu, observing the unfolding scene, could not help but narrow her eyes. Without further ado, Xie Tingyan is indeed a person who can be both yielding and resilient. If it were Tingle, she would never bow her head under such circumstances. Mu Rujiu always felt that Xie Tingyan was a man of profound thoughts. Qi Junxian let out a cold scoff. As there are foreign ministers present today, I shall not pursue this matter further. However, once Tingle has recovered, she must personally visit my household to apologize to the child. The assembled ministers looked on in astonishment. Was the regent truly standing up for a young girl? Xie Tingyan remained silent, kneeling on the ground, appearing exceedingly docile. Qi Junxian ceased further remarks and departed the grand hall with Mu Rujiu. Before leaving, Yin Hanqing handed a hairpin to Mu Rujiu, raising an eyebrow at her. Tingle, aware that Xie Tingyan had not condemned Mu Rujiu, could no longer remain in bed, insisting on meeting Xie Tingyan. Following the welcoming banquet, Xie Tingyan approached Tingle, his expression still frigid and distant. Brother, why did you not condemn Mu Rujiu? She has an alibi. Xie Tingan's voice was cold. An alibi? Brother, you have encountered such matters before. Simply eliminate the witness, and there will be no one to contradict. Tingle's tone carried little emotion, as if taking a life were of little consequence to her. As she spoke, she turned to Xie Tingan, only to find him remaining unresponsive. Brother, what is the matter? Am I wrong in my reasoning? Tingle inquired, puzzled. It is nothing. Let this matter rest, Xie Tingan replied coldly, his voice seemingly devoid of any turmoil. Have you not also engaged in such actions before? Why abstain this time? Tingle found it perplexing. Xie Tingan was known for his ruthless nature, having committed many acts of violence to obliterate evidence. Yet, why was it different this time? A flicker of resentment flashed in Tingle's eyes. Chapter 89. Selling out teammates. I am serious. Mu Rujiu gazed at the hairpin in her hand, her expression somewhat frigid. She had not engaged in conversation with Yin Ha-ching, and thus it was improbable that the hairpin had been left in his possession. This hairpin, indeed, belonged to Yin Ha-ching. As she toyed with it, she noticed a seam in the center of the pin. With a light chuckle, Mu Rujiu sought the mechanism. Sure enough, upon turning the pearl on the hairpin, the previously straight pin split into two. Within, she discovered a rolled-up note. Unfolding it, she recognized the handwriting. It was Yin Ha-ching's. Tomorrow at Chin time, at the Fragrant Invitation Pavilion. Due to Qi Junstin leaving the banquet early with Mu Rujiu, he ordered a new dinner prepared upon their return to the residence. During the meal, Qi Junstin inquired, Little Jiu, do you know that person? Mu Rujiu innocently looked up at Qi Junstin. Who does the royal uncle refer to? The maid who conversed with you. Shaking her head, Mu Rujiu replied, I do not know her. I merely spoke a few words with her when I saw her. Preferring to avoid complications, she refrained from revealing that Yin Ha-ching's appearance had not been anticipated. Qi Junstin nodded, pinching Mu Rujiu's cheek gently. Do not get too close to her, understand? Mu Rujiu feigned ignorance, tilting her head. Why? That sister is quite beautiful. With a smirk, Qi Junstin propped his chin as he regarded Mu Rujiu. So, Little Jiu wishes to play with her because she is beautiful? Mu Rujiu nodded, with a playful smile. Qi Junstin replied, the royal uncle is more handsome. Little Jiu should play with the royal uncle instead. Mu Rujiu, though the statement was rather shameless. Mu Rujiu found herself at a loss for a retort. When it was time for bed, Lu Su lit the incense and helped Mu Rujiu change her clothes, preparing to take her leave. However, Mu Rujiu called out to her. Lu Su. Lu Su turned to Mu Rujiu. Miss, is there anything else? Where's the Fragrant Invitation Pavilion? Mu Rujiu had not heard of this establishment and assumed it was a new venue that had emerged over the past 3 years. She thought Lu Su might know and thus inquired. Yet, for some reason, as soon as the question escaped Mu Rujiu's lips, Lu Su's expression turned to one of shock. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Mu Rujiu, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Uncertain of Lu Su's reaction, Mu Rujiu tilted her head, looking perplexed. Miss. Lu Su's demeanor shifted to one of severity as she looked at Mu Rujiu, her voice low and intense. Who told you about it? What? Mu Rujiu responded, somewhat bewildered. Who informed you about such a place as the Fragrant Invitation Pavilion? Lu Su's eyes glinted with a menacing intent, as if she were ready to dismantle someone. Mu Rujiu blinked, beginning to understand what the Fragrant Invitation Pavilion entailed. She replied obediently, it was Ji Fuyan who mentioned it. He said he wished to go, and I was unaware of what it was, so I asked. Mu Rujiu sat upright on the bed, resembling an innocent kitten, exuding an air of naivety. I'm sorry. Ji Fuyan. Achoo. Suddenly, while engrossed in his reading, Ji Fuyan sneezed. Young master, it is late. You should rest, the steward murmured softly. Ji Fuyan nodded and turned another page. As if recalling something, he raised his gaze slightly. Uncle Qin, have you found the item? Steward Qin appeared somewhat troubled. Young master. The item you seek cannot be found anywhere in the capital. I have already dispatched someone to Jin City to search for it. Ji Fuyan nodded. It must be found within half a month. Hearing this, Steward Qin smiled and inquired, are you planning to gift it to someone? The youth pursed his lips slightly, his angular profile softened by the candlelight. It is her first birthday in the capital. I merely worry she might feel out of place. His tone was firm, devoid of any discernible emotion. Steward Qin merely chuckled. It seems young master rarely puts thought into others' birthday gifts. In the past, when colleagues celebrated their birthdays, the young master often chose the most expensive gifts without much consideration. This time, however, he had begun preparations a month in advance, indicating a thoughtful effort. Upon hearing this, Ji Fuyan's ears turned slightly red, though it was not easily noticeable in the candlelight. That is not the case, the youth's voice softened, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his lips. The next morning, Mu Rujiao went to the private school. Today, they were to have horseback riding lessons, and each student needed to complete the training assigned by the instructor before resting. Mu Rujiao finished her tasks early and prepared to sneak out. As she looked around, she spotted Ji Fuyin nearby. The male and female students followed different schedules, hence their lessons were conducted separately. In the distance, Ji Fuyin sat atop a horse, skillfully guiding it over fences with an air of youthful exuberance. When he dismounted, he immediately noticed Mu Rujiao waving at him from afar. He furrowed his brow slightly and walked towards her. "What is the matter?" Ji Fuyin inquired, tossing her a handkerchief. Mu Rujiao caught it deftly, wiping the sweat from her brow, and smiled brightly at him. Seeing her expression, Ji Fuyin instinctively sensed mischief was afoot. Sure enough, the girl grinned, revealing her sharp canines. "Mr. Ji, could you do me a favor?" Without a moment's hesitation, Ji Fuyin replied, "I won't help." Undeterred by his refusal, Mu Rujiao continued, "I have an urgent matter to attend to. If the instructor asks, could you cover for me?" Ji Fuyin pressed his lips together, his handsome brow slightly furrowed. "Mu Jiao," I said, "I want tea help." Checking the time, she realized it was nearly time to go. "Well then, I'll be off." "Thank you, Mr. Ji." With that, Mu Rujiao stealthily slipped away. Ji Fuyin watched her diminishing figure, pursing his lips. He would never assist her in such matters. "Where has Mu Jiao gone?" In the distance, the gentleman suddenly inquired. "Sir, she went to drink water," Ji Fuyin replied without a moment's hesitation. After answering, Ji Fuyin found himself momentarily stunned, realizing his slip. He regretfully rubbed his forehead, his brow furrowing even deeper. One is easily influenced by their surroundings, Ji Fuyin muttered through clenched teeth. When Mu Rujiao arrived at the Yaoxiang building, it was already past the hour of Qin. As soon as she stepped inside, she was encircled by a throng of ladies. Upon recognizing the newcomer as a young girl, the group widened their eyes and exchanged glances. "Oh, what is this little girl doing here? You should leave at once. This is not a place for you," a woman with a stern demeanor admonished. Mu Rujiao blinked innocently and replied, "I am here to find someone." "There is no one here that you seek," the woman retorted without a second thought, preparing to usher Mu Rujiao out. "Mama son," a sultry voice drifted down from the second floor of the Yaoxiang building. Mu Rujiao did not need to look up to know who it was. Yin Ha-ching, adorned in a gown of green silk, exuded charm with her alluring eyes. "This little girl is my guest. Allow her to enter." Chapter 90. The contest of two performers. The individual known as Mother-Son appeared to hold Yin Ha-ching in high regard. Upon hearing Yin Ha-ching's words, she quickly donned a smile. "Oh, it turns out you are a guest of Miss Qin Han. Come in, please, do come in." The change in her demeanor was remarkably swift. Mu Rujiao smiled back at her before ascending to the second floor. Yin Ha-ching had been waiting there for quite some time. She smiled at Mu Rujiao and said, "This is not a place for conversation, little one. Follow me." Mu Rujiao obediently nodded and followed Yin Ha-ching into a room. Having never visited a brothel before, Mu Rujiao was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the lavish private chamber. The room was likely infused with fragrant incense, and the enormous bed was adorned with scattered flower petals, while crimson silk curtains cascaded gently, exuding an indescribable allure. Goodness, is it truly appropriate for Yin Ha-ching to meet a young girl like me in such a place? Though she mentally berated this individual countless times, Mu Rujiao could not help but smile innocently at the strikingly beautiful face before her. "Sister, little Jiao has finally seen you again." Yin Ha-ching squinted her eyes in a smile, slowly crouching down, her enchanting gaze shifting. "Little one, tell me, how did you discover that note?" Yin Ha-ching was skeptical that the girl was as naive as she appeared. At this, Mu Rujiao's eyes flickered with emotion, and she blinked. The hairpin had a mechanism. Simply turning it revealed the note. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Yin Ha-ching's eyes. She had not anticipated that the little girl would speak the truth. Such cleverness! Most would fail to notice that mechanism. Yin Ha-ching continued to probe. Mu Rujiao beamed, seemingly believing that the beautiful sister was complimenting her. "The royal uncle has taught me many such mechanisms, so I was able to find it." Yin Ha-ching realized, it is indeed Qi Junxian. She thought to herself, how could a young girl possess such depth? With a charming smile, she inquired, "Has that little girl informed your royal uncle of your presence here?" Mu Rujiao shook her head obediently. "No, sister. Did you not tell me that if I spoke of it, you would be punished?" Yin Ha-ching nodded with a smile, gently patting Mu Rujiao's head. "Such a good girl. Good my foot." Mu Rujiao smiled on the surface while cursing inwardly. "But why did sister summon me here?" Mu Rujiao questioned. "Because sister missed you." Yin Ha-ching replied sweetly, inviting Mu Rujiao to sit on a chair. Mu Rujiao lowered her gaze, concealing the emotions in her eyes. Yin Haqing was clearly spinning tales without a hint of hesitation. However, she indeed had a score to settle with him today, so there was no rush. Let the better performer prevail. Yin Haqing poured Mu Rujiu a cup of tea, her tone soft and alluring. Come, little one, taste the tea brewed by your sister. Thank you, sister. Mu Rujiu smiled as she accepted the teacup from Yin Haqing. Upon merely catching a whiff of the tea's fragrance, Mu Rujiu's gaze turned icy. She sensed that this individual harbored no benevolent intentions. Observing the girl merely holding the teacup without taking a sip, Yin Haqing rested her chin on her hand and, with a playful arch of her eyes, inquired, "Why aren't you drinking, little one?" "It's quite hot. I'll indulge shortly," Mu Rujiu replied with a smile, casting a glance back at Yin Haqing. For a moment, silence enveloped the room, despite the raucousness outside. The brothel, a place of revelry and indulgence, buzzed with the sounds of laughter and playful banter, which Mu Rujiu, with her keen hearing, could easily discern. The external clamor contrasted sharply with the stillness within, where neither Mu Rujiu nor Yin Haqing uttered a word. Time seemed to stretch on indefinitely. "Sister, I once heard a tale," Mu Rujiu began slowly, her innocent eyes fixed on Yin Haqing. Yin Haqing raised an eyebrow, her enchanting visage captivating. I have heard that in the kingdom of Junmian, there exists a potion that, when ground into powder and infused into tea, allows one to experience exquisite illusions, ultimately leading them to perish within their own fantasies. Mu Rujiu narrowed her eyes, smiling as she regarded Yin Haqing. At that moment, the smile that had graced Yin Haqing's lips faded, replaced by a cold, penetrating gaze directed at Mu Rujiu. "Who told you that?" As she spoke, Yin Haqing's tone had turned frosty. Mu Rujiu maintained her cheerful demeanor, her eyes reflecting a naive curiosity. "Moreover, I also heard that this herb is exceedingly difficult to harvest, growing solely on the precipices of Junmian's cliffs. Any gathered herbs are seized by the royal family for medicinal purposes and cannot be kept privately." Yin Haqing's eyes gradually turned frigid, her earlier amusement vanishing. "It is said that this herb is named qianqian, possessing a distinct aroma that is hard to conceal." Mu Rujiu's smile began to fade, replaced by a glint of coldness in her eyes. "Sister, isn't it curious? Just now, I detected that very fragrance in this tea. The quantity was minimal." Yin Haqing likely did not intend to bring her demise. However, this did not preclude Mu Rujiu from holding her accountable. Yin Haqing narrowed her eyes dangerously. Her graceful hand still propped her chin, though her expression had turned entirely frigid. "You seem to know quite a bit, little girl." Mu Rujiu grinned. "Sister, I am quite well read." The properties of the qianqian herb were indeed imparted to her by Yin Haqing. Yet, she had not anticipated that one day it would be employed against her. A flicker of perilous emotion flashed in Yin Haqing's eyes, and in the next moment, a dagger appeared in her hand, thrusting directly at Mu Rujiu's chest. Mu Rujiu deftly sidestepped the attack, swiftly turning and pinning Yin Haqing to the ground. The dagger clattered to the floor, echoing in the room. Mu Rujiu restrained both of Yin Haqing's hands, looking down at her from an advantageous position, despite Yin Haqing's capabilities being merely sufficient for self-defense. Mu Rujiu regarded her with a smirk. "Sister, you are rather fierce, aren't you?" Yin Haqing struggled, attempting to break free from Mu Rujiu's grasp. Yet the young girl before him held both of his wrists firmly with just one hand. At such a tender age, how could she possess such remarkable strength? Yin Haqing chuckled softly. "Mu Rujiu, I underestimated you." Mu Rujiu raised an eyebrow, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Sister, it is your ulterior motives that compelled me to act." The girl spoke with such ease, casually straddling Yin Haqing with a carefree demeanor. In an unexpected moment, Yin Haqing found himself momentarily entranced, for reasons unknown. In that fleeting instant, he perceived the visage of an old acquaintance within this little girl. After a brief struggle, realizing he could not free himself, he reclined on the ground, allowing Mu Rujiu to maintain her hold on his wrist. "Little girl, if you do not release me soon, I shall have to call for help." Mu Rujiu smiled, undeterred. "Sister, guess whether they are more interested in this little girl or—" Her voice trailed off as one hand ventured towards Yin Haqing's chest. Before he could react, she swiftly extracted two soft, round objects from his chest. The once ample bosom now appeared deflated. "Are they perhaps more intrigued by the identity of the dancing girl, Yin Haqing?" Mu Rujiu lifted the items in her hand, gazing down at him with a triumphant air. Chapter 91. Yet Mu Rujiu, I cannot bear it. A flicker of astonishment crossed Yin Haqing's eyes. How could she possibly know? The padding at her chest vanished, rendering her garments ill-fitting in an instant. Enraged and embarrassed, Yin Haqing flushed and bellowed at Mu Rujiu. "Mu Rujiu, I'm here, sister. Why are you being so fierce?" Mu Rujiu blinked innocently. a wicked smile adorning her face. A knock resounded from outside the door. "Miss Qinghan, I just heard some commotion in your room. Is everything all right?" It was the voice of Mama Sunday. Unfazed, Mu Rujiao maintained her position, straddling Yin Haqing, and raised an eyebrow in his direction. Yin Haqing glared at her with palpable resentment. "Miss Qinghan, is something the matter?" Mama Sun inquired, preparing to enter. "Mama Sun, it's nothing. I merely dropped the tea lid. It's of no consequence." This statement halted the door's movement, though pinned beneath her. Yin Haqing continued to address the visitor outside. "Mama Sun, I have matters to attend to. If you have no other business, you may return to your duties." "Very well. Miss Qinghan, you carry on." With that, the figure outside vanished. Mu Rujiao smirked, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Sister, didn't you just say you would call for someone?" Yin Haqing remained silent, glaring at her through clenched teeth. Observing her own position, Mu Rujiao glanced at Yin Haqing beneath her. For a fleeting moment, she felt akin to a rogue forcibly seizing a maiden. After a prolonged silence, Yin Haqing finally spoke coldly. "Who exactly are you?" Cautiously, he maintained a feminine tone. Even now, Mu Rujiu merely raised an eyebrow, unwavering in her stance. "Sister, there is no need to be anxious. I merely wish to engage in a heartfelt exchange with you." Yin Haqing frowned at her, his eyes brimming with coldness. Undeterred, Mu Rujiu lifted his chin, compelling him to meet her gaze. His rosy lips pressed tightly together, he reluctantly regarded her, appearing as though he were being coerced. Had Mu Rujiao not previously witnessed Yin Haqing's remarkable acting skills, she might have softened at this moment. Recalling the injury sustained by Qi Junxian, her expression hardened further. "Sister, your face is truly beautiful," Mu Rujiao remarked with a smile, producing a brush from her belongings. Uncertain of its ink source, she prepared to paint Yin Haqing's face, exclaiming, "Allow me to add a finishing touch." Yin Haqing valued his visage greatly. Upon seeing the brush poised to descend, he swiftly turned his head. "Mujiao, I warn you. Do not act recklessly. Otherwise, do not blame me for my rudeness." An empty threat. Mu Rujiu smiled mischievously, yet proceeded to draw 2 small mustaches upon his exquisite face. "Ah, instantly more masculine," she mused, grinning as she retrieved a bronze mirror to show Yin Haqing. "Sister, do you find it appealing?" Mu Rujiao's voice rang clear, reminiscent of an innocent young girl unfamiliar with the world. Yet Yin Haqing had already come to realize this individual was nothing short of a devil. He cast a fleeting glance at his reflection in the bronze mirror, but quickly averted his gaze. "Mujiao." Yin Haqing was both infuriated and amused. "Just wait. I shall not let you off so easily." Mu Rujiao's attention was drawn to the 2 round, soft objects placed beside her. These were the items Yin Haqing had concealed within her bosom. With one hand restraining the struggling Yin Haqing, Mu Rujiao used her other hand to pick up the intriguing objects. "Sister, these look rather entertaining. I wonder what material they are made of. They feel remarkably like human skin." Momentarily captivated by her curiosity, she began to squeeze them, seemingly finding great amusement in the activity. Yin Haqing, upon witnessing Mu Rujiao's actions, flushed crimson. "Aren't you ashamed?" Mu Rujiao, bewildered, glanced at Yin Haqing, noticing her face was completely flushed. A mischievous smile curled at her lips as she continued to squeeze the objects in front of Yin Haqing. "Mujiao." Yin Haqing growled, gritting her teeth in exasperation. Mu Rujiao chuckled, revealing her sharp little tiger teeth. In the past, when Yin Haqing donned women's attire, she would often conceal 2 apples in her bosom. At that time, Mu Rujiao had never thought to question it. Now, however, she realized Yin Haqing's skills in cross-dressing had significantly improved, complete with such professional preparations. With a smile directed at Yin Haqing, Mu Rujiao reflected on how 5 years had swiftly passed since their last parting. For her, Yin Haqing was both an adversary and a companion. Years ago, she had reclaimed the territory that rightfully belonged to the Nanchi kingdom, intending to put an end to her campaign. Yet, Xiechen had dispatched a decree with great urgency, "Press onward." This meant that the Nanchi kingdom would invade the territory of the Jiyuan kingdom. Initially, Mu Rujiao disagreed, but the imperial command was absolute. Gritting her teeth, she pressed forward. This time, she witnessed not the suffering of the Nanchi populace but that of the Jiyuan citizens. Yet, regardless of which nation they belonged to, the innocent populace bore the brunt of the conflict between the 2 kingdoms. She had transformed from a protector into an aggressor, advancing 500 miles until she beheld the border city of the Jiyuan kingdom. Upon the city walls, a graceful woman danced, her enchanting figure and fluid movements captivating. Mu Rujiao knew little of dance, but the sight of the dancer on the city wall left her momentarily spellbound. Clad in pure white, the dancer's form swayed with the wind, embodying a resilience that seemed to surpass even the breeze itself. Initially, Mu Rujiu believed the dancer to be a captive from the Junmian kingdom, and she tended to her for a time. It was only later that she discovered it was the cross-dressing Yan Hanqing, General Qinxiu, unparalleled in the world. Do you not fear that one day the rabbit will die and the hound will be cooked, or that the bird will perish and the bough will be hidden? Yan Hanqing had once addressed her in such a manner. For a time, Yan Hanqing stubbornly remained by Mu Rujiu's side, even after she had uncovered his true identity. During that period, they shared laughter and wine, seemingly free from the burdens of national strife and personal grievances, just two drifting reeds in the wind. Mu Rujiu, you ought to have been born in Junmian. At that time, the inebriated Yan Hanqing remarked. Mu Rujiu chuckled softly. If His Highness the Crown Prince were born in Nanxi, it would indeed be a splendid occurrence. However, the royal family of Junmian would not permit the general tasked with guarding the territory to bear such infamy. Yan Hanqing fixed his gaze upon Mu Rujiu, articulating each word with deliberate emphasis. Mu Rujiu, if I were Xietchen, I could not bear to let you shoulder such disgrace. His heart ached. She was merely a girl who could laugh and cry. Mu Rujiu, lost in thought, only snapped back to reality when she turned to Yan Hanqing beneath her. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, flickering with fury and murderous intent, as though, should Mu Rujiu release him, he could consume her whole. Yet, Mu Rujiu felt no fear, her brows arched in playful delight. Until she heard a familiar voice from outside the door. The Regent has come seeking someone. All unauthorized personnel must vacate. That voice was Jiang Zhou. Chapter 92. Yanqing, long time no see. Mu Rujiu's eyes widened in disbelief, convinced she must have misheard. She held her breath, one hand firmly grasping Yanqing, while the other covered his mouth, terrified he might make a sound. The Regent Prince has come here searching for someone. All unrelated personnel must withdraw. Jiang Zhou's voice resonated powerfully, echoing with authority. Mu Rujiu felt tears welling in her eyes. She shot Yanqing a fierce glare and whispered a warning, not a word, or I shall continue to paint your face. The young girl appeared quite intimidating, resembling a mischievous child prone to bullying others. However, it seemed that the child's guardians had arrived. A flicker of emotion crossed Yanqing's eyes as he slightly raised an eyebrow, filled with defiance. Mu Rujiu could easily guess the provocative remarks he was about to make. Master, the young lady, surely wouldn't he come to a place like this, would she? Jiang Zhou's voice seemed to draw closer, and Mu Rujiu listened intently. Holding her breath, she heard the man's deep, cold voice. That little one, what mischief could she not engage in? Qi Junstian remarked, a hint of frost in his tone. Since yesterday, when Liu Su had exited the little one's room, he had been preoccupied, and upon inquiry, he discovered that she was indeed aware of the invitation fragrance pavilion. The scion of the Ji family, appearing so serious, turned out to be such a character. The next time he encountered Ji Qian, he would certainly have words with him. It was currently the time for lessons at the private school. Nevertheless, Qi Junstian was restless and felt compelled to check on things. Clad in an exquisite black and gold robe, adorned with intricate golden embroidery, the man stood tall and handsome, commanding the attention of all merely by his presence. He radiated an ethereal glow, akin to a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, though his silver-black eyes remained cold, betraying no emotion regardless of whom or what they beheld. The guards accompanying him were equally well-dressed, their attire crafted from the finest silk brocade of Jiangnan, each piece worth a fortune. Jiang Zhou appeared somewhat troubled, as he believed that although the young lady was occasionally mischievous, she would unlikely venture into such a place. He intended to advise his master, for it would be detrimental to the Regent Prince's reputation if word of his presence here spread. Before Jiang Zhou could voice his concerns, he witnessed his master surveying the surroundings before ascending to the second floor. Master, Jiang Zhou called out, ultimately resigned to follow. Qi Junstian had already surveyed the first floor, which offered a more open view, making it less conducive for hiding. The second floor, filled with private rooms, was where he walked with deliberate steps, his expression frigid. If he truly found that little one here, he would ensure she received a thorough reprimand. Mu Rujiu heard the footsteps drawing ever closer, maintaining her position astride Yanqing. She pressed her hand over his mouth, daring not to utter a sound. The footsteps grew nearer until they paused just outside her room. Qi Junstian paused for a brief moment before he prepared to leave. Just then, he suddenly heard a commotion emanating from within the room. Frowning, Qi Junstian halted his departure. Mu Rujiu's eyes widened as she glared fiercely at Yan Hanqing, who, despite having his mouth covered, was still making a ruckus. Yan Hanqing, silence yourself, Mu Rujiu growled, signaling for quiet. In her moment of urgency, she inadvertently called out Yan Hanqing's name. However, Her attention was fully directed towards the door, leaving her oblivious to her slip. Upon hearing Mu Rujiao's admonition, Yin Haqing's eyes glimmered with surprise. His struggles lessened, and he gazed intently at the girl pinning him down, his emotions complex. Few knew him as Yin Haqing. Most recognized him solely as the enigmatic Qihan maiden. Narrowing his eyes dangerously, Yin Haqing chose to remain silent. Outside, Jiang Zhou stood beside Qi Junstian, bemused by his prolonged stillness before the door. "My lord, what?" Jiang Zhou began. But his words were interrupted by a raised hand from Qi Junstian. Signaling for understanding, Jiang Zhou placed his hand against the door. In the next moment, he burst through, sword drawn. However, upon seeing the sheer veil cascading from the bed, he abruptly turned and fled the room. "Pardon me." Jiang Zhou's cheeks flushed crimson, his ears burning. He was in such a fluster that he did not have time to sheath his sword before making his hasty exit. Qi Junstian frowned slightly at Jiang Zhou's reaction, only to hear a low, yet furious male voice from within the room. "What is the meaning of this? How dare you intrude so recklessly? What is the purpose of the Yaoxiang Tower?" Jiang Zhou pressed his lips together, the heat still lingering on his face. "My lord, it is a man and a woman, and they are." He left the rest unsaid, but Qi Junstian understood the implication. Nodding, he turned to leave. Jiang Zhou scratched the back of his head and hurriedly followed suit. On the bed, beneath the veil, Yin Haqing had Mu Rujiao pinned beneath him, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Mu Rujiao was momentarily taken aback. Just now, he had used a male voice. Yin Haqing's smile widened as he now held the upper hand over Mu Rujiao. "What is it?" he teased, mimicking her earlier demeanor as he grasped her chin and gazed into her eyes. "Are you captivated by my charm?" Mu Rujiao had heard Yin Haqing's male voice before. It was 5 years past, and hearing it again now left her momentarily dazed. Her eyes widened as she stared at the man before her. Yin Haqing's brows arched playfully. "Do not hide it. Everyone bears the same expression upon hearing my true voice." After a lengthy pause, Mu Rujiao finally spoke, pointing at Yin Haqing's lips. "Your little mustache is smudged." Silence enveloped the room. Yin Haqing pressed the girl beneath him, his expression decidedly grim. With a cold sneer, he directed his gaze at Mu Rujiao, articulating each word with precision. "Mujiao, do you truly believe I wouldn't dare to strike you?" Mu Rujiao raised an eyebrow, retorting, "Well, you certainly cannot best me." This assertion, though seemingly accurate, bore an air of provocation. As Yin Haqing pondered how to counter her, Mu Rujiao executed a swift maneuver, flipping him onto the ground. Rising from the bed, she regarded Yin Haqing, who sat there, and a wave of sentiment washed over her. "Why did you help me?" Mu Rujiao inquired. Yin Haqing, still displeased from being overturned, merely furrowed his brows in response, offering no reply. Mu Rujiao remained unperturbed, patiently awaiting his words. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. "You know my name." Mu Rujiu was taken aback for a moment, recalling that, in a moment of peril, she had indeed called out his name. A miscalculation. Embarrassment crept upon her as she scratched her cheek, yet she pressed on. "Is it merely because I know your name?" Yin Haqing's lips curled into a captivating smile. "My name is not something just anyone can know, so consider your awareness of it a gift from me." How had this man, after years apart, become even more self-absorbed? Mu Rujiao found herself both amused and exasperated. The man's gentle features blurred the lines of gender up close, rendering his exquisite visage almost unreasonable. Gazing at Yin Haqing, Mu Rujiao found herself smiling after a moment. "Yin Haqing, what? It's been a long time. What?" The words were too soft. Yin Haqing did not catch them clearly. "I said, we shall meet again." With that, Mu Rujiao turned and departed. As Yin Haqing lifted the gauzy curtain, he discovered the girl had vanished. He stared into the empty room, lost in thought. Suddenly, he recalled that if that person were still alive, they would likely be as carefree and proud as that young girl. Chapter 93. The little one is quite disobedient. Upon her return to the private academy, Mu Rujiao found that the morning equestrian class had just concluded. She settled back into her seat, where Ji Fuyan was already partaking in his lunch. Due to the inconvenience many students faced in returning home for lunch only to come back for afternoon classes, their servants would often deliver meals during this time. "Good day. Uncle Chen, you have come again to deliver lunch for Ji Fuyan?" Every time, Butler Chen would bring lunch for Ji Fuyan, and over time, Mu Rujiao became acquainted with him, greeting him whenever they met. Butler Chen smiled and nodded. "Miss Mu, have you not had your lunch yet?" Mu Rujiu replied with a smile. "Watering should be arriving shortly." "Miss Mu, if you are hungry, I have an extra portion here, if you do not mind." "Of course I don't mind." Mu Rujiao's eyes sparkled with delight. making her appear exceptionally charming. Butler Chen chuckled as he presented her with the additional meal. Miss Mu, please enjoy. Having heard tales of the exquisite culinary skills of the Ji family chef, Mu Rujiao had often wished Ji Fuyan would bring her an extra meal. But he always declined. Today, however, fortune smiled upon her. As she picked up her chopsticks and began to eat, Ji Fuyan, seated beside her, displayed an elegant demeanor, savoring his food with deliberate, unhurried movements. One cannot deny the remarkable talent of the Ji family chef. Mu Rujiao remarked to Ji Fuyan, Mr. Ji, you are rather stingy, aren't you? If it weren't for Uncle Chen's extra portion, I would have missed out on such delectable dishes. Ji Fuyan, upon hearing her, replied in a low tone. Delicious food cannot silence your chatter. Mu Rujiao merely smiled, her eyes twinkling, and refrained from further comment. However, when she glanced at Butler Chen, she noticed him staring at Ji Fuyan with wide eyes, as if witnessing a ghost. Butler Chen was well aware of his young master's dining habits, which were impeccable. He adhered strictly to the principle of silence during meals, even at home. Yet now, was his master actually speaking during lunch? Butler Chen cast a look of disbelief at Ji Fuyan before shifting his gaze to the young lady beside him. She had a charming face, with eyes resembling black obsidian. Strikingly beautiful, Butler Chen seemed to have an epiphany, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. It was likely that the birthday gift was prepared for Miss Mu, wasn't it? Upon her return to the Wang residence, Mu Rujiao noticed nothing amiss. A smile danced on her lips as she hummed a little tune while walking into the estate. It was fortunate that Qi Junstan had not discovered her visit to the brothel. This made matters considerably easier. Upon reaching the study, Mu Rujiao immediately spotted Qi Junstan, who rested his head on his hand while perusing a book. Your Highness, Mu Rujiao exclaimed joyfully as she dashed towards him. Qi Junstan's previously languid gaze brightened upon seeing Mu Rujiao. His sculpted features broke into a gentle arc of a smile, his voice still laced with a languorous tone. Come here. His voice was crisp and clear, imbued with a subtle warmth. Mu Rujiao obediently nodded and settled beside Qi Junxian, comporting herself with grace. Qi Junxian lightly tapped his leg, prompting Mu Rujiao to obediently settle onto his lap, nestling into his embrace. It seemed that Qi Junxian favored this way of holding her, always encircling her within his arms, allowing Mu Rujiao to inhale the faint scent of green bamboo emanating from him. The man held her close without uttering a word, while Mu Rujiao dutifully ground ink for him, permitting him to peruse the folded documents. Your Highness, she ventured. Qi Junstan raised an eyebrow slightly, his voice imbued with a hint of tenderness. Mu Rujiao observed as Qi Junstan unabashedly sifted through the confidential documents before her, feeling a twinge of awkwardness. Perhaps I should step outside so as not to disturb your work. Hearing her suggestion, Qi Junxian chuckled softly. It's nothing serious, merely trivial matters. As Mu Rujiao gazed at the prominently embossed golden character for confidential on the cover of the document, she could not help but swallow hard. Is it truly unimportant? With one hand grasping the document and the other wielding a white jade brush, Qi Junstan diligently made annotations, his demeanor reflecting utmost seriousness. Mu Rujiao refrained from interrupting him, instead curling up in his embrace, feeling somewhat bored and stifling a yawn. Noticing her fatigue, Qi Junxian chuckled. Are you tired, little Jiao? No, not at all. Mu Rujiao quickly denied. Qi Junstan raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with an enigmatic quality. Really? I thought you seemed rather weary today. Mu Rujiao felt a flutter of anxiety at his words, then awkwardly smiled. Your Highness, I spent the entire day at the academy. I'm not that tired. Qi Junstan responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement, saying no more. Mu Rujiao's gaze wandered to the flickering candlelight upon the table, its glow bright and lively, capturing her attention momentarily. You carry a scent, Qi Junstan remarked casually, his tone declaring it as a fact rather than a question. Mu Rujiao smiled, recalling how adept Qi Junxian was at psychological tactics, and replied, It's probably from my equestrian class today. I worked up a sweat. Not the scent of sweat. Qi Junstan smirked, but rather a pungent whiff of rouge. At his words, Mu Rujiao fell silent. She had anticipated Qi Junstan would elaborate, yet after a prolonged silence, he remained quiet. It felt like an eternity. Little Jiao, he called. You're not being very obedient, Qi Junstan chuckled, exhaling a long sigh. His tone conveyed both irritation and an overwhelming sense of indulgence. Not only at the Xiangxiang Tower, but I also sent someone to the academy to look for you and found no trace. Mu Rujiao nearly forgot that Qi Junstan was a man of thorough preparation. It seemed that the crown prince held a keen interest in a girl named Mu Jiao. even going so far as to send Qi Junstin to the regent's palace to probe further. Though Chengying did not comprehend the crown prince's intentions, he complied with the orders and, under the pretext of visiting Qi Junstin, arrived at the regent's palace. In the main seat, a man sat with his legs crossed, exuding an elegance and charm that surpassed the natural world. He appeared unperturbed by Chengying's arrival, smiling as he addressed him. "General Chengying, what brings you here?" Chengying discreetly surveyed the surroundings. "I did not see the young girl named Rujiu." He clasped his fist towards Qi Junstin and remarked, "Your Highness, we have yet to conclude our previous discussion." Qi Junstin raised an eyebrow, a smile perpetually lingering at the corners of his lips. "General Chengying, I assure you that I have no interest in the matter I previously mentioned." Chengying opened his mouth, intending to respond, but was interrupted by a guard approaching Qi Junstin, who whispered something in his ear. A glimmer of amusement flickered in the depths of his silver-black eyes. The man squinted slightly, regarding Chengying with a bemused expression. "Today is indeed peculiar," Qi Junstin remarked nonchalantly, as if somewhat surprised. "It is one thing for General Chengying to seek me out, but General Gongsun has also arrived?" Chengying frowned, a hint of astonishment crossing his features. "Gongsun-yi? What brings him here?" Chapter 94. A play starring 3 men? Gongsun-yi seemed to be visiting the regent's palace of Qi Junstin for the first time. Previously, he harbored animosity towards Qi Junstin, believing him to be the one who had slain Mu Rujiu. It was only after she revealed the truth that Gongsun-yi gradually set aside his hostility. Today, he had come to convey a message to Mu Rujiu. "General Gongsun, your presence is requested," Jiang Zhou announced, bowing as he invited Gongsun-yi into the residence. Upon entering the main hall, he was surprised to find Chengying already present. With a slight furrow of his brow, Gongsun-yi first glanced at Chengying before his gaze fell upon the man seated in the principal position. The man sat with his legs crossed, exuding an air of languid comfort. "What brings General Gongsun to my humble abode?" Qi Junstin inquired, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, it is a rare visit." Gongsun-yi bowed slowly. "I pay my respects to His Highness the Regent." "There's no need for such formality, General Gongsun. Please, have a seat," Qi Junstin replied, gesturing for him to sit opposite Chengying. The two generals exchanged glances, their emotions inscrutable. "I was unaware that General Chengying would also be present. I apologize for the intrusion." Gongsun-yi acknowledged with a nod. Chengying merely returned the gesture, remaining silent. Qi Junstin turned his attention back to Gongsun-yi, his silver-black eyes glinting with a cold light. "What brings you here, General Gongsun?" In a frosty tone, Gongsun-yi responded, "Recently, I unexpectedly acquired a folding fan named Yutian. The individual who gifted it to me claimed it to be a rare treasure, one not seen for a millennium. However, as a mere martial man, I cannot discern its intricacies. I have heard that your Highness is well versed in calligraphy and painting, and thus I wish to bring it forth for your appraisal." "Oh?" Qi Junstin raised an eyebrow. "Yutian? That is a renowned masterpiece from the late Qin and Yu dynasty, though it has been said to have been lost for many years." Gongsun-yi listened in silence, refraining from interjecting. Qi Junstin smiled knowingly, recognizing Gongsun-yi's attempt at goodwill. The general, who had always been at odds with him, had surprisingly refrained from opposition in recent times, whether in court or in their interactions. No matter the proposals presented or inquiries made regarding his opinions, Gongsun-yi had merely replied, "Your Highness the Regent speaks truly." Consequently, these past few days, Xia Qin's demeanor had notably soured. He could not fathom the reason behind Gongsun-yi's sudden overtures of friendliness, considering Gongsun-yi's affiliation with the Mu faction. Reflecting on this, Qi Junstin narrowed his eyes, his beautiful gaze harboring inscrutable emotions. "Since that is the case, I too wish to broaden my horizons. Bring forth tea." Meanwhile, Mu Rujiu sat languidly in the courtyard, idly arranging the tea set upon the stone table. She had just heard from Jiang Zhou that Chengying seemed to have come to speak with Qi Junstin. Presumably, he was there to persuade Qi Junstin, so she decided it best not to interrupt their conversation. With that thought, Mu Rujiu lazily raised her gaze and noticed a maid approaching, carrying tea towards the main hall. Merely, Mu Rujiu narrowed her eyes. "Why are there 3 teacups? Are there others present?" With this thought, Mu Rujiu hurriedly approached the maidservant. "I have seen the young lady." The maidservant respectfully curtsied to Mu Rujiu. Mu Rujiu waved her hand and cheerfully inquired, "Why did you bring tea to the front hall? Has a guest arrived?" The maidservants of the Wang residence are notoriously tight-lipped, rarely divulging any information. However, His Highness had previously instructed them to respond to any inquiries made by the young lady. Hence, the maidservant did not withhold the truth. In response to the young lady, His Highness is currently entertaining General Qingying and General Gongsun in the front hall. General Gongsun? Why is that little brat here as well? Mu Rujiu pursed her lips but smiled at the maidservant. Please hand that to me. I shall deliver it to my royal uncle. The maidservant hesitated for a moment, but, recalling His Highness's words, eventually nodded. Thank you, young lady. After dismissing the maidservant, Mu Rujiu straightened herself and made her way towards the front hall. Indeed, it was a genuine artifact of Master Qinyu. This folding fan is truly priceless. Qi Junstin appeared quite leisurely, seemingly engaged only in a discussion with Gongsun Yi about the fan, expressing immense admiration for it. Gongsun Yi chuckled. I have little understanding of such matters. This fan is of no use in my hands. It would be better to present it to His Highness. It would be a delightful gesture. Qi Junstin smirked. General Gongsun, your generosity is commendable, but one should not accept rewards without merit. This fan is not something I can accept. The two exchanged a glance, and for a moment, silence enveloped them. An invisible tension filled the air. Qingying had come this time to probe Mu Rujiu, but now that she was absent and with outsiders present, he felt it inappropriate to say much more and prepared to take his leave. Just as he stood up to depart, he noticed a figure approaching the main hall from outside. Qi Junxian, who had initially smiled at Gongsun Yi, softened his expression upon seeing the newcomer. Tea has arrived, Mu Rujiu cheerfully announced as she brought in the tea. Gongsun Yi, who had been facing away from her, turned around abruptly upon hearing her voice. He then beheld the young girl squinting at him with a smile, resembling a playful kitten. A smile involuntarily tugged at his lips as he took a step back, creating some distance between himself and Qi Junxian. Chungying observed that the previously charged atmosphere dissipated instantly with the arrival of the little girl. How foolish, what brings you here? Qi Junstin spoke in a tone that clearly indicated reproach, yet his voice carried an unmistakable hint of exasperation. He smiled, concerned not to frighten the little one, and softened his tone for his next words. This matter can be entrusted to the maidservant. There is no need for you to worry about it. Mu Rujiu grinned widely, her lovely little tiger teeth peeking out, lending her an even more endearing childlike charm. Everyone, allow me to introduce my royal niece, Mu Jiu, Qi Junstin said, not overly chastising Mu Rujiu for her presence, merely presenting her identity to the others. Upon witnessing Qingying rise, seemingly poised to speak, Qi Junxian arched an eyebrow and gently smiled, inquiring, does General Qingying have something to convey? However, Qingying, upon hearing this, retook his seat, having stood merely to alleviate his fatigue. Mu Rujiu, with a playful grin, addressed Qi Junxian, Your Highness, allow me to serve you tea. Qi Junstin did not deter her. He was accustomed to the whims of the spirited young lady. Very well, but do be careful not to burn yourself, he cautioned softly before resuming his position of authority. Gongsun Yi remained rooted in place, casting a glance towards Mu Rujiu, a flicker of intrigue illuminating his dark crimson eyes. Mu Rujiu merely nodded in acknowledgement, prompting Gongsun Yi to return to his seat as well. She then proceeded to pour tea for the three of them. First, she filled Qi Yuanshen's cup, then served Qingying, and finally approached Gongsun Yi. When pouring tea for Gongsun Yi, Mu Rujiu deliberately shielded her body towards Qi Junstin, engaging in discreet communication with Gongsun Yi as she poured. Yan Hanqing has arrived in Nanxi, was the message Gongsun Yi relayed to Mu Rujiu. Having detected Yan Hanqing's whereabouts through his informants a few days prior, he worried that this development might disrupt Mu Rujiu's plans, hence his intention to inform her. I am already aware, Mu Rujiu replied, her gaze lowered. Little Jiao? Qi Junxian called out, noticing her prolonged stillness. Startled, Mu Rujiu's tense nerves caused the hot tea to splash onto the back of her hand. Hiss, she inhaled sharply. Are you all right? Without a moment's hesitation, Gongsun Yi seized the teapot and set it down on the table, frowning as he examined her hand. Chapter 95. The turmoil of three men. It was an instinctive reaction from Gongsun Yi. Upon seeing Mu Rujiu injured, his first impulse was to check on her condition. Observing the striking redness and swelling on the back of the young girl's once fair hand, Gongsun Yi's usually stern brows knitted together in concern. Does it hurt? He inquired, his brows still furrowed. Mu Rujiu widened her eyes in surprise, only to realize that she had been lifted by Qi Junstin from behind. Like a cat caught by the scruff of its neck, she remained utterly still in his embrace. Although the man exuded a somewhat frigid aura, he cautiously placed her on another grand armchair beside him and leaned down to examine her hand. Another act of disobedience, Qi Junstin remarked coolly, noticing the innocent way she shrank her neck in response, causing his initial irritation to dissipate. He nonchalantly crouched down to inspect the injury on her hand and called out, Lu Su, fetch some cold water. When Lu Su entered carrying a basin of cool water, she observed the young lady seated awkwardly in the grand armchair, her master frowning as he scrutinized her hand. Stepping closer, she noticed the burn on Mu Rujiao's hand. "Miss, how could you be so careless? This tea is scalding hot. How did you manage to burn yourself?" Lu Su, typically reticent, transformed into a chatterbox whenever it concerned Mu Rujiao. Regardless of what she did, Lu Su would incessantly voice her concerns, almost as if she wished to carry her around and assist her with everything. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Mu Rujiao scratched her head, refraining from retorting. It was no jest. When Lu Su grew serious, it was indeed quite intimidating. Lu Su appeared ready to continue her scolding, but upon noticing the presence of others, she ultimately held her tongue. Junmian had already applied a damp towel soaked in cold water, and his previously cold gaze softened slightly. The tea had indeed been quite hot, a fact Mu Rujiao had underestimated, leaving a prominent red swelling on her hand. Since she was already aware of what the little one was eager to convey, there was no need for her to linger any longer. "Uncle, perhaps you may continue your conversation. I shall take my leave." "Behave and remain seated," Junmian interrupted her coldly. Mu Rujiao dared not express her frustration. Complying and sitting obediently in the grand chair, swinging her little legs in boredom. Gong Sun, relieved that Mu Rujiao was unharmed, let out a sigh of relief. However, he did not anticipate that Junmian's icy gaze would suddenly fixate upon him. "Thank you, General Gong Sun, for your concern." Junmian's voice was chilling, his tone notably somber. Upon hearing this, Mu Rujiao felt an unsettling premonition. As expected, the next moment, Junmian let out a light laugh, his words laced with coldness. "However, I shall take good care of my child. There is no need for the general to worry." Mu Rujiao, was this man truly so childish? Mu Rujiao found herself both amused and exasperated. Oh well, the little one certainly wouldn't hold such trivial matters against him. However, what Mu Rujiu did not anticipate was that since His Highness intended to take care of her, it would be best not to burden her with menial tasks such as serving tea. What is happening? Mu Rujiu widened her eyes, incredulously gazing at the little child. When did this little one become so childish? Junmian chuckled softly, his captivating eyes narrowing slightly, though his expression bore a hint of displeasure. Just as he was about to speak again, Mu Rujiu promptly interrupted him. "Ahem. I heard that General Qingying's residence boasts a grand loquat tree. It must be quite beautiful, right?" In truth, Mu Rujiu's intention was merely to divert their attention. Upon hearing her words, Junmian ceased his remarks, allowing his gaze to shift towards Qingying. It appeared that Qingying had not anticipated that the conversation would unexpectedly turn to him. Well, yes, he was somewhat taken aback, but then spoke. "If Miss Mu wishes to see it, we could gather at my residence on another day." This remark, initially uttered without much thought, was merely a customary expression. Mu Rujiu understood this, yet Gong Suani took a sip of tea and chuckled lightly. Perhaps it is best not to, as General Qingying holds a special position. And if he were to be seen together with Miss Mu, it might invite gossip. Junmian also smiled, a teasing glimmer in his eyes. General Gong Sun's words are indeed quite apartment Mu Rujiu. These two were just at each other's throats moments ago. Qingying appeared somewhat astonished. He glanced at the two men, and then turned his gaze back to Mu Rujiu, recalling the purpose of his visit. He nodded. Qingying would certainly not wish to place Miss Mu in an awkward position. He then shifted the conversation. "I have heard that Miss Mu excels in her studies and possesses a profound understanding of the various nations. I wonder, how much does Miss Mu know about Jiyuan?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of emotion crossed Mu Rujiu's eyes. She could certainly sense that Qingying was probing her. She winked at him, her tone clear. "May I inquire which aspect of Jiyuan General Qingying is referring to? For instance, the capital of Jiyuan, its populace, or perhaps its royal family?" Mu Rujiu then bit her finger, pondering deeply. After a moment, a spark of brilliance illuminated her eyes. "Little Jiao knows that the royal family of Jiyuan is exceedingly handsome." Qingying pressed his lips together, persistently inquiring, "Is there nothing else?" Mu Rujiu blinked innocently. Little Jiao has only recently begun her studies, so she does not know much. Her expression was as innocent as it could be. For a moment, Qingying found himself at a loss for words. He felt as though his vigorous efforts were met with nothing but soft cotton. Furrowing his brow, his moderately full lips pressed together, he appeared to be grappling with a particularly vexing issue. A glimmer of mischief flickered in Mu Rujiu's eyes as she smiled sweetly. "General Qingying, your expression always seems so pitiful." Upon hearing this, Qingying's face flushed, and with a light cough, he fell silent. Gong Sunny arrived at the royal residence to convey a message to Mu Rujiu. Having delivered his tidings, he felt no further reason to linger. As he rose to take his leave, he cast a glance at Mu Rujiu, a flicker of concern in his eyes. Although it appeared that Qi Junstan treated Mu Rujiu with kindness, he still believed it would be prudent for her to depart from this place sooner rather than later. General Gong's son, Qi Junstan spoke coldly, positioning himself before Mu Rujiu and obstructing Gong's son Yi's line of sight. Gong's son Yi, somewhat displeased, lifted his gaze to meet the man's silver-black eyes. Qi Junstan squinted slightly, a smile playing at the corners of his lips, yet his expression remained frosty. Take your leave without further ado, Qi Junstan stated. Gong's son Yi chose not to respond, turning to exit. Cheng Ying, having gleaned little, also rose to depart shortly thereafter. Mu Rujiu watched Cheng Ying's retreating figure, her expression somber. Both Yan Hanqing and Cheng Ying were formidable opponents. What are you still staring at? They've already left. A cold voice emanated from above Mu Rujiu. Startled, she turned to face Qi Junstan, not anticipating his proximity. In her swift motion, her nose collided with his solid chest, causing a sharp pang that nearly brought her to tears. Lifting her gaze to Qi Junstan, she found him regarding her with a smile that was both enigmatic and teasing. Do you find me appealing? Mu Rujiu momentarily faltered, unable to grasp his meaning. The coldness in Qi Junstan's eyes deepened, yet he continued to smile as he posed another question. Between the two of them and myself, who do you find more attractive? Chapter 96, Mr. G, may I pose a question? Mu Rujiu's eyes widened, convinced she had misheard. She tilted her head, her obsidian-like eyes radiating purity. Qi Junstan was unhurried, mirroring her head tilt. His sleek dark hair cascaded over his shoulder with emotion, akin to a celestial beauty favored by the heavens, astonishingly exquisite. Among the two treasures of Nanxi, her beauty and figure were indeed unparalleled in the world. Yet, why was this person so childishly naive? Mu Rujiu found herself in a mix of amusement and exasperation, her smile subdued as she regarded Qi Junstan with utmost seriousness. The girl seemed to be earnestly contemplating his question. It's quite difficult to choose. Is General Gong's son more handsome, or is General Cheng Ying more appealing? Qi Junstan listened intently, his silver-black eyes sparkling with inscrutable meaning. Mu Rujiu was intentionally teasing him. She raised an eyebrow, her delicate arch resembling a crescent moon. Little Jiu. Qi Junstan called softly. Mu Rujiu smiled as she turned her gaze to him, acknowledging his call. Qi Junstan gazed intently at her, his strikingly beautiful eyes momentarily rendering her spellbound. He wore a serious and stubborn expression. The Emperor's uncle is the most handsome. Mu Rujiu looked at Qi Junstan, noting the complete absence of jest in his tone. Little Jiu, the Emperor's uncle is indeed the most handsome, he reiterated with stubbornness. Mu Rujiu couldn't help but laugh. Was he truly this earnest? Like soothing a child, she earnestly nodded, her brows curving into a crescent. Yes, the Emperor's uncle is the most handsome. Upon hearing this, Qi Junstan's brow relaxed slightly, casting a gentle glance at Mu Rujiu, a hint of a smile playing at his lips. At times, Mu Rujiu even thought that Qi Junstan resembled a child more than anything else. When Cheng Ying returned to his residence, his expression was somewhat cold and heavy. For reasons unknown, both the prince and Qi Junstan, even the National Defense General Gong's son Yi, seemed to shower that young girl with exceptional care. Cheng Ying could not fathom what remarkable qualities she possessed. Yet, every time he encountered her, memories of an old friend would surface. To label her as an old friend would not be entirely accurate, for she appeared not to regard him as one. Contemplating this, Cheng Ying turned his gaze to the loquat tree standing before the door. Autumn had already begun to set in. Unlike other trees, the loquat only began to bloom in the fall. Now, the tree was adorned with a profusion of blossoms, their fragrance wafting through the air. Cheng Ying recalled certain past events. At that time, he was unaware that his vice-commander had laid other traps, and during his confrontation with Mu Rujiu, he fell victim to one of these snares. Plummeting down a cliff, Mu Rujiu could have easily escaped. Her lightness of foot made evading such traps a trifling task. Yet, as he descended toward the abyss, Mu Rujiu leaped into action, grasping the vines at the cliff's edge and seizing his wrist. The young girl's face was marred with blood and dust, yet her eyes sparkled with fervor and vivacity. It seemed she would forever embody this spirit, even amidst peril and solitude, her gaze always glimmering with light. Initially, Cheng Ying could not fathom the reason behind her unwavering spirit. Eventually, after being rescued by Mu Rujiu, they found themselves tumbling into a cave halfway down the mountain. The cave was frigid, while outside, heavy snow fell, blanketing everything in white. Thus, as he lay gravely injured on the stone, teetering on the brink of death, he remained oblivious to where she had procured the wild fruits she tossed before him. General Cheng Ying, if you must perish, it should be beneath my Mu Rujiu's moonlit halberd. not in this desolate cave where even the light of day cannot penetrate. The girl radiated warmth and brightness, reminiscent of the sun in early spring, dazzlingly brilliant. "Why did you save me?" Cheng Ying once inquired. How did she respond? Perhaps it was because General Cheng Ying resembles someone I hold dear. In that moment, he finally discerned, within her steadfast gaze, a tenderness that complemented her resolve. Both were imprisoned in their own ways, yet neither was willing to surrender, fighting desperately for a path to freedom. In this regard, he found a reflection of himself in Xiechen. Thus, he was reluctant to let him die so easily. It was also then that Cheng Ying came to understand the reason behind the girl's fervor and her refusal to concede even in dire straits, her eyes forever alight because of the person seated upon the imperial throne above. "Is it worth it?" he had once asked her. What had she replied? He had forgotten. During their time in the cave, it was perhaps the only moment of harmony shared between Cheng Ying and Mu Rujiu. Although Cheng Ying survived, he bore a severe injury on his back. Each time Mu Rujiu tended to his wounds, before she could utter a word, his face would flush crimson. He appeared akin to a bashful bride, embarrassed and flustered. Having witnessed numerous battles and endured many injuries herself, Mu Rujiu adeptly managed his wounds. Whenever she noticed Cheng Ying's ears turning fiery red, she would chuckle in delight. "General Cheng Ying." "What?" His body tensed, his voice rigid. Mu Rujiu teased, "Have I bullied you?" "Huh?" At such moments, Cheng Ying would look at her, displaying an expression of sheer innocence and helplessness, reminiscent of a cat that had been wronged, its sharp eyes betraying a hint of panic. Mu Rujiu, upon seeing his expression, would laugh uncontrollably. "General Cheng Ying, why do you always wear such a pitiful expression? As though I have committed some misdeed." A breeze rustled through the loquat tree, prompting Cheng Ying to momentarily regain his composure. The fragrance of the loquat blossoms wafted into his nostrils, the leaves whispering softly. The sun hung high in the azure sky, and the wind left no trace behind. It felt as if he were in another world. General Cheng Ying always seems to bear a look of grievance. In his mind, Cheng Ying recalled the young girl seated in the armchair, arching her brows as she spoke. Suddenly, it seemed he had remembered something. How could she possibly know? A breeze rustled the leaves of the loquat tree. The identical motion of turning the tea cover. The same expression and tone in her eyes, even the same words. Could there truly exist two individuals so strikingly alike in this world? For a fleeting moment, Cheng Ying felt a pang of breathlessness. By the time he regained his composure, he was already soaring towards the direction of the regent's residence. There was something he deemed necessary to verify. Royal Academy. Mu Rujiu stretched lazily, reclining on her desk. Beside her, Ji Fuyan perused his book, casting a glance at the girl beside him. "What is the matter?" The boy's tone was indifferent, devoid of any discernible emotion. It seemed she had worn a listless expression since early morning, lacking any zest. Hearing this, Mu Rujiu lifted her head, gazing earnestly at Ji Fuyan. "Mr. Ji, may I pose a question to you?" Ji Fuyan set aside his book and looked at her attentively, nodding. Mu Rujiu squinted and smiled. "Do you know what day it will be in 3 days?" Chapter 97. Mujiu, you are the most important 3 days from now? A fleeting emotion flickered in Ji Fuyan's eyes. He was acutely aware of the significance of that date. Yet, her inquiry would not compel him to divulge the truth. Ji Fuyan raised an eyebrow, narrowing his eyes slightly. "Are you unaware of what makes this day so special?" Mu Rujiu's eyes widened, filled with incredulity. "Mr. Ji, you truly do not know?" It was surprising. Ji Fuyan's memory had always been impeccable. He should have recalled the details of the past few days. Ji Fuyan simply shook his head, his expression devoid of warmth. "I do not know." Mu Rujiu was momentarily taken aback. "Mr. Ji, 3 days from now is Princess Tingli's birthday. You do not remember?" As Ji Qian's grandson, Ji Fuyan was practically a scholar, and he had always been keenly aware of the birthdays of those in the court. How could he forget Princess Tingli's? Upon hearing Mu Rujiu's words, Ji Fuyan was momentarily stunned. "What?" The youth appeared dazed for a moment. Mu Rujiu found the situation both amusing and exasperating. "Mr. Ji, how could you forget that Princess Tingli's birthday is in 3 days?" A glimmer of something akin to disappointment crossed Ji Fuyan's gaze. It was the first time Mu Rujiu had witnessed such an unexpected reaction from him, and her eyes brightened in delight. She was about to utter a teasing remark when she noticed Ji Fuyan gazing intently at her, his expression cool yet his eyes strikingly beautiful. "Mujiu, yes? 3 days from now is your birthday." As he spoke, his eyes sparkled under the sunlight, more dazzling than gemstones. Mu Rujiu felt momentarily lost in thought. By the time she regained her senses, she realized she was left speechless. "I remember, it is your birthday," he reiterated. His demeanor was earnest, and he looked intently at Mu Rujiu, enunciating each word with care. Suddenly, Mu Rujiu recalled that no one had ever remembered her true birthday. Her original birthday coincided with Princess Tingli's. However, only Xiachen was aware of this matter. He had remarked that her birthday was ill-timed. Early autumn was too desolate for a queen to celebrate her birth. Xiachen had unilaterally moved her birthday to the day of the spring equinox. He had smiled at Mu Rujiu, asking, "Rujiu, you do not hold this against me, do you?" At that time, Mu Rujiu had simply smiled and nodded. She would never defy Xiachen's wishes, not even regarding her own birthday. But later, Li Ji had a daughter. And the irony was that the princess was born on the very same day in early autumn. Yet this time, Xiachen had beamed with joy. Early autumn is splendid. A bountiful harvest. My Ting Lu is surely favored by the heavens. However, it was evident that Xiachen had not expressed those sentiments previously. He had said, "Autumn is not favorable, it is too desolate." On the day Princess Ting Lu was born, Xiachen granted a general amnesty, hosting a lavish banquet in the capital for 3 days and nights, while lifting the curfew, creating a scene of lively jubilation among the populace. Yet, few would recall that the illustrious General Qianqiu also celebrated his birthday on that very day. At that time, Mu Rujiu often made excuses for Xiachen, but now, she understands that what Xiachen has never disliked was autumn itself, having been granted a second chance at life. Mu Rujiu resolved not to heed Xiachen's fabrications any longer. Hence, whenever anyone inquired about her birth date, she would assert that it fell in autumn. At present, a tall and graceful youth sat before her, his demeanor earnest. "Mu Rujiu, your birthday is in 3 days, I remember," he stated with an unusual seriousness, as if discussing a matter of great importance. "Do not dwell on trivialities. Mu Rujiu, you are what matters most." His sincere words caused Mu Rujiu's eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Quickly averting her gaze to conceal her flustered expression, she pretended to play with her brush, casually remarking, "Since Mr. Ji remembers, I presume you have prepared a gift for me?" Ji Fuyan raised an eyebrow at her words. "Mu Rujiu, one must not casually inquire about birthday gifts," he replied, though his tone softened considerably. Regaining her composure, Mu Rujiu lifted her gaze to smile at Ji Fuyan. "In that case, I shall thank you in advance, Mr. Ji." A fleeting smile graced Ji Fuyan's lips before it vanished. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhou bowed to Qi Junstin, stating, "Master, everything is ready." Qi Junstin gazed at the renowned painting behind the desk, a smile playing upon his lips. I understand." Jiang Zhou seemed to have something further to say, his expression betraying hesitation. "Speak," Qi Junstin prompted. "Yes," Jiang Zhou began cautiously, "Master. Princess Ting Li's birthday is also in 3 days. Should we simply say that I am unwell?" Qi Junstin coldly interrupted, his tone devoid of unnecessary emotion. "It would be inappropriate for me to attend." "Understood." Jiang Zhou felt a mix of amusement and exasperation but comprehended his master's intentions. After bowing, he took his leave. As he exited the study, Jiang Zhou noticed Jiang Qing clutching a small box, appearing rather furtive. "Jiang Qing," Jiang Zhou called out. Upon hearing his name, Jiang Qing instinctively concealed the box behind him. Raising an eyebrow in curiosity, Jiang Zhou approached him, glancing about to discover what he was hiding. Naturally, Jiang Qing refused to show him, pursing his lips and maintaining a frosty demeanor. "What is it?" Jiang Zhou inquired with a smile. Jiang Qing cleared his throat, maintaining his stoic silence. Jiang Zhou chuckled knowingly. "I can guess what's inside the box. It must be a birthday gift for the young lady." Feeling exposed, Jiang Qing bristled, letting out a cold snort as he stiffly retorted, "And what of your own gifts? I noticed you visited Tiandi residence the day before yesterday." But before I could utter the rest of my words, Jiang Zhou covered my mouth. He first scanned the surroundings, ensuring no one was paying attention, before casting a stern glance at Jiang Qing. "Keep your mouth shut. I saw nothing, and you mustn't speak of it. Understood?" Jiang Zhou said brusquely. Jiang Qing huffed, clutching her little box, and stealthily slipped away. Jiang Zhou continued on his path, soon encountering Lu Su and Shui Mo returning from the Wang residence. "Lu Su, Shui Mo, have you left the estate?" Jiang Zhou inquired. Lu Su nodded but offered no further explanation. Shui Mo, smiling, added, "Lord Jiang Zhou, we want to prepare a birthday gift for the young lady." "Shui Mo." Lu Su promptly interjected, halting Shui Mo's words. Realizing her faux pas, Shui Mo sheepishly covered her mouth with a smile. Jiang Zhou did not press for details. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he parted ways with them. As he watched their retreating figures, Jiang Zhou experienced a fleeting moment of nostalgia. This time last year, the Wang residence seemed engulfed in silence. The regent's estate had always prohibited loud disturbances, and no one dared to act recklessly within its confines. Yet, these rules had been upended by the arrival of a spirited young girl in the spring. It was hard to pinpoint when the estate had shed its chill, infused instead with vitality. The little girl chattered incessantly, and the household staff never complained about her noise, rather, at their mistress's behest. They placed cushions on the stone benches throughout the estate to ensure she wooed and tea catch a chill. Ah, the young lady, she is a vibrant and passionate soul. I sincerely hope she grows up healthy, happy, and well. When Qingying arrived at the Wang residence, he encountered Jiang Shou, who was preparing to go out for supplies. I have met General Qingying, Jiang Shou greeted respectfully. I wish to see Mujiu, Qingying replied, his voice cool and composed. Chapter 98. Who is the best girl in the world? Qingying's expression appeared somewhat anxious. Jiang Shou slightly furrowed his brows and cautiously inquired. What matter does General Qingying have with my young lady? Qingying's demeanor was cold and composed, his sharp brows and bright eyes reflecting a sense of gravity. He glanced at Jiang Shou, noticing the latter's wariness, and ultimately pressed his lips together in silence. This was a matter of great significance, and he could not easily divulge it to anyone. He averted his gaze from Jiang Shou and noticed the bustling servants outside the regent's residence. They seemed preoccupied, smiles gracing their lips as they engaged in lively conversation. Was the manor hosting some sort of banquet? Qingying furrowed his brows in confusion. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shou's tone softened, though he remained cautious. In 3 days, it is the young lady's birthday. He paused before continuing. Our master has sent us to make preparations. Qingying was momentarily taken aback before realization dawned upon him. He squinted slightly, a flicker of emotion passing through his eyes. Birthday, you say? Ultimately, Qingying chose not to seek Rujiu. Jiang Shou would not simply reveal Mujiu's whereabouts, and even if he were to search now, Mujiu would remain tight-lipped. It was better to wait until the day after tomorrow when the truth would unfold. In the palace, Li Ji smiled and beckoned Ting Lu to her side. In 3 days, it will be Luer's birthday. What gift would Luer desire? Li Ji inquired with a gentle smile. Ting Lu pondered for a moment before responding without hesitation. As long as it is from mother, Luer likes anything. Li Ji chuckled, patting Ting Li's hand with a smile. The coral tree Luer gifted me last time was exquisite, and this time I have also prepared a birthday gift for Luer at Tiandi residence. Ting Lu smiled, appearing quite obedient. As the mother and daughter exchanged words, Li Ji's gaze drifted to Xie Tingyan, who was not far away. For some unknown reason, since his return from Jiangnan, Tingyan had seemed rather distracted. Whenever he visited her chambers, he appeared lost in thought, as if preoccupied with something. Tingyan, Li Ji called out to Xie Tingyan. He slightly regained his focus, his beautiful eyes settling on Li Ji. Xie Tingyan bore a striking resemblance to Xie Chen, particularly in his delicate features, which always filled Li Ji with pride. Mother. Xie Tingyan slowly rose and respectfully bowed to Li Ji. Li Ji smiled. Why the distraction? In just 3 days, it will be your sister's birthday. As her elder brother, shouldn't you be more attentive? Mother speaks true, Xie Tingyan replied softly, not contesting her words. At times, Li Ji found it difficult to comprehend her son. Despite being her child, whom she had raised single-handedly, there were many moments when she could not discern his thoughts. He was overly mature and reserved, concealing all his feelings, even in the presence of family. After a lengthy silence, Li Ji simply sighed. The Empress Mother does not intend to lecture you. Li Ji paused momentarily before continuing. Luer has now reached the appropriate age for marriage. As her elder brother, with your broader connections, you should pay more attention to her prospects. Mother, Ting Lu interjected, her cheeks flushed. What are you saying? Luer is still a child. Still a child? She's already a young lady, the Empress Mother remarked. By the time I was your age, I had already. Mother, please. Ting Lu hurriedly interrupted. Let us not speak of such things. Luer wishes to remain by your side and accompany you always. The Empress Mother, too, desires Luer as company. And Li Ji smiled with contentment. However, Luer must eventually marry a man from this world. If Luer is to marry, she should wed the most perfect man in the realm, Ting Lu declared. The most perfect man in the world. That would undoubtedly be the unparalleled and strikingly handsome Jun Qingzi. Qi Junxian. At the birthday banquet 3 days hence, Qi Junxian will surely attend. And she must become the most dazzling presence there. Xie Tingyan said nothing, merely responding softly, I will keep an eye out for Ting Lu. And you, Tingyan? Li Ji turned to Xie Tingyan. You should not always be preoccupied with trivial matters. You too ought to find someone to share your burdens. Xie Tingyan listened, remaining silent. Our Tingyan is distinguished and talented, deserving of the finest lady in the world. Li Ji spoke with pride. Strangely, as those words left Li Ji's lips, an image surfaced in Xie Tingyan's mind. A young girl perched upon a plum tree, her brows and eyes exuberant and free-spirited. She smiled at him, her eyes resembling clear springs, curving like the bright moon in the sky, pure yet fervent. Would you like some plums? You want to be angry, will you? Her voice was melodious, her sharp little canines both fierce and endearing. He had been so flustered at the time. Her eyes were so clear that he could scarcely meet her gaze. He merely stole a glance before averting his eyes, fleeing in disarray. Since he could remember, he had been taught that in the face of any person or situation, no matter how formidable, one must not flee. To escape is the act of a coward. The notion instilled in Xie Tingen from a young age forbade such conduct. Yet at that moment, within his blank consciousness, a single thought prevailed: he had to run away. And so he did, in utter disarray. From the earliest memories, that was perhaps the most humiliating experience of Xie Tingen's life. Who was the finest lady in the world? Xie Tingen was uncertain. However, when Li Ji spoke those words, she was the only one who filled his mind. Xie Chen was preparing for the birthday banquet in 3 days. The celebration for Princess Ting Lu was undoubtedly a momentous occasion. Although the recent arrival of envoys from the kingdom of Jiyuan had consumed much of his attention, the birthday banquet for Ting Lu must be lavishly planned. The invitations had all been dispatched, and on the day of the banquet, it would surely be a grand spectacle. Xie Chen continued to review the documents before him. When the eunuch entered, he did not lift his head. Have all the invitations been distributed? He asked. Your Majesty, all invitations have indeed been dispatched, but... Xie Chen's hand momentarily paused as he slowly raised his gaze, his sharp and cold eyes fixing on the eunuch. But what? The eunuch bowed his head, cautiously replying. There are a few families that have not accepted. Not accepted? Xie Chen's voice immediately turned frigid. He narrowed his eyes and coldly inquired, who has not accepted? The eunuch wiped the sweat from his forehead, trembling as he continued. The regent prince has cited health issues and is unable to attend. Xie Chen's expression darkened. The young master of the Ji family has stated he has pressing matters and cannot join the banquet. Xie Chen's countenance grew even colder. General Cheng Ying claims he is unfamiliar with the customs of Nanxi and fears offending Her Highness the Princess, hence he has declined the invitation. The eunuch, observing Xie Chen's increasingly grim expression, felt his legs weaken. Alas, he could only close his eyes and continue his report. General Gong's son has also not accepted the invitation. And the reason? Xie Chen's voice turned as frigid as ice. The eunuch swallowed hard, his face nearly in tears. General Gong's son said. He said. What did he say? Xie Chen's voice rose a pitch, genuinely enraged. General Gong's son said that Princess Tingle's birthday coincides with that of his late friend. Thus he cannot attend. What the eunuch refrained from stating was that Gong's son Yi's original words were even more offensive. I will not go. Her birthday is of utmost importance. This was Gong's son Yi's exact sentiment. Chapter 99. This regent is yours. 3 days later, Mu Rujiu rose early. She initially intended to attend her private school, but this morning, Shui Imo informed her that His Highness had instructed the school not to expect her today. Miss. His Highness does not wish for you to remain within the palace. He has asked Sister Lu Su to take you out for a stroll. And you shall not return until midday. As Shui Imo spoke, she gently ushered Mu Rujiu from her chamber. Mu Rujiu was aware that today marked her birthday. Yet she did not foresee that Qi Junstin seemed to be planning a grand celebration. As for her birthday, she felt no particular sentiment. During her time in the Mu household, she had endured cruelty and beatings from her stepmother, who would often unleash her fury upon her. Whenever displeased, she would raise her voice to mock Mu Rujiu, saying things like, just a bastard born of a servant girl dares to stand before me? Your mother was a wretch to bear such a wretched creature. Mu Rujiu, what right do you have to exist in this world? A lowly person like you deserves to be bitten to death by venomous snakes. You should be discarded in a mass grave, you worthless thing. Your mother was a harlot. And surely you are a spawn of her debauchery. Each word struck deep within Mu Rujiu's heart. Initially, she would retort, insisting that her mother was not a wretch. Yet, such defiance only resulted in harsher whippings and suffering. Her stepmother would cast her into the cellar, leaving her to spend the night with snakes. Each morning, when she was barely alive, she would be retrieved, her wounds concealed, and her stepmother would present herself as a loving mother before her father. It was during this time that Mu Rujiu developed a fear of snakes. These creatures became an inescapable nightmare of her youth. It was also due to her stepmother's words that she felt no particular joy on her birthday. It was said that her mother had died during childbirth. And for Mu Rujiu, this day, which others deemed worthy of celebration, was a day of mourning for her mother. Thus, she harbored no fondness for birthdays. When she found Qi Junstin, he was immersed in reviewing memorials in his study. He appeared quite busy, with a plethora of documents sprawled across his desk. Yet he remained composed and unaffected. Your Highness, Mu Rujiu took a deep breath, smiling as she approached Qi Junstin. Upon seeing her, his previously stern gaze softened. He smiled slightly, shifting aside to make room for her. Rujiu naturally settled beside Qi Junxian, resting her head on her hand and tilting it to observe him. What is it? Noticing her silence, he put down his brush and turned to her. The little girl had just awoken, her hair tousled, and although he frowned slightly, there was no trace of impatience in his eyes. The man, tall and graceful, with a defined waist, beckoned her closer with a finger, and she obediently leaned in. "Why is your hair so disheveled?" he inquired, his tone more affectionate than reproachful. Rujiu obediently turned around, allowing Qi Junxian to tend to her hair. "What is the matter? Are you unhappy?" The man's voice was gentle and refined. Rujiu shook her head. But barely had she done so when Qi Junxian stopped her. "Be honest," he chuckled softly. "Oh," Rujiu replied dutifully. "Then what is it? Has someone been unkind to you?" Qi Junxian inquired as he skillfully braided her hair. As he uttered the last question, a hint of coldness tinged his tone. Rujiu spoke up. No one has bullied me." Qi Junxian merely acknowledged, waiting for her to elaborate. After a moment's contemplation, Rujiu finally began. "Uncle." "Yes, I'm here," he replied, devoid of any impatience, perhaps due to the prolonged time spent braiding her hair. His technique had grown increasingly adept, often surpassing the finesse of tassels and ink. "Why must there be such a grand celebration for my birthday?" Rujiu asked, somewhat bewildered. She clarified that she meant such extravagant arrangements were unnecessary. Her birthday did not require such pomp. It seemed she had never celebrated her birthday on such a grand scale. Even during the years she spent as Empress Regent, he showed little interest in her birthday celebrations. The scale of her birthday festivities was even less than that of concubine Li Ji. From the moment she was born, the Mu family had never celebrated her birthday, and later, while she was away on campaigns, it was a thought far from her mind. Even as Empress, Xiaqian had never taken the time to organize anything meaningful, often forgetting her birthday altogether. In reflection, it appeared that Rujiu had never experienced a celebration of such magnitude, especially one arranged for her. Rujiu caught the sound of Qi Junxian's soft laughter and felt a twinge of confusion. She wished to turn and look at him, but he gently restrained her. "Your hair will become disheveled," he remarked, his grip softening further. "What is making Uncle laugh?" she inquired. It seemed there was something she had not quite understood. The man spoke deliberately, his voice deep and melodious. "My little Gio is my dear one, and naturally, everything should be the best for her." For a fleeting moment, Rujiu was lost in thought. Everything should indeed be the best for her, whether it be for her birthday or her status. She deserved nothing less. Rujiu was momentarily taken aback, struggling to process his words. After a pause, the young girl spoke softly, her voice tinged with melancholy. "But I am not worthy of the best." Her stepmother had once said so. She was merely the daughter of a lowly servant, and the Mu surname she bore was a privilege. She was unworthy, worthless. At that time, the Mu family had a young master, her half-brother. Whatever it was, Rujiu had to yield it to him. Since she could remember, her stepmother had told her, "Rujiu, these things belong to your brother. You do not deserve them. I am not worthy of the best." Rujiu spoke in a slightly cool tone. Her fingers, deftly weaving the braid, paused for a brief moment. Qi Junxian's expression was inscrutable. He merely hesitated for an instant before resuming his task of braiding her hair. "Rujiu," Qi Junxian suddenly called her name, his voice cold and deep, yet imbued with a pronounced seriousness. Rujiu responded, somewhat puzzled. Qi Junxian remained silent, instead lifting the young girl into his embrace and turning towards him. Rujiu looked up, and her gaze met Qi Junxian's striking silver-black eyes. Those eyes were so captivating that she found herself momentarily lost within them. "I am the Regent," he declared, his tone devoid of any hint of jest. Rujiu understood that Qi Junxian's words were not mere arrogance. The truth of his statement was undeniable. Yet, she pondered the reason behind his declaration. Qi Junxian continued to gaze at her steadily, his features sharp and handsome. "But Rujiu, such a regent belongs to you. Therefore, whatever you desire, I shall provide." Chapter 100. As long as you desire, I shall provide. Rujiu experienced a fleeting moment of distraction. After her rebirth, she had come to terms with many matters. Love and fame held little significance for her now, having resolved to dethrone Xiaqian. She was also prepared to ally with Qi Junxian, though it was merely an alliance. Yet, at that moment, Qi Junxian gazed at her with utmost seriousness, his expression cold and solemn. "Rujiu, the emperor is present. My dear, you deserve the finest of everything, whatever your heart desires. As long as you wish for it, I shall procure it for you." It seemed that no one had ever uttered such words to her before, not Xiachen, nor her family. In that instant, Rujiu felt that perhaps it was not solely due to their alliance. She ought to treat Junmian with a bit more kindness. With this thought, a smile finally graced Rujiu's lips. Seeing the smile on her face, Junmian's gaze softened. "Did you bring the lip balm I gifted you?" "I did." Though uncertain why he asked, Rujiu dutifully replied. This was the first time someone had given her lip balm, and she cherished it dearly, always keeping it close. Junmian raised an eyebrow and extended his hand. Obediently, Rujiu retrieved the lip balm and placed it in his palm. The man opened the balm, dipping his fingertip into the crimson substance, and gently applied it to the girl's lips. Rujiu was momentarily taken aback as his cool fingertip brushed against her mouth. She widened her eyes, astonished by the sight of the handsome man before her. "Do you know the origin of this balm, my dear?" Junmian asked with a playful smile. Rujiu shook her head in confusion. "This balm is extracted from a rare flower unique to the western regions. The flower is delicate, and even when cultivated extensively, only a few survive. To have it crafted into balm and transported all the way to Nanshi is an extraordinary feat." Rujiu blinked, her wide eyes reflecting her innocence. Junmian continued with a smile, "Yet, my dear, such precious balm is now in your possession. If you desire it, you may use it daily. Whatever you wish for, I shall ensure you have." His tone was light, as if this were a trivial matter for him. Eventually, the man looked at Rujiu and painted her originally rosy lips a vibrant red, making her appear as enchanting as a captivating fairy. "This is the gift I bestow upon you, my dear. You may use it freely." His affection for her was always conspicuous. Junmian closed the balm and returned it to her palm. "So, do not speak of being unworthy again." His voice was melodious and deep. And despite his ethereal demeanor, he was unfailingly gentle when addressing the young girl. After a moment of contemplation, Rujiu blinked, as if slowly regaining her senses. "So, uncle." "Yes? Did you not mention that you purchased this lip balm from a vendor?" Silence enveloped the scene, profound and lingering, as if an eternity had passed. The handsome man furrowed his brows slightly and turned the young girl away from him. Her hair became disheveled. He admonished her not to fidget. Junmian's voice bore an awkward edge. Ultimately, Rujiu was compelled to leave the royal residence by Shui Mo and others. In the words of Jiangshou, "Miss, we must make some arrangements in the palace. Please return at noon." With that, the grand gates of the palace were shut behind her. Alone, Rujiu stood in the wind, feeling disheveled. Originally, Lu Su had intended to accompany her on a shopping excursion. Yet an issue with the birthday gift she wished to present to Rujiu had prevented her from leaving. After much reassurance, Lu Su reluctantly allowed Rujiu to venture out alone. Gazing at the firmly closed gates and then lifting her eyes to the imposing characters proclaiming the Regent's palace, Rujiu experienced an unsettling sensation of being cast out from home. A faint smile graced her lips. She dismissed her thoughts, recognizing that it had been quite some time since she had roamed freely. Wandering alone could prove to be quite delightful. The capital city was vast, and Rujiu had never truly explored it. Reflecting on her years spent guarding Nanshi and the capital, she realized she had never seen the city in its entirety. The streets were alive with a throng of people, bustling and animated. As Rujiu traversed the crowd, she took in the vibrant city she had protected for a lifetime. How lively the capital was! No matter how many times she had witnessed it, Rujiu always felt compelled to exclaim in wonder. The streets and alleys resonated with the lively shouts of vendors, and occasionally, children ran about, clutching spinning tops and candy figures, their laughter ringing clear and bright. Sunlight poured into the already boisterous Chang'an Street, its rays fragmented by the shade of trees, scattering gently upon the ground like shards of pure gold. Rujiu stood enveloped in this light, amidst the delicate dance of shadows, and for a fleeting moment, she felt an unsettling disconnection from the bustling world around her. A few children, frolicking in their merriment, accidentally collided with her. She waved them off with a smile and said nothing more. However, as she lifted her gaze, she met the compassionate eyes of a monk. Those eyes were serene, as if they contained the vastness of existence, yet bore an emptiness that suggested nothingness. Rujiu stared into those eyes, taking a long while to comprehend. It was a monk, to be precise, a remarkably handsome one, clad in simple monk robes. He walked along Chang'an Street, his gaze cool yet benevolent. Rujiu tilted her head. For reasons unknown, she felt as though the monk's eyes were fixed upon her. Despite the considerable distance separating them, with numerous passers-by weaving between them, Rujiu remained convinced that his gaze lingered on her. After some time, the monk joined his hands in prayer and bowed slightly, seemingly uttering a Buddhist chant. Rujiu felt a momentary daze. By the time she regained her senses, the monk had vanished from sight. She furrowed her brow, sensing something peculiar. Without much thought, Rujiu noticed the early morning light and decided to visit a tea house. Today marked the birthday of Tinglu, making Chang'an Street more vibrant than usual. Rujiu recalled that every year on Tingli's birthday, Xiachen would proclaim the joy of celebrating with the people, thus covering the expenses of all the tea houses and restaurants in the capital. Consequently, when Rujiu finally found a seat in a tea house, it was already bustling with patrons. Fortunately, no one recognized her. She nestled in a corner, ordered a pot of tea and a few plates of pastries, and quietly enjoyed her drink while listening to a story being told. On stage, the storyteller was at a thrilling juncture, captivating the audience, who were all engrossed and had set down their cups. At that moment, Rujiu noticed someone entering the tea house. Tinglu furrowed her brow, her expression rife with discontent. What does Qi Junstian mean by this? My birthday celebration. And he dares to say he won't come. Behind her, her devoted maid urgently whispered, Miss, we should return quickly. If the Empress Dowager discovers you've sneaked out, it would be disastrous. Their voices were low, drowned out by the noise of the tea house, with all the patrons focused on the storyteller. Yet, Rujiu heard them clearly. She raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. How did Xie Tinglu manage to slip out of the palace?